Chapter 1. All companions. Ahead is a stretch of highway, about to curve for an overtaking maneuver. Please fasten your seatbelts and prepare to brace yourselves. Feng Yang-kun, are you ready? A sweet, melodious female voice rang in Feng Yang's ears. Feng Yang was momentarily taken aback, turning his head in astonishment and surveying his surroundings. He found himself in an unfamiliar room, standing atop a high stool, holding a light bulb in his hand. Beneath him stood a stunningly attractive young woman clad in a tight-fitting dress, her alluring figure accentuated as she looked up at him, confusion flickering in her bright eyes. Didn't I die? Feng Yang wore a perplexed expression, but quickly regained his composure. Today was April 21st, 2030. He had been reborn 3 days prior to the invasion of the pseudo-humans. In 3 days, bizarre disappearances and murders would occur daily around the globe as the pseudo-humans officially invaded the human world, heralding the apocalypse. In his previous life, he had compassionately taken in his girlfriend Su Qian's family, only to be betrayed. They not only seized all his food but also occupied his home, casting him out into a world teeming with pseudo-humans. Feng Yang would never forget that day when, less than 5 meters from his front door, his body was torn apart by a pseudo-human and devoured piece by piece. Su Qian, and your useless brother, and those 2 ungrateful old fools. This time, I shall ensure you repay me 100-fold. Feng Yang's gaze hardened, but at that moment, the enchanting voice of Qi Meixiang rang out once more. Feng Yang-kun, is something wrong? Only then did Feng Yang remember that he had come to his neighbor Qi Meixiang's place to change a light bulb. Oh, it's nothing, just lost in thought for a moment. After hastily replacing the light bulb, he prepared to step down. However, he suddenly felt a pair of soft, delicate hands wrap around his waist. Feng Yang furrowed his brow and looked down, meeting Qi Meixiang's captivating gaze. Indeed, Qi Meixiang was exceptionally beautiful, her fiery figure coupled with a mature, seductive charm, making her a sensual enchantress, more alluring than many renowned actresses from the islands. Feng Yang-kun, be careful not to fall. She held onto Feng Yang tightly, their bodies close, the faint scent of her perfume enveloping him. This was troublesome. After all, he was a young man, just fresh out of university, and now, alone with a beautiful woman in a room. How could he withstand such temptation? Feng Yang swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm. Madam, the light bulb has been replaced. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Feng Yang coughed, attempting to break the awkward atmosphere. Yet, Qi Meixiang was relentless, leaning in closer, her ample bosom pressing against Feng Yang's arm, causing his blood to surge. Feng Yang-kun, would you like to stay for some tea? Her gaze was intense, and she intertwined her arm with his, becoming increasingly restless. Feng Yang stood frozen in place. What? This scene, this scenario, felt eerily familiar. Could it be that fortune favored the bold? Were Tokyo women truly this open and passionate? Could she be a pseudo-human, deliberately enticing me to lower my guard and then take the opportunity to kill me? Having experienced the pseudo-human threat in his previous life, this thought immediately sprang to Feng Yang's mind. However, upon further reflection, it didn't quite add up. There were still 3 days until the invasion, and Qi Meixiang, being his neighbor, had interacted with him frequently. If she truly intended to kill him, there would have been countless opportunities. In fact, a similar scene had occurred in his past life, but back then he was relatively naive and preoccupied with Su Qian. Thus he had rejected her advances. Gazing at the impressive curves before him and that innocent yet alluring face, Feng Yang gritted his teeth. Damn it, it's the apocalypse in 3 days anyway. Who knows if he'll survive? Today, let's just indulge like the infamous neighbor. With that thought, he boldly wrapped an arm around Qi Meixiang's slender waist, a mischievous smile on his face. Very well, I'm a bit thirsty too. Thank you, madam. A blush crept onto Qi Meixiang's cheeks, but she did not refuse. Feng Yang, a naturally gifted contender, engaged in a contest that lasted a full 90 minutes across 4 grueling rounds, while Qi Meixiang languidly reclined on the sofa, satisfaction evident on her face. It was clear she relished the recent competition as well. Feng Yang cast a glance at the floor, where scattered clothing and torn skirts bore witness to the intensity of their encounter. Ultimately, Feng Yang's superior skills led him to a resounding victory. Just as he was savoring the moment, a voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates the host has matured into a true man, triggering the pseudo-human hunting system. Pseudo-humans will fully invade the human world in 3 days. Please prepare accordingly. Huh, there's even a system? It appears my fate is not yet sealed. Feng Yang's heart leaped with joy as he hurriedly explored this so-called pseudo-human hunting system. Pseudo-human levels are categorized into beginner pseudo-humans, intermediate pseudo-humans, advanced pseudo-humans, ghosts, chaotics, and annihilation. Beginner pseudo-human, skilled in imitating and disguising as humans. They hide among humans, possessing strength slightly greater than that of an adult male. Their methods are singular after killing a target and consuming them. They continue to commit crimes while wearing the victim's skin. The distinction between beginner pseudo-humans and ordinary humans lies in the fact that pseudo-humans show almost no difference from real humans, but their emotional responses are often stiff and unnatural, occasionally displaying inconsistent or unstable behavior. The most significant distinguishing feature is that pseudo-humans lack physiological responses. As they consume more humans, a distinct stench will emanate from them. A beginner pseudo-human that consumes 10 humans will evolve into an intermediate pseudo-human, whose speed, strength, and vitality become significantly enhanced. The host gains 10 pseudo-human points for each beginner pseudo-human killed. Pseudo-human points can be exchanged for items in the shop current points. 0. Unable to view redeemable treasures at this time. Note: pseudo-humans possess a core in their heart. Absorbing the core can lead to human evolution. Intermediate and higher-level pseudo-humans are extremely dangerous, requiring the host to exercise caution when encountering them. A core? Pseudo-humans possess such a thing within them. Feng Yang was somewhat taken aback in his previous life. He had survived for so long without hearing of this so-called item that could aid human evolution. But this undoubtedly provided him with a sense of reassurance. The secret of the core enabling human evolution was likely known to only a select few. If he could take advantage of this time to hunt down more pseudo-humans, carefully develop his abilities, and utilize the system's shop, his chances of survival in this impending apocalypse would greatly increase. It was a pity, however, that the pseudo-human hunting system lacked even a novice gift pack. At present, he was merely an ordinary person. Facing pseudo-humans aside from sneak attacks from behind, he would stand little chance in a direct confrontation. Nevertheless, as a reincarnator, he held the initiative as long as he could identify pseudo-humans. He could devise numerous methods to eliminate them. Now, my primary task is to procure sufficient supplies within these 3 days, fortify my residence, and find channels to acquire various weapons, traps, and poisons. I must do everything possible to ensure my survival, while lurking in the shadows, hunting pseudo-humans, gradually growing stronger, and ultimately exacting revenge on Su Qian and her family. As Feng Yang was dressing to leave, a sudden, urgent knocking on the door accompanied by a man's voice broke the silence. Upon hearing the commotion, Qi Meixiang on the sofa, startled like a bird struck by an arrow, quickly rising to her feet. She hastily donned her dress, limping as she cleaned up the aftermath, her expression frantic as she inquired of Feng Yang. Feng Yang-kun, my husband is back. What should we do? If he discovers our affair, he will surely kill me. Feng Yang's heart sank, 1,000 questions swirling in his mind. Wasn't Qi Meixiang living alone? Where did this husband come from? On the day she moved in, he had assisted her with a multitude of items and had never encountered any other man. Even if she had a husband, he had not been seen for a year. Why would he suddenly return just as Feng Yang was fixing a light bulb? It was as if the man had timed his arrival perfectly, and judging by the forceful knocking, he seemed to sense something amiss inside, poised to kick the door in if it remained unanswered. Feng Yang glanced at the balcony where clothes were drying, then at the shoe rack, his expression cooling slightly as he turned his gaze to Qi Meixiang. Madam, you appear to live alone, correct? Is the person outside truly your husband? Qi Meixiang's expression instantly shifted to one of unease at Feng Yang's sudden inquiry. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied, Feng Yang-kun, I do indeed live alone. The person at the door is She stammered, struggling to explain, but at that moment, the knocking grew more urgent, accompanied by the man's impatient voice. Qi Meixiang, open the door, quickly. I know someone's inside. Time was of the essence. Feng Yang had no desire to delve into the reasons behind this. The most pressing matter was how to escape from this predicament. Feng Yang compelled himself to remain calm as he surveyed the room. Qi Meixiang's home was not large, featuring a typical two-bedroom, one living room layout, leaving no hiding spots. Hide in the wardrobe? Hide on the balcony? No. Feng Yang outright rejected these suggestions. If her husband was truly determined to find him, there was no way to conceal himself within the house. In fact, this would only serve to confirm the reality of his recent competition with Qi Meixiang. Could it be that the first time playing the role of the neighbor Wang ends in capture? In a moment of desperation, Feng Yang's gaze fell upon the discarded light bulb on the table, and an idea swiftly took shape in his mind. Since he could not evade the situation, he might as well deny it vehemently as long as he insisted he was merely there to fix the light bulb. Surely he couldn't be arrested. Could he? Go open the door. Feng Yang adjusted his attire, picked up the broken light bulb from the table, and exchanged a knowing glance with Qi Meixiang. Understanding his implication, Qi Meixiang took a deep breath, hastening to the door to turn the lock. Feng Yang noticed this detail in broad daylight. He was merely trying to help by replacing a light bulb, yet Qi Meixiang had locked the door, as if she feared he might escape. This gave him the unsettling impression of walking into a trap. With a creak, the door was forcefully pushed open, and a balding man in a suit stormed in. Upon seeing the man's appearance, Feng Yang instantly recognized him. This was Yang Wei, the husband referenced by Qi Meixiang, and he was, in fact, the tenant from 301 downstairs. This individual had a low profile within the community, often conducting himself discreetly, yet he was undeniably a wolf in sheep's clothing, seemingly harboring some pathological tendencies. Despite residing there for quite some time, Feng Yang had never heard of Yang Wei and Qi Meixiang being married. Qi Meixiang lived on the 4th floor in 401, while Yang Wei resided on the 3rd floor in 301. It was rather unusual for a married couple to live separately like this. Nevertheless, the two had frequently interacted within the neighborhood. As Yang Wei entered with an imposing demeanor, Feng Yang raised the light bulb in his hand, intending to explain, only to be taken aback by what unfolded next. Upon entering, Yang Wei did not exhibit the furious confrontation or questioning that Feng Yang had anticipated. Instead, he wore a solemn expression, glaring at Qi Meixiang before turning to Feng Yang. It was as if he had transformed entirely, breaking into a broad smile as he said, "Oh, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's Brother Feng. What brings you here?" His tone was warm, seemingly unbothered by Feng Yang's presence in Qi Meixiang's home. Feng Yang found himself bewildered by Yang Wei's inexplicable demeanor. According to the narrative he had concocted in his mind, this man should have stormed in to deliver a thrashing, yet Yang Wei appeared completely unfazed. However, one does not strike a smiling face. He swallowed the retort head prepared and responded with a slight smile. "Oh, the light bulb in Qi Meixiang's home is broken, so I came to help replace it." Yang Wei's smile widened. "Brother Feng, you truly have a kind heart. There aren't many good people like you in this community." Feng Yang chuckled awkwardly, sensing an undercurrent of strangeness in the situation. At this moment, Yang Wei turned to Qi Meixiang, still grinning. "Darling, why didn't you tell me the bulb was broken? You made Brother Feng go through the trouble." Qi Meixiang lowered her head in response. Not wishing to linger, Feng Yang said, "Since Brother Yang is back, I shall take my leave." Yang Wei quickly urged him to stay. "Hey, why the hurry? Why not stay for a meal before you go?" Feng Yang waved his hand in refusal. Just as he turned to leave, Yang Wei suddenly leaned closer and whispered, "Brother Feng, I'm quite busy with work and rarely at home. I would appreciate it if you could look after my wife." As he spoke, a peculiar smile crept upon the corners of his mouth. Feng Yang halted momentarily, and for reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling chill creep down his spine. Nevertheless, he nodded and hastily departed. With a resounding bang, Feng Yang slammed the door shut and secured the lock with a firm twist. After taking a moment to steady his rapid breaths, he pressed himself against the door and cautiously peered through the small opening. To his dismay, he witnessed Qi Meixiang trembling as she stepped into the house, while Yang Wei stood rigidly at the entrance, not following her inside. What was more terrifying was that Yang Wei's gaze was fixated directly on Feng Yang's door. His intense stare lingering for several minutes before he finally descended the stairs. Feng Yang's unease deepened as he realized why Yang Wei had always felt off. Throughout their entire encounter, he had been smiling, a smile that reeked of insincerity. Coupled with the myriad of illogical explanations, a dreadful suspicion began to form in Feng Yang's mind that no, the system had stated that the infiltration of the foe beings into the human realm would commence in 3 days. So how could there be any foe beings present beforehand? Feng Yang shook his head uncertainly. In an attempt to validate his thoughts, he summoned the system's initial proclamation: the foe beings will fully invade the human world in 3 days. Please prepare accordingly. Gazing at the words displayed in his mind's eye, Feng Yang fell into contemplation. Wait a moment. While the system only mentioned that the foe beings would invade in 3 days, it did not imply that the human world was devoid of them in the present. If the foe beings had always existed but would only erupt into chaos in 3 days, akin to a virus, then everything would make sense. Regardless of the truth, Yang Wei undoubtedly posed a significant threat. Feng Yang's eyes gleamed with determination. As for Qi Meixiang, she could be exempted from the suspicion of being a foe being. Foe beings lacked physiological responses, and Qi Meixiang's genuine emotions displayed during their competition were not something she could feign. The thought of Qi Meixiang's graceful figure ignited a fervor within Feng Yang. He had not anticipated that the seemingly alluring woman was, in reality, a budding flower awaiting to bloom. Feng Yang chose not to linger on the matters concerning Yang Wei and Qi Meixiang any longer, instead grabbing his phone and exiting the apartment. With 3 days remaining before the foe being's invasion, he needed to gather sufficient supplies and weaponry during this time. Upon reaching the ground floor, he paused in front of the property management office. Recalling from his previous life's memories that today was the day Su Qian, that insufferable woman, would bring her family from their small town to stay with Feng Yang in the city. Under the pretense of visiting her future son-in-law, her true intention was to vacation in the city and seek free lodging and meals from him. Having perished once, Feng Yang would not foolishly invite a wolf into his home again. To adequately repay the great kindness Su Qian's family had shown him in his past life, Feng Yang decided to assist them in renting an apartment in the same complex. Unit 14 to 708. Unit 14 to 708 was located behind his own apartment, 13-402, and it was not an ordinary place. In his previous life, it was known as a den for foe beings, while he was uncertain about the number of foe beings hidden within. This building had the highest number of missing persons following their invasion. According to Feng Yang's knowledge, next door to 14-708, in Unit 14-707, resided a foe being tenant, and within a week of the foe being's incursion, all other residents on that floor had perished, leaving only the occupants of 14-707 alive. Once Su Qian's family moved in, they would be greeted by an endless nightmare. Half an hour later, Feng Yang exited the property management office under the respectful gaze of several young ladies working there. Su Qian, I hope your family will be pleased with the gift I have prepared for you, Feng Yang thought, glancing at the key card for 14-708, a hint of coldness crossing his expression. Just then, his phone vibrated, displaying darling Su Qian in bold letters, which struck Feng Yang as utterly ludicrous. Truly, the arrival of misfortune was as foretold. Hello. Feng Yang pressed the answer button without hesitation. Feng Yang, my parents are about to arrive at the North Station in the city. You can head over to pick them up now. Su Qian's sweet voice echoed from the other end of the line, causing Feng Yang's fists to clench involuntarily. Yet, he suppressed his rising anger and responded in as calm a tone as possible. Oh, have Uncle and Auntie arrived? Please have them wait at the exit. I will be there shortly. Yes, hurry up. They have been on the road for several hours without lunch. My brother has been longing to eat authentic Beijing roast duck. After you pick them up, take them to Quanjude, and I will rush over as soon as my class ends. Whether you can win my parents' approval depends on your performance this time. Su Qian cooed playfully. Feng Yang scoffed inwardly. Quanjude? TSK. This woman certainly knows how to pick her venues. Quanjude is a renowned restaurant in the city, where the average meal costs well over 1,000. At a family meal there would easily exceed 10,000. It was clear that she intended to exploit him as a cash cow. She even expected him to pick them up. How absurd. All right. Feng Yang exchanged a few more words with Su Qian before hanging up. He promptly summoned a ride. Within 2 minutes, the vehicle arrived, and Feng Yang climbed in, directing it toward the northern part of the city. His destination was somewhat peculiar, situated in the suburbs of Deep City. requiring at least 2 to 3 hours for a round trip. As for gathering supplies, that was quite straightforward. With the rapid advancement of online shopping, he could simply place an order on his phone, and the supermarket would deliver the goods at his requested time. He could conveniently procure supplies during the ride. Inside the vehicle, Feng Yang opened the HeBox app, scanning the plethora of goods available. His aim was clear: to stock up on non-perishable, easy-to-prepare foods. He ordered 10 boxes of various flavored instant noodles, 10 boxes of bread, 50 bags of dumplings, 100 steaks, and 10 boxes of compressed biscuits. In total, Feng Yang purchased over 80,000 worth of supplies, estimating that it would be too much to fit into his 3-bedroom apartment before he finally ceased his ordering. Naturally, he opted to pay with a credit card. Although he still possessed over 200,000 in savings left by his parents, during these apocalyptic times, it would be foolish not to take advantage of credit card purchases. The entrance of the Xingtian Hunting Club in the northern suburbs of Deep City. Feng Yang disembarked from the ride. The weapons he needed, such as bows, crossbows, and machetes, could only be found in such a hunting club. Upon entering, a young lady in a reception uniform approached him. "How may I assist you?" "Sir," Feng Yang regarded the tall and attractive woman before him, silently praising his luck. The quality of the reception staff hinted at the club's capabilities. "Hello, I am looking to purchase some hunting equipment. Could you show me around?" Feng Yang smiled slightly. "Of course. This way, please." The receptionist, Feng Sula, gestured politely. "Mr. Feng, our Shengtian Club offers all types of hunting tools, including traps, nets, spears, electronic trackers, and stun batons. May I ask what type of animal you intend to hunt?" As Feng Yang surveyed the vast array of hunting tools and knives displayed on the expansive wall, Feng Sula occasionally introduced him to the latest technological hunting products. He picked up one of the large Damascus knives, its blade measuring 60 to 70 centimeters, adorned with intricate and beautiful patterns, glinting with a sharp edge. Upon glancing at the price, he was taken aback. 12,000 for a single knife. Such an exorbitant cost was beyond comprehension. Sensing Feng Yang's astonishment, Feng Sula smiled and explained, "These Damascus knives are imported from Nibinal, each one a masterpiece. The vast majority of Damascus knives on the market are counterfeit, and true quality ones are exceedingly rare. This knife possesses significant collectible value, hence the higher price. However, it is well worth the cost. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, she took the knife from Feng Yang's hand and, with a swift motion, sliced through a nearby straw mannequin, cleanly severing it in two, the cut smooth and even. Indeed, it was a fine blade. Feng Yang could not help but express his admiration. Just imagine the scene if he were to strike the neck of a fake person with this knife. Even if the fake person possessed extraordinary vitality, survival would be exceedingly difficult. "I want this knife, and give me 20 of those animal traps, 1 electric baton, and several daggers and swords. Additionally, I require a powerful crossbow and 10 barrels of bolts," Feng Yang declared, pointing at the crossbow hanging on the wall to articulate his purchasing needs. Feng Sula was taken aback to discover that Feng Yang was indeed a significant client, a hint of delight appearing on her lovely face. However, his subsequent request for crossbows and bolts left her somewhat troubled. In the country, the regulation of such weapons and knives is extremely stringent. The crossbows and bolts in their store were considered prohibited items, available only to licensed professional hunting teams. "Mr. Feng, you are undoubtedly aware of the special nature of crossbows and bolts. You may purchase everything else in the store, but our club generally does not sell crossbows to individuals," Feng Sula said. Feng Yang was not surprised. He was well aware of the domestic restrictions. If it were that easy to acquire such items outside, there would be no need for him to journey all the way from the city to here. With his hands in his pockets, he glanced sideways at Feng Sula and chuckled. "You just mentioned that these items are generally not sold to individuals, which implies that there are indeed exceptional circumstances. I am willing to pay triple the price, and as for any required documentation, I believe it should not pose a challenge for your esteemed club, right? Money can indeed smooth the way in many matters. Sometimes, increasing the stakes is all it takes to resolve an issue." As expected, upon hearing Feng Yang's proposition, Feng Sula pondered for a moment before speaking again. "May I inquire about the purpose for which you intend to purchase these items?" "Hunting wild boars." In my hometown of Huainan, as you may have seen in the news, there has been a recent surge in wild boar populations. Feng Yang fabricated a reason with apparent sincerity. Feng Sula's expression softened slightly. "Mr. Feng, if it's merely for hunting wild boars, selling them to you poses no issue. However, I must emphasize that once our crossbows are sold, we bear no responsibility. She then elaborated on the legitimate uses and legality of crossbows. And ultimately, they reached an agreement at the price of 120,000. The majority of this sum was accounted for by the crossbow and 10 barrels of bolts, 50,000 for the crossbow, 30,000 for the bolts, and 12,000 for the large Damascus knife. The remainder comprised various daggers, swords, and traps. Mr. Feng, we have received your payment, and your items will be delivered to your address by tomorrow evening. Feng Sula handed Feng Yang a receipt. Beaming with a radiant smile, Mr. Feng, do you see anything else that piques your interest? I can offer you a 20% discount. Feng Yang accepted the receipt, initially contemplating a polite refusal, as he had already achieved the purpose of his visit. However, at that moment, the sound of barking dogs from the club's backyard captured his attention. You have many dogs here? Feng Yang inquired, looking toward Feng Sula. Indeed, a hunting club naturally requires hunting dogs. The kennel is at the back. Would you like to take a look? Feng Yang felt a stirring in his heart and nodded in agreement. Following Feng Sula to the kennel, he beheld various breeds of hunting dogs, pit bulls, Czech wolf dogs, Tibetan mastiffs, Kangal dogs, and more, all impressively large in stature. Feng Yang casually asked, how well are these dogs trained? Feng Sula replied proudly, they have undergone rigorous training, excelling in tracking and biting capabilities. Feng Yang began to contemplate. If he were to acquire a few fierce dogs for his home, it would serve as a deterrent against the fake people, wouldn't it? Thus, he tentatively proposed, what if I wanted to purchase a few? Feng Sula's eyes lit up. It must be said that these large, fierce dogs come at a steep price. After much haggling, Feng Yang ultimately paid over 40,000 for 3 adult hunting dogs. He selected a Kangal, a Saint Bernard, and a pit bull. Aside from the pit bull, the Kangal and Saint Bernard were impressively large, standing over 60 centimeters at the shoulder and weighing between 150 to 160 pounds. With these 3 formidable companions guarding his home, he would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of security at Deep City University. In the plaza of the teaching building, Su Qian, clad in a white dress, stood tall and elegant. The black-framed glasses lent her an ineffable allure, capturing the attention of nearby male students and even some faculty members. She relished the sensation of being the center of attention and deliberately slowed her pace as she reached the center of the plaza. A bunch of losers. Su Qian raised her proud face, disdainful of the lack of any worthy men at Deep City University. Only short, unattractive, and impoverished individuals, far inferior to Feng Yang, whom she considered a mere sycophant. She wondered if Feng Yang had picked up her parents' YET. That moment, her phone rang. It was her mother calling. As soon as Su Qian pressed the answer button, a woman's voice on the other end erupted in an exclamation. Su Qian, what are you doing? Didn't you say your useless boyfriend would come pick us up? Where is he? Not answering a single call. Mom, I just got out of class and couldn't check my phone. What about Feng Yang? Didn't he meet you? Meet? We've been waiting here for nearly an hour. Your phone was off, and his is unreachable. Hurry to the station and pick us up, now. Her mother's furious voice boomed through the receiver. Su Qian's face turned sour as she absorbed her mother's scolding. Feng Yang, you useless fool. You can't even handle this trivial matter. You deserve to be a lifetime sycophant, she cursed under her breath. Angrily dialing Feng Yang's number. Beep, beep, beep. The number you have dialed is not reachable. Please try again later. After several attempts with no success, Su Qian refused to relent and resorted to video and voice calls. But the outcome remained the same. Damn it. Su Qian fumed, stamping her foot in frustration before hastily calling a cab toward the high-speed railway station. At 4 in the afternoon, Feng Yang left the Shitian Hunting Club and hurried back to the city. Eager to return to his apartment, the delivery personnel from the supermarket had already arrived at Liwan community, for delivery trucks were parked beneath Building 13, with staff from Box Neo supermarket busily transporting boxes into the elevator. Many residents gathered to watch, speculating that someone in Building 13 must be opening a home supermarket. After a full 20 minutes, all the supplies were finally moved into Feng Yang's apartment. The delivery personnel wore somewhat peculiar expressions as they handed him a receipt. Mr. Feng, your goods have been delivered. Please check them. If everything is in order, we will take our leave. Yes, everything looks fine. Thank you for your hard work. Feng Yang readily signed the receipt. Once the delivery personnel departed, Feng Yang surveyed his apartment, now brimming with supplies, and a sense of security enveloped him. The food situation was nearly resolved, and once the weapons arrived tomorrow, he could set his plan for hunting the fake people into motion. His gaze shifted toward the apartment of Qi Meixiang across the way, where the door stood firmly shut, resembling a silent fortress. Given the commotion outside, it seemed she had likely gone out. Feng Yang shook his head and was about to enter his home when a sharp and commanding voice suddenly rang out from the direction of the elevator. Feng Yang, why didn't you? It appears not to be particularly impressive. Su Qian's brother approached, and as he passed by Feng Yang, he crossed his arms and scrutinized Feng Yang from head to toe, his eyes filled with disdain. Feng Yang merely raised an eyebrow but chose to remain silent. Seeing this, Su Li grew even more arrogant, exclaiming, "What a loser!" After uttering this, he disregarded Feng Yang entirely and sauntered into the apartment. Inside, the Su family surveyed their surroundings, their eyes gleaming with greed. This house was indeed quite well decorated. Situated on the 4th floor, with ample natural light, 3 bedrooms, and a living room, and the flooring is marble, are all these cardboard boxes filled with food? Su Qian's mother directly approached one of the bedrooms, and upon seeing it stuffed with supplies, she began to grumble while opening one of the boxes for inspection. You young people truly have no sense of practicality when shopping, with so many items cluttering the room. Where will the guests sleep if they come over? Su Dechang's seemingly quiet mutterings were just loud enough for Feng Yang to hear. Su Li, not one to act like an outsider, sprawled across the sofa, casually crossing his legs. When Su Qian saw Feng Yang enter, she leaned closer to him, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice as she whispered, "Feng Yang, why did our family buy so much food? Where do you expect my parents to stay? Do you have any idea how much I've praised you in front of them? It was already wrong of you not to pick them up today. And now you've made the house such a mess that you're really making me lose face." Feng Yang maintained a faint smile, though his gaze turned icy. "Rest assured, I have already arranged accommodations for your parents. Just in the adjacent building that IT also has 3 bedrooms and a living room, and it's even more spacious than mine." He handed Su Qian the key card for room 14-708 that let them stay in the building next door. Su Qian accepted the key card, somewhat surprised. However, she did not refuse. In fact, she felt a sense of joy. Building 14, with its superior decor and lighting, was far better than Building 13, and crucially, it afforded her an extra room to move in and stay together. She had no desire to share a bed with Feng Yang so soon. "Well, the house has been arranged for you. Hurry and take them over," Feng Yang declared, effectively ushering them out. Su Qian nodded and briefed her parents. But upon hearing this, Su Li was unwilling to comply. With one foot dangling over the back of the sofa, he lazily remarked, "Sis, we've been starving all day that we traveled such a long distance, and there's no roast duck or grand meal. Didn't you say your boyfriend is generous and wealthy? I think we should rest here for a bit, then let our brother-in-law take us out to eat, so we can experience life in the big city." Li Feng quickly chimed in. "Yes, Qian, your father and I haven't eaten much since this morning. I'm indeed feeling quite hungry." Su Qian glanced at Feng Yang, her eyes betraying a hint of expectation. In truth, she was quite hungry herself, having tightened her belt to show off at Quanzhou Lu. She hadn't even had lunch. Feng Yang is being utterly oblivious. Does he really expect me to state my needs so plainly in front of my parents? Usually, he is so accommodating, taking care of many things without me having to ask, with gifts and red envelopes appearing on their own. Why is he so dense today? Su Qian silently grumbled to herself. Feng Yang, fully aware of Su Qian's suggestive gaze, feigned ignorance, deliberately acting as if he were oblivious. He allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, then gently reached out to tousle Su Qian's long, flowing black hair that cascaded over her shoulders. "Since everyone is hungry, let us go out to eat. You're familiar with the area. Going to Quanzhou Lu is fine. Order whatever you like without hesitation," Feng Yang said with a warm smile, his tone light and gentle. Su Qian beamed with delight, affectionately linking her arm with Feng Yang's sturdy one, and sweetly replied, "Thank you, Feng Yang. I knew you'd always treat me the best." The expressions of Su Dechang, Su Li, and the others shifted from tension to joy at the prospect of a lavish meal, and they eagerly rose to their feet. However, just as they were about to step out the door, Su Qian suddenly sensed something amiss. Feng Yang had not followed them outside. She turned back to see him still standing at the door, a smirk playing on his lips. "Come on, Feng Yang. Everyone is hungry. If you need to grab something, hurry up." Su Qian frowned, her impatience evident as she urged him loudly. Feng Yang chuckled. "You all go ahead. Don't mind me. Su Qian grew anxious. If you don't come. How can we go? My parents have come all this way to the city. How can you act this way? Feng Yang crossed his arms, his smile fading. If I don't go, does that mean no one will pay for your meal? Sorry, but I'm not your meal ticket. The Su family was momentarily stunned by the abrupt shift in Feng Yang's demeanor, but Su Li was the first to react, pointing at Feng Yang and shouting. What do you mean by that? Are you toying with us? Su Deqiang's expression darkened as he added, Young man, there's no need to speak so harshly. Do you think we genuinely care about this meal? If it weren't for Qian saying that you have excellent qualities and wanted us to meet you, we wouldn't even bother coming. Feng Yang let out a cold laugh. Now that you've met me, you can leave. You're not welcome here. Su Qian could hardly believe Feng Yang would dare speak to her like that. Her face flushed with anger as she rebuked. Feng Yang, have you lost your mind? My parents came here with good intentions, and this is your attitude? If we can't have this meal today, you can forget about seeing me again. Fine, then if you don't want to see me, do you think I care? Just leave, Feng Yang replied, slightly irritated that you're asking for it. Su Li, unable to contain his temper, lunged forward with a fist raised, but Feng Yang sidestepped and delivered a sharp kick to Su Li's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Feng Yang looked at them with an expressionless face. Hurry up and leave. I know exactly what kind of people you are. Don't embarrass yourselves here. With that, Feng Yang turned and shut the door, leaving the Su family outside. Fuming and shouting, Su Qian stared at the closed door, her heart brimming with anger and confusion. She couldn't comprehend how the man who had sent her a 520 red envelope just yesterday could seem like a different person today. Feng Yang, hear me clearly. From now on, we are completely finished. You deserve to remain single for the rest of your life. You're nothing but a pathetic loser, a fool who is useless even when given a chance. Who was it that humbly delivered breakfast to me? Who clung to me like a stray dog, unable to be shaken off? You scoundrel! In a fit of rage, Su Qian hurled insults at Feng Yang's apartment door. However, it wasn't long before a group of uniformed security personnel arrived at the entrance. What are you doing? This is private property. What do you think you're trying to accomplish with all this noise? The security captain said sternly. The Su family was taken aback. Su Qian was the first to recover, exclaiming, Feng Yang, what are you playing at? Are you calling the security to chase us away? From inside, Feng Yang's lazy voice drifted out. I don't know you. If you keep causing a disturbance, I'll report you for disturbing the peace. Su Li attempted to assert his authority again, but the security personnel quickly restrained him. Su Deqiang and his wife's faces flushed with anger, while Su Qian wore an expression of disbelief. Ultimately, they had no choice but to leave in disgrace. The following afternoon, the weapons Feng Yang had purchased from the Shangtian Hunting Club were delivered. Each item, being sensitive in nature, was carefully packed into exquisitely crafted boxes. From the outside, these boxes appeared to be nothing more than ordinary gift boxes, making it impossible for outsiders to discern their contents. However, the three massive, fierce-looking dogs were too conspicuous to ignore. Due to their imposing size, the security personnel immediately stopped them from entering. It was only after Feng Yang personally explained that they would be kept here for a couple of days before being returned to the countryside, along with a bribe of 2,000 yuan, that they were finally allowed in. Bark, bark. As they stepped into this unfamiliar territory, the three fierce dogs clearly had yet to fully adapt to their new environment. They stared as if issuing a warning to the unfamiliar stranger before him not to act recklessly. When purchasing them, Feng Sula had claimed that these were all adult dogs, although they had undergone rigorous training. Their innate nature still rendered them somewhat wary of strangers. Thus, the initial 2 days after bringing them home were crucial. Feng Yang had to personally take charge of their feeding and actively engage in interaction with them, so that these fierce canines could indelibly imprint his unique scent in their memories. Only after this preliminary bonding ritual could genuine trust and connection be established between them. Come, enjoy your meat. Observing the three hefty beasts tightly tethered by the door, Feng Yang smiled and called out to them, simultaneously tossing several pieces of fresh steak with vigor to demonstrate his friendliness and goodwill. The Kangal was the first to charge forward, seizing a piece of steak and swallowing it in a few swift bites, after which it turned to Feng Yang. Its hostility noticeably diminished. The other Saint Bernard and American Bully, witnessing this, also approached the food and began to eat. Having satiated the three large creatures, Feng Yang then spent a considerable sum of 20,000 to have a security door company replace his entrance with a steel door boasting the highest safety rating available on the market. If time had permitted, He would have even contemplated demolishing all the walls to create a fortified safe haven. After completing all this, his funds were entirely depleted, leaving his green bubble balance at a mere 31. 21, just enough for a meal of pig's trotters. However, Feng Yang remained unconcerned. After tomorrow, money would hold no value, and survival would be the sole objective. That night, Feng Yang sat on the sofa, carefully polishing a beautifully crafted dagger. It must be said that this grand machete was indeed exquisite, adorned with intricate and unique patterns, and its blade was sharp, far surpassing that of ordinary cutlery. At that moment, a notification buzzed from his green bubble. Feng Yang initially thought it was yet another mischief from Su Qian and intended to ignore it, but within moments, the notifications became increasingly frequent. That troublesome woman, how annoying. Feng Yang, somewhat impatient, set down the dagger and picked up his phone. To his surprise, the latest pinned message in the green bubble was not from Su Qian, but from Qi Meixiang. Feng Yang Jun, help me. Feng Yang Jun, please. 301. I'm begging you. 3 consecutive messages, chaotic and disordered, even misspelling June. Clearly indicating that Qi Meixiang was in a state of urgent panic when she sent him this message. Feng Yang furrowed his brows and responded with a question mark, but there was no reply from her side. Just as he was about to send another message, a red exclamation mark popped up in the window. What is going on? Why have I been blocked? Looking at the messages on his phone, countless questions and speculations flashed through Feng Yang's mind. Is it a trap? A lie? Or has Qi Meixiang genuinely encountered danger? Why was she at Yang Wei's home in 301? Why had Yang Wei's attitude towards him been so strange yesterday? Was Yang Wei truly a deceptive person? Were they really husband and wife? After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yang made his decision. After all, Qi Meixiang had shared intimate moments with him. If she was truly in peril, he could not stand idly by. Feng Yang tidied himself. Su Qian became increasingly agitated. In her eyes, Feng Yang was already a possession within her grasp. However, she was taken aback by his unexpectedly altered demeanor today, as if he had taken some peculiar medicine that changed his attitude towards her entirely. When Su Daqiang, Su Li, and the others present heard the astronomical figure of over 10 million escape Su Qian's lips, they were collectively stunned, gasping in disbelief. Could his house truly be worth such a staggering amount? Su Daqiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Why not? With so many admirers at Shenzhen University, why did I choose to commit to Feng Yang? What was my intention? I had initially planned to charm him out of the 200,000 his parents left him, and then find a way to secure the house. Now, it seems that the worthless fool is no longer willing to play the submissive role. Su Qian's tone dripped with frustration and regret. Dear sister, perhaps the situation is not as dire as you perceive. Just think, if that scoundrel truly wished to sever ties with you, why would he still rent us a house? Su Li chimed in, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. He paused momentarily before posing an inexplicable question. Sister, tell me, have you two ever been intimate? Su Qian shot him a disdainful glance. Of course not. What do you take me for? I merely held his hand once, and he became utterly infatuated. Humph, if it weren't for the allure of that house, I wouldn't even bother with him. Then, that is precisely it. Su Li appeared to have an epiphany. The fact that Feng had rented us a house indicates that he still harbors feelings for you, which simplifies matters considerably. Su Daqiang and Su Qian exchanged glances, a flicker of hope illuminating their faces. Li, what do you mean by that? Su Daqiang inquired, shifting closer. A calculating glint flickered in Su Li's eyes. We can approach it this way. He lowered his voice, sharing his scheme with Su Daqiang and Su Qian in hushed tones. Is that feasible? What if it fails? Wouldn't I be foolishly taken advantage of? Su Qian frowned at Su Li's plan. Don't worry. Sister. A sycophant knows how to deal with another sycophant. With a little sweetness, you can easily bring him under your control. Isn't it what Feng desires? Then grant him his wish, and we shall make him aware of the consequences of crossing us. With that, a cold smirk crept across Su Li's lips. The three plotted against Feng Yang. Li Feng, who had been silently observing, grew increasingly uneasy. Her gaze occasionally darted towards the neighboring apartment, betraying her agitation. Finally, Su Daqiang noticed his wife's unusual behavior and inquired, Feng, what troubles you? Why the silence? Li Feng hesitated, her lips quivering before she finally spoke. Just now, when I stepped out to retrieve the takeout, I encountered a peculiar woman by the door next door. She was squatting there, and when I greeted her, she ignored me, simply staring with a gaze so chilling it felt as if my soul had been snatched away. Just like the old folks in our village say about losing one's spirit to a ghost. It sent shivers down my spine. The group shuddered collectively at her words that Suli scoffed dismissively. Mom, you're overthinking it. It could just be a mentally unstable person from the neighborhood scaring you. Li Feng shook her head firmly. In no way. The feeling was far too real. Ever since I entered, my eyelids have been twitching. I sense that something ominous is about to occur. However, Su Li and the others were preoccupied with thoughts of Feng Yang's house, clearly disregarding her concerns. Enough already. Our focus now is on Feng Yang. Let's not indulge in paranoia. Su Qian snapped impatiently. The following day, Feng Yang was roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. Who could it be? Is this never-ending? He cursed, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he reached for his phone. The moment he unlocked it, a plethora of missed calls and a string of messages from Su Qian flooded his screen. Feng Yang, are you awake? I brought you breakfast. Haven't you gotten up yet? The sun is already shining. You lazy pig. Are you deliberately ignoring me? I was just angry yesterday. I shouldn't have scolded you. Can you reply to me? Are you there? Looking at the string of green bubble messages. Feng Yang couldn't help but smirk inwardly. This was the first time Su Qian had taken the initiative to send him so many messages. In the past, he had been the one to grovel and beg for her attention, often receiving replies from her hours later, accompanied by her air of superiority. Now, the roles had reversed, placing him in the position of power, the one being pursued. That he had to admit, the feeling of being adored was quite exhilarating. Reflecting on his past servile behavior, he felt a pang of sadness for his former self. He had once been utterly devoted to Su Qian, always considering her feelings, even keeping his phone open while showering for fear of missing her messages. Yet, this wretched woman had always viewed him merely as a meal ticket and an ATM. In this relationship, he had poured out all his affection, while Su Qian had never truly regarded him. Still, he was curious about what game they were playing. After a quick wash-up, he began preparing steak for lunch, all the while awaiting Su Qian to call him again. Sure enough, about 20 minutes later, a video call request from Su Qian chimed in. This time, Feng Yang accepted the call. As the screen lit up, Su Qian's seemingly innocent face appeared. Feng Yang, why did you take so long to answer? Do you know I waited at your door for over 10 minutes with breakfast? I rang the bell, but no one answered. Her voice was sweet to the point of being disingenuous, and she pretended to shyly tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Feng Yang felt a wave of nausea wash over him, yet he maintained a faint smile. Though, Miss Su, what brings you to me? Su Qian was taken aback by his cold demeanor and the shift in address. Biting her lip, tears glistening in her eyes, she said, I was in the wrong yesterday. You know how my temper can be. I truly care for you. Can I come over tonight? You've always wanted our relationship to progress. Haven to you? Gazing at the screen, Feng Yang felt no stirrings in his heart. In fact, he almost felt like laughing. After 2 years of their relationship, he had only managed to hold her hand once. Now that he was indifferent, she suddenly wanted to come over for the night. Where was she when he needed her before? Feng Yang did not outright refuse her. Instead, he feigned being touched and replied, Qian, I care for you too, but I have plans tonight. Why don't you come over tomorrow night? I'll be sure to let you in. Tomorrow, or rather, after midnight tonight, would mark the onset of the invasion of the impostors. It would be a bloody night, with thousands of victims expected to appear in the news the following day, and the nation would be under martial law. He certainly did not want Su Qian and her cohorts to take advantage of him during such a tumultuous time. His earlier agreement with her was merely a ruse to toy with her. On the other end of the video call, once the conversation ended, Su Qian's smile vanished, replaced by a cold smirk. Su Li was correct. Sycophants were easily manipulated. With just a slight shift in demeanor, Feng Yang, that fool, was utterly disoriented. Did he truly yearn for her body? How naive. Meanwhile, Su Daqiang, Su Li, and the others had been listening to the entire conversation on speakerphone. Exchanging glances filled with delight. Su Li sneered. That bastard Feng Yang dared to push me away. Soon enough, he will learn the consequences of provoking me. Mom and Dad, let us execute the plan I outlined for you tomorrow night. If it succeeds, we shall finally enjoy a life of comfort. In apartment 13-402, Feng Yang leisurely sat on the balcony, savoring his steak. Observing the bright sunshine and the bustling crowd below, he felt a twinge of anxiety and fear creep in. He understood that this peaceful existence was nearing its end. After tonight, with the impostors emerging into public view, survival would become exceedingly challenging. Vigilance and mistrust would permeate human interactions, leading to the gradual collapse of order. Even having survived once, Feng Yang held no absolute confidence in his ability to endure again. In truth, he longed to inform the authorities about the impending invasion, to prepare people for the forthcoming disaster. Yet, he was all too familiar with human nature, especially in these tranquil times. If a person were to suddenly proclaim that tomorrow marks the end of the world, not only would people be incredulous, but they would likely dismiss him as a mere jest or a lunatic. Moreover, the authorities might very well apprehend him on charges of spreading rumors and disturbing public order, should a false prophet truly emerge. It is unlikely that anyone would express gratitude towards him, but on the contrary, he would become a target for both the authorities and the false prophet himself, who would likely seek to capture him in order to extract the secrets of his supposed foresight. Feng Yang would never undertake such a thankless endeavor. Nevertheless, in an effort to provide a few who might believe him with a chance of survival, he took precautionary measures when he ventured into the suburbs of Deep City. In a discreet corner, he left behind a special mobile phone. Once the murders began to unfold the following day, this device would, according to his preset schedule, send a detailed account of the false prophet's invasion to the most popular video social media platform. Of course, the phone was procured from a second-hand vendor, and the account was a fictitious one. Thus, even if the authorities traced it, the IP address, phone, and account would all lead to no one, ensuring that he could not be implicated. After feeding the 3 large dogs at the entrance some meat post-lunch, Feng Yang meticulously reviewed the measures taken in his home, confirming that nothing was overlooked before he finally settled down to await the morrow's arrival. On May 18, 2026, the false prophet officially invaded the human realm. Emergency broadcast. Emergency broadcast. Last night in Gongqing, 28 murders occurred, with 19 individuals reported missing. Local news from Dongmen City reports that 46 homicides transpired last night, with the bodies suffering severe mutilation. Major news. A massive homicide case emerged in Hualien City, with 89 victims, the perpetrator employing brutal methods, leaving behind a gruesome scene filled with human remains, a sight too horrific to behold. In just one night, dozens of cities were not spared. Reports of casualties and missing persons inundated the news. Every trending topic on the well-known short video platform was dominated by these sudden murder reports. Numerous witnesses uploaded videos capturing the scenes. The images were shocking, and the comments section overflowed with various speculations, fears, and expressions of anger. Some claimed these murders were a resurgence of a cult, others believed it to be a terrorist attack, while some speculated about an extraterrestrial invasion of Blue Planet. In any case, opinions were rampant. The entire online world was enshrouded in the shadow of this unforeseen catastrophe, with everyone on edge. While the authorities scrambled to remove the exposed videos and stabilize public sentiment, an ID under the moniker Wang Wenpu Jiedo Wang posted a graphic on a certain platform stating, "The false prophet is invading us. Please stockpile supplies and limit your outings," which immediately ignited the internet. This post explicitly pointed out that the murders and disappearances occurring worldwide last night were the work of the false prophet, who was mercilessly hunting humanity. The post also meticulously listed the characteristics and classifications of the false prophet. Be wary of individuals exhibiting strange behavior around you. Do not live alone, and whenever possible, venture out in groups. Do not trust strangers. This line was intentionally highlighted in bold red at the bottom of the post. Upon its release, within just 2 hours, the post topped the trending list on short video platforms, achieving a staggering heat level of 99999, with views exceeding 1.8 billion and generating discussions in the hundreds of thousands. Even on foreign networks, it garnered immense likes and views. The post's author, Wang Wenpu Jiedo Wang, became the most talked about figure online, with countless individuals commenting and messaging him below the post. This account, which previously had no followers, skyrocketed to 20 million in just a few hours. Naturally, the author did not respond to any of the private messages or comments, seemingly evaporating into thin air. Discussions surrounding the post fell into 3 main perspectives. A significant portion believed the author was merely seeking fame, fabricating a rumor about a false prophet during such a tumultuous time for attention and profit. This group made up the vast majority, engaging in a fierce and malicious comment war, hurling insults at Feng Yang's ancestors, and some even sought his personal information, threatening to visit. That a very small minority, however, found the post's assertions to be remarkably plausible. Firmly believing in the notion of the false prophet's invasion, adhering to Feng Yang's advice, and beginning to stockpile supplies in preparation for a potential crisis. Additionally, a considerable number adopted a relatively neutral ambivalent stance, neither fully believing the post's claims nor dismissing the possibility. Remaining observant and cautious, yet still commencing their own stockpiling of supplies. Meanwhile, those in power were in an uproar due to Feng Yang's post, with the video's popularity soaring to an uncontrollable level. Any consideration of banning or removing it had become futile. Such actions would not quell the situation. Rather, they could potentially incite even greater societal panic. Consequently, all relevant departments received urgent orders to identify the post's author as swiftly as possible. Unfortunately, Feng Yang's account was not registered under real name verification. And tracing the video's origin through the IP address led only to an old second-hand smartphone hidden in a bush on the outskirts of Deep City, Ekiti that moment, the mastermind behind it all. Feng Yang lay languidly on his sofa, engrossed in another social media account, observing the torrent of insults directed at him in the comments section with a silent smirk. Fortuitously, he had the foresight not to use his real name account for this video. Otherwise, he would not only have received a silver bracelet as a gift, but would also have to endure the wrath and scorn of over 1 billion people. However, this situation would not persist for long. Within a few days, the authorities would announce the existence of the false prophet, marking the true onset of global chaos. Feng Yang scrolled through other videos, noting that 9 out of 10 were discussions about last night's murders and his post about the false prophet. And he decisively exited the app, opening the green bubble. The residence group for Liwan community was in a frenzy. Just the night before, a murder had also occurred within the community. One resident discovered a large pool of blood in the corridor on their way to work and promptly reported it to the police. Upon their arrival, they reviewed surveillance footage, but that location happened to be a blind spot, and upon examination, the blood was confirmed to be human. In no time, panic spread throughout the Liwan community, with some claiming they had heard what sounded like meat being chopped in the dead of night from a neighboring apartment. Others expressing suspicion about an elderly woman collecting recyclables, and yet others asserting that a false prophet was indeed lurking within the community. Various doubts and speculations permeated the residence group. Many astute individuals began stockpiling supplies in anticipation of emergencies, leading to a complete sellout of groceries and essentials in the supermarkets nearby. At that moment, a notification from Green Bubble chimed. It was a message from Su Qian. Feng Yang, have you heard? They say there's a false prophet in our community. How terrifying. The spot where the incident occurred last night is right in our building. My mom mentioned that the neighbor next door is acting strangely. I'm really scared. How about you come stay at our place? There's safety in numbers. Reading Su Qian's message, Feng Yang chuckled inwardly. Building 14 was precisely where he had prepared accommodations for Su Qian's family. Unbeknownst to them, it was teeming with false prophets. The events of last night were merely an appetizer. Just as he contemplated how to craftily dishearten Su Qian, a peculiar knocking sound echoed from the door, startling the 3 massive dogs. They instantly rose, lowly growling towards the entrance. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking persisted, each interval varying in length. Erratic in pace, utterly devoid of rhythm, Feng Yang grasped a nearby machete and slowly rose to his feet. The dogs growled even more ferociously, their sturdy chains rattling ominously. Feng Yang tightened his grip on the dagger and cautiously approached the door. He leaned in carefully, peering through the peephole. Strangely, although there were people outside, the motion-sensing light in the corridor remained unlit. The area beyond the door was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. This unsettling scene caused Feng Yang's heart to race with anxiety. Suddenly, the knocking ceased. Just as Feng Yang exhaled in relief, he heard the electronic keypad lock outside emitting a series of beeping sounds. Someone was attempting to input the code to unlock his apartment door. Ding, incorrect password. Please re-enter. The mechanical voice of the electronic lock echoed ominously. This door and its electronic lock had only been installed a couple of days prior, and he had made a special request during the installation. The door could only be opened with a key. In other words, the electronic lock was merely a deceptive faade, impossible to unlock. Feng Yang pressed his eye against the peephole in a desperate attempt to discern the identity of the person outside. However, with the corridor light still unlit, he could not make out anything. Could it be him? The greasy face of Yang Wei immediately flashed in Feng Yang's mind. He had beaten the man up just 2 days prior. Surely Yang Wei was not coming to seek revenge. Ding, incorrect password. Please re-enter. The person outside seemed undeterred, persistently trying to enter the code. At that moment, his phone vibrated again. He had no inclination to check messages at such a time. Feng Yang stole a quick glance at his phone, only to discover that the recent green bubble notification was from Qi Meixiang, and her message made his pupils constrict. Feng Yang, do not open the door. The person outside is suspicious. He just knocked on my door. A wave of dread gripped Feng Yang's heart, and he quickly replied to his phone. Understood. You be careful too. His eyes remained fixed on the doorway, fearing that it might be violently breached at any moment. The vibration of his phone seemed to have alerted the individual outside, as the beeping ceased abruptly, replaced by a series of frantic, grating sounds of nails scraping against the door. The doorknob began to turn gently. Yet, this door was custom-made by Feng Yang, and once locked, it was exceedingly difficult to open from the outside without a key. Suddenly, a bloodshot eye pressed against the peephole, startling Feng Yang and causing him to recoil in fear. The eye was hollow and void of humanity, filled with a savage fury that was utterly inhuman. Unbeknownst to him, cold sweat had already soaked his back. After a couple of minutes, the entity outside seemed to realize it could not pry open Feng Yang's apartment, and, after some commotion, finally opted to retreat. Leaving the area eerily silent, Feng Yang dared not breathe, pressing his ear against the door to listen for any sounds, and he noted that the corridor was utterly still. Just then, the motion-sensing light illuminated, revealing that the outside was deserted. Qi Meixiang sent another message. I heard the elevator. There is no one at your door. He must have left. A heavy sigh of relief escaped Feng Yang. Clearly, Qi Meixiang had also been observing the outside through her peephole. Her apartment was adjacent to the elevator, allowing her to hear some commotion. Feng Yang replied, Today's events are too bizarre. Are you all right over there? Qi Meixiang quickly responded, I'm fine for now. But I'm a bit scared. May I come over to your place? Feng Yang hesitated. While he felt temporarily safe here, no one could predict the dangers lurking outside. Yet seeing Qi Meixiang so frightened, he found it hard to refuse. Just as he was about to agree, a nagging feeling of unease washed over him. Something was off. There was something suspicious about Qi Meixiang as well. Feng Yang narrowed his eyes. Recalling the events from the night he went to rescue her, he distinctly remembered that after Qi Meixiang sought his help, she had blacklisted him on the green bubble not long after. Moreover, she had been taken from room 301 in the nude, and her phone should have been left behind at Yang Wei's place. How could she possibly be messaging him now? Furthermore, the inexplicable knocking at the door just moments ago. The trio of large dogs at the entrance were highly vigilant. Any noise at the door would immediately trigger their warning that if the person outside had first knocked on Qi Meixiang's door, the dogs would have reacted immediately. Yet, they remained silent before the knocking at his door. There was also one glaring inconsistency. After the knocking, the barking of the dogs inside would certainly be audible to the outsider. Given that the individual attempted to input the password while knowing full well that they had already alerted those inside, it was an unusual action. The electronic lock had a 6-digit code with 1,000,000 possible combinations. The odds of guessing it were virtually non-existent. Yet the person outside persisted. The so-called humans were not foolish. Their intelligence was comparable to that of humans, and they would not engage in such a foolish endeavor. Everything about this situation defied logic. Weighing all the evidence, Feng Yang's mind began to formulate a hypothesis. The person messaging him was not Qi Meixiang, and the individual outside had not departed. The entire affair was a meticulously orchestrated ruse aimed at lowering his guard and tricking him into opening the door. With this realization, Feng Yang resolved to conduct one final test on Qi Meixiang to verify his suspicions. That he replied to her message, Sure, come over, but remember to bring what you promised me last time. The response from Qi Meixiang was noticeably delayed, as she remained silent for over 3 minutes before sending a message. Feng Yang, there have been too many events these past few days, and my mind is a bit muddled. What is it that you want me to bring? Have you forgotten? You promised me 2 days ago that you would treat me to the snowflake pastry from next door. Oh dear, look at my memory. I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me that I bought the snowflake pastry. I'll bring it over shortly. Qi Meixiang concluded with a shy smiley face at that moment. Feng Yang was finally convinced that the person on the other end of the phone was not the real Qi Meixiang. He had never mentioned anything about snowflake pastries to her. A counterfeit? A glimmer of coldness flashed in Feng Yang's eyes, just as he pondered how to hunt down this impostor. The individual had come knocking at his door. To ensure absolute certainty, Feng Yang retrieved a plastic stool and positioned himself by the door, peering through the peephole to scrutinize every movement outside. If she was not Qi Meixiang, then she should not have emerged from room 401. And impostors often revealed their flaws when alone. That he was eager to uncover the true identity of this so-called impostor. Outside, all remained silent, enveloped in darkness. Feng Yang held his breath and continued to observe the situation closely. Suddenly, the dimly lit doorway was unexpectedly broken by two faint knocks. Knock, knock. The sudden sound reverberated like a thunderclap through the night, causing Feng Yang to shudder involuntarily, his hair standing on end. The entity outside had indeed not left. It had remained at the door, and the distance between them was merely a door apart. After a few seconds, the person outside knocked twice more, attempting to draw Feng Yang's attention within. The trio of massive dogs by the door immediately grew alert, becoming increasingly agitated as they let out low growls, their chains clinking ominously. Meanwhile, Feng Yang's phone vibrated again with a message from Qi Meixiang. "Feng Yang, I'm at the door. Please let me in." Feng Yang quietly returned to the living room, grasping a dagger, deliberately making noise as he approached the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Feng Yang." "Open up," came the voice of Qi Meixiang from outside, and at that moment, the corridor's motion-sensing light flickered to life. Feng Yang peered through the peephole, catching sight of the woman standing at the door. Her face was stunningly beautiful, her figure tall and enchanting, clad in a pink gown, nearly identical to Qi Meixiang. If Feng Yang had not already confirmed that she was an impostor, he might have truly believed she was Qi Meixiang. His heart raced, and he took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound normal. "Just a moment, I'll unlock the door." As he spoke, one hand discreetly grasped the prepared compound bow, while the other twisted the lock on the door. The Qi Meixiang outside seemed to sense something amiss, her voice turning urgent. "Hurry up, Feng Yang. I'm a bit scared." At that moment, Feng Yang had successfully unlocked all the bolts and swiftly pulled open the door. As soon as the door swung wide, he instantly raised his compound bow, aiming it at Qi Meixiang, and without a moment's hesitation, released an arrow. The arrow shot forth like a meteor towards its target. Qi Meixiang momentarily froze, clearly caught off guard by Feng Yang's trap. However, she quickly regained her composure. Her previously delicate expression transformed into a fierce snarl, and with an agility surpassing that of ordinary humans, she sidestepped to evade the first arrow. Feng Yang had anticipated her reaction, and with relentless determination, he pulled the trigger of his compound bow again, releasing 5 more arrows in rapid succession. These 5 razor-sharp arrows flew forth like lightning, 2 of them striking true into the creature's arm, while another embedded itself deeply into its chest. In an instant, thick, black viscous liquid gushed from the wound like a fountain, splattering everywhere. "You dare to harm me?" Qi Meixiang, severely injured, did not fall. With a furious roar, she discarded the plastic bag in her hand and lunged at Feng Yang like a frenzied beast. How tenacious! Feng Yang couldn't help but be astonished, secretly lamenting that he had underestimated the ferocity of this impostor. Fortunately, aside from the bolts in hand, he had prepared for this moment and still had a backup plan. Calmly, he sidestepped to the side, drawing forth a mock. Most importantly, it seems that others, including the authorities, remain oblivious to the enigma of the impostors, which effectively grants him ample time to develop his abilities. The more he contemplates, the more exhilarated he becomes in such tumultuous times. Ensuring his strength is formidable enough to survive is paramount. Everything else is mere trifles. Feng Yang has already devised a plan. In the days to come, his primary focus will be on ensuring his own safety while endeavoring to eliminate as many impostors as possible, acquire their cores, and subsequently evolve. Gazing at the chaotic floor stained with blackened blood and the now desiccated corpses of the impostors, Feng Yang feels a wave of frustration wash over him. The disposal of the bodies has become a significant predicament. Although they have turned into mummies and emit less odor, he is loath to keep such ominous remnants in his apartment. Disposing of the corpses is impractical as well, should they be discovered. The ensuing police investigation would inevitably lead back to him, placing him squarely in the eye of the storm and embroiling him in endless trouble. Ultimately, Feng Yang drags the bodies onto the balcony for the time being. Woof, woof, woof. As Feng Yang tidies up, 3 large canines bounce around him excitedly. After several days of careful feeding, these dogs have gradually grown accustomed to Feng Yang and have learned to wag their tails in his favor. He has given them names. The cane corso, although the recent scent was faint, he was still able to detect it, mingled with the metallic tang of blood. Feng Yang was unaware that shortly after his departure, within the dark confines of room 304, a pair of crimson eyes emerged, fixated on the direction he had taken, a flicker of human-like disappointment glimmering in their depths. The night was shrouded in mist, And while Liwan community was ablaze with light, every household kept their doors and windows firmly shut, with some individuals furtively glancing outside, their actions furtive and suspicious. Outside, the streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians. Those who were present moved in small groups, leaving Feng Yang feeling somewhat out of place in his solitude. Even the security booth had been reinforced with iron bars, stocked with various defensive weapons. And the number of on-duty personnel had doubled from 2 to 4. Hey, young man, haven't you seen the news? Out this late all alone, are you courting danger? An elderly security guard remarked, noticing Feng Yang's solitary venture. Feng Yang turned to him with a slight smile. No worries, uncle. I'm just stepping out to buy something. I'll be back shortly. The guard shook his head. Youngsters these days are so reckless. Just last night, dozens lost their lives in Deep City, with over a dozen victims right here in our district. And you dare to wander alone at such a time? Truly fearless. Let us just mind our own business. The residents of Liwan community have quite the temper, and it's best not to meddle, murmured the other security personnel as they watched Feng Yang exit the community. After he left, the kindly guard fell into an unusual silence, his murky eyes fixating on Feng Yang's retreating figure. It wasn't until a colleague tapped his shoulder that he snapped out of his reverie. Oldly, what are you staring at? The other guard inquired. Oh, nothing at all. Oldly chuckled awkwardly, shifting slightly away from the other guard, seemingly averse to physical contact. Liwan community was located in the heart of Deep City, surrounded by shopping malls and parks. Bustling with life at night, in such a populous area, it was widely believed that a murderer would never dare to strike openly, especially with police patrolling nearby, capable of arriving at any disturbance in an instant. The outdoor stalls, barbecue stands, and restaurants were thriving, seemingly unaffected by the recent violent incident. In fact, their business had become even more bustling. Feng Yang wandered the streets, appearing aimless, while in reality, he was keenly observing his surroundings. Before long, a melodious voice called out from behind, halting him in his tracks. Hey, handsome, wait a moment. Turning around, he saw a slender girl in revealing attire rushing toward him. Maintaining his composure, Feng Yang's hand discreetly reached for the dagger concealed in his sleeve. As the girl approached, breathless, she implored, Handsome, I'm lost. Could you tell me where the Cloud Hotel is? Feng Yang scrutinized her subtly. Her skin was overly pale, and her eyes flickered with an unnoticeable peculiarity. He was aware of the Cloud Hotel. Situated in a nearby urban village, a secluded area with many winding alleys, devoid of streetlights. If she were indeed a fake human, that would be an excellent location for a nefarious act. Hotel? Don't you have a GPS? He inquired with a smile. The girl stepped closer, her voice playful. I lost my phone and have been wandering around for ages trying to find this hotel. If you know the way, would you be kind enough to take me there? I'll reward you handsomely. As she spoke, she leaned in closer, an overwhelming scent of perfume enveloping him. Feng Yang took a step back to maintain distance, yet his smile remained. I know the Cloud Hotel. It's not far from here. It should take us less than 10 minutes to walk. Her eyes brightened with hope. That's wonderful. Please, lead the way. Of course, Feng Yang replied, not refusing, and they began their walk toward the Cloud Hotel. Along the way, the girl attempted to engage him in conversation to close the gap, but he skillfully evaded her advances. When they reached the entrance of a dimly lit alley, she suddenly halted. Her voice quavering, Big brother, it looks so eerie here. I'm a bit scared. Would you hold me? Feng Yang suppressed a cold laugh. He had confirmed that this girl was undoubtedly a fake human. Despite her efforts to conceal her true nature, her vacant expressions and the faint scent of blood masked by perfume were unmistakable to him. Approaching a lone passerby in the guise of a young, beautiful girl at such a late hour was indeed a cunning hunting strategy. If she had targeted someone other than Feng Yang, her chances of success would have been significantly higher. Don't be afraid. I am here, he feigned gentleness, extending his hand. Just as she leaned in, a mocking smirk crept across his lips. In that instant, the dagger hidden in his sleeve slashed across her throat. Thud, the sharp blade severed her windpipe. Blood sprang forth, but it was not red. Rather, it was a dark, viscous liquid, reeking of an overpowering stench. What have you done? The girl gasped, her eyes wide with terror, clearly unprepared for his sudden aggression. Her body twisted and contorted as dark green scales rapidly sprouted, her hands transforming into sharp claws. The life force of a fake human was astonishingly resilient. Feng Yang's strike nearly severed her throat, but did not deliver a fatal blow. Humph, just as I suspected, a fake human. attempting to lure me to a secluded spot to strike. Feng Yang scoffed, swiftly wielding his dagger and plunging it into her heart. After several thrusts, the fake human finally collapsed. Motionless, the system's fake human points surged from 14 to 26, indicating that the one he had just killed had claimed a life, worth an additional 12 points. Yet, the items in the fake human marketplace still remained elusive, and he was yet to discover what these points could be exchanged for. However, Feng Yang paid little mind to that. His primary anticipation lay with the crystal core within the fake human. He used his dagger to slice open the heart of the corpse, extracting a thumb-sized yellow crystal. The second crystal core. He gazed at the gem in his hand with fervor. Just then, voices and the beam of flashlights approached from outside the alley. As someone rapidly neared his location, Feng Yang's expression shifted. Clearly, the noise generated from his confrontation had attracted the attention of those nearby. This place was no longer safe. He cast a glance at the now desiccated body on the ground, sheathed his dagger, and swiftly vanished into the darkness beyond the alley. Feng Yang did not leave. Rather, he concealed himself nearby in a house. After consuming the crystal core, his body underwent a transformation, significantly enhancing his strength, agility, hearing, and vision, allowing him to scale a building of 3 to 4 meters with ease. Approximately 3 to 4 minutes later, 3 police officers arrived at the crime scene. Upon witnessing the desiccated corpse lying in a pool of dark blood, their faces drained of color, a chill coursed through them to AS police officers. They were privy to certain internal confidential information that far exceeded the knowledge of the average citizen. The numerous homicides that had occurred worldwide the previous night pointed towards the involvement of fake humans. However, they had never encountered what a fake human truly looked like. Earlier, they had inadvertently spotted a young couple entering the alley while on patrol, given that this area had recently been the site of a murder and was deemed high risk. Their professional instincts compelled them to quietly follow the couple into the alley for investigation. Who could have anticipated the horrifying spectacle that awaited them? One officer crouched to examine the corpse, his brow furrowed. The neck and heart both bear fatal wounds. Judging by the shape of the injuries, the weapon appears to be a knife or dagger. The physical characteristics of the deceased are bizarre, making it impossible to determine gender. The chest has been opened, indicating that the assailant was remarkably decisive and ruthless. But what on earth is this? A human-shaped corpse, with scales and claws. Yang Mingjun, a seasoned detective, deduced the weapon Feng Yang had used merely by inspecting the wounds on the corpse. Another younger officer, his eyes wide with fear, voiced his thoughts. Captain, could this be a fake human? I read a post online that described how fake humans disguise themselves as humans to commit murder. If that's the case, he might still be nearby. Yang Mingjun cast a fierce glare at him. The existence of the so-called pseudo-humans remains shrouded in uncertainty. However, contact has already been made with individuals from the 749 Bureau, who will arrange for an investigation. Do you find it amusing to frighten yourself in solitude? Moreover, the corpse left at the scene is evidently not human. Why current curiosity lies in discovering who committed this act and why they would have mutilated its chest. He gazed intently at the gruesome wound on the body, particularly the savage gash in the thoracic region. Concealed in the shadows, Feng Yang was taken aback upon hearing the term 749 Bureau from the captain. He had always believed that this mysterious department, established to handle supernatural occurrences, was merely an urban legend, never suspecting it to be real. After a moment, Yang Mingjun rose and solemnly declared, regardless of what it is, this matter has escalated beyond our jurisdiction, and we must immediately report to the higher-ups and request that headquarters send personnel to secure the scene. With that, he retrieved his radio and called in. This is Team 3. We have discovered a suspected pseudo-human crime scene in the alley to the right of Liu New Village. The victim appears to be an unidentified creature. We request assistance. Upon hearing this, Feng Yang cursed under his breath, intending to withdraw quietly. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness of the dark alley. Help! Someone save us! The frantic cries grew closer, and from the depths of the shadowy alley, Yang Mingjun vaguely discerned 2 figures staggering and rushing toward their direction. The members of Yang Mingjun's group instantly heightened their vigilance, shining their powerful flashlights toward the commotion that the light focused. The 2 figures gradually came into view. An elderly woman, her face a mask of terror, clutched the hand of a small boy beside her, running desperately forward. Both the woman and the boy appeared frantic, glancing back repeatedly, as if some unspeakable horror was pursuing them. Upon spotting the police uniforms worn by Yang Mingjuan's team, the pair seemed to see a glimmer of hope and hastened their pace until they reached Yang Mingjun. The two young officers, seeing the elderly woman and child, instinctively relaxed their guard. One officer stepped forward to inquire, "Ma'am, what has happened? Why were you shouting for help?" The elderly woman collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, her voice trembling as she muttered, "There's a strange person chasing my grandson and me." "A person? I see no one," the young officer replied, shining his flashlight deeper into the alley, revealing nothing but darkness. "You are safe now. Let me help you up," he smiled, moving to assist the elderly woman. However, in that instant, Yang Mingjun, who had been silently observing, sensed something amiss. His expression shifted dramatically as he shouted at the officer, "Stop! Don't approach them!" But it was too late. A strange light flickered in the old woman's eyes, and with astonishing speed, her withered hand shot out, seizing the young officer by the throat. Snap! The sound of breaking bones echoed as the well-meaning officer was effortlessly dispatched. His neck twisted violently. The small boy, shedding his earlier fearful demeanor, revealed a grotesque smile, sharp fangs protruding as he lunged at the other officer, Li Yong. Yang Mingjun watched in horror as his teammate fell victim. A surge of rage overwhelming him as he kicked the boy away. The boy flew back, but quickly regained his footing, as if unscathed. Fortunately, Yang Mingjuan's timely intervention spared the other officer from severe injury. He had only sustained a scratch on his arm. "You are indeed formidable." Yang Mingjun realized that these two were no ordinary civilians. That moment, the air around them seemed to solidify, and the figures of the elderly woman and the boy began to twist and contort, their skin paling and eyes glowing red. "You will all die here today," the woman hissed, her voice piercing. In the next instant, the two pseudo-humans lunged once more at Yang Mingjun and the injured officer. Bang! Bang! Yang Mingjun drew his firearm and fired several rounds. The bullets struck the woman, splattering blood and forcing her to momentarily retreat. But the other injured officer was not so fortunate, despite the boy's small stature. He was remarkably agile and soon closed the distance. The officer, in a panic, fired his weapon, but every shot missed its mark. With a sudden burst of violence, blood sprayed as the boy's hand pierced through the officer's chest. The blood-red heart was extracted and devoured by the boy, who appeared blissfully entranced. Feng Yang, concealed in the shadows, held his breath, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity to strike. The allure of the two pseudo-humans' cores was irresistible, especially since they had already been wounded by that officer. If he acted swiftly and without warning, he might have a significant chance of success. Most crucially, Feng Yang had his eyes set on the officer's firearms. Xiaodong. In less than 5 minutes, two young colleagues had fallen before him. Yang Mingjuan's eyes narrowed with rage as he raised his gun and fired frantically at the boy. The bullets tore through the boy's abdomen and limbs, black blood oozing forth. Although severely wounded, the boy did not falter. Instead, he charged at Yang Mingjun with renewed ferocity. The elderly woman joined him, encircling Yang Mingjun, with his ammunition depleted and the enemy closing in. A profound sense of despair welled up within Yang Mingjun. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth, casting aside his empty firearm, and swiftly drew the baton from his waist. From his hiding place, Feng Yang shook his head in disbelief. He knew that for an average adult, merely facing one pseudo-human posed an immense challenge, let alone confronting two simultaneously, as Yang Mingjun was doing. Even Feng Yang himself, after having consumed a core and gained evolution, would not dare claim he could dispatch two such ferocious pseudo-humans without caution. Yet, this presented an unexpected opportunity. All attention was now on that officer, allowing him to approach stealthily, ready to execute a hidden strike. Bang! A deafening sound erupted, and ultimately, Yang Mingjun succumbed to the two merciless pseudo-humans. Though he had once been a seasoned detective with physical prowess beyond that of ordinary men, the overwhelming strength of the pseudo-humans far exceeded his expectations. In the throes of their fierce struggle, Yang Mingjun felt as if he were contending with two ferocious lions or tigers. The sharp claws pierced his shoulder, blood staining his uniform and turning his shoulder badge crimson. As the world around him blurred, he sensed everything slipping away at the brink of death, rather than fear. An overwhelming sense of regret filled his heart. Memories flashed before his mind like scenes from a film, with two figures standing out starkly, his wife and beloved daughter, the ones he cherished most. Eyeing, "Lin Yang, I am so sorry," Yang Mingjun murmured, using the last of his strength, his voice barely a whisper in the wind. As his words faded, his consciousness began to wane. However, the anticipated arrival of death did not manifest as expected. The gruesome scene he had envisioned, where the pseudo-humans mercilessly pierced his body, never came to pass. Conversely, a jarring wail of a synthetic being suddenly pierced the air, violently yanking his faltering thoughts back to the cruel reality. Yang Mingjun, struggling to support his severely injured body, lifted his head and beheld a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. The young boy who had just been attacking him now lay prostrate on the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Even more harrowing was the sight of the boy's abdomen, which had been violently slashed open at some point, with thick, dark blood gushing forth and instantly staining a large area of the ground crimson. Not far ahead, in the dim light, Yang Mingjun could vaguely discern a figure clad in black, wielding a short blade. Engaged in a fierce struggle with the old woman synthetic. Was it him, the one who had slain the synthetic before him? He yearned to rise and discern the face of the figure cloaked in darkness. Yet, having already reached the limits of his endurance, he succumbed to the excessive loss of blood. The last image frozen in Yang Mingjun's memory was that of the figure in black dispatching the old woman and slowly advancing toward him. In the shadowy alley, Feng Yang was drenched in dark blood, having used his dagger to pierce the hearts of both the old woman and the young boy, extracting their course. Meanwhile, the points in the hunting mall fluctuated again, reaching a total of 60 points. According to the system's prompt, the old woman had consumed 4 individuals, worth 18 points, while the boy had consumed 3, worth 16 points, combined with his original 26 points, totaling precisely 60. No wonder bullets could not fell them. They had devoured so many. Feng Yang murmured to himself as he gazed at the now desiccated corpses on the ground. The synthetics evolve through cannibalism. The more they consume, the stronger they become. He had seized the opportunity to ambush the young boy synthetic while the two were preoccupied with the police officer, swiftly dispatching the boy before turning his blade upon the old woman. Feng Yang stowed the core away and focused his gaze on the lifeless body of the police officer lying on the ground. He crouched down and began to search each of their bodies. In a brief moment, he discovered a Type 92 pistol in his hand, complete with a magazine of 20 unspent rounds. This weapon had been retrieved from the corpse of the earliest deceased, a man named Li Yong. The firearms belonging to Yang Mingjun and Xiaodong had already been expended, rendering them useless even if taken. Feng Yang then assessed Yang Mingjun's condition and found that he had merely fainted. However, his injuries were severe, and blood continued to flow from his wounds. At this rate, he would surely succumb to blood loss within 10 minutes. What to do? Was he truly to remain indifferent to another's demise? He gazed at the unconscious Yang Mingjun, caught in a moral quandary. Just as Feng Yang hesitated, the sound of a vibrating cell phone broke the silence of the alley. Following the sound, he discovered a phone tucked away in Yang Mingjun's jacket pocket. The caller ID revealed the name of the caller, his precious daughter, Ling Yang. That he picked up the phone, pressed the answer button, and was met with an anxious voice on the other end. "Dad, where are you? Why haven't you come back?" Feng Yang fell silent for a moment, lowering his voice. "I am not your father. Your father is injured and currently at." He quickly relayed his location and instructed her to call for an ambulance. After conveying this information, he hung up without hesitation. After ensuring that nothing was amiss, Feng Yang swiftly departed toward the other end of the alley. Yang Mingjun had already summoned headquarters via radio. It would not be long before the police arrived, likely sealing off the area. He needed to distance himself from this vicinity before that occurred. Indeed, only a few minutes later, the wailing of sirens and the sound of an ambulance filled the air as dozens of uniformed special police surrounded the entire Liu village. At the crime scene, a forensic expert was conducting a preliminary examination of the bodies. That a young man stood alongside an elderly figure, both appearing to occupy a position of significance, as the surrounding officers treated them with utmost respect. "Luo Yong, this incident does not appear to be a mere synthetic attack. What is your perspective?" the elder inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon the 3 desiccated bodies of the synthetics on the ground. His brow furrowed. The young man, handsome yet cold, spoke indifferently. 3 synthetics perished in the same location, their heart cores removed. This indicates someone is hunting synthetics, and the method is remarkably ruthless. This is no ordinary individual. "I suspect it is likely an internal conflict among those wretched beings," he continued. "I am merely curious as to why he chose not to eliminate that police officer." The elder stroked his chin in contemplation. "Indeed, I share this concern. From the conditions of the gunfight, it was entirely within his capacity to dispatch Officer Yang. Yet he refrained, opting only to extract the cores of the synthetics. Moreover, the other two police officers' corpses displayed minimal damage, which is profoundly illogical. Additionally, the secrets surrounding the cores are still under investigation by the higher-ups. Aside from the synthetics themselves, no one knows their true purpose. We can only wait for the surviving officer to awaken to see if we can extract any clues. He cast a glance at the stretcher bearing Yang Mingjun, hoping he would survive. However, with the increasing frequency of synthetic homicides, those in power have dispatched us to seek solutions to this problem. As it stands, the situation in Deep City is dire, and we must prepare for the worst. Luo Yong slightly raised his gaze, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. They are merely some inconspicuous underground vermin. Even if they possess some capabilities, they will not stir much turmoil. In my opinion, we should immediately implement control measures across all districts in the city. Once we locate and eliminate them one by one, the issue will resolve itself. The elder sighed. While you may say so, the population of Deep City exceeds 15 million, and these synthetics excel at disguise, blending seamlessly with ordinary humans. Implementing uniform control and screening would be exceedingly difficult. Unless absolutely necessary, this proposal for citywide lockdown is unlikely to gain approval from higher authorities. Luo Yong understood this reasoning as well. He ceased speaking, lightly leaping onto the rooftop of a nearby building. Landing as gracefully as a feather upon the highest residential structure, he stood quietly there, in the very spot where Feng Yang had previously hidden. The night was hazy and far from the scene. Feng Yang shed his blood-stained coat and took a lengthy detour back to Liwan community to avoid raising suspicion. He deliberately approached from an obscure corner, scaling the wall to enter. Now, as the clock approached midnight, the entire community lay silent, devoid of any human presence. As soon as Feng Yang landed, he heard a series of pained groans emanating from a nearby greenbelt. This area belonged to the back entrance of Liwan community, where the vegetation was lush and the distance to the streetlights rendered it somewhat eerie in the night. He treaded lightly, stealthily approaching the source of the sound. Bathed in moonlight, he discerned two figures crouched in the flower bed, feasting upon a grotesquely mangled corpse. Witnessing this sight sent chills down Feng Yang's spine. He dared not make a sound, gripping his dagger tightly and cautiously retreating. However, he inadvertently stepped on a twig, producing a sharp crack that echoed in the stillness of the night. The two figures immediately halted their actions, simultaneously turning their heads, their eyes glinting with an eerie green light. Feng Yang's heart raced. He had not anticipated that within the span of merely 2 days, the synthetics in Liwan community had proliferated to such an extent, brazenly consuming human flesh in the greenbelt. He dared not linger. Turning to flee, the two synthetics moved swiftly, and even with Feng Yang's current speed, he could not shake them off in a short span. The main concern was that no one knew how many of these wretched beings lurked within the community. Should he attract more synthetics, his demise would be assured. As the two synthetics closed in, Feng Yang felt a surge of anxiety, his mind racing with countless strategies, yet none seemed feasible. What to do? With only a few minutes' distance to Building 13, he would inevitably be caught if he continued this way. Just as he was in despair, an urgent female voice called out from nearby. Here, over here. Feng Yang turned in the direction of the voice and spotted a woman in pajamas standing by the first-floor window of Building 9, beckoning him with urgency from a distance of several dozen meters. Meanwhile, the growls behind him grew ever closer. Feng Yang hesitated for a moment, steeling himself, and decisively altered his course toward the woman. Hurry, come inside. They are right behind you, the woman urged as Feng Yang dashed toward her. He burst into the room, and she promptly shut the door and locked it. The two synthetics slammed against the door with ferocity, producing a dull thud. Thank you, Feng Yang gasped, speaking with urgency. The woman, her face displaying a mixture of shock and fear, looked at him and asked, Who are they? Why are they pursuing you? The pseudo-humans, he replied, a monstrous breed that preys on the solitary by masquerading as humans. Once he managed to calm his emotions, he glanced around before explaining further to the woman. Outside, the pseudo-humans had been banging against the door, but gradually their noise faded away. Feng Yang peered out of the window, realizing they had departed. Pseudo-people? Could it be that the posts online are true? Such creatures really exist? The woman exclaimed, incredulous. Do you live alone? Do you not fear opening the door to a stranger at this late hour? Feng Yang suddenly inquired. Since entering the house, he had observed her closely, noting nothing amiss. However, out of caution, he maintained his position facing her, revealing no signs of vulnerability. The dagger concealed within his sleeve was ever ready. The woman smiled wryly. My husband is away on a business trip and rarely returns. As for why I opened the door, I didn't think much of it. I simply saw you being chased at such a late hour and wanted to help. By the way, my name is Feng Jian. I still do not know your name. Feng Yang responded with a friendly smile. I am Feng Yang, residing in Building 13. That you saved my life tonight. If you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out. Here is my contact information. He provided her with his number and added her to his contacts before preparing to leave. Are you leaving now? It's the middle of the night. What if those two have not gone away? That would put you in danger. Feng Jian looked anxiously toward the window, wanting to persuade him to stay. Feng Yang remained unmoved. It's fine that I shall take my leave now. Please remember to lock the door. Take heed. Pseudo-humans can disguise themselves as humans to deceive you into opening the door. But do not open it for strangers or those who behave suspiciously. He kindly advised her with a couple of reminders before opening the door, peeking out to ensure the coast was clear, and then quickly departed. Feng Jian watched as Feng Yang's figure receded, her eyes betraying a hint of doubt. Feng Yang made his way back to his residence in Building 13 with utmost caution. Once inside his apartment, he took a hot shower, cleansing himself of the grime before reclining on the sofa to admire the spoils of the night's endeavors. 3 crystal cores, 60 points, and a handgun. These were his most treasured possessions at present. The Type 92 pistol felt heavier than he had anticipated. As he toyed with the firearm, he found it difficult to part with. In his homeland, firearms were considered prohibited weapons. He had only ever seen people wielding guns on television. Little did he imagine that one day he would possess a real one. This instrument was famously dubbed the Great Equalizer. Despite Yang Mingjun firing numerous rounds without success against the pseudo-humans, he was unaware of their weaknesses. The brain and heart were the most vulnerable points of a basic pseudo-human. Had Yang Mingjun's marksmanship been better, he could have easily dispatched that pseudo-human with a single shot. Perhaps this was why pseudo-humans refrained from brazenly hunting humans until they had evolved. They feared the potency of human firearms. However, the police would undoubtedly discover that a gun was missing from the scene and would initiate widespread searches. Therefore, Feng Yang resolved not to use this weapon unless absolutely necessary. He set the pistol aside and picked up a crystal core, scrutinizing it closely. The core emitted a faint yellow glow, seemingly harboring boundless power. 3 crystal cores. How far could they elevate my evolution? Feng Yang's eyes gleamed with fervor as he placed one of the cores into his mouth, swallowing it slowly. As the core descended, a familiar surge of fiery energy erupted within him. As time passed, he felt as though his body were aflame, each inch of his skin enduring immense pressure. Yet, he gritted his teeth, gripping the armrests of the sofa tightly. The energy coursed through his veins, reshaping his flesh and bone. Gradually, a translucent radiance emerged on his skin, and a flicker of brilliance shone within his formerly ordinary eyes. After more than half an hour, the energy began to subside, and Feng Yang exhaled deeply. He could distinctly sense an increase in his physical strength. His hearing, vision, and other senses had sharpened considerably. Without hesitation, he took the second crystal core and swallowed it. This time, the energy surge was even more intense. His body trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, he was filled with anticipation, aware that enduring this would bring him closer to greatness. Feng Yang dedicated the entire night to refining the 3 crystal cores. When the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated him, he finally completed the refinement of the 3rd core. In that instant, a torrent of robust energy surged through him, flowing endlessly. However, the process of refining the cores had drained him of considerable energy. An overwhelming fatigue washing over him like a tidal wave, causing his vision to darken and his balance to falter. Feng Yang staggered to his feet, his steps unsteady as he made his way toward the bedroom. Upon entering, he collapsed onto the bed like a marionette that had lost its strings. That moment, his breathing was shallow and weak, his face still bearing traces of weariness, clearly having succumbed to a profound slumber. In Deep City, at the 3rd People's Hospital's intensive care unit, after a night of frantic rescue efforts, Yang Mingjun finally awoke from his coma. Upon receiving the news, Luo Yong and the mysterious elder hurried to the ward. The elder, with a gentle demeanor, inquired, "Officer Yang, how do you feel? Can you recount what transpired? Yang Mingjun, recalling the events of the previous night, weakly recounted the happenings in the alley. Are you saying that a human was responsible for eliminating the pseudo-human and saving you? Are you certain? The elder, suspecting he had misheard, asked Yang Mingjun again, straining his weakened body. Yang Mingjun nodded slightly. Luo Yong and the middle-aged man exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. The elder further inquired if Yang Mingjun knew the identity of the figure in black or had seen their appearance, but Yang Mingjun could only shake his head in uncertainty, reflecting on the clues provided by Yang Mingjun's daughter, who had received a call from a young man informing her of her father's peril. A conclusion began to coalesce in both Luo Yong and the elder's minds. Someone in Deep City was secretly hunting pseudo-humans. Last night, when Yang Mingjun and his team encountered the pseudo-humans, it was this mysterious individual who had intervened, eliminating the threat and absconding with a police firearm that had not been discharged. Meanwhile, chaos reigned outside. Reports from various news outlets indicated that last night, thousands of homicides occurred nationwide, with countless individuals reported missing in an instant. A myriad of speculations and rumors erupted across the internet, causing widespread panic among the populace. The enigmatic blogger known as When Puja Duang saw the value of his pseudo-human invasion post continued to escalate. His account had amassed over 20 million followers, and the comments on that particular post surpassed 100 million. With likes exceeding 50 million. Yet, since publishing the post, the blogger had seemingly vanished without a trace. Even the short video platform issued a statement clarifying that they could not locate any personal information about him. In Liwan Community, apartment 13-402, Feng Yang remained in a deep slumber. He slept for an entire day and night, only waking groggily on the fourth day after the pseudo-human invasion. Feng Yang stretched lazily, rubbing his drowsy eyes as he glanced at his phone to check the time. Astonished to realize how long he had slept, it had been ages since he had experienced such a comfortable slumber. With the agility of a carp leaping from the water, he sprang from his bed. Invigorated, whether due to the absorption of 3 crystal cores or simply the restorative quality of his slumber, he felt an abundance of energy coursing through his veins. The 3 large dogs at the door, having gone 2 days without food, grew restless at the slightest movement from Feng Yang's bedroom, their chains clinking anxiously. After a brief wash, Feng Yang fed them some chicken breast, steak, and dog food before preparing his own lunch. Following the evolution brought on by the crystal cores, his strength and agility had surged dramatically. Yet this transformation also resulted in a considerable increase in his appetite. Previously, a single steak would suffice to satiate him. Now he required at least 4, complemented by a bowl of noodles to feel adequately full. As he opened his phone, a deluge of news and information regarding the impostors overwhelmed his screen. One particular piece, jointly issued by several of the nation's most authoritative departments, confirmed the reality of the impostor invasion, dominating all social media platforms. Feng Yang clicked on the article. Urgent news. Recently, a mysterious entity known as the impostor has been confirmed as a genuine threat to the human world. Numerous homicides and disappearances across the nation have been linked to these beings. It is reported that impostors possess highly advanced mimetic abilities, allowing them to perfectly replicate human appearance, making them nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Preliminary statistics indicate that the number of victims has already surpassed 10,000. Several cities have entered a state of emergency, with military and specialized security forces conducting thorough sweeps for suspicious individuals. Experts urge the public to remain calm and limit outdoor activities. If anyone observes unusual behavior or actions that defy logic in those around them, they are advised to maintain distance and report to local authorities immediately. Furthermore, communities will organize self-defense training courses and distribute emergency supplies to ensure residents possess a degree of self-protection in the face of potential danger. The government pledges to exert every effort to safeguard the lives and property of the populace and to develop effective countermeasures against the impostors as swiftly as possible. Our station will continue to monitor the developments of this situation and provide the latest updates. Beneath this news, an attachment titled Measures to Prevent Impostors caught Feng Yang's attention. He instantly recognized that these so-called measures mirrored the very content he had shared in his posts. Shortly after the release of this urgent news, various local departments had issued a range of measures, including lockdowns and inspections in high-risk cities and areas in Deep City, within just 4 days of the imposter invasion. The death toll had exceeded 5,000, with the number of missing persons unquantifiable, placing it on the list of high-risk cities. The Tianhu district, where Feng Yang resided, had been cordoned off, prohibiting any entry or exit. To his astonishment, upon awakening, he discovered that Tianhu district had already been sealed off. With a wry smile, he reflected that such a crude and simplistic lockdown strategy would hardly resolve the underlying issues. Completely sealing off a district was an immense challenge, encompassing the maintenance of order, the transportation of supplies, and the inspection of impostors, an unfathomable workload requiring vast amounts of manpower and resources. Moreover, in the face of impostors, the safety of the personnel involved could not be guaranteed. No one could be certain whether their colleagues were truly who they claimed to be. As suspicion and panic spread, it would inevitably lead to a pervasive sense of insecurity, eroding trust among individuals. Consequently, the smooth progression of various operations would face significant obstacles, rendering them exceedingly arduous and fraught with difficulties. Most critically, the impostors could continually evolve through their consumption of humans. The situation would not improve, but rather deteriorate further. Feng Yang then opened the green chat bubble, discovering that all his unread messages were from Su Qian. They consisted mainly of flattery and hints that she wished to move in with him. Judging by the frequency and tone of her messages, it appeared that she was quite anxious. It seemed that the impostors residing next door had caused her family considerable distress in recent days. Feng Yang chose not to respond to Su Qian. Instead, he set his phone down and approached the full-length mirror on the wall. Gazing at his reflection, he hardly recognized himself. Once frail, his physique was now brimming with explosive power. His muscles were defined and robust, reminiscent of an exquisite ancient Greek statue. His skin had become taut and smooth, radiating a healthy glow. His height had also increased significantly. Clothes that once fit him perfectly now appeared short and constricted. How strong am I now? Feng Yang clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him. His heart racing with exhilaration, he felt as if he could fell a bull with a single blow. Just then, a woman's piercing scream echoed from outside, prompting the three large dogs at the door to bark furiously. Feng Yang's expression hardened. He recognized the voice. It was Qi Meixiang, grabbing the nearby Damascus cleaver. He approached the door, peering out to assess the situation. The hallway lights flickered on, revealing the door of apartment 401 wide open, with Qi Meixiang's cries for help resonating from within. Could this be yet another trap? Feng Yang hesitated momentarily but quickly resolved to act, unlocking the door. After all, he had shared intimate moments with Qi Meixiang. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not stand idly by and watch her suffer. Moreover, having refined for crystal cores, he now possessed the ability to protect himself. Even if confronted by 3 or 4 novice impostors simultaneously, he felt no fear. Feng Yang flung open the door, cleaver in hand, and charged out. Upon entering Qi Meixiang's apartment, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The room was in disarray, and a strikingly handsome young man was violently kicking the closed bedroom door. Astonishingly, this man bore an uncanny resemblance to him, even wearing clothing reminiscent of his own past style. Even Feng Yang found himself momentarily stunned, caught off guard by the appearance of this doppelganger, an impostor masquerading as him. Attempting to deceive Qi Meixiang into opening the door, the pieces quickly fell into place in Feng Yang's mind. Meanwhile, inside the closed bedroom, Qi Meixiang's face was ashen, her eyes devoid of hope as she cowered behind the iron door. Bang, 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 the sound of the door being struck filled her with despair. Moments ago, someone had knocked on her door, and in her excitement, she had seen Feng Yang standing there, mistaking his arrival for a gesture of goodwill. Overjoyed, she had opened the door, only to have his true intentions revealed upon entry. Fortunately, she had sensed something amiss and managed to retreat into the bedroom in the nick of time. Help? Is anyone there to save me? Qi Meixiang's voice trembled as she called out, yearning for a miracle, for someone to rescue her. Yet, despair quickly replaced hope, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Deep down, she understood that such wishes were merely the fantasies of a distant dream. In this cold, indifferent world, she had no family, no friends, no one would care about her fate. Confronted with fear and the specter of death, Qi Meixiang reflected on her shattered existence, a fragmented family, a deceased mother, and a monstrous stepfather. She could not comprehend why some individuals were showered with love, blessed with perfect families, while others, like her, were condemned to live as mere vermin in the shadows, eternally deprived of sunlight and freedom. Why? Why is my life so wretched? Tears streamed down her face as she neared the brink of collapse. Unable to contain her anguish any longer, perhaps it would be better to die alone in this rented room. starved or devoured by a monster. Death might be my only solace. Just as she resigned herself to despair, a familiar male voice from outside reignited a flicker of hope in her heart. Is that you, Feng Yang? Have you truly come to save me? Qi Meixiang hastily scrambled to her feet, pressing her face against the door, straining to hear the sounds from outside in the hallway. The man noticed Feng Yang's entrance and turned to face him. Momentarily taken aback before breaking into a sinister smile, you finally emerged. Feng Yang tightened his grip on the cleaver, his gaze icy. Your methods are truly pathetic, you impostors. The doppelganger merely laughed. Pathetic. We are merely employing the most effective means to lure our prey. Upon finishing his words, he suddenly lunged towards Feng Yang. Anticipating the attack, Feng Yang sidestepped effortlessly, countering with a swift strike of his blade. The doppelganger, moving with remarkable speed, evaded the blow with ease and retaliated with a kick aimed at Feng Yang's wrist. However, Feng Yang had already refined for crystal cores, his speed and strength far surpassing that of the imitation. Confronted by the doppelganger's assault, he pressed forward instead of retreating, delivering a powerful punch to its ankle. The sheer force causing the faux Feng Yang to stagger back in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Yang pursued, transforming into a blur as he charged forward, his blade glinting as he swung it toward the doppelganger. Caught off guard by Feng Yang's swiftness, the impostor could not evade in time, suffering a deep gash across its abdomen. Black blood oozed forth, yet the doppelganger appeared impervious to pain, its face still adorned with that eerie grin. You possess some skill, but you shall still meet your end here today. As the doppelganger spoke, its body began to undergo a grotesque transformation. Muscles swelled, its once handsome features contorted into a hideous visage, and its face split like petals, revealing rows of jagged teeth, while layers of scales erupted across its skin. Soon, a terrifying creature, covered in scales and bearing a monstrous countenance, stood before Feng Yang. Realizing that this doppelganger had not succumbed to his initial strike, but instead had morphed into a more formidable form, Feng Yang felt a flicker of surprise. This was the first time he had encountered a doppelganger capable of changing its shape. It had likely consumed at least 7 or 8 individuals. Perilously close to evolving into a mid-tier doppelganger, it was evident that he needed to unleash his full strength. His expression grew serious, for he understood the importance of not underestimating his opponent. He focused intently, the blade in his hand shimmering with cold light. The doppelganger emitted a horrific shriek, opening its cavernous maw to bite at Feng Yang, its speed even greater than before. Feng Yang nimbly shifted his footing, gliding to the left like a specter, then propelled himself into the air, gripping the hilt of his blade firmly as he brought it down with tremendous force toward the doppelganger's head. The doppelganger raised its arm to block, but the blade struck its scales, sending sparks flying as Feng Yang landed. He swiftly turned and swept his leg toward the doppelganger's lower body. The creature leapt aside, but its scaly arm elongated like rubber, sweeping toward him. Feng Yang bent low to evade, simultaneously throwing his blade directly at the doppelganger's eye. The doppelganger was taken aback, tilting its head in an attempt to dodge. But its cheek was still grazed. In that moment, Feng Yang closed the distance, grasping one of the doppelganger's feet and swinging it around with tremendous force. Bang! 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 Under Feng Yang's overwhelming strength, the doppelganger was rendered utterly helpless. Its body akin to that of a chick as Feng Yang relentlessly slammed it into the ground, each impact accompanied by a resounding thud. Surrounding furniture shattered, the sound of bones breaking mixing with the splatter of black blood. Yet the doppelganger remained defiant, issuing furious roars as it struggled against its fate. Ultimately, Feng Yang hoisted its increasingly weakened form and hurled it against the wall. The doppelganger, barely clinging to consciousness, struggled to rise, only to see a bloodied blade hurled towards it with lethal intent. The sharp Damascus knife pierced directly through its chest. The doppelganger, incredulous, glanced down and slowly collapsed, watching the lifeless doppelganger. Feng Yang breathed a sigh of relief. This had been the most formidable foe he had encountered thus far. Its power, speed, resilient scales, and bizarre form were truly terrifying. It was no exaggeration to say that even 10 adult men would face certain death against it. Had he not absorbed the 4 crystal cores, significantly enhancing his strength and agility, he might have faced dire consequences today. He approached the corpse, withdrew his blade, and pierced its heart, extracting the crystal core within. This core was noticeably larger than those he had previously acquired, resembling a pigeon egg and emanating a soft yellow glow. Feng Yang's points for defeating doppelgangers increased by 28, indicating that this creature had consumed 9 individuals. Bringing his total to 88 points, he stowed the crystal core away and turned his gaze toward the adjacent bedroom. The iron door had been battered to shreds by the doppelganger. Had he arrived merely 2 minutes later, the consequences would have been unthinkable. "Madam, it is safe outside now. You may come out," he called toward the bedroom. Upon hearing Feng Yang's voice, Qi Meixiang's face lit up with joy. Yet she hesitated to open the door. Having been deceived once, she could not be certain whether the figure outside was Feng Yang or the monster. "Is that you, Feng Yang-kun?" she asked cautiously, her voice trembling. "It is I, madam," he replied earnestly. "How can you prove it? Your right breast bears a rose tattoo, and the wounds you have are ones I treated." Feng Yang's voice rang out with sincerity. Upon hearing this, Qi Meixiang's cheeks flushed, and she sighed heavily with relief. She realized that it truly was Feng Yang outside, and she had been saved. Gathering her strength, Qi Meixiang opened the door. The door swung open, seeing Feng Yang standing there. She could no longer restrain her emotions, throwing herself into his embrace and weeping openly. Feng Yang was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display, but he quickly regained his composure and held her tightly. Feeling the warmth of her soft body and the slight tremors coursing through her, memories of their recent shared moments flooded his mind, stirring something deep within him. However, he understood that now was not the time for such thoughts. He fought to suppress his impulses, gently reaching out to pat Qi Meixiang's back, as if soothing a frightened child. With each gentle and rhythmic motion, he hoped to impart some comfort to her. After a few minutes, Qi Meixiang managed to stabilize her emotions, lifting her gaze to meet Feng Yang's eyes with gratitude. "Thank you, Feng Yang-kun. You have saved me once again." Her voice was filled with sincerity and emotion. Then, as if making a solemn vow, she continued, "From now on, my life belongs to you. I am willing to do anything to repay your kindness." Feng Yang met Qi Meixiang's earnest and resolute gaze, knowing she spoke from the heart. At that moment, he noticed something was amiss with her condition. In the brief days they had been apart, she appeared alarmingly pale, her body frail and weak, as if a mere gust of wind could whisk her away. This was a clear sign of low blood sugar and malnutrition. Feng Yang surveyed the surroundings. The once orderly apartment was now a wreck, with only a few empty instant noodle cups and some household refuse scattered about. There was no food to be found. Even the water in the mineral water jug had long since been consumed. "How long has it been since you last ate?" Feng Yang asked, his brow furrowed with concern. "It has been several days." Qi Meixiang replied hesitantly. "My passport, identification, bank cards, and phone are all with Yang Wei. I finished everything at home, and I have no money to buy more. Her voice faltered, tears welling in her eyes. She had survived these past days by subsisting on the remnants of bread and instant noodles. She had considered seeking Feng Yang, but without a phone, she had mustered the courage to knock on the door yesterday, only to be met with silence, save for the barking of a dog for Yang Wei. She would rather starve than beg him for help. Feng Yang was taken aback by the realization that Qi Meixiang had endured such hardship in silence. He sighed softly, his heart softening, and decided to take her back to his own apartment. In apartment 402, Feng Yang entered the kitchen and personally prepared a meal. After some time, he served a bowl of noodles. "Here, have something to fill your stomach. We can enjoy a proper meal later tonight," he said, placing the steaming bowl of noodles before Qi Meixiang. She gazed at the hot noodles, topped with 2 fried eggs, and the intense pangs of hunger made her swallow involuntarily. "Go ahead, don't hold back," Feng Yang encouraged. Feng Yang noticed her lingering shyness and smiled gently. Qi Meixiang picked up her chopsticks and began to devour the noodles voraciously. Observing her ravenous appetite, Feng Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of sentiment. Sometimes, fate delights in playing tricks on people. Qi Meixiang, with her beauty and amiable nature, could find contentment in a simple bowl of noodles. Such a woman deserved a life filled with happiness and fulfillment. Yet, fate often seems to relish in mocking individuals, subjecting beautiful things to trials and tribulations. In contrast, women like Su Qian, who are vain and greedy, adept at manipulating others, often fail to appreciate the happiness they possess. Taking the affection lavished upon them by men for granted, not only would they not regard a bowl of noodles as anything special, but even gifts and treats would be seen as mere obligations of men. However, unexpectedly, after a few bites, Qi Meixiang suddenly burst into tears. "What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking?" Feng Yang asked softly, taken aback. Through her sobs, Qi Meixiang looked up at him, her tear-filled eyes shimmering as she replied, Feng Yang-kun, you have been so incredibly kind to me. At that point, her voice trembled slightly. For years, I have lived in the depths of despair, enduring various humiliations and beatings. Never has anyone truly cared for me, loved me, let alone treated me with such tenderness as you have. To have the fortune of meeting you today is a blessing bestowed upon me by the heavens. As she spoke, her emotion swelled, and she grasped Feng Yang's hand tightly, as if afraid that loosening her grip would mean losing this warmth. She then solemnly vowed, Qi Meixiang swears from this day forth to serve you with all her heart, just as one would for their beloved. Even if one day you were to command me to my death, I would not hesitate for a moment. In that moment, Feng Yang felt a profound connection. After more than 20 years of life, it was the first time he had heard such heartfelt words from a girl. Let us eat first, and after we're done, we can discuss the matters you wish to settle, he said, his gaze softening as he handed her a few tissues. The bathroom was enveloped in warm steam, the gentle cascade of water caressing Qi Meixiang's skin like silk. In that misty embrace, she closed her eyes, reveling in the comfort and relaxation brought by the warm water. Her once restless heart began to find tranquility. She could hardly recall the last time she had enjoyed such a blissful moment. The past was fraught with surveillance, abuse, and endless fear, each day resembling a nightmare. Yet now, everything felt different. There were no cameras, no one to inflict violence or torment upon her, ample food, and most importantly, there was Feng Yang, a sanctuary where she felt secure. After bathing for over half an hour, Qi Meixiang emerged from the bathroom, radiating a subtle fragrance, her skin appearing particularly delicate and rosy from the prolonged soak. She gently dried her hair and body with a soft towel, unable to suppress a smile that had long been absent. In the living room, Feng Yang lay lazily on the sofa, watching the latest news on television. Outside, chaos reigned, with an increasing number of cases of humanoid beings slaughtering humans. Among the latest victims were not just ordinary citizens, but also police officers, soldiers, and doctors. Reports surfaced of a company owner who was one of these beings, using his authority to sue under the flickering candlelight. The two locked eyes, and the air was thick with an intoxicating tension. Feng Yang delicately lifted a piece of meat to Qi Mei's lips, who shyly parted her mouth to receive it. Suddenly, Feng Yang leaned in closer, his lips nearly brushing against Qi Mei's ear as he whispered softly, My dear, you are truly exquisite. Qi Mei's heart raced violently, her body trembling involuntarily. In the face of Feng Yang's teasing, she did not resist. Instead, she boldly slipped off her nightgown, revealing her alluring figure. She lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, looking up at Feng Yang in a radiant manner. Unable to contain himself any longer, Feng Yang slowly lowered his head and captured her lips with his own. Qi Mei, unwilling to be outdone, fervently responded. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. All notions of falsehood and impending doom faded away, leaving only the sounds of their heartbeats and the warmth of their lips in the world. May 25, 2026, the sixth day of the invasion of the impostors to Deep City. The Tianhu district and Longming district had become epicenters of this overwhelming chaos. Within a mere few days, the death toll in Deep City had surpassed 30,000. With the fatalities in Tianhu and Longming alone accounting for 60%, the situation spiraled out of control. The authorities decisively deployed military forces, with SWAT teams sealing off entire areas, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting, while simultaneously cutting off all supplies. Officially, they claimed it was a measure to eradicate the impostors, but in truth, they had completely abandoned these two high-risk zones. On the streets, numerous officers in uniforms, wielding riot shields, patrolled vigilantly. Others attempted to break through the barriers, leading to several violent uprisings, all of which were ruthlessly suppressed. The direst aspect was that, amidst the nationwide outbreak of imposter-related killings, fear gripped everyone, leading to a complete societal shutdown. Even the various official departments were overwhelmed, terrified of the possibility of imposters infiltrating their ranks, which resulted in a cessation of all aid to the isolated high-risk areas. In other words, the Tianhu and Longming districts now found themselves in a state of utter isolation and despair. In a skyscraper within the Tianhu district of Deep City, a group of SWAT officers clad in black uniforms stood solemnly, armed with an array of advanced weaponry, alertly surveying their surroundings. The once majestic interior of the building now lay in ruins. With collapsed walls strewn about as if ravaged by an apocalyptic disaster, the ground was littered with corpses emitting a nauseating stench of blood, while scattered shell casings silently testified to the fierce battle that had just unfolded. In the center of the building, two figures stood side by side, gazing upon a monstrous corpse encapsulated in a thick layer of ice. The twisted and ghastly visage of the body sent chills down their spines. This was the sixth mid-level impostor discovered thus far, and ordinary firearms were utterly ineffective against such a creature. Had they not arrived in time, the entire SWAT team would have been annihilated. And at the rate of its evolution, it would not be long before Deep City became a wasteland. Li Quan stared intently at the horrifying corpse, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Luo Yong crossed his arms and scoffed. So the higher-ups have decisively abandoned the populations of these two high-risk areas, sacrificing those lives to divert the impostor's attention, buying time for the evacuation of others and supplies. These decision-makers are truly hypocritical. How laughable that they still cling to the hope of rescue, when in reality, they are nothing but ignorant victims. Li Quan managed a bitter smile. We both know how dire the situation is. The official reports are merely for the sake of pacifying the public. The true number of casualties far exceeds what has been disclosed. This is no ordinary disaster. It is a crisis threatening the very survival of humanity. In the face of such an apocalypse, resources are scarce, and everyone is preoccupied with their own survival, leaving ordinary people to be abandoned. Yet, this is a desperate measure. We cannot allow everyone to perish alongside us. Luo Yong shrugged dismissively. Well, the lives of these ants matter little to me that in fact, I should be grateful for the emergence of the impostors. For now I no longer need to hide or suppress my abilities. I long to kill with abandon. At this, a manic smile spread across his handsome face. He extended his right hand, manipulating the air, and soon a dozen crystalline icicles materialized around him, even causing a faint layer of frost to form on the floor beneath him. Seeing this, the elder Li Quan quickly admonished in a serious tone, Luo Yong, do not act recklessly. The situation is no longer within our complete control. Our primary task now is to eliminate as many imposters as possible before the lockdown, so that more people can endure until then. As for everything else, you would do well to temper your enthusiasm. Otherwise, if the higher-ups catch wind of this, I will have a hard time justifying it. Rest assured, I know my limits. Luo Yong chuckled lightly, then composed his expression. Where shall we head next? After a moment of contemplation, Li Quan replied, the Liwan community and the Bailihua garden. That I've heard reports of suspected mid-level imposters appearing there. We need to investigate that. I'll head to Liwan community first. You take care of Bailihua garden. Let's split up and aim to complete the mission swiftly. Luo Yong declared before turning to leave. Li Quan remained behind, silently watching Luo Yong's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. In the Tianhu district. At the Liwan community, apartment 14-708, Su Qian's family gathered in the living room, their faces haggard, their spirits evidently low. What do? The entire Tianhu district is under lockdown, and our food supply is nearly depleted. At this rate, we will starve to death here. Su Li paced restlessly in the living room, clearly agitated. Qian, you need to think of a solution. That we came all this way for you, and now, not only do we not enjoy any comforts, but we also have to suffer. Exactly. You should hurry and contact that worthless boyfriend of yours. When we visited his apartment last time, there was food everywhere. If we could move there, at least we wouldn't go hungry. Su Daqiang and his wife sat on the sofa, incessantly complaining. Listening to her parents' grievances, Su Qian felt increasingly frustrated. She had been trying to contact Feng Yang, but each message had vanished into the void. And to Su Daqiang and Su Li, it seemed as though she had become the scapegoat. Do you think I want this? That useless man hasn't been reachable these past few days. His phone goes unanswered. What can I do? Su Qian retorted, exasperated. Su Li scoffed. Sister, that good-for-nothing has probably already died outside. I think we should just go over and find a way to break into his place. If he is dead, it's fine. If he is alive, I'll make that little brat wish he were dead. Su Li's suggestion stirred something within Su Daqiang and the others, with the district facing lockdown. And with imposters and corpses everywhere, the chaos made it seem plausible to create a ruckus. Most importantly, their food had run out. Let's do as Ali suggested. Hurry and gather your things, while it's still somewhat safe during the day. We're going now, Su Daqiang resolved, standing up. Thus, the family hurriedly collected some essential items and stepped outside. The corridor was permeated with a foul stench, and dried blood stained the walls. They cautiously made their way toward the elevator. However, just around a corner, Su Qian, who was trailing behind, suddenly felt a chill creep up her spine. She turned to look back and vaguely saw a figure standing in the shadows not far away. The eerie sight sent shivers down her spine. "Mom, Dad, there seems to be someone behind us." Su Li and Su Daqiang halted, glancing in the direction Su Qian pointed, and caught sight of the strange figure standing at a distance. Summoning his courage, Su Li shouted, "Hey, who are you? Stay away from us." But the figure remained unresponsive. Feeling uneasy, Su Daqiang whispered, "Don't mind him. Keep moving." At that moment, the air around them seemed to grow even colder. A low growl echoing ominously, the shadowy figure began to approach them swiftly. "Run!" Li Fang suddenly seemed to recall something, her expression changing dramatically as she pulled Su Li and shouted as shadows drew nearer. They finally beheld her true visage. It was a woman with a ghastly pallor and hollow eyes, clad in a tattered long dress, wielding a blood-stained knife. Li Fang instantly recognized this woman. She was the peculiar figure spotted when they had first moved in. During a brief outing for takeout, the family desperately sprinted towards the elevator, with Su Qian glancing back as she ran. Witnessing the woman close in with alarming speed, "We can't wait for the elevator," Su Daqiang exclaimed. The group dashed into the stairwell, frantically descending. Yet the woman pursued them relentlessly, her heavy footsteps echoing ominously with each floor they descended. Suddenly, Su Li slipped and fell to the ground. "Ali!" Su Daqiang shouted, attempting to reach his son, but the woman had already lunged at Su Li with her knife raised. That critical moment, an ice spear whistled through the air, striking the woman's arm with precision, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. The group stood in stunned silence, beholding a handsome young man at the stairwell's entrance. "More of those damn puppets," Luo Yang muttered under his breath, frowning. He swiftly moved in front of Su Li, gesturing with his hand as several ice spikes shot towards the woman who resembled a puppet. Upon seeing Luo Yang, the puppet's eyes filled with fear, and she attempted to flee. However, the ice spears were terrifyingly formidable, and in the next instant, they pierced her heart with ease. A chilling aura enveloped the air, and the once pursuing puppet woman was transformed into an ice sculpture before their eyes. Luo Yang approached the frozen figure, chiseling open her chest to extract the foul, pale yellow crystal core within. Just a low-level 2-star puppet. No wonder she's so weak. Su Li and Su Daqiang stared at Luo Yang, still recovering from the shock, stammering their thanks. Such extraordinary power was something they had only witnessed in science fiction films. They had never imagined that individuals with such abilities truly existed in this world. The unfolding scene left them utterly astonished, as if they were caught in a dream. As for Su Qian, her eyes widened in admiration. She had never encountered a man so striking and powerful. Compared to the likes of Feng Yang, a mere sycophant, he was infinitely more impressive. It was only men of such caliber who were worthy of her devotion. Gathering her courage, she tossed her hair back and approached him, her voice soft. "Thank you, kind savior. May I ask your name?" Luo Yang cast a sidelong glance at Su Qian, initially disinterested in engaging with them. Yet, her tall figure and beautiful face compelled him to steal a few more glances. His gaze lingered upon her for a moment before he feigned indifference and replied, "Luo Yang." Su Qian's heart fluttered as if brushed by a feather, her cheeks flushing with shyness. "Brother Luo, you are so impressive. Is this your superpower?" Luo Yang felt a surge of pride within, masking it with an air of humility. "Yes, this is a special ability. I am an ability user from Bureau 749. He had barely finished speaking when a blood-curdling scream echoed from above. "Many lives have been lost in this building. If you wish to survive, leave this place immediately." Luo Yang's expression shifted, and without further ado, he dashed upstairs. The Su family was left in a state of terror. Su Qian gazed longingly at Luo Yang's hurried figure, her eyes shimmering with infatuation. It was not until Li Fang pulled her into the elevator that she snapped back to reality. Soon, the Su family arrived at the entrance of Feng Yang's apartment in Building 13. Inside, 3 large dogs sensed the presence of outsiders and barked furiously at the door. Su Qian approached and pounded on the door, shouting, "Feng Yang, open up! Feng Yang, you bastard, come out!" However, despite her loud cries and desperate knocks, there was no response from within. It was as though Feng Yang were either not at home or deliberately ignoring their calls. This only fueled Su Qian's anxiety and anger, her rage intensifying. Meanwhile, Feng Yang lay entwined with Qi Meixiang, lost in the bliss of their tender embrace, oblivious to the commotion outside. The past few days had seen their passion ignite like dry, kindling meeting flame. Their bodies intertwined in every corner of the apartment, leaving traces of their fervent encounters. Yet, even at Qi Meixiang's youthful age, she could hardly withstand the relentless vigor of Feng Yang, who had absorbed 4 puppet crystal cores. Just how powerful his body had become was a mystery even to him. What the hell? Could those damned puppets have come for me again? Feng Yang murmured sleepily, carefully placing the soft, warm Qi Meixiang back down. Lest he disturb her sweet dreams, he stealthily made his way out of the bedroom, pondering the nature of the disturbance. Peering through the peephole, he immediately recognized Su Qian and her companions outside. Upon seeing them, Feng Yang surmised that they had likely exhausted their own food supplies and were now attempting to encroach upon his. A smirk crept across his lips as he dismissed the notion of engaging with these unwelcome guests. Turning away, he wandered towards the bathroom to begin his morning routine. It was worth noting that he had invested a significant sum to fortify the security of his apartment. The door was remarkably robust. Even if Su Qian and her group pounded on it incessantly, it would take days, if not longer, to breach it. Meanwhile, Su Qian and her companions grew increasingly agitated as they waited at the door, which remained ominously silent. Aside from the occasional fervent barking from the guard dogs, the entire apartment 402 was eerily quiet, as if it were uninhabited. Unable to contain his impatience, Su Li spoke up. "Sister, let me handle this. We'll find out if that bastard is inside." With that, he produced a hard card from his pocket. Having engaged in petty theft before, he felt confident in his ability to pick locks. As he attempted to pry the door open, however, he quickly realized that the lock was far more complex than he had anticipated. After several fruitless attempts, Su Qian urged him on, while Su Dechang anxiously scanned the surroundings. Inside the apartment, Feng Yang had finished brushing his teeth and was leisurely brewing coffee. He was well aware that the individuals outside would be unable to unlock the door, and he was indifferent to whether they sought assistance. "Damn it! Why won't this lock budge?" Su Li exclaimed in frustration, kicking the door in anger. "Dad, hand me the hammer. We'll break it down." After a moment's hesitation, Su Dechang succumbed to his son's insistence and passed him the hammer. Su Li seized the hammer and struck the lock repeatedly. The resounding noise echoed through the corridor, yet the door remained steadfast. Meanwhile, Feng Yang leisurely sipped his coffee. Approaching the door, his apartment was equipped with 2 security doors, the outer door currently under assault by Su Li and the others, and the inner door concealed behind it. He intended to open the inner door and observe the frantic expressions of Su Qian and her family through a small window. With a soft click, the inner door swung open, revealing Feng Yang's face at the small window. "So you little brat are in there. I thought you were dead." Su Li's anger flared upon seeing Feng Yang. Su Qian chimed in, scolding, "Feng Yang, why haven't you responded to my messages or calls? What kind of man pretends to be dead inside?" Unfazed by their tirades, Feng Yang remained calm, elegantly sipping his coffee before replying. "This is my home. Why should I open the door?" Su Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. "How have you become so heartless? You weren't like this before." Feng Yang chuckled coldly. "Heartless? Who can match your indifference? Miss Su, after pouring my heart out to you for 4 years, you still act as if you are superior. Weren't you too proud to look at me? Why are you now clinging to me?" Su Qian was so enraged that her entire body trembled. Just as she was about to retort, she suddenly heard a gentle female voice from within the room. "Feng Yang, what happened?" Shortly thereafter, Qi Meixiang appeared behind Feng Yang, clad in a delicate pink nightgown, the soft fabric hugging her enchanting figure, accentuating her alluring curves. In front of Su Qian, she unabashedly wrapped her arms around Feng Yang's neck and asked him with a curious expression. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qian's eyes reddened. Ostensibly, she was still Feng Yang's girlfriend. Regardless of the circumstances, she simply could not tolerate Feng Yang being so intimately close to another woman in her presence. Moreover, the striking Qi Meixiang not only possessed exceptional beauty, but also a figure that was irresistibly seductive, surpassing her own in every conceivable way. Furthermore, judging by Qi Meixiang's lifestyle, it was evident that they were living exceedingly well together. In stark contrast, Su Qian found herself in disarray, having not eaten a warm meal in 2 days. The vivid disparity ignited within her a profound sense of loss and an uncontrollable surge of jealousy. It felt as if a once discarded, inconspicuous toy was suddenly cherished as a treasure by another, irrespective of her lack of fondness for it. Yet, at that moment, Watching it fall into another's hands stirred an involuntary pang of loss and resentment deep within her heart. Feng Yang, who is that wretched woman? Why is she in your house? Su Qian screamed. Feng Yang, with a playful expression, pulled Qi Meixiang closer to him and remarked, "What does it matter to you who I am with?" Witnessing this, Su Li raised his hammer once more, intent on smashing the door down, declaring he would teach Feng Yang a lesson today. Leaning against the doorframe, Feng Yang wore a smirk. "Brother, do take your time smashing. Even if you break down this door, do not forget, there is still another one inside. Moreover, let me kindly remind you, this floor isn't particularly safe. Creating such a ruckus here may very well attract some uninvited guests." At this juncture, he deliberately paused, then continued with a tone of malicious glee. "Oh, by the way, we had braised pork for lunch. What are you having? Surely you aren't planning on starving, are you?" "Huh?" With a triumphant laugh, Feng Yang embraced Qi Meixiang and resolutely slammed the door shut, disregarding Su Li's futile attempts. "Bastard, you scoundrel! Come out!" Su Qian furiously kicked the door and cursed, but all she received in response was the barking of a dog from within. "Ollie, what do we do now?" The door won't open, Li Feng inquired. Looking at her panting son, Su Li halted his assault on the door and surveyed his surroundings. "We cannot return to Building 14. The person who just saved us said that building is filled with corpses. Going back would be tantamount to seeking death." His eyes shifted, ultimately landing on apartment 401, Qi Meixiang's residence, with danger lurking outside. They had no choice but to take down that scoundrel Feng Yang. Who knows if anyone is even in 401. As he spoke, he approached the door. Su Li gently knocked a few times, but received no reply. Taking a deep breath, he slowly turned the doorknob and was pleasantly surprised to find it unlocked. "Mom, Dad, the door isn't locked. There shouldn't be anyone inside." He cautiously pushed the door open, and a faint, putrid odor assaulted his senses. Su Li's heart sank, gripping his hammer tightly, signaling Su Daqiang and Li Feng to stay close. Entering the living room, they were greeted by a scene of chaos. Furniture lay shattered, black liquid still wet on the floor, and a murky stench filled the air. Two emaciated, oddly shaped corpses lay in the corner of the room, their grotesque visages causing Su Li and the others to recoil in horror. Could this be the bodies of doppelgangers? Su Li steeled himself and approached. Su Daqiang and the others searched the house and found everything normal aside from the two peculiar corpses. However, what they were unaware of was that countless pinhole cameras hidden within the apartment were monitoring their every move. After a brief discussion, they decided to properly dispose of the two bodies and temporarily rest in the apartment. After all, finding a relatively safe refuge in this unfamiliar and perilous environment was no small feat. Yet, not long after, a new dilemma arose. There was not a morsel of food in the house. After all our struggles to get here, are we merely to change locations and continue starving? Su Li complained angrily while frantically searching every nook and cranny of the apartment for even a scrap of food. But no matter how hard he tried, his efforts proved futile. The entire apartment was devoid of any consumables. Su Daqiang and Li Feng also felt disheartened, having gone nearly 2 days without proper sustenance. If this continued, they would truly starve to death. The entire Tianhu district is under lockdown. We can't order takeout. The supermarkets are closed, and I don't have access to the owner S group for this community. So I can't even buy supplies from anyone. Su Qian despaired, setting her phone down. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Su Li signaled for everyone to be quiet, then cautiously approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw a balding, overweight middle-aged man standing at the entrance. Su Li whispered, "Who are you?" The man outside replied in a dull tone, "My name is Yang Wei, and the place you are currently in is my lover's apartment." Upon hearing this, Su Li and the others exchanged worried glances. After all, they were trespassing, which was illegal. However, Su Li quickly composed himself and sneered, "You say this is your lover's apartment. What proof do you have? How do we know you're not a doppelganger in disguise? If it truly belongs to your wife, let her come and tell us herself that if she has the key, we will leave immediately." Yang Wei chuckled, "No need to be anxious. I'm not here to cause you trouble. On the contrary, I can offer you assistance. You're in need of food, aren't you? I have some instant noodles and bread. If you don't mind, I'm willing to provide them to you." He raised a basket containing several packets of instant noodles and loaves of bread. As for my lover, Yang Wei's eyes flashed with a hint of resentment. "She is currently beneath that pretty boy in 401, indulging in his affections. Feng Yang, that wretched woman in his house, is your wife." Su Qian trembled with anger upon hearing Yang Wei's words. Leaning closer to the door to inquire, Indeed, that wretched woman. Yang Wei gritted his teeth. Just as Su Qian was about to speak again, Su Li grabbed her, shouting towards Yang Wei outside. Why are you helping us? What's in it for you? Yang Wei sighed. I merely hope you can teach that pair of scoundrels a lesson that I intended to handle it myself, but I cannot match that pretty boy. You seem to have a grudge against them as well. Isn't it perfect for us to collaborate? Moreover, I know he has hoarded a lot of supplies in his house. I have a way to ruin him while obtaining his resources. But I need some help. The others exchanged glances, and Su Li slowly spoke. Fine, we agree. However, we cannot confirm that you are not a doppelganger, so we want to let you in. You can leave the items at the door. And we'll exchange contact information to discuss this matter over the phone. No problem. My green bubble number is. Yang Wei readily agreed. After they exchanged contact information, he placed the food at the door and then departed. Once Yang Wei was confirmed to have left, Su Li cautiously opened the door and retrieved the basket filled with provisions. It seems this guy isn't a doppelganger. We have food now. Su Qian and the others beamed with joy at the sight of the instant noodles and bread in the basket. In apartment 401, Qi Meixiang had warmed up the pre-prepared dishes Feng Yang had stockpiled and had thoughtfully served him a bowl of rice. One must admit, the girls from Tokyo possess an extraordinary talent for caring for others. Qi Meixiang was not only gentle and beautiful, but also far superior in her attentiveness compared to Su Qian. More importantly, Qi Meixiang had an innate ability to read the room and understand unspoken feelings. Just moments ago, despite her curiosity about the individuals at the door, however, as long as Feng Yang refrained from mentioning it, she did not inquire further. This exquisite sense of moderation bestowed upon Feng Yang an unparalleled comfort and ease. After spending a couple of days together, the bond between them rapidly intensified, with Qi Meixiang gazing at him with eyes so tender they seemed capable of shedding tears. At this moment, Feng Yang finally comprehended why so many young men had previously ventured abroad in search of a partner. Once they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Feng Yang languidly reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his mobile phone, while Qi Meixiang gently rested her head upon his arm, her own hands cradling a tablet, deeply engrossed in browsing various online information, when Feng Yang initially took her away from the 301 apartment. Her phone had been left behind with Yang Wei, so to pass the time, she had no choice but to borrow Feng Yang's tablet for amusement. Feng Yang, who exactly is this blogger known as Net Literature King of Street Failures? So many people are searching for him now, treating him as if he were a savior. It's utterly insane, Qi Meixiang inquired, her gaze fixated on the video playing on the tablet. Her face a portrait of confusion. Presently, nearly all the videos circulating online pertain to posts made by Feng Yang, with many so-called experts providing elaborate analyses and interpretations of the content. For every 10 videos Qi Meixiang scrolled through, almost 8 were discussions surrounding it. It could be said that the reputation of the post's author, Net Literature King of Street Failures, had been officially deified. Those who had believed in the post's content had not only hoarded ample supplies but had also fortified their homes, allowing their current living conditions to far surpass those of ordinary individuals. At least in terms of resources, they faced no immediate concerns. Meanwhile, the initial skeptics and critics had dramatically altered their stance after the authorities acknowledged the reality of the invasion by impostors, transforming their regret into an almost fervent admiration for the post's author. Consequently, a multitude of devoted followers of Net Literature King of Street Failures emerged online. Who knows? Perhaps some master predicted the world's impending doom. Feng Yang shook his head dismissively, offering a perfunctory response. Naturally, he would not divulge to Qi Meixiang that he was, in fact, Net Literature King of Street Failures. Even though she was now his woman, he opened the group chat of the Liwan community owners, which was flooded with 999 unread messages. In just about a week, the residents had erupted in a frenzy. The entire Tianhu district was under complete lockdown, with supermarkets and shopping malls shuttered, and the ensuing shortage of food and supplies had rendered people increasingly irritable. Residents had attempted to call for help, but all lines were busy. Even the police were preoccupied with apprehending impostors, unable to spare personnel to manage public supplies. As Feng Yang observed the flurry of desperate pleas, complaints, and disputes within the group, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had just seen a message from a user named Community Committee Old Yang, who had tagged him in the chat. Given the current circumstances, I believe we should assist one another and unite to endure this trying time. I propose that families with surplus food extend a helping hand by providing some supplies to the elderly, children, and those in need within our community. From what I understand, the resident of Building 13, Apartment 402, seems to have stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies. So I kindly ask you to do a good deed and share some to alleviate the urgent needs of everyone. This was the exact wording of the announcement made by the so-called Community Committee Old Yang. The moment these words were uttered, a chorus of agreement erupted from others. When the supermarket had delivered goods to Feng Yang, it was quite a scene. Many people were aware that a resident of Building 13 had purchased an abundance of items. Now, with Old Yang's reminder, they immediately thought of Feng Yang. What astonished Feng Yang even more was that Su Qian's family was also part of this group. Moreover, Su Qian unabashedly declared herself as Feng Yang's girlfriend, asserting with utmost conviction that she could personally attest to the substantial reserves of supplies at Feng Yang's home. This brief statement sent the already tumultuous group into another frenzy. Is that true? My family has been out of food for 3 whole days. Could you sell me some to eat? I beg you. I am willing to pay double the price. Such a kind soul. My child and I will surely be grateful to you. Is the owner from Building 13? I will come over shortly. There's no food available outside. If you can provide supplies to help everyone through this tough time, you will be our hero, our benefactor. Many were pleading with Feng Yang, hoping he would step forward to assist them. Feng Yang stared expressionlessly at his phone screen, observing the incessant messages tagging him, and let out a quiet scoff. He was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by Su Qian's family. They were employing such a cunning tactic, attempting to leverage public opinion and moral coercion to thrust themselves into the spotlight, becoming the target of everyone's ire, thereby achieving some undisclosed ulterior motive. Initially, Feng Yang contemplated ignoring the situation altogether, opting for a cold response. After all, although social order had been somewhat disrupted, it had not yet completely collapsed. No matter how much these residents stirred up trouble, it was merely venting their frustrations, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil, as long as he maintained his composure and did not allow himself to be led astray. Time would eventually quell the matter. However, he had underestimated the ugliness of human nature in the community group. Feng Yang's prolonged silence ignited widespread dissatisfaction among the residents, leading to increasingly sharp remarks. A user named Minya, a single mother, sarcastically remarked to the owner of 13-402, I am a single mom, and my daughter and I have barely eaten for 2 days. Please, have mercy and give us something to eat if my daughter and I starve to death. It will be your fault. Her words quickly garnered support from others. Feng Yang, are you pretending to be dead? Can't you see all these messages flooding in? Even a single mother has stepped up to speak. And you still turn a blind eye. In my opinion, he just doesn't want to part with his supplies, deliberately ignoring us. He's just a coward, lacking any empathy. People like him deserve to be eaten by impostors. A disgrace to society. The barrage of insults and accusations in the group was overwhelming, with nearly everyone condemning Feng Yang. Upon reading these aggressive remarks, Feng Yang let out a cold snort. He resolved to break his silence, typing swiftly in response. I apologize, dear neighbors, but I genuinely wish to help everyone. However, I am indeed powerless, as no one knows how long this disaster will last. As soon as he uttered this, the group erupted like a boiling pot. How can you be so selfish? The world is on the brink of collapse, and you still hoard those supplies. Indeed, a cold-blooded individual. Yet, a small number stood up in support of Feng Yang, asserting that it was his prerogative how to handle his own stockpiled supplies. Seizing the opportunity, Community Committee Old Yang fanned the flames. We are all neighbors. What's wrong with lending a hand? He.s. a single mother. Can't we show some care? As a young man, how can you lack this basic awareness? If you continue like this, don't expect others to help you when trouble arises. Feng Yang sneered. The hypocritical faces of these moral critics were utterly repugnant. Who wouldn't talk about doing good deeds? The key was that this Community Committee Old Yang had lived in the Liwan community for so long, without ever speaking up in the group, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Moreover, this person was deliberately targeting him and seemed to know too much about him, possibly concealing some ulterior motive. With this thought in mind, Feng Yang ultimately retorted bluntly in the group. I am not your parent. I have no obligation to help you. If you want food, go find it yourself and stop pointing fingers at me. Don't you all want to do good? Then take out your own food. What kind of skill is it to just be keyboard warriors? A bunch of useless waste. As Feng Yang concluded his final remark in the group chat, a wave of relief washed over him. He no longer felt inclined to engage with the squabbles within the chat and decisively chose to withdraw from the conversation. However, the situation did not subside. Enticed by the lure of resources, many homeowners angered by Feng Yang's indifference, resolved to converge and confront him directly. Before long, a series of knocks echoed through the door. Feng Yang peered through the peephole and was met with a dense throng of people in the hallway. He furrowed his brow and turned to Qi Meixiang, instructing her, "You should retreat to the bedroom and stay out of sight." He then slowly opened the inner door, as soon as the door creaked open. A jovial elder at the forefront approached with a wide grin. "You must be Feng Yang, right? Is there something we can discuss?" Feng Yang maintained a stoic expression. The elder's smile morphed into a somewhat sycophantic grin as he implored, "Young man, we are neighbors after all. We should look out for one another. Times are tough for everyone, and if you could spare a bit of your supplies, it would be greatly appreciated," adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Feng Yang managed a faint smile in return, responding, "Elder, I have made it quite clear in the group that my resources are limited. If I set a precedent today, how can I refuse the requests of everyone who comes knocking for supplies? Please forgive my inability to assist." At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. "If you don't help us today, don't blame us for being unkind in the future." Feng Yang's gaze sharpened, and his smile gradually faded. The elder quickly turned to reprimand the speaker, then faced Feng Yang again. "Don't mind his foolishness. But young man, you need to consider the reality of the situation. If we don't receive the supplies, it could attract the attention of impostors, and we all could suffer the consequences." Feng Yang let out a cold laugh. "Is this a threat? Rather than scheming to seize my supplies, you should contemplate how to seek out more resources. The outside world is fraught with dangers. And among you, there might very well be impostors. I advise you to leave while you still can." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged wary glances, their expressions betraying their apprehension. Yet, at that moment, a familiar voice rang out from the back of the crowd. "Everyone, perhaps we don't need to plead with him. The entire Tianhu district is under lockdown searching for impostors. This person's behavior is suspicious and self-serving that I have serious doubts that he is not an impostor in disguise. In my opinion, we should report him to the special police that if he truly is a threat, his supplies will be confiscated." Feng Yang followed the voice, and his pupils constricted at the sight of three figures behind the crowd. The speaker was none other than Yang Wei, who had been missing for several days. That moment, Yang Wei wore an expression of smug satisfaction, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Beside him stood Su Qian and Su Li, both sporting expressions of glee, as if they had foreseen the unfolding events. Yang Wei's words were venomous, successfully inciting the crowd's emotions with just a few sentences. Their eyes gleamed with fervor as they echoed, "Indeed, we suspect you are the impostor. You must either provide us with supplies or face the consequences of our reporting, with so many of us uniting against you. Even if you are not an impostor, you will still be a major suspect. Regardless, we have nothing left to eat, and we won't let you go unscathed." Outside, the shouts grew louder, each voice threatening Feng Yang as if they held some incriminating evidence against him. They cared not whether he was truly an impostor. They merely sought a pretext to force him into submission. Feng Yang was taken aback by their audacity, their willingness to distort the truth for the sake of resources. And he was particularly astonished to see Yang Wei allied with Su Qian's family. Gazing at the crowd outside, who were hurling curses, he fell into a brief contemplation. Yang Wei's scheme was indeed treacherous. While he was unafraid of impostors, he held a deep-seated apprehension of the police. Should the entire community conspire to report him, it would spell considerable trouble if he were to part with his resources. Feng Yang would find it unacceptable. These people were ungrateful wolves, and if they could force him to capitulate this once, they could do so innumerable times thereafter. It was better to strike first than to endure relentless assaults. If he yielded today, his future would be fraught with chaos. He was not a soft target, to be easily manipulated. With this thought, Feng Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint of determination flashing within them. "Feng Yang, have you made your decision? We are still hungry here. If you don't act soon, I will call the authorities," a woman urged impatiently. "Want supplies? Then you all better wait patiently." Feng Yang shot her a disdainful glance before retreating to the living room. The crowd, misinterpreting his actions as a sign of capitulation, exchanged smug looks and whispered among themselves, "Feng Yang, what is happening outside?" Qi Meixiang inquired with concern as he returned to the living room. Feng Yang chuckled lightly. "Nothing of consequence, just a bunch of clowns making a scene." He made his way to the nearest guest room, retrieved several packets of instant noodles and snacks, and sauntered towards the apartment door. Since these individuals craved food, He would oblige them as for the distribution. That was not his concern. He was curious to see if, when faced with limited resources, these people would devolve into a chaotic frenzy. "He is coming," they exclaimed. "I knew he wouldn't dare to report us. Could it be that our suspicions are correct, and he truly is an impostor? Regardless, as long as we have him in our grasp, we need not worry about hunger anymore. Even if he is an impostor, with so many of us, how could we possibly fear him?" As Feng Yang approached with the food, the crowd's faces lit up with greedy anticipation. Just when everyone expected him to open the door and hand out the supplies, Feng Yang's next move incited their fury. He seized a bag of chips, opened it in full view of the crowd, and began to consume them leisurely, the crunching sound echoing with each bite. The crowd was initially taken aback, but soon their anger erupted. "What are you doing? Hand over the supplies," someone shouted. "Absolutely," Feng Yang retorted, unperturbed by their demands. A smirk crept onto his face, revealing a hint of mockery. He leisurely raised the bag of chips and ambled towards the door, tilting it toward the small window at the front, with a resounding cascade. The golden, crispy chips tumbled from the bag like rain, cascading through the small window and landing on the cold, hard ground with a series of crisp sounds. "There you go. We are all neighbors. After all, helping one another is only natural, and no need to thank me," Feng Yang proclaimed cheerfully, his words dripping with derision and provocation. Having spoken, he carelessly tossed the now empty chip bag aside, as if it were worthless refuse. Yet this was merely the beginning. Feng Yang turned around and grabbed another packet of instant noodles and a bag of bread, hurling them outside with conviction. The noodles arced through the air, striking the previously shouting elder squarely, while the bread tumbled into the crowd below. "Are you mocking us?" The elder, momentarily taken aback by the sudden impact of the noodles, regained his composure, his face flushed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet, in an unexpected turn, despite his verbal outrage, his body betrayed him, as he swiftly reached out to catch the fallen bread, cradling it protectively, as if fearing it would be snatched away. The others blocking the doorway stared wide-eyed. Fixated on the food Feng Yang continued to toss, they resembled starving wolves spotting a delectable lamb as the bread was thrown. Their faces lit up with avarice, and they surged forward, clamoring to seize the food that had fallen to the ground, plunging the scene into utter chaos. "That bread, those noodles, they are mine," cried a gaunt woman, her voice tinged with desperation. She clutched tightly to the meager food in front of her, her eyes filled with despair and pleading. "Get away! Stop pretending to be a victim. Whoever gets it first is entitled to it," a burly man bellowed, shoving aside anyone in his path. "Damn it! Are you the only one who hasn't eaten? We are all starving here." Another individual, clearly exasperated, shouted, "Don't push me. I am a woman. Allow me to take my share first. Do you possess any sense of conscience?" A middle-aged woman cried out, yet no one paid her any heed. Ultimately, she threw herself to the ground, disregarding everything as she desperately clawed at the scattered chips, ravenously shoving them into her mouth. An elderly man, clutching a loaf of bread and instant noodles, attempted to retreat, only to be unceremoniously kicked down. As his bread fell from his grasp, a quick-witted individual named Suli dashed forward and snatched it away. The scene descended into utter chaos. Just moments ago, they had been comrades in the same boat. But in the face of food, their visages twisted grotesquely. The crowd shoved and cursed one another, even resorting to physical blows. Their incessant mutterings about so-called kindness and mutual aid became utterly laughable. As greed and selfishness stripped away their veils of decency, Feng Yang, observing this spectacle from within, remained impassive. This was the truest manifestation of human nature in the apocalypse. Absent of morality and order, individuals resorted to any means for their own benefit. The weak no longer deserving of care, while the strong, if sufficiently powerful, could act with impunity. Ultimately, the supplies of instant noodles thrown by Feng Yang were seized by a few robust men. "Feng Yang, there are certainly more provisions in your apartment. If you do not present them, we will report you," Yang Wei proclaimed with righteous indignation. "Indeed, do you think such a meager offering is enough to dismiss us? Do you consider us beggars? Open the door, or we will expose you." The others chimed in eagerly. As Feng Yang had anticipated, these individuals were insatiable. None of them departed from the scene, each one fixated hungrily on the tightly shut door of Feng Yang's apartment, their eyes glimmering with a desire for more food. Feng Yang chuckled coldly. "You truly are insatiably greedy." His gaze grew increasingly frigid. Were it not for the potential trouble, he would not hesitate to confront these individuals directly. At that moment, a stern voice echoed from down the hallway. "What are you all doing gathered here?" Upon hearing the reprimand, the crowd turned to see two security guards accompanied by a police officer approaching them slowly. Yang Wei, amidst the throng, revealed a peculiar smile upon sighting the trio. As everyone's attention shifted to the three newcomers, he discreetly maneuvered away, quietly departing from the fourth floor. The police officer, flanked by the security guards, arrived at Feng Yang's apartment door, his steely gaze sweeping across the gathering. This is a sensitive time. Causing a disturbance in a crowd is unwise. Behind the door, Feng Yang scrutinized the three newcomers, sensing something decidedly peculiar about their presence and timing. Firstly, the entire city was under lockdown, with the Tianhu district designated as a high-risk area, where the prevalence of impostors had reached alarming levels, hence the comprehensive restrictions. Under such circumstances, police would not pursue impostors alone. They would at least operate in pairs or groups of 3 for safety. The bizarre combination of a single police officer and 2 security guards was entirely unorthodox. Feng Yang remained composed, intending to observe the situation unfold. Upon seeing the officer, the crowd's wariness dissipated, and someone stepped forward to explain, "Officer, we suspect this individual is an impostor hoarding supplies and refusing to share dough." "Is that so?" The officer parted the crowd. Halting before Feng Yang's apartment door, "They say you are an impostor. Please open the door for a routine inspection." His tone was stern, leaving no room for argument. At that moment, Feng Yang was merely one iron door away from him. Fixating on the officer, Feng Yang replied calmly, "Officer, I am merely protecting myself. These supplies are the fruits of my labor, and as you can see, they are gathered around my door with malicious intent." As he spoke, Feng Yang's gaze subtly drifted to the officer's waist. "Silence. Open the door as instructed without question. I will determine whether you are an impostor once I enter." The officer's expression remained impassive as he demanded compliance, his attitude unyielding. Unfortunately for him, Feng Yang was not one to yield to pressure. He shrugged nonchalantly and declared, "Then there is nothing to be done. For the sake of my safety, I will not open the door. By the way, officer, where is your service weapon? With so many incidents happening outside, how can you be here alone? Could it be that you are the impostor?" Upon Feng Yang's suggestion, the crowd, which had been murmuring amongst themselves, suddenly fell silent, their gazes collectively drawn to the officer's waist as if bewitched by an unseen force. Sure enough, they were astonished to discover that it was completely devoid of the expected equipment. The standard-issue firearm and baton were conspicuously absent, and even smaller enforcement tools were nowhere to be found. The crowd's expressions shifted subtly, and they began to murmur quietly amongst themselves, though none dared to voice their suspicions aloud. Yet, instinctively, their bodies began to shift discreetly, distancing themselves from the dubious officer and his equally suspicious security guards. For a moment, the air seemed to solidify, the atmosphere fraught with tension. The officer, confronted publicly by Feng Yang, immediately darkened in countenance, his eyes bulging as he glared menacingly at Feng Yang, bellowing, "This is utter nonsense. With your previous statement, I could easily arrest you on the spot for disturbing the peace." Following this, he abruptly pivoted, casting a frigid, piercing gaze over each person present, before coldly declaring, "And you all, I just received a report claiming that there are impostors in this vicinity, which is why I rushed here to investigate. Do you intend to heed this fool's baseless claims and question my identity, officer? How could we possibly doubt you? It is undoubtedly this scoundrel Feng Yang attempting to sow discord and create confusion. Rest assured, we will not believe such absurdities." A middle-aged man hastily interjected, feigning a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned on his heel, his pace noticeably quickening, as if fearing that lingering too long would invite unnecessary trouble. The others, witnessing this, quickly echoed his sentiments. Indeed, officer, you are magnanimous. Do not stoop to this fool's level. We should take our leave and not hinder your investigation." The crowd clamored in a cacophony of voices, each eager to extricate themselves from the situation. They were acutely aware that the officer's behavior was rather peculiar, stirring a sense of unease. Coupled with Feng Yang's previous remarks, doubts began to take root in their minds. At that moment, it was evident that the environment was no longer safe. Departing swiftly was the wisest course of action. The officer observed the middle-aged man, who had been the first to retreat towards the staircase. A sinister smile creeping across his lips, in the next instant, his face began to contort grotesquely, the skin peeling away like parched earth, revealing the grayish-blue scales beneath, his eyes morphing into slits, and sharp fangs sprouting from his mouth. A long, dark, pointed tail extended towards the middle-aged man, who had been the first to flee. Thwack! The tail pierced effortlessly through the man's heart. The middle-aged man, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, looked down in disbelief at the bloodied spike protruding from his chest before collapsing heavily to the ground at an impostor. He truly was an impostor. The remaining onlookers witnessed this horrific scene, and chaos erupted instantly. Panic-stricken, they screamed and scattered in all directions, but it was too late. The two security guards revealed their Tr. Feng Yang beheld the police impostor before him, who effortlessly dispatched a middle-aged man from a considerable distance. His expression turning grave. He had anticipated the presence of an impostor, yet he was taken aback to realize it was a mid-tier one, and even more so by the revelation that 5 such beings lurked outside. At that moment, the corridor on the 4th floor was filled with the sounds of anguished cries, prompting Su Qian and Su Li to hastily retreat into apartment 401. Others, however, were not as fortunate. The ground was stained crimson with blood, resembling a dark red river flowing languidly. Those who lay in the pools of blood had long since lost their vitality, reduced to lifeless, cold corpses. Meanwhile, several low-tier impostors were hunched over, ravenously gnawing at the mangled remains, their mouths emitting chilling sounds of gnashing teeth. Yet, unlike the other ravenous low-tier impostors, the mid-tier impostor clad in a police uniform refrained from partaking in the gruesome feast. It slowly raised its head, its cold, sinister eyes piercing through the open door, locking onto Feng Yang, who was hidden behind it in that moment. It felt as if the entire world had been distilled to the gaze shared between the two. An invisible pressure enveloping Feng Yang, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Feng Yang had yet to engage a mid-tier impostor in combat. Of the 4 he had previously slain, the most formidable was merely an 8-star low-tier impostor, one that had consumed 8 lives. A surge of fierce combativeness welled up within him. With my current abilities, I wonder if I can withstand its might. However, this nascent resolve was swiftly quelled, for he was acutely aware that recklessly opening the door would invite grave peril. Feng Yang was not one to succumb to impulsive actions without a substantial chance of victory and a foolproof strategy. Human, do you believe that I cannot reach you simply because you hide within? A low, chilling voice emanated from the police impostor. No sooner had the words left its mouth than a horrifying spectacle unfolded. The impostor's right hand began to twist and morph like clay, rapidly sprouting numerous razor-sharp claws that gleamed ominously, as if capable of rending the very fabric of existence. Following this, with a resounding thud, the lethal claws struck the security door of apartment 402 with the force of a hammer. Sparks erupted, and the entire corridor trembled, the tremendous impact leaving a deep indentation in the sturdy door. Feng Yang was momentarily taken aback by the terrifying strength of the mid-tier impostor, though thankfully, the door was made of solid steel. Aside from some deformation, it had not sustained significant damage. The police impostor let out a dismissive grunt, a flicker of irritation crossing its eyes. It withdrew its claws, taking several steps back, then suddenly charged forward, slamming its shoulder against the door once more. Another violent jolt ensued, causing dust to rain down from the doorframe. Feng Yang's gaze hardened. If the impostor continued this relentless assault, it might very well destroy the outer door. The 3 massive hounds behind the door sensed the ominous presence outside, tugging at their chains and emitting low growls. It appeared today would be a fierce battle. Resolutely, Feng Yang retreated into the room to retrieve the powerful crossbow and cleaver he had previously prepared. Just as he was loading the crossbow for a counterattack, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The mid-tier impostor, which had been attacking furiously, abruptly ceased all movement. It slowly turned its head, directing its gaze towards the staircase, as if something there had captivated its complete attention. Even the low-tier impostors that had been gnawing on corpses paused their feasting. Shortly thereafter, faint yet discernible footsteps echoed in the corridor, gradually approaching Feng Yang's position. Simultaneously, a deep, slightly magnetic male voice rang out. For low tier, 1 mid-tier, it seems my visit to Liwan community was not in vain. The tone carried an inexplicable air of disdain and nonchalance, as if the speaker regarded the impostors outside with utter contempt. Feng Yang's heart raced. He quickly peered through the small window of the security door. What met his eyes was a strikingly handsome young man clad in resplendent attire, his face adorned with a faint, enigmatic smile that appeared benign yet concealed an unsettling coldness and confidence. To Feng Yang's astonishment, He could distinctly feel the temperature around him drop since the young man's arrival, as if a force were altering the environment. A human with extraordinary abilities. The mid-tier imposter growled menacingly from its throat. Sensing the imminent danger posed by this sudden arrival, knowing of our presence means today is your day of reckoning, the young man replied with a wicked smile. He then waved his hand, causing crystalline ice spikes to coalesce around him, radiating an aura of terrifying chill as they hurtled towards the mid-tier imposter. Dare to underestimate me? The mid-tier imposter roared in fury, its body enveloped in dark scales. Numerous tendrils sprouting from its back that lashed out at the ice spikes. The spikes clashed against the tendrils with metallic echoes, many shattering upon impact, yet some broke through to pierce the mid-tier imposter's form. In pain, it howled, extending its tendrils violently towards the young man. The latter swiftly conjured an ice shield beneath his feet, the tendrils striking against it and scattering icy shards. The mid-tier imposter grew increasingly frantic, flailing its claws wildly. The young man smirked, summoning more ice spikes that formed an expanding circle, ensnaring the mid-tier imposter within. Yet, the mid-tier imposter, displaying astonishing strength, burst through the ice barrier, watching the advancing mid-tier imposter. Luo Yong furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated such ferocity from it at that moment. The low-tier imposters also closed in. Sensing the encroaching threat, he pivoted, unleashing a wave of intense cold that slowed the low-tier imposter's movements. Simultaneously, he sidestepped, revealing an ice sword that had inexplicably appeared in his hand, and he swung it towards the mid-tier imposter's back. The scales were sheared away, black blood gushing forth. The mid-tier imposter, in agony, retreated hastily, recognizing the young man's formidable prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, it turned and leaped powerfully towards a nearby window, shattering the glass in its escape. Humph! Having tracked down a mid-tier imposter, I shall not let you flee. Luo Yong disregarded the low-tier imposters at the scene and pursued with the swiftness of lightning. Inside the apartment, Feng Yang witnessed the battle unfold between the mysterious young man and the mid-tier imposter, including the mention of the extraordinary abilities, leaving him profoundly shocked. Extraordinary abilities, such beings truly exist in this world, Feng Yang murmured to himself in a hushed tone. However, despite his astonishment, he did not lose sight of the pressing matter at hand. His focus sharpened on the 4 low-tier imposters outside. With the mid-tier imposter gone, these 4 low-tier beings were practically delivering themselves to him. With that thought, Feng Yang took a deep breath to steady his nerves, tightened his grip on the cleaver, and resolutely turned the locking bolt before slowly pushing open the door. As the door creaked open, the imposters outside, previously engrossed in their gruesome feast, seemed to sense a shift, halting their actions and turning to face him. Daring to open the door? Truly seeking your own demise. The elderly imposter cackled menacingly, lunging towards Feng Yang. The other 3 followed suit, intent on tearing him apart. Indeed, someone was courting death, but it would not be him. It would be them. Feng Yang broke into a gentle smile. Instead of retreating, he advanced, lunging forward with a swift step towards the foremost elder's imposter. In a flash, he deftly evaded the imposter's attack while simultaneously wielding his machete with ferocity. That a glimmer of cold light flashed by, and the elder's head was sent flying. The other 3 imposters, momentarily stunned, quickly roared and charged forward. Feng Yang remained calm, sidestepping the attack of one imposter and delivering a powerful kick that sent it crashing to the ground. He then gripped the machete with both hands and, with a force akin to splitting mountains, struck at another imposter. The creature raised its arm in defense, only to have its limb severed by the blade, which then plunged into its chest. The last remaining imposter, now stricken with fear, turned to flee. Feng Yang, however, would not grant it such an opportunity. He hurled his machete, which arched gracefully through the air before precisely piercing the imposter's back, approaching the fallen imposter still struggling to rise. Feng Yang retrieved his machete and ended its existence. After dispatching these imposters, he replicated the process, methodically extracting 4 crystalline cores from their hearts. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification rang in Feng Yang's mind once more. Congratulations, host, for slaying 4 initial stage imposters. Reward: 68 imposter points. Total points: 168.3. Items are available for exchange in the point store. Please check at your convenience. Reminder: the imposter invasion war has fully commenced. High-stage imposters detected within a 10-kilometer radius. Host, please enhance your strength promptly. Current host evaluation: second stage evolver, equivalent to a second stage physical enhancement esper among humans. Following this, Feng Yang noticed 3 new items in the store of his consciousness. They were a delicate ring, a menacing black dagger, and a small porcelain vial the size of a thumb. The item catalog detailed their specifications and required exchange points. Spatial storage ring, 100 square meters of storage space. Living creatures cannot be stored. Value, 100 imposter points. Shadow dagger, cuts through iron like mud, inflicting double damage to imposters. Value, 100 imposter points. Clear sacred water, used to cleanse the eyes, enhancing vision tenfold. Enabling night vision, and granting the ability to detect high-stage and lower-stage imposters. Value, 150 imposter points. As Feng Yang reviewed the descriptions of the 3 items, he found himself eager to acquire each one. The spatial storage ring promised to hold essential survival supplies, allowing him to carry vital resources even beyond the confines of his apartment. The shadow dagger, capable of doubling damage against imposters, was evidently a divine tool for hunting them. Lastly, the clear sacred water, which not only augmented vision but also provided night vision and identification capabilities against imposters, was extraordinarily advantageous. Now faced with only 168 points, he found himself at an impasse regarding which item to exchange first. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately resolved to prioritize the storage ring. In a post-apocalyptic world, survival supplies were paramount, and ensuring a steady food supply was essential for maintaining the energy to pursue other endeavors. As the points were deducted, a beautifully crafted silver ring materialized in the palm of Feng Yang's hand. He examined the ring closely, noting the intricate and mysterious engravings adorning its surface. Following the instructions, he concentrated his focus and infused it into the ring, instantly feeling a pull. The next moment, he perceived a void space of 100 square meters within his mind, attempting to store the machete. He silently commanded it to be absorbed, and to his astonishment, it vanished, appearing within the ring's void space. With another mental command, the machete reappeared in his hand. It was truly miraculous. He could indeed store items. Overjoyed, Feng Yang continued to store several more items, growing increasingly adept at the process. He slipped the ring onto the ring finger of his left hand. It fit perfectly, gazing at the gruesome remnants strewn across the ground. The stench of blood thick in the air, he recognized the tragedy that had unfolded here. Feng Yang was acutely aware that today's events could not have been mere coincidence. Initially, someone had intentionally leaked information about his substantial stockpile, drawing the attention of nefarious residents who besieged his doorstep. Subsequently, a mid-stage imposter disguised as a police officer had come to cause trouble. This series of seemingly unrelated events undoubtedly hinted at a deeper conspiracy. Suppressing the turmoil in his stomach, Feng Yang continued to search through the pile of bodies in the corridor. He found no sign of Yang Wei or Su Qian, suggesting they were still alive. With a keen intuition, he could almost ascertain that this entire affair was intricately linked to Yang Wei and Su Qian. Now, with corpses littering his doorstep, if Yang Wei and the others attempted to tarnish his reputation, he would find it nearly impossible to defend himself. Moreover, it was possible that someone had witnessed his confrontation with the imposters. With these thoughts in mind, Feng Yang cast a lingering glance at the closed door of apartment 401. To be prudent, he crouched down and utilized the storage ring to discreetly collect the 4 withered imposter corpses. Thus, even if questioned by the police later, he could attribute all blame to the imposters. Having completed this task, Feng Yang carefully inspected the scene at the entrance to ensure nothing was overlooked before slowly closing the apartment door behind him. Feng Yang's suspicions were correct. At that moment in apartment 401, Su Li was nervously peering out from behind the door, straining to catch a glimpse of the outside commotion. However, the limited view provided by the peephole proved exceedingly narrow, rendering it nearly impossible for him to discern the true nature of the events unfolding outside. He could only vaguely sense the presence of many lifeless bodies. Suddenly, he saw the door to Feng Yang's residence swing open, followed by a cacophony of chaotic sounds from a fierce struggle. Finally, the door closed, plunging the area into silence. Summoning his courage, he cracked the door open slightly to inspect the situation outside. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked ground and the remnants of severed limbs, his stomach churned violently, and he could not suppress a wave of nausea. Gripping his composure, he slammed the door shut. In apartment 402, Feng Yang entered the living room, dragging his somewhat fatigued body. However, before he could steady himself, a delicate figure burst forth from the bedroom like a gust of wind. Qi Meixiang, with her long hair slightly disheveled and her beautiful eyes now red-rimmed, appeared visibly distressed, with tears glistening in her eyes. The tumultuous sounds of Feng Yang's battle with the impostors had left her in a state of anxiety, deeply concerned for his well-being. "Feng Yang, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Qi Meixiang asked urgently, her voice trembling with evident concern. Without delay, she began to meticulously check his body. Upon discovering the black blood on his clothes belonged to the impostors, she exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Feng Yang gazed quietly at the anxious and caring beauty before him, warmth flooding his heart. He could sense that Qi Meixiang's deep affection and worry for him were genuine. Gently, he brushed her hair aside and spoke softly. "I am fine. It is all resolved. We are safe now." Upon hearing these words, the tension in Qi Meixiang's demeanor finally began to ease. Yet, a profound sense of guilt soon washed over her. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Feng Yang's eyes, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Feng Yang, that I feel so useless, unable to assist you in such a perilous time." Tears began to well up in her eyes once more. Feng Yang gently lifted Qi Meixiang's chin, using his fingers to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "The battle is not your responsibility. You only need to focus on what you must do," he continued. "I need to rest and recover my strength. You stay vigilant outside. No matter what happens, do not disturb me or act recklessly. That we will talk once I emerge." Without waiting for Qi Meixiang to utter another word, Feng Yang waved his hand and stepped into the bedroom. Qi Meixiang stood frozen in place, her gaze lingering on Feng Yang's retreating figure, her eyes brimming with emotion and determination. In the bedroom, Feng Yang sat cross-legged on the floor, for crystalline cores arrayed before him. The thought of witnessing the young man's mastery over ice today, alongside the system's notification of a high-tier pseudo-human, filled Feng Yang's heart with an urgent sense of peril. "It appears I must hasten to elevate my own strength. The system has indicated that I am currently a second-tier evolver, equivalent to a second-tier human ability user, with a focus on physical enhancement. If I were to encounter a high-tier pseudo-human or confront that young man who wields ice control, my demise would be inevitable," Feng Yang murmured to himself, seizing a crystalline core and swallowing it whole. Simultaneously, shortly after Feng Yang had dispatched the 4 pseudo-humans, a contingent of special police officers clad in uniforms and armed with heavy weaponry arrived at the scene. They had just received a notification from Luo Yong, stating that a pseudo-human incident had occurred at Building 13 of Liwan Community, prompting their immediate response. "Captain, we have discovered 18 corpses on site, with no survivors. Some of the bodies bear signs of being gnawed upon. It appears the pseudo-humans fled mid-feeding." One of the officers reported to the special police captain, "The audacity of these pseudo-humans is growing. They brazenly slaughter so many in broad daylight. Had it not been for Luo Yong's timely arrival, the entire building might have been drenched in blood by that mid-tier pseudo-human." The special police captain gritted his teeth. "Immediately contact other teams, instructing them to support Liwan Community at once. We must secure Building 13. The stench of these fiends lingers, allowing us to track them down. Any suspicious individuals encountered must be eliminated without hesitation." "Understood," the officers chorused, swiftly springing into action. The special police prioritized their search at the apartment of Qi Meixiang and Feng Yang on the 4th floor. Barking, 2 officers and their leader approached the door of apartment 401. The furious growls of 3 large dogs within piquing their interest. Bang, bang, bang. The officers knocked forcefully on the door. Inside, Qi Meixiang, sensing the commotion, gazed through the peephole and was startled to see the fully armed special police. "Who is it?" She feigned calmness, inquiring, "We are police conducting an inspection. Please cooperate." The officer responded sternly, "I'm feeling unwell and cannot open the door. Please leave." Qi Meixiang refused to comply. The officers exchanged glances, growing increasingly suspicious. "Ma'am, this is a routine check. You must open the door, or we will be compelled to take forceful measures." Anxiety gripped Qi Meixiang as she glanced back at the room. Feng Yang had once instructed her that no matter the circumstances, she must not disturb him or open the door. Not only Qi Meixiang, but the special police investigating apartment 401 faced obstacles as well. The Su family was now like startled birds, peering through their peephole to see 2 individuals claiming to be special police knocking at their door. However, having just experienced a pseudo-human masquerading as an officer, they were wary of anyone. "Captain, what should we do? It seems these 2 households are too frightened to cooperate." The officer looked to the captain, awaiting instructions. The special police captain, feeling somewhat helpless, was about to order forceful entry when the elevator chimed. A handsome young man stepped out. It was the ability user, Luo Yang. Upon seeing Luo Yang, the captain felt a surge of relief. Humanity's instinct is to revere the strong, especially in this post-apocalyptic world, where individuals like Luo Yang, possessing unique powers, are figures of aspiration. Had it not been for the invasion of pseudo-humans, they might never have had the chance to encounter such extraordinary beings. Exiting the elevator, Luo Yang noticed the gathered officers and the captain looking at him, a self-satisfied smile creeping onto his face. As an ability user, he relished the admiration of ordinary people. However, he maintained a facade of calm. Approaching the special police captain, he nodded slightly, indicating, the mid-tier pseudo-human that escaped has been dealt with. How about the remaining 4 low-tier pseudo-humans? Have they been neutralized? The captain quickly briefed Luo Yang on the current situation, particularly the issue of the 2 households refusing to cooperate. After listening to the captain's account, Luo Yang's brow furrowed slightly, betraying his displeasure that he casually remarked, just treat those who refuse to cooperate as pseudo-humans. This area is about to be abandoned. What are you hesitating for? At the same time, he raised his right hand, causing the temperature in the air to slowly drop. A chilling aura rapidly spread, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Just then, the previously indifferent Luo Yang suddenly heard a familiar voice from the direction of apartment 401. Oh, it is them. In an instant, a hint of intrigue blossomed on his icy visage. As if he had stumbled upon something exceedingly interesting, Luo Yang strolled leisurely towards 401, leaving the remaining special police and the captain exchanging puzzled looks, uncertain of his intentions. Inside apartment 401, Su Qian and her family were in a state of panic, acutely aware of the numerous people gathered outside. What should we do? Are we really going to open the door? What if they're pseudo-humans in disguise? Su Qian voiced her anxiety. We cannot open it. Absolutely not. We just witnessed a police officer transform into a pseudo-human. We cannot trust anyone. Su Li vehemently shook his head, tightly gripping the kitchen knife in his hand, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The knocking resumed, followed by Luo Yang's languid voice. Open the door. It's me, Luo Yang, the one who saved you from Building 14. At the sound of his voice, everyone froze. Su Qian's expression turned ecstatic as she pressed against the peephole, catching sight of the young man standing at the door. Indeed, it was Luo Yang. Is it really Luo Yang? He has come to rescue us. Su Qian exclaimed joyfully, eager to open the door, only to be quickly stopped by Su Li. Don't be so gullible. What if it's a pseudo-human mimicking his voice to trick us into opening the door? Impossible. If it were a pseudo-human, how would they know what just happened in Building 14? Hurry, open the door. Su Qian retorted impatiently. Su Li and Su Daqiang exchanged glances. Despite Su Qian's overly enthusiastic demeanor, her reasoning held some merit. Ultimately, the door was opened. Su Qian beamed with delight as she looked at Luo Yang. Luo Yang, how did you end up here? Did you come specifically to find us? Luo Yang's gaze subtly appraised Su Qian, particularly drawn to her ample bosom, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. Though he concealed it well, responding with feigned modesty, I was sent by the higher-ups to eliminate the pseudo-humans in this area. Upon hearing the commotion, I rushed over. You all are unharmed, I hope? Have you noticed any suspicious individuals? Upon hearing Luo Yang's self-introduction, Su Daqiang and Li Feng exchanged glances, hastily stepping forward to offer a warm welcome. A distinguished individual sent by the higher-ups. Please, come in. Come in. Su Daqiang wore a sycophantic smile. Luo Yang nodded in satisfaction, entering the apartment along with the special police and their captain. Speaking of suspicious individuals, we do have something to report. Su Li chimed in, his demeanor obsequious. To be frank, this apartment is not ours. We were forced to take refuge here after encountering the pseudo-humans. However, we discovered 2 peculiar corpses inside the apartment. Moreover, the owner of this apartment is currently in the adjacent apartment 402. Oh, where are the bodies? Take us there. Luo Yang inquired, somewhat surprised that Su Li and the others promptly led Luo Yang and the special police captain to the room where they had placed the pseudo-human corpses. Luo Yang crouched down to examine the now desiccated bodies, immediately discerning that the crystalline cores had been extracted from the hearts of these 2 pseudo-humans. Had the cores remained, the bodies would not have shriveled into such grotesque forms. Once again, pseudo-humans had been slain, and their cores had vanished. Luo Yang's mind instantly recalled the incident from a few days ago when Yang Mingjun had encountered trouble in that urban village. At that time, the scene had similarly been left with a few pseudo-human corpses, their cores missing. The fact that the cores were concealed within the hearts of pseudo-humans was a confidential matter known only to high-ranking individuals. The striking similarities between these 2 occurrences compelled Luo Yang to draw a connection. Hadn't he just mentioned that the owner of this apartment was currently in the adjacent one? Luo Yang rose slowly, his face marred by skepticism, as he extended a finger towards Su Li while casting a sidelong glance at Su Qian, inquiring with a hint of trepidation. Su Qian offered a slight nod. Affirming his doubts, the owner of apartment 402 was named Feng Yang, and that woman was currently cohabiting with him. Just as Su Qian reached this point, she hesitated, biting her lip, seemingly engulfed in uncertainty. After a brief moment of contemplation, she resolved to continue. Moreover, numerous residents within our community have united to lodge complaints, alleging that Feng Yang is, in fact, an impostor. Throughout her discourse, Su Qian refrained from disclosing the nature of her relationship with Feng Yang. In truth, she was acutely aware that Feng Yang was deliberately being slandered by them and Yang Wei. Yet, in Su Qian's perspective, it was Feng Yang who had betrayed her first, consumed by anger and resentment. She momentarily cast aside his past contributions to her life. Fearing that Luo Yang and the present special police would doubt her words, Su Dechang stepped forward, clutching his phone, and proclaimed that Feng Yang was indeed a pariah. Asserting that one need only observe the vitriolic remarks directed at him in the community chat to understand, this individual not only exhibited suspicious behavior, but also hoarded a substantial amount of supplies. Today, those neighbors who tragically perished outside were driven to desperation, seeking his aid for food, only to encounter this nefarious impostor, resulting in the gruesome demise of all 18 homeowners. As he spoke, Su Dechang thrust his phone towards Luo Yang. Revealing the chat logs from the Liwan community group, his actions were insidious, insinuating to those present that Feng Yang was indeed an impostor, luring residents under the guise of supplying resources. Luo Yang took the phone and casually scanned the heated discussions within the group. Indeed, he found the uproar to be fervent. Countless homeowners were tagging the owner of apartment 402, Feng Yang, vowing to unite in reporting him to the authorities. Of course, the architects of this chaos were none other than Yang Wei and Su Li. It turned out that those homeowners seeking supplies had not returned home for an extended period, prompting their anxious relatives to express concern. Consequently, these distressed families began fervently inquiring about their loved ones' welfare in the homeowners group. Before long, a shocking and chilling revelation detonated within the group like a bombshell. Feng Yang was, in reality, a monster masquerading as a human. Those who had approached him for assistance met their tragic fates at the entrance of apartment 402 on the 4th floor of Building 13. The emergence of this news sparked a tempest of outrage. Seizing the opportunity, Su Li and his companions fanned the flames of hysteria within the group, embellishing the horrifying details of the incident. They even attached several photographs of the so-called scene of the tragedy, which Su Li had covertly captured outside apartment 401. The images depicted a gruesome tableau of dismembered limbs and corpses, drenched in blood, a sight both harrowing and repulsive. This revelation plunged the families of the 18 victims into profound grief and fury, as they vehemently vowed to dismantle Feng Yang piece by piece. Yang Wei and Su Li, in concert, stoked the fires of indignation, leading to a deluge of accusations, insults, and terror directed at Feng Yang, casting him into the eye of the public storm. The other homeowners, who had previously harbored discontent over Feng Yang's stockpiling of supplies, found their grievances amplified in a time when everyone was struggling to make ends meet. Why should Feng Yang alone enjoy a life of abundance? As the situation escalated, even those who had had no previous dealings with Feng Yang could no longer contain their simmering resentment, stepping forward to join the chorus of accusations against him. Given your assertions, it certainly appears that Feng Yang is highly suspicious, Luo Yang remarked, a wry smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he set down the phone. Let us ascertain whether he is indeed an impostor. With that, Luo Yang, accompanied by the special police and Su Qian, made their way towards Feng Yang's residence. Meanwhile, within apartment 402, an oblivious Feng Yang was absorbed in the process of refining a crystal core. Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks at the door incited a cacophony of barks from his 3 large dogs, startling him from his concentration. Feng Yang furrowed his brow, a flicker of unease washing over him. This was a critical moment for him in the refinement of the second crystal core. Were it not for an emergency, he would have preferred to remain undisturbed. However, the dogs' uproar was more fervent and piercing than ever before, as if they had encountered a fearsome adversary. Coupled with the incessant buzzing of his phone, which signaled incoming messages, Feng Yang found it increasingly difficult to concentrate. It appeared that today was fraught with complications. He casually picked up his phone. As he opened it, a flood of messages tagging him inundated his screen. The more he read, the tighter his brow furrowed. Within 2 minutes, his expression transformed into one of grave dismay. Almost everyone in the community was vehemently denouncing him, hurling insults, and branding him a hypocritical charlatan. Some even went so far as to fabricate rumors that he had cruelly utilized his valuable supplies as bait to mercilessly slay those unfortunate neighbors who sought his assistance. The insidious nature of rumors lies in their ability to invert truth without any factual basis. In this chaotic, apocalyptic world, it seemed that people's rationality had long been devoured by fear and anger. Few were willing to investigate the truth. They merely sought an outlet for their pent-up emotions, and Feng Yang had unwittingly become that target. To put it bluntly, in the current Liwan community, he had transformed into a public enemy. A pariah whom all sought to vilify. As Feng Yang gazed at the photographs of the scene and the incendiary comments from Su Li and Su Dechong within the group, his eyes turned icy. Outside apartment 402, Luo Yong and the special police had gathered, with the lead officer sternly shouting commands. Those inside, we are the special police from the Xin City Tianhu district, tasked with eradicating impostors. We have received credible reports from concerned citizens indicating the presence of an impostor within apartment 13-402. Please open the door immediately and cooperate with our investigation. Should you refuse, we will be compelled to take coercive measures. Standing at the door, Qi Meixiang anxiously gazed at the throng of stern-faced special police officers clad in uniform, her complexion paling, her eyes filled with trepidation. What should she do? Should she notify Feng Yang? Just then, the bedroom door creaked open. Feng Yang emerged, his demeanor calm and composed. He gestured to Qi Meixiang to remain silent. Understanding immediately, she feigned composure and approached the door. Addressing the lead officer outside. Officer, surely there must be some evidence for such a report. How could there possibly be an impostor here? The outside world is fraught with danger. If you mobilize forces based solely on baseless allegations, how will we ever live here in peace? The officer furrowed his brow, contemplating her words. As Qi Meixiang engaged in dialogue with the special police outside, Feng Yang had already made his way to the room where supplies were stored. He first took several photographs of the supplies with his phone. Then, utilizing a storage ring, he meticulously stored most of the supplies, including bows, knives, and food. In no time, the once crowded room was left sparsely filled, with only about 1/10 of its original contents remaining. Feng Yang surveyed the now empty room, its stark contrast to its previous state bringing him satisfaction. After conducting a final check to ensure nothing was amiss, he walked toward the door where Qi Meixiang stood. At that moment, Luo Yong had begun to show signs of impatience. He pushed past the engaged lead officer, stepping to the forefront and coldly addressing Qi Meixiang. I will count to 3. If the door is not opened, you will face the consequences. 1. Before he could reach 2, Feng Yang had already arrived at the door. Peering through the small window, he caught sight of the imposing special police and Luo Yong. And his pupils constricted. If they were merely special police, it would be manageable. However, he had just witnessed this ability-wielding youth in a fierce battle with a mid-tier imposter, and the power to manipulate ice was terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yang approached the window, declaring, I am the owner of this apartment, and I am willing to cooperate. However, if there is to be a search, let it be conducted according to proper protocol. Do not act recklessly. Luo Yong gazed at the figure of Feng Yang peering through the small window of the door with an expression of indifference. So, you are Feng Yang? After knocking for so long, I thought you would continue to cower inside like a turtle. Open the door. We shall neither wrong an innocent person nor let a fraud escape. His tone and demeanor were resolute and left no room for doubt. Feng Yang furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from retorting. Instead, he unlatched the lock. As the door swung open, the special police rushed in first. Search thoroughly. Leave no corner unchecked. Look for any traces of blood or human tissue. The captain of the special police instructed, following closely behind. Upon entering, Luo Yong merely cast a cursory glance at Feng Yang before his attention was captivated by the enchanting Qi Meixiang beside him. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her figure curvaceous, exuding an aura of mature sensuality. Luo Yong felt a surge of warmth within, yet his expression remained icy. Even Su Li, who was peering anxiously from the doorway, could not help but swallow hard at the sight of Qi Meixiang. Noticing Luo Yong's gaze, Qi Meixiang felt a twinge of nervousness and instinctively leaned against Feng Yang. At that moment, Feng Yang also observed Su Qian and Su Li trailing behind Luo Yong. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he stepped forward to block Su Qian from entering. This is my apartment. Strangers are not welcome. Su Qian scoffed. Feng Yang, if you have nothing to hide, why fear our entry? Now that the police are here, let's see what tricks you can pull. Don't think we are unaware. The frauds were lured here by you. Luo Yong raised a hand to silence her, his gaze still fixed on Qi Meixiang. Are you the owner of 401? Just as Qi Meixiang was about to respond, Feng Yang interjected. She resides in 401. Is there a problem with that? Luo Yong retorted. What problem? A significant one. We discovered 2 bodies of frauds in 401, and as the owner of the apartment, she is not living in her own home, but rather staying here with you. Shouldn't this matter be clarified? Feng Yang smiled slightly and countered. Frauds are rampant outside, and the government has issued a notice advising us to avoid being alone. Qi Meixiang and I are neighbors. Both living alone, seeking warmth together hardly seems illegal, does it? As for why there are bodies of frauds in her apartment, we are not privy to that information. Feng Yang's words were meticulously crafted. Luo Yong snorted dismissively. Well spoken, but how do we know you are not in cahoots? Perhaps you too are frauds yourselves? A flicker of anger crossed Feng Yang's eyes. That is a baseless accusation. Meanwhile, the special police had swiftly commenced their search, and the room was filled with the sounds of hurried footsteps and rummaging. After a while, a special police officer approached the captain and Luo Yong to report. We have searched both inside and out. There are no suspicious findings, no suspicious leads. Luo Yong frowned as he moved toward the living room. As he passed by the 3 large dogs, they emitted low, growling howls, perhaps sensing Luo Yong's malice or for some other reason. He shot them a fierce glare, his expression tinged with displeasure and disgust. Upon entering the living room, his gaze landed on a stash of supplies that Feng Yang had deliberately left in the corner. A cold smile crept across his lips. Everyone is starving, yet you have hoarded so much food, and no wonder the residents of the complex sought to report you. It is not without reason. With that, he plopped down onto the sofa at that moment. Su Qian and Su Li surged into the apartment, stealing a glance around. Su Qian's eyes lit up at the sight of the boxes filled with supplies. Feng Yang was taken aback by their audacity. He had clearly warned them against entering. Yet now, they disregarded his warning and barged in, and even the police stationed at the entrance seemed indifferent. Offering no resistance whatsoever, he coldly glared at Su Qian and said in a chilling tone, "Who allowed you to come in? Did you treat my words as mere wind in your ears? Leave my home at once. This is my sanctuary, not a place for you to run amok. Or else." Unfortunately, he was abruptly interrupted by a harsh voice. Or else what? It was Luo Yang, lounging on the sofa. Feng Yang turned sharply, his eyes locked onto him. Go on. If they do not leave, what will you do? What can you do? Are you planning to kill them before our eyes? Luo Yang asked mockingly. Seeing Luo Yang stand up for her, Su Qian swayed her hips and approached him, sweetly saying, "Brother Luo, you are so kind. Feng Yang only knows how to bully us vulnerable individuals. It is you, Brother Luo, who is righteous and stands up for us common folk." She even threw a provocative glance at Feng Yang. Luo Yang basked in the praise from the stunning Su Qian, feeling immensely proud. He smiled slightly. It's a small matter. As long as I am here, I will not let wrongdoers go unpunished. You said you had nowhere to stay. This place seems quite suitable. There's food, and the safety of the house is assured. Feng Yang watched the flirtation between the two, his fists clenched slightly, filled with anger and self-mockery. In the past, he had long admired the goddess, yet now, before Luo Yang, he appeared like a lovesick neighbor girl. Gone was his previous aloofness and pride. Instead, he displayed a pitiful and infatuated demeanor. At that moment, Feng Yang fully comprehended the essence of relationships between men and women. A woman's tenderness is never bestowed upon sycophants and wastrels. They only kneel and submit before the strong. If one is powerful enough, a mere beckoning of the finger will draw countless women like Su Qian, eager to climb into one's bed. In contrast, the gentleness and thoughtfulness of the weak are as inconsequential as a cup of cheap cola. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yang quelled his inner turmoil and addressed Su Qian and Luo Yang with a neutral expression. Have you finished your inspection? If there's nothing more, please leave my apartment. Luo Yang crossed his legs, tapping his fingers lightly against the armrest of the sofa. The next moment, his expression turned icy and serious. Nothing more? Do you truly believe you can evade scrutiny? Arrest him. At his command, the surrounding special police immediately closed in. The captain of the special police appeared troubled. Luo Yang, there is currently no concrete evidence indicating he is a fraud. We cannot. Luo Yang abruptly stood. I said arrest him. He has hoarded supplies, inciting public outrage. That alone warrants his detention for questioning at the police station. Furthermore, given the current dire situation, I have been dispatched to assist in the thorough investigation of frauds. I possess the authority to apprehend any suspicious targets. And if there is resistance, I am authorized to use lethal force. Feng Yang crossed his arms, his gaze icy. Brother, it seems we are not acquainted. Are we? What benefit do you derive from deliberately making things difficult for me? Targeting you. TSK. Luo Yong sneered disdainfully. You think too highly of yourself. To me, you are merely an ordinary suspect. Perhaps tomorrow I will forget what you look like. If I truly wish to deal with you, do you believe that I could not simply kill you right now without anyone daring to utter a word? He laughed arrogantly and nonchalantly, utterly disregarding Feng Yang. The reason Luo Yong sought to provoke Feng Yang further was to test him. Why are you not arresting him immediately? Luo Yong instructed the nearby special police to take action. Feng Yang's expression darkened ominously. Though seething with anger, he did not resist, fully aware that Luo Yong was clearly intent on making his life difficult. Any resistance would only exacerbate the situation. However, Qi Meixiang could no longer remain passive. She stepped in front of Feng Yang and denounced Luo Yong. Feng Yang is not a fraud. I can vouch for him. To arrest someone without evidence is sheer tyranny. Luo Yong regarded Qi Meixiang with interest and chuckled lightly. I almost forgot about you. We now suspect that you two may have ties to the frauds. Come along quietly with us. Qi Meixiang, infuriated yet sarcastic, retorted, you are fabricating charges without cause. Your so-called investigation is nothing more than an abuse of power. Nevertheless, the special police proceeded to handcuff her and Feng Yang without further ado. Take them back to headquarters. Luo Yong waved his hand, signaling the special police to escort Feng Yang away. Feng Yang's eyes scanned the officers present, all of whom were well-equipped. They were not only armed with law enforcement pistols but also possessed shotguns and grenades. The power of a shotgun was terrifyingly formidable, capable of shattering the skull of a novice impostor with a single shot. There were a total of 14 special police officers in the room, with a few more outside, not to mention Luo Yong, the ability user. Should a conflict arise, he would find himself in a dire predicament. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yang suppressed his inner fury, refraining from uttering another word or resisting, allowing himself to be taken away by the two special police officers. As Feng Yang and Qi Meixiang were brought to the doorway, Luo Yong's languid voice echoed once more. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, your house has been requisitioned by the authorities from this moment on. Please hand over the keys. Feng Yang paused, glancing back at Luo Yong, a flicker of concealed murderous intent flashing in the depths of his gaze. Apart from Su Qian's family, he had never harbored such lethal animosity towards anyone else. Luo Yong had now secured a place on his death list. The officer holding him searched Feng Yang's pockets and ultimately retrieved a set of keys, tossing them to Luo Yong. Soon after, Feng Yang and Qi Meixiang were detained by the special police at the base of the residential complex. Residents of Liwan community, having heard of the numerous deaths in Building 13, gathered to watch as a surge of armed special police arrived. Are they the impostors hiding in Building 13? They look rather ordinary, don't they? A middle-aged woman feigned astonishment, her eyes betraying a hint of glee. What do you know? Impostors are adept at disguise. I saw it in the group. A total of 18 people perished on the 4th floor, and the scene was truly horrific. Another man chimed in, fear etched across his face. Those are just rumors. If they were truly impostors, would they be so compliant? I don't believe it. A young man seemed eager to defend Feng Yang and Qi Meixiang, but his voice was soon drowned out by the surrounding clamor. Regardless of whether they are or not, just for hoarding supplies during a critical period, their selfishness warrants their capture. Why should they be allowed to enjoy such fine food while the rest of us are starving? A middle-aged woman shrieked, her face openly displaying schadenfreude. At least half of the crowd had participated in reporting Feng Yang, and she was among them. When she had sought help from Feng Yang in the group, he had rebuked her angrily. Now, she could hardly contain her desire to see him apprehended. The murmurs of the onlookers grew increasingly loud, with various unkind remarks piercing like daggers towards Feng Yang and Qi Meixiang. Faced with the malicious gazes and insults, Feng Yang remained expressionless, his heart devoid of sorrow or joy. Having endured an apocalyptic experience once, he had grown numb to such scenes. That Qi Meixiang, on the other hand, felt a sense of embarrassment and unease, trailing closely behind Feng Yang with her head bowed. At that moment, the community security personnel arrived, but their intention was not to observe the commotion. The head of the property management approached an armed special officer with an anxious expression, urgently inquiring, Officer, since the impostors have been apprehended, when can we expect the aid supplies to arrive? When will the lockdown be lifted? Many families in the community are running out of food, and if this continues, we will starve in a few days. The special officer glanced at the property manager, responding coldly, "We are still investigating. It has not yet been confirmed that they are impostors. Moreover, the allocation of aid supplies requires time, and the lockdown will not be lifted for the time being." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with discontented boos, but our calls to the official hotline have been met with constant busy signals, and there has been no clear response regarding when supplies will be dispatched. We asked for a definitive answer today. "Officer," the property manager pressed on. The special officer's face displayed a hint of difficulty. He furrowed his brow, his lips moving as if he intended to say something, yet hesitated. Finally, after a brief silence, he slowly spoke. "Regarding the issue of supplies, the higher-ups are still in the midst of urgent allocations. After all, various regions are currently facing disasters, and the distribution of resources must take many factors into account as for the specific delivery time and detailed allocation plans. To be honest, we are not privy to that information. Our task is solely to investigate the impostors." Upon hearing this, the property manager could not help but let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharpening as he retorted without reservation, "Humph, investigating impostors. It seems to me you are merely passing the buck and shirking responsibility. Today, regardless of the circumstances, you must provide us with a clear explanation. Otherwise, you shall not leave easily." The other two special officers, unable to contain their temper, stepped forward, their hands resting on their weapons as they barked. "You are obstructing official duties. If you do not step aside, do not blame us for being rude." The property manager stiffened. "What? Do you intend to resort to violence? Do you dare to fire your weapons here? If you do not provide an explanation today, no one is leaving." The atmosphere became palpably tense. Standing behind the special officers, Feng Yang observed the raucous scene, his eyes narrowing slightly as he recognized a few familiar figures in the crowd. One was Yang Wei, his slightly plump and greasy figure blending into the throng, now wearing a sinister smirk as he looked at Feng Yang. Another was Feng Jian, the woman who had opened the door for Feng Yang on that fateful night. Lastly, there was the security guard, Old Li, who had kindly advised him against venturing out alone that evening to tea. That moment, Old Li, clad in his security uniform, trailed behind the property manager, accompanied by 4 or 5 other community guards. "I will reiterate, this is a special situation. Our task is to thoroughly investigate the impostors and ensure everyone's safety. We are not responsible for anything else that if you continue to cause a ruckus. We have the authority to arrest those who disturb the peace. Clear the way." The special officer firmly insisted as he attempted to push through the crowd with Feng Yang in tow. However, the property manager was unwilling to relent. He raised his voice, addressing the crowd. "Listen, everyone. This is the response we have received from the authorities. We are cooperating with their work while starving here. Yet they keep making excuses to defer responsibility. Now they want to arrest us. I believe there will be no aid supplies coming at all. The higher-ups are indifferent to our plight. Otherwise, after so many days, there would be news by now." The crowd, incited by his words, grew even more agitated. Indeed, just yesterday the residents of Lakeside Garden went to the neighborhood committee, and there was no one there. All the staff had fled. Someone chimed in. "Rumors are circulating that Tianhu District and Longming District have been abandoned by the authorities. It seems to be true." Another voice added, "No wonder I saw so many large trucks transporting supplies out. Many wealthy individuals have gone missing as well. It must be that the higher-ups have no intention of caring for our lives. We cannot just sit here and wait to die. We must resist. We must fight back." Just as the crowd's emotions were on the brink of spiraling out of control, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The resounding sound plunged the scene into silence. The special police captain, accompanied by Luo Yong and a dozen other officers, slowly descended from the building. "Everyone, please calm down." The special police captain's authoritative gaze swept over the crowd. In times like these, we must unite rather than cast suspicion upon one another. Not only is Shunqing facing turmoil, but violent incidents are occurring daily worldwide. Even among you, impostors may be hiding. Longming District and Tianhu District are the areas most rampant with impostors, and for the safety of others, we are compelled to enforce a strict lockdown. Upon hearing the captain's words, the crowd became somewhat subdued, though many still wore skeptical expressions. "First, take these 2 suspects back to headquarters. Anyone who dares to create a disturbance will be charged with disturbing the peace." After the special police captain evacuated the crowd, he commanded the officers escorting Feng Yang. Although the onlookers were reluctant, they dared not protest in the presence of armed officers. Soon, Feng Yang and Qi Meixiang were detained in an armored riot vehicle. Departing from Liwan community. Inside the vehicle, Feng Yang maintained his composure, secretly contemplating how to extricate himself. There were 4 special police officers on board, 1 driving, another in the passenger seat, and 2 monitoring them from the back. Feng Yang's hands were shackled, the silver bracelets capable of withstanding a maximum tension of less than 1 ton, and given his current physical strength, he might not be able to break free. Furthermore, the 2 officers beside him wielded loaded shotguns, and any slightest movement on his part would immediately alert them. Feng Yang knew all too well that if he couldn't act swiftly and effectively control the 2 officers before they had a chance to react, escaping would be nothing short of a fantasy. Just as he was troubled about finding an opportunity, the armored vehicle suddenly shook violently and was soon brought to a halt. What happened? One of the officers next to Feng Yang called out. Peering ahead, unclear, as the road ahead was blocked by vehicles, it seemed another riot had erupted. The officer in the passenger seat attempted to contact headquarters via radio, but received no response. Through the window, Feng Yang could vaguely see the roadside ahead filled with abandoned vehicles. Let's go take a look. The driver and the officer in the passenger seat exited the vehicle, cautiously advancing with their weapons drawn. The remaining 2 officers exchanged glances, and one of them pointed his gun at Feng Yang, indicating that he and Qi Meixiang should follow them out. Outside, the road was desolate and in ruins. With a dozen vehicles obstructing their path, shadows began to converge towards them from the surroundings. Feng Yang's eyes scanned the area warily, while Qi Meixiang closely followed behind him, trembling slightly. The figures gradually became clearer, revealing ragged residents with fierce expressions, including the elderly and children, wielding makeshift weapons. Who are you? What are you doing here? The 2 special police officers inquired. However, a sudden ominous premonition surged within Feng Yang. After absorbing the crystal core and evolving, his sense of smell had far surpassed that of ordinary people. At this moment, he distinctly detected a faint, putrid odor emanating from the group. This particular scent was all too familiar to him. Having slain several foe beings before, it was the odor of death associated with these creatures. Feng Yang discreetly surveyed the crowd, estimating their numbers to be at least 20 or more, perhaps due to the brightness of day and the heightened state of alert in the Tianhu district. Or perhaps because previous encounters with foe beings had mostly involved solitary actions, such large-scale collective movement had rarely occurred. Thus, the 4 special police officers evidently harbored little suspicion, merely perceiving this group as ordinary residents attempting to create chaos through a demonstration. Be cautious, these people are not right. They are not human. Feng Yang quietly warned the 2 officers beside him. Initially taken aback, the officers soon became alert. However, it was too late. The 2 officers approached the crowd to interrogate them. A black, sharp spike shot in from the left like lightning. In an instant, one officer was pierced and fell into a pool of blood. The remaining suspicious foe beings surged forward like a frenzy. Foe beings on alert. One officer reacted swiftly, shouting as he fired his shotgun at the approaching foe beings. Bang! The shotgun proved to be a formidable weapon, instantly blowing the head off one of the foe beings. Black blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The 2 officers beside Feng Yang rushed to assist. Yet, the sheer number of foe beings overwhelmed them, and at least one of them appeared to be of mid-tier strength. The special police officers found themselves besieged. Seizing the opportunity while the 2 officers were distracted by the attack, Feng Yang forcefully pulled at his handcuffs. His internal strength surged, and to his astonishment, he managed to break free. Get in the vehicle. Feng Yang pushed Qi Meixiang into the armored car, and a machete appeared in his hand as he swung it fiercely at an approaching female foe being. Swish! The female foe being's head was severed. He attempted to rescue the 2 surviving officers, but found them already ensnared. The nearest officer was currently facing a fierce assault from 3 brutal foe beings. His situation perilous. The other officer fared even worse, a black spike piercing through his chest mercilessly. Following the direction of the black spike, Feng Yang finally glimpsed the monstrous entity responsible for this nightmare, a massive humanoid creature covered in dense scales. Shimmering with a chilling light, judging by the terrifying aura it emitted, this was at least a mid-tier foe being. It's too powerful. Feng Yang's mind immediately conjured thoughts of fleeing, glancing back at the officer's corpse about 7 or 8 meters away. He looked at the armored vehicle, gritted his teeth, and charged forward, wielding the machete like a cleaver, cutting down the initial tier foe beings that stood in his way. Reaching the officer's body, he swiftly grabbed the keys from his waist and picked up the shotgun from the ground. At this moment, more foe beings began to close in on Feng Yang, armed with various crude weapons, charging recklessly, surrounded, and with no escape. A cold light flickered in Feng Yang's eyes. If he could not flee, then he would fight. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his strength, charging toward the group of armed foe beings. The machete danced like a blur, each swing accompanied by the splatter of blood. Feng Yang disregarded the initial tier foe beings, focusing most of his attention on the mid-tier one. Indeed, the mid-tier foe beings seemed displeased with Feng Yang's slaughter of the lower-tier ones, its spiked tail suddenly whipping out like a streak of black lightning aimed directly at him. Anticipating this, Feng Yang sidestepped, the spike embedding itself in the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, he raised the shotgun and pulled the trigger at the mid-tier foe being. Boom! The powerful blast shattered its shoulder armor, flesh and blood flying. Although it did not inflict a fatal wound, it caused the creature to howl in pain. Taking advantage of this moment, Feng Yang quickly dashed toward the armored vehicle. However, the mid-tier foe being was unwilling to relent, roaring as it lunged at Feng Yang once more. He evaded its sharp claws, countering with a deep gash across its arm with his machete. Yet, the mid-tier foe being's recovery ability was astonishing, the wound healing rapidly. Damn it, are mid-tier foe beings this monstrous? Feng Yang cursed under his breath, refusing to let his body falter, despite the onslaught from the numerous initial-tier foe beings. He fought his way through. Though several initial-tier foe beings fell beneath his strikes, he paid a heavy price, with wounds on his arms, back, and abdomen soaking his clothes in blood. Desperately, he reached the side of the injured officer, pulling him back quickly while defending against the foe beings. Finally, he leapt into the vehicle and secured the door. Qi Meixiang had been waiting anxiously in the driver's seat. Upon seeing Feng Yang enter, her face was filled with worry. What do we do? We can't start the vehicle without the keys. Feng Yang, however, had anticipated this, tossing her the keys he had retrieved from the fallen driver's body. Start it now. The special police officer was gravely injured, struggling to lift his hand. Feng Yang understood immediately, bending down to search his body for a moment before retrieving the key to the handcuffs, which he tossed to Qi Meixiang. Outside, a throng of counterfeit beings relentlessly battered the vehicle, causing it to shake violently, as if it might topple at any moment. Trembling, Qi Meixiang inserted the key to start the vehicle, and the engine roared to life. That instant, a rudimentary counterfeit being broke through the car window, reaching in to grasp Qi Meixiang's hair. Quick as a flash, Feng Yang severed the offending arm with a swift stroke, eliciting a pained howl from the counterfeit. Hurry! Feng Yang shouted. Qi Meixiang slammed on the accelerator, and the armored vehicle charged into the mass of counterfeits like a frenzied beast, sending many flying. Yet, more counterfeits closed in, almost blocking the road ahead. I have a plan, Feng Yang declared, opening the shooting hatch atop the vehicle and retrieving a grenade. He calculated the timing and distance, waiting until the armored vehicle was about to plunge into the largest cluster of counterfeits before pulling the pin and tossing it out. With a thunderous explosion, the counterfeits ahead were blown to smithereens. Seizing the opportunity, the armored vehicle forged a bloody path and sped away. The pursuing counterfeits, still howling in anger, gradually fell behind after a futile chase. As Feng Yang watched the distance between them widen, he exhaled deeply in relief. He quickly bent down to assess the condition of the injured officer, only to find that although he had managed to save him in time, the officer's injuries were far too severe. He had already ceased to breathe. At that moment, a crackling voice suddenly burst forth from the intercom, which had been silent in contact with the special police headquarters. Requesting assistance, Team 7. Team 7 requests support at Liu New Village, where a large number of counterfeits have been discovered, including mid-level ones. Requesting support. Liu New Village is besieged by numerous counterfeits. Team 7 has suffered heavy casualties, requesting assistance. The voice on the intercom was intermittent, interspersed with the sounds of gunfire from the scene. It was possible to discern that a special police team had encountered counterfeits. Liu New Village? Feng Yang paused momentarily. It wasn't that the urban village nearby where he had hunted counterfeits in a narrow alley. It was quite close to their current location. Could that place truly be a den of counterfeits? Feng Yang perked up his ears and indeed faintly heard gunfire echoing from afar, but a heavy weight settled in his heart. First, they had just faced a massive assault from counterfeits, and now Team 7 was calling for help. indicating that the counterfeit infestation in Tianhu district had reached an uncontrollable level. It wouldn't be long before the entire deep city would succumb. Feng Yang-kun, where are we going now? Qi Meixiang turned to look at Feng Yang and asked. Feng Yang pondered for a moment before responding. Drive the vehicle to Zhongqing Reservoir, and then we'll quietly return to it's less than 2 kilometers from our community, and the location is remote. We can leave the vehicle there just in case. Upon hearing that Feng Yang intended to return to Liwan community, Qi Meixiang's face showed a hint of confusion. Are we really going back? Your apartment has already been occupied, and those people in the community no longer welcome us, that I'm afraid. Hearing this, Feng Yang's fists clenched slightly, his gaze chilling. How could he not return? He was not the type to endure being trampled upon and humiliated. Su Qian's family was still there, as well as Yang Wei and Luo Yong. These individuals had become an obsession for Feng Yang. Their survival was essential to assuage the resentment that burned in his heart. However, he would not voice this to Qi Meixiang. Now that the entire Tianhu district is locked down, and I'm injured, where else can we go if we don't return to Liwan community? Don't worry. I won't foolishly walk into death. I have my own plans. Feng Yang reassured her. Qi Meixiang nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to speak further, and drove with vigilance. Soon, the vehicle veered off the main road and entered Zhongqing Reservoir. Coming to a halt in a desolate area. This used to be a small park reservoir, frequented by joggers and walkers. However, since the emergence of counterfeits, it had become eerily deserted. Even the park's duty room lay empty. After parking, Qi Meixiang immediately moved to the back seat to check Feng Yang's injuries. She noticed that the wounds on Feng Yang's leg and abdomen were still oozing blood, and her brow furrowed tightly. She quickly opened the first aid kit in the vehicle and took out some disinfectant cotton balls. Feng Yang-kun, this might hurt a bit. You'll have to bear with it. Her voice was gentle but tinged with tension. Observing her focused demeanor, a warm feeling surged within Feng Yang, and he nodded slightly. In truth, given Feng Yang's current recovery capacity, these minor injuries would heal quickly, but he did not stop Qi Meixiang. She carefully dabbed the cotton ball around the edges of the wound. When she reached a deeper part of the injury, Feng Yang could not suppress a muffled groan, prompting her to soften her movements. Her eyes filled with concern. After disinfecting, she applied ointment evenly to the wounds and then meticulously bandaged them. All right, this will suffice for now. I hope it doesn't get infected. Qi Meixiang sighed in relief. Feng Yang moved his body slightly, feeling less pain, and looked at her gratefully. Thanks to you, Meixiang. Let us rest in the vehicle for a bit before planning our next course of action. Qi Meixiang replied. Feng Yang-kun, I'll follow your lead. That moment, a look of joy suddenly crossed Feng Yang's face. He had just killed a counterfeit, and his points in the system store had been updated. A total of 106 points had been added, combined with the remaining 68 points from the storage ring he had exchanged earlier, bringing his total to 174 points. It was unfortunate that the recent urgency had prevented him from extracting the crystal cores from the counterfeits. Looking at the store interface, which displayed a dagger and a small vial, Feng Yang chose the latter without hesitation. According to the description of the clear Ming holy water, this substance not only enhanced the user's vision tenfold, granting night vision capabilities, but more importantly, it could identify mid-level and lower counterfeits. This was an extraordinarily powerful ability. After all, the most troublesome aspect of counterfeits was their ability to disguise and mimic humans. If he could see through them, his survival and hunting plans would be profoundly improved. Feng Yang-kun, what is this? Qi Meixiang inquired curiously, noticing the small vial that had appeared in his hand as if by magic. This is a good thing. I'll tell you about it later. Feng Yang waved his hand, not offering an explanation. Keep watch for me, and have something to eat. It will set out once we're fully prepared. Despite her lingering curiosity, Qi Meixiang, understanding the situation, obediently returned to the driver's seat, remaining alert. Feng Yang produced a basin, filled it with mineral water, and then opened the small vial. A drop of azure liquid slowly fell into the water, causing it to emit a soft blue glow that swirled gracefully, as if alive. According to the instructions for using the clear Ming holy water, it was necessary to dissolve it in clean water and then wash one's eyes. Repeating the process 10 times, Feng Yang took a deep breath, cupping his hands to bring some of the water close to his eyes. When the cool liquid touched his eyeball, he felt a slight sting. Followed by an indescribable sensation of refreshment, he carefully repeated the action. Once, twice, 9 times, and 10 times. After the final wash, Feng Yang opened his eyes, and the sight before him astonished him. The once ordinary interior of the vehicle now radiated a faint halo, and he could distinctly see the tiny particles of dust suspended in the air that he gazed towards the distant woods, where the previously indistinct leaf veins were now clearly visible, each leaf resembling a delicate work of art. Then he turned his attention to the dim corners of the vehicle, his vision penetrating the darkness as clearly as daylight. Whether he could identify counterfeits remained to be seen. This is incredible. The entire world has become astonishingly clear. Feng Yang felt a surge of excitement that he knew that with this newfound ability, his chances of survival in this perilous world had significantly increased, and his plans for hunting counterfeits could proceed more smoothly. Most importantly, everything he had encountered in the counterfeit store had upended Feng Yang's understanding of reality. If one continues to kill in pursuit of more points, will they not grow increasingly powerful? The anticipation for the treasures ahead is truly mounting. Feng Yang gazed at the now empty small porcelain vial in his hand, his eyes glimmering with expectation. He toyed with the vial for a moment before stowing it away, retrieving the 2 unrefined pseudo-human cores he had left and swallowing them whole. Now he must hasten his ascent in strength. Only then could he effectively execute his revenge plan upon returning to Liwan community. After more than an hour, as the last core was completely refined, Feng Yang finally opened his eyes slowly. He clenched his fist, feeling the immense energy pulsating within his muscles, as if he could shatter an armored vehicle with a single punch. Feng Yang, are you feeling restored? Qi Meixiang inquired, gazing at him with a hint of suspicion, sensing the formidable aura radiating from him. Feng Yang smiled slightly, about to respond when he suddenly perked up, his gaze fixating on a thicket outside the car window. The dim surroundings did nothing to obscure his vision. Through the layers of branches and leaves, he discerned a humanoid creature concealed within, quietly observing them. The being emanated an aura that was distinctly not human. Furthermore, after his eyes were cleansed by the sacred water, he immediately recognized its rank. That it was a mid-tier pseudo-human that had already consumed 17 individuals, its strength not to be underestimated, judging by its movements. It seemed to have noticed Feng Yang and Qi Meixiang inside the armored vehicle and was contemplating how to strike a mid-tier pseudo-human. I wonder if my current strength is sufficient to hunt it down. Feng Yang felt a surge of delight within, as this would be the perfect opportunity to test his newfound powers. At that moment, the pseudo-human began to stir, right before Feng Yang's eyes. Its form rapidly shifted, soon resembling a middle-aged man clad in a reservoir manager's uniform. The pseudo-human, now disguised as the middle-aged man, slowly approached Feng Yang. Maintaining his composure, Feng Yang turned to Qi Meixiang and said, "Someone is coming over there. Stay in the car and do not get out. I'll go check it out." Qi Meixiang followed Feng Yang's gaze but saw no one in the vicinity, utterly perplexed. However, as Feng Yang had already exited the vehicle, she refrained from questioning him further. Feng Yang's expression remained unchanged as he approached the direction of the middle-aged man, the dagger in his hand discreetly hidden within his sleeve. Upon seeing Feng Yang exit the vehicle and approach, the middle-aged pseudo-human's lips curled into a sly grin. These foolish humans, even at such a time, still venture into the park to engage in flirtations. He had initially pondered how to launch a surprise attack to eliminate the man and woman inside the car. But now it appeared that the situation was simpler than he had anticipated. As for whether this was a trap, he had never even considered that possibility. Ridiculous. He was a mid-tier pseudo-human, unrivaled in speed and strength compared to mere humans. Even if this human possessed a firearm, he felt no fear. Soon, the two encountered each other. "Who are you? What are you doing wandering around this reservoir park?" The middle-aged pseudo-human feigned surprise, questioning Feng Yang. These pseudo-humans are indeed cunning. Their reactions and demeanor easily lulling one into a false sense of security. One might mistakenly believe the other to be human while considering themselves the pseudo-human. Feng Yang smirked inwardly but maintained a facade of vigilance, pretending to scrutinize him. "Uncle, who are you?" The pseudo-human uncle chuckled. "Little one, I am the manager of this reservoir, patrolling the area when I happened to spot you. It's quite dangerous outside. It's best not to wander alone. If you encounter a pseudo-human," As he spoke, he reached out to grab Feng Yang. However, Feng Yang, with a grin, stepped forward rather than retreating, thinking, what might happen if one encounters a pseudo-human? "Uncle." Just as the pseudo-human's hand was about to make contact, Feng Yang struck first, in an instant. The dagger that had been concealed in his sleeve was drawn forth with the swiftness of a tempest, slicing through the air like a flash of lightning. Aimed directly at the pseudo-human's neck. Realizing he had been deceived, The middle-aged pseudo-human reacted with remarkable speed, instinctively twisting its neck backward to evade the strike, but a muffled thud resounded, accompanied by a spray of black blood erupting into the air. As the razor-sharp dagger carved a deep, gaping wound across the pseudo-human's throat. In that moment, blood gushed forth, suffusing the air with a pungent scent. Surprisingly, despite sustaining such a grievous injury, the middle-aged pseudo-human did not perish. It bore the excruciating pain, laboriously twisting its neck, still connected to its body, and unleashed a deafening roar of fury at Feng Yang. "You dare to ambush me!" Simultaneously, its face contorted grotesquely, its eyes and nose disappearing at a visible rate, leaving behind a gaping maw filled with menacing fangs, a truly terrifying sight. Its body became ensconced in dark scales, and a spiked tail sprouted from its reared eye in the blink of an eye. The mid-tier pseudo-human revealed its true form. Feng Yang quietly regarded the fully revealed mid-tier pseudo-human before him, a trace of regret flickering across his face. Had his previous strike been executed even a fraction of a second faster, he would have severed the pseudo-human's neck. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Although the creature had narrowly avoided a fatal blow, it had sustained significant injuries. "Today marks your demise," Feng Yang's voice echoed coldly through the air. Before his words had even fully dissipated, Feng Yang's figure surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a nimble leopard, propelled by an insatiable thirst for blood as he lunged toward the pseudo-human. As Feng Yang approached with unrelenting ferocity, a glint of savagery flashed in the pseudo-human's eyes, yet it showed no fear as it brandished its razor-sharp claws, glinting ominously, and retaliated fiercely against Feng Yang, with a resounding crash. Feng Yang deftly dodged the pseudo-human's fierce strike with remarkable agility. However, the force of the pseudo-human's claw was staggering. Although it missed Feng Yang, it struck a nearby lamppost instead, bending the sturdy hollow steel pole as it emitted a chilling metallic screech. Subsequently, under the weight of gravity, the entire lamppost collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust swirling into the air. One could only imagine the catastrophic consequences had that terrifying strike landed upon an ordinary person rather than the resilient lamppost. Even if one were fortunate enough to survive, they would inevitably suffer severe injuries, if not meet an instant demise. Seizing the opportunity presented by the pseudo-human's missed attack, Feng Yang pressed forward once more. He wielded his dagger, executing a series of elegant flourishes, targeting the pseudo-human's abdomen. The pseudo-human let out a furious roar, its scaled body proving as hard as steel. The dagger merely left shallow white marks upon impact. Feng Yang's gaze sharpened. He quickly altered his strategy, delivering a kick to the wound on the pseudo-human's neck. In pain, the pseudo-human cried out in agony, its elongated, spiked tail sweeping toward Feng Yang with lightning speed. Feng Yang, in a swift maneuver, artfully utilized the force of the sweeping tail to execute a backward somersault, landing gracefully. Yet, he did not pause for even a moment. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he dashed toward the pseudo-human once more like an arrow released from its bow. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yang closed the distance to the pseudo-human. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk. Keenly identifying the gaps in the pseudo-human's defenses, he swung his right fist with tremendous force, delivering a thunderous blow to the pseudo-human's abdomen. The pseudo-human doubled over in pain, spewing forth a stream of black liquid. But that was not the end. Feng Yang pressed the advantage, his left hand sweeping through the air to produce a razor-sharp dagger in an instant. Without hesitation, he thrust the dagger toward the pseudo-human's heart. Upon witnessing this, terror flooded the pseudo-human's face. There was no time left to evade. A muffled thud echoed as the dagger plunged deep into the pseudo-human's heart, akin to slicing through tofu. Blood erupted forth, staining the ground black. Despite suffering a mortal wound, the pseudo-human refused to relinquish its struggle. It writhed violently, flailing its arms in a desperate attempt to grasp Feng Yang and retaliate. But Feng Yang, ever astute, would not grant it that opportunity. He resolutely released the dagger he had clenched in his hand, which was already embedded in the heart of the foe creature. Simultaneously, he waved his right hand lightly, and a gleaming machete materialized out of thin air. In a swift and decisive motion, taking advantage of the foe creature's momentary distraction, Feng Yang struck with a sharp blow to its neck. The strike was clean and unhesitating, accompanied by a resounding bang. The foe creature's head fell, rolling away with a dull thud. The vitality of the mid-tier foe creature was alarmingly tenacious. Even without its head, its limbs continued to twitch and convulse for over a minute before finally succumbing to stillness. As the mid-tier foe creature perished, a system notification resonated in Feng Yang's mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing your first mid-tier foe creature kill. You have earned 185 foe creature points, bringing your total to 209. Mid-tier foe creature base points. 100. Each human consumed increases points by 5. Detection indicates host possesses the capability to slay mid-tier foe creatures. New mission unlocked. Please eliminate 1,000 mid-tier foe creatures or 10 high-tier foe creatures within 100 days. Completing the task will reward you with an awakening qualification. Failure to complete the mission will result in immediate obliteration. Current task progress, 0. Remaining time, 100 days. Feng Yang gazed at the newly presented mission with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Feeling an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Eliminate 1,000 mid-tier foe creatures within 100 days was a daunting prospect. This meant he would need to slay at least 10 mid-tier foe creatures each day to barely meet the objective. So far, he had only encountered 3. The difficulty of this task was absurdly high. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yang pulled his chaotic thoughts back to the present. He fixed his intense gaze on the corpse of the mid-tier foe creature before him, gripping the sharp dagger tightly as he carefully aimed for its heart. With a faint slicing sound, a crystalline core gradually revealed itself. Compared to the cores of low-tier foe creatures, this mid-tier core displayed a remarkable difference. It was significantly larger, radiating brilliance akin to a dazzling gemstone. More strikingly, the surface emitted not the faint yellow glow of low-tier foe cores, but a soft, mysterious green luminescence, as if it contained boundless energy. Feng Yang delicately placed the core into his possession and then surveyed his surroundings, taking in the scattered remnants of shattered limbs and splattered blood. The once tranquil scene had transformed into utter chaos. However, his expression remained largely unchanged. He merely furrowed his brow slightly, as if accustomed to such sights. After tidying up, Feng Yang turned and walked steadily toward the armored vehicle to that moment. Qi Meixiang, seated within the armored vehicle, spotted Feng Yang returning from afar, her heart swelling with joy. She quickly rose from her seat and hurried to meet him as they were only a few meters apart. Qi Meixiang suddenly halted, opening her mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Feng Yang, her gaze shifting subtly, filled with fear, curiosity, admiration, but predominantly affection. Qi Meixiang had witnessed the entire ordeal firsthand. Initially, she had worried that Feng Yang might encounter danger and had considered rushing to assist him. Little did she know, his strength surpassed her expectations. He resolved the conflict in mere minutes. After spending these days together, she felt she knew little about this man, who held many secrets beyond her comprehension. Whether it was the mysteriously vanished supplies in the apartment, his ability to conjure objects at will, or the extraordinary power he possessed, Feng Yang was like an unfathomable abyss, drawing her in to explore. Yet, this mystery both excited and frightened her. Nevertheless, Qi Meixiang was wise and considerate, never voicing her questions to Feng Yang. He was the one who had pulled her back from the depths of despair, providing her with care and respect. He was her man, and as long as she could remain by his side, that was sufficient. Everything else paled in comparison. As she gazed upon Feng Yang's bloodstained yet composed visage, her heart raced uncontrollably. Feng Yang approached her and gently inquired, "What's wrong?" Qi Meixiang snapped back to reality, flustered as she replied, "In nothing, I'm fine." She lowered her head, attempting to mask the complexity of her emotions. Feng Yang seemed to sense her unease, but chose not to press further. "Let's wrap thing." As soon as Qi Meixiang saw Feng Yang agree, her face brightened with joy. She stepped forward intimately and grasped Feng Yang's outstretched hand tightly. The two walked side by side, leisurely heading toward the Liwan community to that moment. It was a little past 5 in the afternoon, with the sun setting in the west, casting a golden glow that delicately enveloped the earth like a fine gossamer. Behind them, the roaring flames resembled a grand dance performance, the flickering firelight illuminating the gradually receding figures of the two, rendering them immensely solitary. The Zhengqing Reservoir was not far from the Liwan community, merely about a kilometer away. Along the way, Feng Yang and Qi Meixiang encountered not a single living soul. Abandoned vehicles and severed limbs occasionally appeared along the roadside, creating an atmosphere so oppressive it was difficult to breathe. As they neared the Liwan community, Feng Yang stepped into a concealed spot. Peering through his binoculars towards the community, he discovered that the special police vehicles parked at the entrance were no longer present. However, from the northern direction of the Liwan community, particularly near Liyun New Village, the sounds of gunfire and police sirens echoed. It seemed that all the special police had gone to support Liyun New Village. Feng Yang let out a slight breath of relief. As long as those special police and that ability user were absent from the community, matters would become much simpler. The immediate priority now was to find a place to take refuge, and then formulate a thorough plan. Feng Yang continued to observe, noting that every household in the community had their doors tightly shut, and the security booth was devoid of personnel. "Let us go. While no one is watching, we should sneak in," Feng Yang whispered to Qi Meixiang as they quietly entered the Liwan community through the back door. Once inside, Feng Yang and Qi Meixiang cautiously made their way toward Building 14. When he had rented a place for Su Qian's family, he had left a spare key, and room 14-708 would serve as a temporary refuge for the two. He did not immediately seek trouble with Su Qian, but chose instead to head to room 708. Considering various factors, firstly, his current situation was rather precarious. After all, he was someone who had been detained by the special police. If he recklessly returned at this moment, it would undoubtedly attract more attention from the special police and could even provoke Luo Yang to hunt him down. Secondly, hiding in the shadows offered him numerous advantages. This way, he could easily eliminate those disguised among the crowd and simultaneously carry out a covert retaliatory action against Su Qian and a few others, achieving two objectives with one move. Thirdly, Building 14 was densely populated with impostors. After ensuring Qi Meixiang was safely settled, he could launch a comprehensive cleansing operation against the entire building without hesitation. However, just as they reached the ground floor, Feng Yang heard a cacophony of noise emanating from above. He clenched his fist in vigilance, signaling Qi Meixiang to hide behind him. Soon, the two followed the sound to the second floor. In the dim light, 3 out of 4 doors on the second floor stood wide open, with dark red stains lingering on the walls, resembling dried blood. A faint metallic scent of blood permeated the air. Feng Yang cautiously approached one of the open rooms, pressing himself against the wall. "Yesterday, after we incapacitated 2 residents near Building 3, I witnessed, with my own eyes, 2 individuals clad in property uniforms devouring them alive." Upon hearing the words of the burly man, Feng Yang furrowed his brow, a chill coursing through his heart. He had not anticipated that the impostors could be so cunning and devious, devising such a method to elude the police's cleansing operations. If Oldley truly colluded with the impostors, the danger lurking in this community was far beyond imagination. "Where is Oldley now?" Feng Yang pressed. "Right in the property office," the burly man cried out. Just then, eerie footsteps echoed from outside, and upon hearing the sound, the burly man's face turned ashen. "They are coming." Feng Yang listened intently. The ominous footsteps drew nearer, accompanied by a pungent stench of decay permeating the air. "It's over. We are all doomed," the burly man shouted in despair. Yet, Feng Yang remained unfazed, swiftly slicing the dagger across the burly man's throat, blood gushing forth in an instant. The burly man's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him, before he collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. "Stay here. I will go take a look," Feng Yang instructed Qi Meixiang, and the woman. He then rose steadily, his footsteps deliberate as he approached the door. As Feng Yang stepped outside, a horrifying scene unfolded before his eyes. Several figures in property uniforms were hunched over on the ground, ravenously gnawing on the corpses he had just seen. Their movements were rough and savage, accompanied by horrific sounds of chewing. Despite their appearance being indistinguishable from that of humans, to Feng Yang, their true identity as impostors was glaringly obvious. Among them was a short individual, yet emanating the strongest aura. Crouched in the corner, devouring the body of a woman. There are still living people here. Upon noticing Feng Yang's emergence, a few low-tier impostors stood up, their faces alight with excitement, emitting hoarse sounds. Only the mid-tier impostor paid Feng Yang no mind, continuing to consume flesh and blood with indifference. 3 low-tier, 1 mid-tier, they can be killed. Feng Yang observed the impostors in the corridor, feeling a surge of elation. In the next moment, he launched the first attack. Darting towards the impostors like a flash of lightning, the impostors were taken aback by his audacity, momentarily thrown into disarray. However, they quickly regained their composure, extending their sharp claws towards Feng Yang. Feng Yang nimbly evaded, his dagger relentlessly striking at the impostor's vital points. The first low-tier impostor attempted to block Feng Yang's assault with its claws, but Feng Yang's dagger moved with the agility of a viper, bypassing its defense and plunging into its throat. The impostor emitted a low, guttural roar, its body convulsing violently before it slumped to the ground, lifeless. The other 2 low-tier impostors, witnessing this, charged at Feng Yang in fury, hoping to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Nevertheless, Feng Yang's speed and strength far surpassed that of the low-tier impostors. Like a specter, he effortlessly dodged their attacks while his dagger sliced through one impostor's heart, blood erupting forth. The impostor clutched its wound in agony, staggering backward before collapsing to the ground. The last low-tier impostor, witnessing its companion's fall, flashed a glimmer of fear, Yet it continued to roar and charge at Feng Yang. Feng Yang sneered, sidestepping and delivering a powerful punch to its neck. The force was tremendous, and with a sickening crack, the low-tier impostor's neck was broken. The two remaining low-tier impostors were not dead on the spot, but they lay heavily injured, incapacitated on the ground. Just as Feng Yang dispatched the three low-tier impostors, the mid-tier impostor finally lifted its head. Its gaze was cold and cruel, blood still staining its lips, evidently intrigued by Feng Yang's performance. Interesting, the mid-tier impostor remarked slowly. Its voice hoarse and deep. Although its stature was diminutive, merely around 1.60 meters, the aura it exuded was far more terrifying than that of the low-tier impostors. Feng Yang tightened his grip on the dagger. A look of seriousness in his eyes. He understood that this facade was merely a disguise. The threat posed by the mid-tier impostor was exceedingly high. Fortunately, after cleansing his eyes with the holy water of clarity, he could distinctly sense that the mid-tier impostor's strength was not insurmountable, likely having consumed only 20 to 30 individuals. If he encountered one that had devoured over 50 people, he wouldn't hesitate to flee. At that moment, the mid-tier impostor did not afford Feng Yang much time to ponder. It suddenly leapt forward with astonishing speed, closing the distance between them in an instant, its claws as hard as iron. Aiming straight for Feng Yang's throat, Feng Yang quickly retreated, narrowly evading the lethal strike. However, the mid-tier impostor's assault did not relent. Two sharp tendrils sprouted from its back, assailing Feng Yang like a torrential storm, forcing him to retreat continuously. Feng Yang realized that remaining on the defensive would only lead him to ruin. He took a deep breath, a spark of determination flashing in his eyes, just as the mid-tier impostor lunged again. Feng Yang abruptly sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick to its abdomen, the force sending the mid-tier impostor crashing into the wall. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Feng Yang dashed forward, thrusting his dagger viciously into the mid-tier impostor's heart. With a piercing sound, Feng Yang's heavily purchased dagger struck the mid-tier impostor, which bore a tough layer of scales, leaving only a faint scratch. "Foolish human, you cannot harm me," the mid-tier impostor scoffed, swinging its claws fiercely. Striking Feng Yang's shoulder, Feng Yang felt an overwhelming force. His body propelled backward, colliding heavily against the wall. Pain shot through his shoulder as blood flowed from the wound. The mid-tier impostor did not grant Feng Yang a moment's respite. It lunged at him once more, claws aimed directly at his heart. Just as Feng Yang seemed destined to meet his end, a peculiar smile crept across his lips. Simultaneously, a pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand, thrusting towards the mid-tier impostor's eye. The mid-tier impostor sensed something amiss, its vigilance heightened. Upon seeing the black dagger in Feng Yang's grasp, a wave of life-threatening dread surged within it. Yet, the two were too close for the mid-tier impostor to retreat in time. The black dagger accurately pierced its right eye. The impostor let out a harrowing scream, its body writhing violently, its claws veering off course. Feng Yang seized the opportunity, swiftly rising and driving the dagger into the mid-tier impostor's heart. To the mid-tier impostor's horror, the once impenetrable scales crumbled before the black dagger, pierced effortlessly. The dagger bore a mysterious power, relentlessly tearing and devastating its body. The mid-tier impostor sensed its life force rapidly waning. Its body stiffened for a brief moment before it gradually collapsed, the light in its eyes fading. This shadow dagger is indeed sharp and fearsome. Even the mid-tier impostor cannot withstand its brilliance. Feng Yang gazed at the black dagger in his hand, a satisfied smile emerging. This dagger was precisely what he had exchanged for 100 imposter points from the marketplace. He approached the mid-tier impostor, extracted its core, and subsequently dealt with the two barely conscious low-tier impostors, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. At that moment, the system points in his mind updated once more. Previously, after redeeming the shadow dagger, he had only 109 points left. Now he had a total of 405 points in the marketplace. It was evident that these impostors had yielded a substantial 296 points, with 228 points coming from the mid-tier impostor, a testament to its worth. Regrettably, the marketplace had yet to update its items. After surveying the surroundings, Feng Yang returned to the room. Upon seeing Feng Yang return safely, Qi Meixiang sighed in relief, a trace of comforting joy gracing her features. However, deep concern still lingered in her eyes. "Are you all right?" Qi Meixiang hastened to Feng Yang's side, expressing her concern with a tender inquiry. Feng Yang shook his head, despite the lingering pain from the wound on his shoulder. He remained unconcerned. He glanced at the woman in the room, still huddled in the corner with a vacant stare, clearly yet to recover from the fright she had just endured. We must depart from here swiftly. Feng Yang murmured. There are individuals in the neighborhood colluding with the impostors, and the commotion we've stirred could attract them here at any moment. Qi Meixiang nodded, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes. She understood that they could only rely on Feng Yang now. But where can we go? She inquired. To room 708 upstairs. We shall seek refuge there. Feng Yang responded, casting a glance at the terrified woman cowering in the corner. Take her with us. We must leave. Qi Meixiang nodded in agreement, and the three swiftly exited the room, heading towards the elevator. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Feng Yang distinctly sensed a faint, fishy odor permeating the air. And the eerie silence heightened his alertness. He signaled for Qi Meixiang and the woman to proceed with caution as they stealthily approached room 708. Just as they neared the door, a strange noise emanated from an adjacent room. Resembling something dragging across the floor, Feng Yang's gaze sharpened. The neighboring room had housed an impostor in his previous life. Fortunately, aside from the peculiar atmosphere, nothing untoward occurred, and Feng Yang retrieved the spare key to unlock the door. The 708 apartment was in disarray, the living room table strewn with the remnants of Su Qian's family's refuse. Feng Yang paid it no mind and ventured into the bedroom, tidying it up briefly before turning to Qi Meixiang. I shall seclude myself here for a while to recuperate. The matters outside are yours to handle for the time being, he stated solemnly. Qi Meixiang was taken aback, about to protest, but Feng Yang raised his hand to silence her. Casting a measured glance at the woman in the living room. Here is some food. It should sustain you for a while, and this dagger is for your protection, should you encounter any danger or unforeseen circumstances. Do not hesitate to strike towards the neck or heart. Both are vulnerable points, whether against an impostor or a human. Qi Meixiang accepted the food and dagger, gripping them tightly while meeting Feng Yang's gaze. She understood his unspoken message. Should the woman exhibit any irregularity, she must act decisively. Rest assured, I will not let you down. Qi Meixiang replied earnestly, clutching the food as she exited the room. Concealing the dagger away. Once Feng Yang had closed the bedroom door behind him, Qi Meixiang took a deep breath. She glanced at the woman beside her, who appeared slightly more composed now, approaching her with a benevolent smile. Qi Meixiang said, Sister, I have yet to learn your name. The woman lifted her gaze slowly to Qi Meixiang. Su Ying. Thank you for saving me, Sister Su. Please, have something to eat. Qi Meixiang offered a small loaf of bread with a gentle smile. Upon seeing the food, the woman's eyes lit up, and she eagerly accepted the bread, devouring it ravenously. Are you living alone, Sister Su? Yes, the woman responded. What happened? Do you know those people? I don't know. Qi Meixiang appeared to engage Su Ying in casual conversation, but every utterance was a subtle probe into the woman's background. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Feng Yang sat cross-legged on the floor, 5 energy cores resting in his palms. 3 yellow and 2 green. Without hesitation, he swallowed a green mid-tier core. The moment it descended into his stomach, a torrent of energy erupted within him. Feng Yang felt a searing flame coursing through his body, far more intense than his previous experience with the initial tier core. His meridians felt as if pierced by countless steel needles, beads of sweat instantly dotting his forehead. Yet his physical constitution had transcended that of an ordinary human. He shut his eyes tightly, silently enduring the tumultuous agony within. Finally, after what felt like over half an hour, the energy from the mid-tier core gradually assimilated into his limbs and veins, ushering in an unprecedented sense of relief. He exhaled deeply, fatigue washing over him as he opened his eyes. That moment, he could feel his body brimming with vitality, his strength augmented by at least 10%. Is this the essence of a mid-tier imposter? 1 core rivals at least 10 initial tier cores. A spark of exhilaration illuminated Feng Yang's features as he unhesitatingly swallowed another core to refine. As Feng Yang immersed himself in the process of refining the cores. The world outside had descended into chaos. It had been a full 10 days since the imposter invasion began. During this period, the entire world seemed ensnared in a nightmarish ordeal, with a relentless stream of homicides occurring in various locales, claiming the lives of at least hundreds of thousands daily. Recent reports indicated that certain cities had tragically succumbed, with over a dozen towns suffering the horrific fate of massacre, leaving no survivors to escape the bloody catastrophe. Simultaneously, high-tier impostors had begun to emerge in some cities. Even terrifying entities beyond the ghostly classification had made their presence known. These impostors posed an extreme threat, relentlessly hunting humans to facilitate their evolution. Faced with such a dire situation, the authorities swiftly mobilized, amassing a significant contingent of military and SWAT forces for combat. However, conventional weaponry proved markedly ineffective against these high-tier impostors. Furthermore, the impostors possessed exceptionally perverse methods of disguise, rendering rescue and eradication efforts exceedingly challenging, akin to groping in the dark, unable to capture the true form of the enemy. Cities such as Deep City, Liang City, and Binjiang City had all been conspicuously marked with ominous red labels, becoming epicenters of imposter devastation. Here, every corner reeked of death and fear. Not only were the impostors a threat, but due to the inability of many regions to receive timely and adequate supplies, societal order was teetering on the brink of collapse, and the survival of the populace faced unprecedented peril. In this extreme environment, the dormant seeds of malevolence buried deep within the hearts of individuals began to quietly sprout. Thus, incidents of robbery, rape, and murder unfolded almost daily, with each city embroiled in riots and insurrections. This afternoon, an announcement was issued. Deep City would entirely cease water and electricity supplies starting tomorrow, with the number of high-risk areas escalating from 2 to 4. The authorities recognized that, given the alarming rate of imposter evolution and their unquantifiable numbers, the fall of Deep City was merely a matter of time. This was no ordinary calamity. It was an existential crisis threatening the very survival of humanity. Consequently, a decision was made to establish evacuation and testing points in the heart of Deep City. Utilizing advanced high-tech instruments for detection, individuals confirmed to be human would be relocated to a secure secret location. However, with over 10 million residents in Deep City, the notion of relocating everyone was a quixotic fantasy at this juncture. Power, connections, wealth, value, status, and even beauty became the most coveted passports the evacuation and testing points in the city center. Heavily armed SWAT officers and soldiers stood vigilant. Any sign of disturbance would result in immediate gunfire directed at suspicious individuals. The crowd surged like a tide, a cacophony of shouts and cries intermingling. Staff members worked tirelessly to conduct tests, yet they struggled to manage the overwhelming flow of people. Meanwhile, some who appeared to be imposters attempted to blend into the crowd, their disguises so convincingly crafted that they could deceive initial detection instruments. However, upon being subjected to more sophisticated detection devices, their true identities were revealed, leading to their demise in a hail of bullets before the evacuation point. The queue stretched on interminably. A ragged man cradled a child in his arms, followed by 2 elderly individuals, his face etched with desperation as he pleaded with the soldiers maintaining order ahead. "Comrades, I'm a single father. We haven't eaten anything in 3 days. Could you perhaps make an exception and allow us to undergo testing?" The soldier could only shake his head in resignation. Everyone present had their own burdens to bear. Just wait your turn like everyone else. Don't create unnecessary trouble. Nearby, a corpulent man, impeccably groomed, swaggered toward the testing point entrance flanked by bodyguards. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Get in line." The soldier barked an order. The stout man produced a business card and handed it over, whispering a few words. After a moment's hesitation, the soldier allowed him to pass. Within the checkpoint, an elderly woman was forcibly dragged to the isolation area due to slight doubts in her test results. Despairingly, she cried out that she was indeed a human being. Meanwhile, a renowned internet celebrity playfully pouted and flirted with the staff, showcasing her numerous followers on her phone, and thus she smoothly passed the inspection. Ordinary individuals watched this scene of blatant injustice with a mix of anger and helplessness, yet they were powerless to act. As night fell, after more than 3 hours of refinement, Feng Yang had finally absorbed all the crystal cores to this moment. Feng Yang's appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only did his physique become more upright, but his muscular lines also appeared more fluid and graceful, exuding a certain heroic aura. His eyes were deep as the starry night, hinting at an awe-inspiring power. He slowly rose to his feet and casually threw a punch at the nearby wall. The punch sliced through the air, creating a visible shockwave that surged toward the wall. With a resounding bang, a deep imprint was left on the wall. Feng Yang stared at the scene, momentarily taken aback. Before a faint smile graced his lips, he felt an unending surge of power within him. Not only had his strength multiplied, but his senses had also sharpened dramatically. "Let us try this," he murmured to himself. In the next moment, a small knife appeared in his right hand, and he drew it across his left forearm with force. The blade cut through his skin, leaving only a faint white mark. Without breaking the skin at all, a flash of surprise crossed Feng Yang's eyes, quickly followed by a satisfied smile. It seems my physical strength has far surpassed that of an ordinary human. He whispered, profoundly astonished by the effects of the crystal course. Not only had his power and defense improved, but Feng Yang also sensed a qualitative leap in his reaction speed and perception abilities. He could even hear the distant roars of the pseudo-beings on the street and the faint sound of footsteps carried by the wind. This comprehensive enhancement filled him with confidence for the impending struggle for survival. Congratulations, host. Your body has once again completed a metamorphosis. Your current physical strength is that of a peak second-tier evolved being, capable of hunting most pseudo-beings below the high tier. Please continue to strive for greater power. The system's mechanical voice echoed. Peak second-tier evolved being. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Feng Yang's eyes. He had always been unclear about this so-called evolved beings and superhumans, and the system had provided no concrete explanations. He only knew that he was stronger now. At that moment, Qi Meixiang entered the room, carrying a steaming bowl of noodles. Upon seeing Feng Yang standing in the center of the room, she paused for a moment, then broke into a delighted smile. You're finished? How do you feel? She asked with concern. Feng Yang turned around and smiled faintly. I feel great, much stronger than before. Qi Meixiang placed the noodles on the table and walked over to him, scrutinizing his appearance. Your aura seems to have changed. You look sharper. Feng Yang nodded. Choosing not to elaborate further, he approached the table and began to eat the noodles heartily. Although his physical condition had far exceeded that of an ordinary person, the feeling of hunger still lingered. Qi Meixiang sat beside him, her eyes reflecting a hint of hesitation. She softly said, Feng Yang, I just heard some news downstairs. What news? Feng Yang lifted his head, his gaze sharp. I heard that evacuation points have been established in Yinjiang district, allowing people to leave. However, those of us in high-risk areas are not included in the evacuation. Consequently, many people have begun to riot, and the entire city has plunged into chaos, with pseudo-beings commencing large-scale hunts for humans. Moreover, starting tomorrow, the deep city will be without water and electricity. Qi Meixiang's voice trembled slightly. Feng Yang set down the bowl, his brow furrowing deeply. He had anticipated the situation worsening, but he hadn't expected it to escalate so rapidly. What about that woman? Has she exhibited any unusual behavior? He inquired. Qi Meixiang shook her head. The woman's name is Suing. I've tested her and found nothing amiss. She appears to be just an ordinary solitary white-collar worker. I also checked her for any phones or weapons. That's good. Feng Yang rose and walked to the window, gazing at the city ablaze with firelight on the streets. The silhouettes of pseudo-beings were everywhere, and the cries of humans echoed incessantly. It's almost time. Feng Yang turned, his eyes resolute as he looked at Qi Meixiang. Once I settle the grievances and trivial matters in the community, we will leave Deep City. Qi Meixiang recalled Feng Yang's vague mentions of his awkward relationship with Su Qian. Connecting this with Feng Yang being framed by these people, she began to piece together his intentions. With some worry, she asked, Feng Yang, what do you plan to do? The community is not only filled with pseudo-beings, but also special police. I'm concerned. Qi Meixiang was not worried for herself, but for Feng Yang's safety. Feng Yang turned back, contemplating for a moment, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Rest assured, I'm not foolish enough to undertake reckless actions. I cannot find peace while the matters here remain unsettled. In truth, he had already conceived a plan that would serve multiple purposes. His goal extended beyond mere revenge against Su Qian's family and the residents who had wronged him. All the pseudo-beings in the community, including the high-tier pseudo-being and Luo Yong, were his targets. At that moment, a peculiar thud, thud, thud sound echoed from the adjacent wall, as if someone were striking the wall in an erratic manner. Feng Yang's brow furrowed. He had intended to hunt the pseudo-beings in Building 14, but this noise drew his attention first. I'll step out for a moment. Until I return, do not open the door for anyone. Feng Yang donned the combat uniform he had taken from the deceased special police officer, securing a dagger at his waist. He cast a cold glance at Qi Meixiang, who stood at the door. Filled with concern, he merely nodded slightly, signaling her to be at ease. I'll be back soon, Feng Yang murmured before pushing open the door, locking it behind him, and stepping into the dim corridor. The hallway was permeated with a decaying odor, and the flickering lights on the walls seemed as though they might extinguish at any moment. Feng Yang's footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, resonating with clarity. His eyes narrowed slightly, a unique light flashing in his pupils. This was the night vision ability he possessed after cleansing his eyes with the clear holy water. The knocking continued next door, as if something were struggling on the other side of the wall. Feng Yang approached the door, grasped the doorknob, and gently twisted it. The lock clicked open with a soft click, and the door creaked ajar. The sight behind the door was chilling. The floor was littered with rotting human limbs, and the living room floor was stained with dried blood. A pungent overwee as the intermediate pseudo-human found itself striking nothing but air. Disbelief washed over its visage. In the pseudo-being's perception, human bodies were frail and fragile, inferior even to ordinary lower animals. The figure before it, clad in what appeared to be the uniform of a special police officer, could not possibly possess such reflexes to evade its assault. And now you can consume sustenance. It seems your human physique harbors more energy than others. The boy pseudo-human gazed greedily at Feng Yang, licking his lips. Instantly, dark scales enveloped its entire form, and its mouth split into 4 segments before Feng Yang's eyes. These 4 parts elongated into tendrils, striking like lightning towards Feng Yang with the intent to constrict. Feng Yang's gaze turned icy. He remained unperturbed in the face of this sudden onslaught. The shadowy dagger in his hand traced an almost imperceptible arc in the darkness, its blade poised to slice through the oncoming tendrils with precision. The moment the blade met the tendrils, a faint tearing sound echoed, and black liquid erupted from the severed appendages. The boy pseudo-human emitted a sharp shriek, clearly taken aback that Feng Yang's weapon could inflict such damage with such ease. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Yang's form became ghostly, darting about the room to evade the frenzied attacks of the pseudo-human. Each dodge was impeccably timed, as if he had anticipated every move of the creature. How can your speed be so remarkable? The boy pseudo-human's voice quivered with a hint of terror, its tendrils flailing wildly in an attempt to ensnare Feng Yang, yet each time it fell short. Feng Yang chuckled coldly, a glint of frost in his eyes. Did you think I would respond? No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared behind the boy pseudo-human. The shadowy dagger, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's scythe, plunged toward the pseudo-human's throat. The creature sensed the imminent danger, pivoting sharply, its 4-part mouth agape, attempting to thwart the strike with its tendrils. However, Feng Yang's speed was overwhelming. The dagger had already pierced its throat. A chilling scream erupted from the pseudo-human, its body convulsing violently as dark liquid gushed from the wound. Its tendrils drooped limply, vitality swiftly draining away as if some unseen force were dismantling it from within. Feng Yang withdrew the dagger, thrusting his right hand directly into the creature's heart, and after a brief search, extracted a green crystal core the size of a pigeon, segg, in the instant of the boy pseudo-human's demise. The system shop's points automatically updated, soaring from 405 to 607. It is over, Feng Yang murmured, sheathing his dagger and surveying the gruesome remnants and bloodstains strewn about the floor. His brow furrowing slightly. He approached the balcony. Casting a glance at the swing basket, which still held the lingering essence of the pseudo-human, alongside a human arm that had been gruesomely gnawed upon. Gently, he nudged the basket, causing it to sway and emit a creaking sound. There are likely few survivors left in Building 14, he sighed, turning away from the room steeped in the scent of death. The corridor remained hauntingly silent, yet Feng Yang understood this was merely the calm before the storm. The pseudo-humans concealed within Building 14 were far from limited to this one, and he needed to eliminate them all promptly. He proceeded down the corridor, dagger firmly in hand, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. After a thorough search, Feng Yang discovered that on the 7th floor, aside from the apartment they occupied, no living soul remained. Ascending further, clad in black combat attire with a helmet atop his head, he resembled a specter lurking in the shadows, on the prowl for prey. Upon reaching the 8th floor, his attention was drawn to an apartment with a half-open door that a faint light seeped through the crack, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce altercation within. What right do you have to touch my belongings? This is my home. A man's voice thundered in anger. Your home. This building is nearly a ghost house, and you still pretend to be its master. A woman's voice retorted sharply. Shut your mouth, speak another word, and I will ensure you remain here forever. Come on. Do you think I fear you? The arguments escalated, accompanied by the sounds of objects being thrown. As if on the verge of erupting into physical conflict, Feng Yang frowned slightly. He was acutely aware that pseudo-humans excelled at deception and disguise. They often orchestrated peculiar disturbances to draw humans' attention, leading them to their demise. He refrained from barging in, instead standing quietly outside the door, meticulously discerning the source and nuances of the voices. The quarrel raged on, punctuated by the sound of shattering glass, suggesting that the two within had begun to clash physically. You seek death. The man's voice seethed with rage. Come on, let us see who meets their end first. The woman retorted defiantly. The commotion grew louder, echoing through the empty corridor with a jarring intensity. Feng Yang's eyes glinted coldly. He gently shifted to the side, pressing against the wall beside the door, holding his breath as he melded into the darkness, motionless. Suddenly, the door was thrust open violently, and a woman stumbled out. A bloodied gash marring her face, her expression frantic. Following close behind was an enraged man, brandishing a bloodied kitchen knife. They appeared to be embroiled in a fierce dispute, seemingly ready to come to blows. Yet, to Feng Yang, their antics seemed utterly ludicrous. They were merely two pseudo-humans staging a play. Moreover, it seemed they had become aware of his presence. Feng Yang remained still, concealed in the shadows, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, fixated on their every movement. Although the man and woman appeared oblivious to his existence, the direction of their pursuit was inadvertently steering them towards his location, their bickering and fighting reverberating harshly in the spacious corridor. "I'll kill you, you filthy woman," the man shouted, swinging the knife at her. The woman deftly dodged. As she passed by Feng Yang's hidden position, he seized the moment, his figure flickering like a phantom, instantly materializing behind her. The shadowy dagger struck like a bolt of black lightning, aiming for the woman's vulnerable back. The sickening sound echoed as the blade pierced flesh. However, the woman did not collapse. Her head slowly turned, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth. How perceptive, human. Her voice turned low and raspy, her countenance contorted. But soon, she realized something was amiss. Feng Yang's dagger possessed a dreadful destructive force. A violent tearing sensation coursed through her being. "You," fear etched across her features. She attempted to distance herself from Feng Yang, but it was too late. "You can die now," he proclaimed, a smirk of mockery dancing at the corner of his mouth as he regarded her struggles. With a dull thud, the woman's head was severed from her body by Feng Yang's swift strike. The entire sequence, from his attack to the demise of the female pseudo-human, transpired in less than half a minute. The remaining male pseudo-human, witnessing his companion's death, began to contort and morph grotesquely, his body elongating, black scales surfacing beneath his skin, limbs stretching, fingers transforming into razor-sharp claws. A wave of terrifying pressure emanated from him. His face split open, revealing a maw filled with jagged teeth, and he sneered at Feng Yang. "What a pathetic waste. Low-tier beings are indeed worthless, falling to a human's hand." Feng Yang's pupils narrowed slightly. The aura of the pseudo-human before him was overwhelmingly potent, far surpassing any he had encountered thus far. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he quickened his pace, charging towards the creature. The pseudo-human swung its massive arm down towards Feng Yang with tremendous force. Bang! The moment their fists collided, Feng Yang felt as though he had been struck by a truck, his hands numbing from the impact as he stumbled backward. The middle-aged pseudo-human fared even worse, its arm shattering and twisting grotesquely from the force of its own blow. Feng Yang regained his footing, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, this is troublesome," he mused inwardly, swiftly retreating a few steps to gain distance from the creature. The middle-aged pseudo-human cast a glance at its broken arm. Dark liquid seeping from the wound. There was no trace of pain on its face. Instead, a twisted excitement emerged. "How intriguing. A human can actually injure me." Its voice was deep and hoarse, as if it emanated from the very depths of hell. Soon after, its body began to contort further, broken arms healing at a visibly rapid pace, black scales enveloping its form, and its size expanding once more, nearly filling half the corridor. It was astonishing that a mere human could possess such strength. "However, you must still perish," the creature sneered, its massive claws slicing through the air, aiming directly for Feng Yang's throat. Feng Yang did not meet the attack head-on. Instead, he swiftly retreated, simultaneously drawing his shadowy dagger in a graceful arc. Thrusting it toward the creature's chest, the dagger clashed against the creature's scales with a resounding metallic clang. The scales were extraordinarily tough, yet the shadow dagger sliced through them with ease, inflicting double the damage. The scales were breached, and black blood gushed forth. Even more startling for the creature was that the wound inflicted by the black dagger could not heal. "You dare to injure me," the creature roared in fury. Lunging at Feng Yang once more, Feng Yang's gaze turned icy as he deftly sidestepped, delivering a swift kick to the creature's knee. Although the creature's size was immense, its movements were not sluggish. It easily evaded Feng Yang's assault and retaliated with a claw aimed at his shoulder. Bang! Feng Yang was sent flying by the blow, crashing heavily against the wall. The wall fractured instantly, debris scattering. Cough, cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood, yet his eyes remained sharp. He quickly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and glared coldly at the creature, still unwilling to concede. The creature mocked, bemused by the human's tenacity despite their evident frailty. Feng Yang offered no reply. His gaze fixated on the creature's chest, where a shallow, bleeding wound marked the spot he had just struck with his dagger. Though the wound was not deep, the unique power of the shadow blade continued to wreak havoc upon it. Come again, Feng Yang growled softly, his body launching forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging at the creature. The creature laughed coldly, its massive claws ready to meet Feng Yang. However, just as they were about to collide, Feng Yang suddenly ducked, slipping beneath the creature's claws, his dagger piercing toward its abdomen. Shoo! The dagger plunged once more into the creature's body, black liquid erupting forth, accompanied by a pained howl from the creature. You seek death, it bellowed in rage, swinging its other claw violently at Feng Yang. Feng Yang swiftly withdrew his dagger, rolling away like a wraith, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Yet, his movements were a fraction too slow. The creature's claw grazed his arm, leaving a deep gash. Blood gushed from the wound, yet Feng Yang seemed impervious to the pain. His gaze remained icy, his grip on the dagger unwavering as he charged again at the creature. Feng Yang did not afford it a moment's respite. His assaults came like a tempest, the dagger carving through the air in dark arcs, each strike aimed precisely at the creature's vulnerable points. Although the creature was powerful, it appeared somewhat beleaguered under Feng Yang's relentless onslaught. Its body was continuously pierced by the dagger, black liquid spilling from the wounds. Curse the human, the creature roared, its massive claws flailing wildly in an attempt to force Feng Yang back. However, Feng Yang moved like a phantom, evading the creature's attacks with uncanny agility. His dagger became the scythe of death, leaving a trail of wounds upon the creature, rendering its scales and regenerative abilities utterly ineffective against the shadow blade. At last, the creature's movements began to slow, its body marred by injuries, black liquid nearly saturating the entire corridor. In the end, Feng Yang drove the dagger through the creature's heart, bringing this brutal struggle to an end. Feng Yang stood beside the creature's lifeless form, breathing heavily. The deep wound on his arm remained, yet the bleeding had ceased. In truth, his strength now rivaled that of the mid-tier creature he had just vanquished, perhaps even exceeding it slightly. The difficulty of the battle stemmed primarily from his lack of experience. I still have much room for improvement, Feng Yang murmured to himself, shaking his head. He quickly extracted the crystal cores from the two creature corpses, wiping away the black liquid before placing them into the storage pouch he carried. The points in the system store updated once more, rising from 607 to 1017, an increase of a full 410 points. Feng Yang did not linger long, descending the stairs, aware that more creatures lurked within Building 14. His gains this time had been considerable. Once he refined these 3 crystal cores, his strength would experience another boost. Moreover, given his current injuries, it would be unwise to continue taking risks. By the time Feng Yang returned to apartment 708, it was already the early hours of the morning. The woman named Su Ying lay slumped on the sofa, asleep. Only Qi Meixiang remained. Worry etched on her face as she gripped her dagger at the door, anxious about Feng Yang's safety during his prolonged absence. When she saw Feng Yang return unscathed, the tension in her heart finally eased. However, upon noticing the wound on his arm, her brow furrowed once again. You're injured, she exclaimed, hastening toward him to inspect the wound closely. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Feng Yang waved his hand dismissively, speaking lightly. Qi Meixiang said nothing further, swiftly retrieving a first aid kit from the cabinet and expertly tending to Feng Yang's wound. Her movements were gentle yet swift, clearly familiar with such urgent care. Looking at the enchanting figure before him, who had waited for his return and tended to his injury, warmth surged within Feng Yang. After narrowly escaping death, he felt physically and mentally exhausted. It was the perfect moment to relax. Once Qi Meixiang finished bandaging his wound, he swept her up effortlessly, her body stiffening momentarily before relaxing, a flush creeping to her cheeks. Feng Yang's touch was tender, yet firm, as he placed Qi Meixiang on the sofa, their bodies pressed closely together in an undeniably intimate posture. Leaning down, he whispered near her ear, "Thank you for waiting for me." Qi Meixiang shook her head, eyes reflecting a mix of fatigue and relief. "As long as you're safe." Before she could finish, Feng Yang kissed her. To his advance, Qi Meixiang offered no resistance, instead wrapping her arms gently around his neck in response to his kiss. Her breathing quickened, the blush on her cheeks deepening, as if all her fatigue and tension melted away in that moment. Feng Yang's movements were gentle. His palm caressed Qi Meixiang's cheek, his fingertips gliding through her hair, their breaths intertwined, and the air around them was thick with an indescribable tension and allure. After a long while, Feng Yang slowly released her, gazing into her eyes, his voice low and tender. "Thank you for always being by my side." A hint of shyness flickered in Qi Meixiang's eyes, but it was eclipsed by deeper affection and infatuation. She bit her lip gently, whispering, "I told you, wherever you go, I will follow." Feng Yang chuckled softly, leaning down to kiss her lips once more, this time with even more passion and fervor. Qi Meixiang's body trembled slightly. Yet she raised a hand to halt his advance, glancing at Su Ying, who lay asleep nearby. Her cheeks flushed. "Not here. She's sleeping." Feng Yang, however, was undeterred, pressing down on Qi Meixiang's delicate arm, smirking, "Don't worry, she won't wake up. Besides, don't you think this is even more thrilling?" With that, his hands roamed freely over Qi Meixiang's soft form. Her face flushed crimson, yet she made no move to resist, allowing Feng Yang to explore, their breaths gradually intertwined. The temperature in the room seemingly rising. Feng Yang's palm glided over her back, his fingertips leaving delicate sensations upon her skin, causing Qi Meixiang's body to tense slightly. Suddenly, he relaxed, as if fully immersed in the warmth and sense of security enveloping him. Ultimately, constrained by the narrow confines of the sofa, he was unable to fully unleash Feng Yang's prowess and thus cradled Qi Meixiang back to the bedroom. Feng Yang was now terrifyingly vigorous, managing a 1-to-10 ratio effortlessly. The two engaged in their endeavors for over 2 hours, until the dawn approached, at which point Qi Meixiang was utterly exhausted, lying in Feng Yang's embrace. Meanwhile, Feng Yang remained as energetic as ever, after gently lulling Qi Meixiang to sleep. He sat up once more. He first checked the pseudo-human marketplace, noting that his points had risen to 1,017 after the night's hunt. The inventory had finally been refreshed. Among the 3 items available were an oddly shaped gray mask, a pale blue potion, and a disc-like device. Below each item were their respective uses and descriptions. 1. Shirhuan mask, 1,000 points. The wearer can change their appearance, possessing 10 different faces to choose from. 2. Ageless pill, 1,500 points each. Grants everlasting youth and beauty, with no limit on quantity. 3. Pseudo-human detection radar, 2,000 points. Capable of detecting all pseudo-humans within a 1-kilometer radius. Feng Yang's gaze swept across the inventory as he weighed the pros and cons in his mind. The items he had previously redeemed had proven immensely helpful, whether it was the shadow dagger, the storage space, or the clear holy water. This time, the treasures were evidently even more advanced and mysterious. The Shirhuan mask's ability to alter one's appearance would greatly aid his forthcoming plans. The ageless pill, while impressive, was not a pressing necessity for him at this moment. Feng Yang's foremost desire was for the 3rd item, the pseudo-human detection radar. With this device, whether for self-preservation or hunting pseudo-humans, the assistance it would provide was invaluable. Regrettably, with his current points, it seemed he could only afford the Shirhuan mask. That's it. I'll redeem the Shirhuan mask. Feng Yang silently resolved. The transaction was successful. 1,000 points were deducted, leaving him with a mere 17 points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Shirhuan mask. Yes, he watched his points vanish entirely. Feng Yang felt a pang of regret in his heart. In the next moment, a gray mask appeared in his hand. The mask was cool to the touch, as thin as a cicada's wing, adorned with peculiar patterns that seemed both naturally formed and intricately carved. Exuding an enigmatic aura. Is this the Shirhuan mask that allows for the transformation of one's visage? Feng Yang curiously examined the mask in his hand. Following the instructions, he pressed it against his face. Instantly, he felt a chilling sensation seep from the mask into his skin, as if countless delicate tendrils were gently writhing, connecting with his facial nerves. His vision briefly blurred before returning to normal. He approached the mirror in the room and was astonished to discover that his features were beginning to morph. His previously sharp contours softened gradually, his nose slightly flattened, the shape of his eyes elongated. And even his hair color shifted from black to yellow. In mere seconds, he had transformed into an entirely different individual. Gazing at the unfamiliar face in the mirror, he momentarily felt disoriented. Feng Yang reached up to touch his face. The sensation indistinguishable from real skin, utterly devoid of the mask's presence, he attempted to express various emotions, smiling, frowning, and feigning surprise, each expression appearing natural and fluid, without a hint of flaw. How extraordinary, he murmured, his voice now deep and gravelly. A stark contrast to his original tone. He raised his right hand and gently caressed the left side of the mask, prompting another transformation. This time, he took on the visage of a middle-aged man, complete with crow's feet at the corners of his eyes and a stubbly chin. This truly resembled another person. In this guise, even standing before Qi Meixiang, she would likely fail to recognize him. Feng Yang nodded in satisfaction. With a mere thought, he deactivated the Shihuan mask, reverting to his original appearance. After stowing the mask away, he retrieved the 3 crystal cores he had acquired during the hunt that night, 2 green and 1 yellow. The 2 intermediate crystal cores were considerably larger than those he had previously obtained. Notably, the last core, acquired after defeating a late-stage intermediate pseudo-human, was the size of a chicken egg. However, a dilemma arose. The core's size was too substantial. If he attempted to swallow it recklessly, he risked choking before he could refine it. Feng Yang concluded that there must be alternative methods for utilizing the crystal core, though he was currently unaware of them. Never mind. While I still have a bit of time, I'll absorb the 2 smaller cores first. I wonder if this will allow me to break through to the 3rd-tier evolver. Feng Yang swallowed one of the initial cores whole, then slowly closed his eyes. As night gave way to dawn, the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, seemingly bestowing a glimmer of warmth and hope upon this desolate world. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Feng Yang opened his eyes, feeling the surging energy within him. The energy from 1 initial and 1 intermediate crystal core had been fully absorbed, significantly amplifying the fluctuations of power within. Yet, he was still a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 3rd-tier evolver. For Feng Yang at present, the energy from the initial crystal cores was insufficient and impure. No matter how many he absorbed, it would yield little benefit. To ascend to the 3rd tier, he needed to hunt more intermediate or higher-tier pseudo-humans. He frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of regret, but quickly found solace. After all, the path of evolution was inherently arduous and could not be rushed. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs and focused on the chicken egg-sized yellow crystal core on the table. Under the morning light, the core shimmered with a faint glow, as if it contained boundless power. Feng Yang reached for the core, feeling a warm sensation at his fingertips, as if it were responding to his touch. I need to figure out how to use this crystal core, he murmured softly, tucking it away. At that moment, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside. Feng Yang donned his clothes and approached the window, noticing a crowd of several hundred people gathered in the square below. He was somewhat perplexed. What could be the purpose of this gathering at such an hour? He pulled out his phone, reasoning that if something significant was happening in the community, the group chat would surely have notifications. Sure enough, when he glanced at the screens, the icon representing the community group displayed a staggering 999 unread messages. Without hesitation, Feng Yang opened the group chat and began to peruse the messages carefully. His expression grew increasingly grave. Someone had shared a blurry video in the chat, showing a street littered with wrecked vehicles and collapsed buildings, with distant sounds of gunfire and explosions echoing. At the video's conclusion, the camera shook violently, as if the videographer were being pursued by some unseen force, before the screen abruptly went dark. In another clip, a group of people at the perimeter of Tianhu district attempted to breach the blockade, and when the military's pleas were ignored, they were given the order to shoot. Gunfire erupted like a reaper's scythe among the masses. A young woman screamed as she lunged toward a child lying on the ground, trying to shield him with her body. Yet, in the next instant, a bullet pierced her back, blood splattering across the child's face. The child's cries ceased abruptly, replaced by a bizarre smile on his innocent face. In the following moment, the child's visage split into 4 parts, gruesomely devouring the head of the woman who had just sacrificed herself to protect him. Within the crowd, numerous pseudo-humans mingled, gunned down by the overwhelming artillery fire, but the majority were still ordinary civilians. They erupted in desperate cries, some attempting to flee. Yet the bullets fell like rain, mercilessly claiming lives. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, staggered toward a nearby building for refuge but was struck in the leg by a bullet, collapsing heavily to the ground. He struggled to crawl away, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Ultimately, another bullet ended his struggle. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, as lifeless bodies lay strewn across the ground, blood pooling into rivulets that flowed through the cracks in the earth. A man knelt on the ground, clutching his head with both hands, his voice hoarse as he cried out, "Why, we are not pseudo-humans." As his voice had not yet faded, a bullet pierced through his skull, causing his body to stiffen momentarily before it slowly collapsed. Having watched for more than a minute, Feng Yang finally lowered his phone, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. It turned out that just this morning, the Tianhu district, where they resided, had completely lost both water and electricity. Insiders revealed that Deep City was gradually succumbing, and last night, a village within the city had been ruthlessly slaughtered, leaving at least tens of thousands dead. In light of such a dire situation, several ultra-high-risk areas, represented by the Tianhu district, were entirely sealed off by the military. Anyone attempting to breach the checkpoints, regardless of whether they were human or not, would be shot on sight. Even the evacuation points in the center of Deep City had been dismantled. It was said that some had broken into large supermarkets and malls, only to find them completely empty, devoid of any food. Now, in Deep City, all supplies and resources had been stripped bare. Apart from the military and those ordinary civilians unable to evacuate, only the impostors remained. The residents still unable to leave Deep City were a forsaken group, mere specters abandoned by fate, where all morals and order seemed trivial in the face of survival. The Tianhu district had become the most intense and bloody battleground of all. The group chat had descended into chaos, with some proposing self-rescue efforts while others despaired, resigned to waiting for death. Faced with the looming threats of food scarcity, impostors, and the military, the homeowners, forced by circumstance, began to unite. Everyone understood that the only way to survive was through self-help. Thus, the scene unfolded below, where a multitude of homeowners gathered. Feng Yang's gaze was piercing as he continued to observe the crowd below. Amidst the throng of hundreds, he quickly spotted several impostors mingling among them. Indeed, the impostors had infiltrated, he murmured to himself, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He knew that these impostors, hidden within the crowd, could erupt at any moment, turning this assembly into a bloody massacre. Just then, a man clad in a black trench coat stepped onto a makeshift platform in the center of the square, holding a megaphone, and shouted, "Neighbors, we are all aware of the current situation. We have been abandoned, and the only way to survive is to unite. The most pressing issue now is food. I propose we gather together, search each floor, and collect any useful supplies for unified distribution. As long as we are numerous and support one another, should any impostors strike, we will counterattack together." As soon as he finished speaking, a cacophony of discussions erupted within the crowd. Some voiced their agreement, while others expressed skepticism, leading to a moment of disarray. Feng Yang cast a cold glance at the speaker. This person with the megaphone was none other than the property manager who had instigated trouble the day before. This individual was not an impostor but a human, yet making such a suggestion at this juncture surely concealed ill intentions. Mid-tier impostors far surpassed ordinary humans in both strength and speed. To put it bluntly, a dozen mid-tier impostors could slaughter the hundreds of residents present. The idea of a united effort was nothing more than a farce. When danger truly struck, these people would flee faster than anyone else. Nevertheless, Feng Yang's attention was entirely focused elsewhere, his gaze fixed on a group of security personnel standing behind the speaker. Among this 30-odd group, over half were impostors, and most were of mid-tier rank or higher. Among them, an inconspicuous old man caused his pupils to constrict. This old man was no stranger to him. When the impostors first invaded humanity, he had been dissuaded from leaving the community by a guard at the security booth. And it was this very individual. The old man still wore his security uniform, appearing ordinary, yet the aura emanating from him instilled an unprecedented sense of oppression. This aura resembled that of a king among impostors, crushing all mid-tier impostors beneath his might, transcending their ranks entirely. A high-tier impostor, Feng Yang mused inwardly, his palms slightly damp with sweat. He understood that the power of high-tier impostors was far beyond that of mid-tier ones. Even he could not guarantee a safe retreat in a direct confrontation. Could this be the oldly mentioned by the burly man? It was also what the system had warned him about, high-tier impostors lurking nearby. Feng Yang's expression returned to calm. The property manager continued to incite the crowd, trying to convince them that his plan was the only way out. However, Feng Yang knew it was nothing more than a trap. Once the residents dispersed, those impostors hidden within the security team would seize the opportunity to strike, picking them off one by one. The high-tier impostor was clearly the mastermind behind this conspiracy. Yet, he could not concern himself with the fate of these individuals. After all, over 80% of the homeowners in the entire Liwan community had participated in reporting him, expecting him to repay kindness with kindness. Feng Yang was not so magnanimous. Moreover, he intended to use these people as bait, executing a plan to drive the tiger from its lair and reap the benefits. It was time to begin. Feng Yang stood by the window, Shifting his gaze to Unit 402 in Building 13, his own apartment, a cold smile creeping onto his lips, he took out his phone and anonymously posted a message in the community group. Dear neighbors, the situation is critical. We have all exhausted our supplies at this crucial juncture. We should support one another and weather the storm together. However, to my knowledge, Unit 402 harbors a significant amount of supplies. After the previous owner of 402, Feng Yang, was detained, his apartment was occupied by a family with the surname Su, who now monopolizes these resources. I propose we demand they surrender the supplies to alleviate our collective survival pressures. The message instantly ignited a frenzy among the residents of the community. Unit 402 does indeed have some food, but it said that family has connections, so it might be difficult. We're all starving. Why worry about this and that? I see that South the only place left with food. I agree. Besides, that wasn't even their property to begin with. If we're counting, that family has effectively occupied others' belongings. Su Qian and others were also in the group and quickly saw the messages. Upon reading about Unit 402, Su Qian's face turned ashen, her fingers tightening around her phone, knuckles turning white. Her gaze swept rapidly across the screen as messages flooded in. Filled with anger and greed, she loathed the anonymous individual who had just stirred the pot in the group. It should be known that when Feng Yang left, the supplies he had left behind were already scarce. And after their days of feasting, the apartment could barely last another week. The notion of surrendering their supplies was utterly delusional. Therefore, she went to the kitchen, took a couple of photos of the few scattered instant noodles and bread, and posted them in the group. Dear neighbors, please don't listen to that person's nonsense. There's hardly anything left in this apartment that will finish these instant noodles and bread tonight. There's truly nothing else for you. Moreover, we have had police inspections. If there were really that much food, could we possibly hoard it all? Su Qian's words carried weight. On one hand, they proved their lack of resources, while on the other, they subtly reminded the homeowners that she was under special care from the special police. Indeed, the chatter in the group quieted down. After all, in such times, killing was without consequence. And those wielding guns were even more formidable than the impostors. But soon, a picture posted by Feng Yang reignited the once quiet group chat into a frenzy. The image displayed a room brimming with boxes filled with supplies, instant noodles, dry rations, and fast foods piled in the corners. This photo had been taken when Feng Yang stored the supplies in a storage ring, just in case, and he had not expected it to come in handy. What the hell? So much food. Su Qian, your family is truly heartless. Hoarding all this while deceiving us into believing there's nothing. Exactly. You were just playing the victim. Now you've been slapped in the face. Stop talking. Let us go to 402. If they dare refuse, we'll take matters into our own hands. Faced with the overwhelming display of supplies, the residents could no longer remain seated. Some had already begun rallying others to prepare an assault on Unit 402 to seize the resources. Su Qian's expression grew increasingly grim, knowing that the situation had spiraled completely out of control. Qian, what do we do? They're really coming. Li Feng's voice was tinged with palpable fear as her frantic gaze darted towards Su Qian. It must be that scoundrel Yang Wei, she exclaimed that he previously used this same tactic to drive Feng Yang away, and now he seeks to employ it once more. Su Li interjected vehemently from the side. Taking a deep breath, Su Qian forced herself to regain her composure. She understood that succumbing to panic would only exacerbate the situation. Let us not act hastily. That I will call Luo Yong immediately and inform him of the residents' uprising in Liwan community. Once the special police arrive, I refuse to believe these individuals can stir up any further chaos. And as for Yang Wei, that contemptible wretch, he deserves to be executed just like Feng Yang. With a fierce determination, Su Qian grabbed her phone and dialed the number Luo Yang had left her. Meanwhile, the crowd gathering in the square below was embroiled in heated discussions about the supplies in apartment 402. The throng continued to swell, and an atmosphere of anger permeated the air. All eyes were fixated on Building 13, apartment 402, as if it contained their last glimmer of hope for survival. Despite Su Qian's fervent attempts to defend their actions and even presenting what she claimed to be evidence, the photograph Feng Yang had shared, depicting a room brimming with supplies, ignited the collective fury of the crowd. Did you see that picture in the group? A whole room filled with food, none of which rightfully belongs to them. Why should they hoard it all for themselves? A middle-aged man shouted, his voice booming and rallying those around him. Yes, we're all on the brink of starvation while they hoard such abundance. It's utterly inhumane. A woman cried out, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Let us go. We'll storm in and seize the supplies, someone in the crowd urged, igniting a mob mentality. The property manager on stage had not anticipated such an upheaval. Observing the escalating unrest among the homeowners below, he found himself momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to navigate the sudden turmoil. In desperation, he discreetly cast his gaze toward Lao Li, who stood among the crowd. The security guard, Lao Li, maintained a stoic expression. However, a keen observer would notice the subtle movement of his lips as he seemed to convey some message to the property manager. Quickly, the property manager grasped Lao Li's intent. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he raised a loudspeaker and addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, since it is agreed that there are supplies in apartment 402, I propose we commence our search for resources starting with building 13. Everyone, arm yourselves for protection, but do not harm any innocent individuals. If we encounter impostors, we shall unite and deal with them decisively. For the sake of our families, for food, for survival, let us stand together. Having likely honed his marketing skills in the past, the property manager's brief address ignited the passions of those present. People began to form small groups of dozens, brandishing makeshift weapons. Feng Yang stood quietly by the window. Observing the unfolding chaos with a glimmer of coldness in his eyes, he knew the plan had commenced. Before long, a throng of residents had converged beneath the apartment, clamoring to invade and seize the supplies. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a nightmare awaited. I must take action now, Feng Yang declared, pocketing his phone as he approached the bed where Qi Meixiang slept peacefully. His expression softening, he gently crouched beside her, brushing aside the disheveled strands of hair from her face. Her serene visage seemed untouched by the surrounding dangers. Meixiang, it's time to wake up. However, Qi Meixiang merely murmured softly, remaining in slumber. With a sigh of resignation, Feng Yang realized he needed to leave. If Qi Meixiang continued to sleep, she might find herself in peril. Thus, he shook her a bit more vigorously, whispering in her ear, I'm leaving, that if you don't get up soon, you might not see me again. At last, Qi Meixiang slowly opened her eyes, meeting Feng Yang's serious gaze and instantly becoming alert. What's wrong? What's happening? She asked, anxiety lacing her voice. Feng Yang succinctly informed her of the crowd's incursion into the apartment and the hidden dangers therein. Qi Meixiang's eyes widened in alarm. What shall we do? Feng Yang grasped her hand firmly. I must go out for a while to settle some matters here, but it is perilous this time. I cannot take you with me. I need you to stay here and wait for my return. Can you protect yourself? Qi Meixiang's eyes flickered with panic upon hearing his words, but she quickly steadied herself. She tightened her grip on his hand, looking at him with concern. I can protect myself. You go without worry, but you must promise me you will return safely. Feng Yang gazed at Qi Meixiang. Warmth swelling in his heart, he nodded gently, caressing her cheek and speaking softly. I will. Stay here, do not open the door, and let no one in. Remember, no matter what happens, do not leave apartment 708. Qi Meixiang nodded earnestly, her eyes still betraying a hint of anxiety, but she understood that accompanying him would only hinder him further. Feng Yang rose, retrieving a dagger and a handgun from his storage ring, offering them to Qi Meixiang. Take these, just in case. Today, all the impostors in the Liwan community will converge on building 13. This pack of ravenous wolves will surely not pass up this bloody feast. Qi Meixiang remained behind, where she should be safe for the time being. Taking the weapons, although nervous, she held onto them resolutely. She lifted her gaze to Feng Yang, whispering, You must be careful. Feng Yang nodded, leaving behind a cache of food. Casting one last glance at her before turning toward the door as he exited, he turned back and said, Wait for my return. The door closed softly behind him, and Qi Meixiang stood rooted in place, clutching the weapons tightly. Feng Yang, you must come back, she murmured, tears glimmering in her eyes. Just as Feng Yang stepped out of the room, he unexpectedly encountered Su Ying, the woman he had rescued the previous day. She stood in the corridor, her demeanor somewhat anxious, as if she had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon noticing Feng Yang's emergence, her gaze flickered momentarily before she forced a smile. Feng Yang, are you going out? Su Ying's voice trembled slightly, clearly aware of the commotion below. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Feng Yang scrutinized the woman before him, his brow furrowing. Given Su Ying's positioning and expression, he couldn't shake the suspicion that she had been eavesdropping on his conversation with Qi Meixiang at this moment. Aside from Qi Meixiang, he trusted no one easily, even though he could tell at a glance that Su Ying was not an impostor. Feng Yang's gaze remained steady and piercing as he asked, What are you doing here? Su Ying felt uneasy under his scrutiny, her eyes darting anxiously, her voice faltering. I just heard a lot of noise outside and got a bit scared. So I thought I'd see if you had any plans that I didn't mean to intrude. Feng Yang remained silent. His eyes narrowing slightly, he examined her face, her hands, and every subtle movement, searching for any signs of deceit. Yet, despite Su Ying's nervousness, she exhibited no overt flaws. He then surveyed the living room and the front door. Beside the sofa lay the bag of supplies Feng Yang had brought out the day before, now mostly consumed, indicating that Su Ying had indeed been starving for days. However, upon noticing the door's chain lock, which had clearly been tampered with, his expression turned icy. He distinctly remembered securing the chain when he returned yesterday, specifically twisting the end into a particular shape to prevent Su Ying from harboring any ill intentions. Now, that shape had been compromised. Feng Yang's gaze settled back on Su Ying, an added chill in his eyes. His voice was low and cold. Did you tamper with the door lock? Su Ying's complexion drained of color, and she looked down, her voice barely a whisper. I didn't. Feng Yang did not respond immediately, instead taking slow, deliberate steps toward her, each one exuding an air of intimidation. His gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly piercing through her innermost thoughts. Do you understand that opening the door carelessly could attract impostors? Feng Yang's voice was as cold as ice. Or perhaps you have other intentions? Su Ying's body trembled slightly, her voice nearly breaking into sobs. I truly am just afraid. I never wished harm upon anyone. I implore you, believe me. Feng Yang approached her, towering over her with an imposing demeanor, pulling out a pair of silver handcuffs from his pocket. Su Ying, sensing the pressure from Feng Yang, instinctively recoiled, only to be yanked back by him. What do you intend to do? She struggled to free herself from his grip, but Feng Yang's strength was far beyond her capacity to resist. His expression remained frigid. Unwavering. He secured Su Ying's wrist firmly to a metal pipe at the edge of the sofa with swift, decisive movements, leaving no room for negotiation. As he observed the struggling Su Ying, his gaze bore no trace of compassion, regardless of whether Su Ying recognized his identity or that of Qi Meixiang's. Feng Yang was indifferent. He only understood that all unfavorable elements must be eradicated in advance. Listen, Feng Yang's voice was low and devoid of emotion. In this world, trust was a luxury. That I do not care what you have endured in the past, nor do I concern myself with how frightened you are now. But if you dare to do anything that threatens the safety of me or Qi Meixiang, I will not hesitate to end your life. Do you understand? Su Ying felt the chilling intent radiating from Feng Yang, and fear gripped her heart. She had witnessed Feng Yang's capability for violence and knew he was not jesting. Tears finally streamed down her cheeks as she nodded vigorously. Her voice choked. I understand. I truly understand. I promise I won't act recklessly. At that moment, the door to the inner room creaked open, and Qi Meixiang emerged, having heard the commotion, standing at the threshold. She clutched the weapon Feng Yang had left for her, her eyes betraying a hint of unease and confusion. Her gaze flitted between Feng Yang and Su Ying, clearly perplexed by the scene before her. Feng Yang turned to her, the coldness in his eyes softening slightly. That he approached her side and handed her the key to the handcuffs. Keep a close watch on this woman. Do not unlock the cuffs until I return. Should she exhibit any unusual behavior, handle it as you see fit. Qi Meixiang asked no further questions, simply nodding in agreement. After giving her a few more instructions, Feng Yang turned and made his way to the door. Unlocking the chains and securing the door from the outside before departing from apartment 708, the dimly lit corridor still reeked of decay. With water and electricity cut off, the elevator was out of service. Forcing Feng Yang to descend the stairs at a measured pace, as he made his way down, he hardly encountered a single living soul in the building. Many doors were ajar, and faint traces of dried blood were visible on the floor. It seemed the residents had all congregated in Building 13. Upon exiting Building 14, he did not proceed directly but instead took out a Shirhuan Mian, given his sensitive identity, as most residents recognized his face. It was imperative to alter his appearance. Standing in the shadows of Building 14, he held the gossamer Shirhuan Mian in his hands. He gently pressed the mask against his face, and in an instant, it melded with his skin as if it were alive. Mere seconds later, Feng Yang's appearance had transformed entirely. He became an unremarkable middle-aged man, his features ordinary and devoid of distinction, one of those types that would be forgotten the moment they were lost in a crowd. Feng Yang glanced at his hands to confirm the disguise was flawless before heading towards Building 13. His steps were steady and discreet, aimed at attracting no attention. Downstairs in Building 13, the crowd had swelled significantly. People surged into the hallway, beginning their looting from the first floor onward. When confronted with homeowners who refused to open their doors, they initially resorted to moral coercion, appealing to ethics and righteousness. If that failed, they resorted to brute force, violently breaking down doors. Feng Yang blended into the throng. Following the crowd into the corridor, he observed those who claimed to be searching for resources, yet were, in fact, brazenly pillaging the scant supplies of others, with some even taking advantage of the chaos to assault women. An elderly man clung desperately to his door, pleading that he had little left, but the marauders showed no mercy, kicking the old man aside and storming in to ransack his home. "You beasts, this is robbery. I'll fight you." The old man, seeing the last half bag of rice taken from him, charged out wielding a kitchen knife. Desperate to resist, his clumsy and feeble attempts to swing the knife were met with ease by several young men who quickly overpowered him, pinning him to the ground. The knife was snatched away, and the old man's cries echoed in the hallway. Yet no one ceased their actions. Feng Yang stood amidst the chaos, coldly observing the scene, his gaze sweeping over the reckless faces, his heart showing no sign of turmoil. He understood that the world had irrevocably changed. Order had collapsed, morality had decayed, and human nature had twisted under the pressure of survival. Continuing upward, each floor presented a similar tableau. The sounds of crying and curses intertwined. Upon reaching the third floor, he noticed that apartment 301, belonging to Yang Wei, had been smashed open. Feng Yang entered 301, his eyes scanning the disarray within with icy detachment. The walls, once lined with surveillance screens, were now shattered, and debris from broken furniture and screens littered the floor. The heavy scent of blood permeated the air. Feng Yang harbored deep-seated animosity towards Yang Wei, for it was Yang Wei who had fanned the flames of discord, spreading rumors that had turned Feng Yang into the target of the entire community. After surveying the room and finding no clues, Feng Yang had no choice but to continue his ascent. Now, the fourth floor, particularly apartment 402, buzzed with the most activity. The entrance was overcrowded with people, their emotions running high as they pounded on the security door, shouting threats at Su Qian's family to open up and surrender their supplies. Fortunately, the security door Feng Yang had installed was sufficiently sturdy. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Inside the apartment, Su Qian's family was on edge. Su's father, Sun Daqiang, and Su Li brandished kitchen knives and iron rods, their expressions fraught with tension and anger. The incessant banging and shouting from outside surged like waves, battering their nerves. "Open the door. The community's supplies must be distributed equitably. If you refuse, you are opposing everyone. We are neighbors. During these times, we should help one another by hoarding food. Do you wish to see us starve? If you don't open up, we'll break the door down and kill you." Sun Daqiang's fists were clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. He turned impatiently to Su Qian, barking, "When is Luo Yang arriving? If he doesn't show soon, these people will undoubtedly force their way in." A hint of anxiety flickered across Su Qian's delicate features as she clutched her phone, her fingers sliding quickly across the screen in a desperate attempt to contact Luo Yang once more. Yet, the line remained unanswered. "Dad, I've called him over a dozen times, but he hasn't picked up." Su Qian's voice trembled, revealing her helplessness. Sun Daqiang gritted his teeth, despair evident in his eyes. "Let us wait 5 more minutes. If he doesn't come, we'll have to rely on ourselves." Meanwhile, at the border of Tianhu district, Luo Yang gazed in the direction of Liwan community. Behind him, a dozen armored vehicles and several elite police officers stood at the ready. The crisis of the intruding impostors had plunged the entire world into chaos, and they, the extraordinary beings, were no longer the hidden anomalies. They now occupied the pinnacle of power. Both their treatment and authority far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. His fingers lightly tapped on the communicator at his waist, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Just 10 minutes prior, he had received a distress call from Su Qian, informing him of a riot erupting in Liwan community, where the residents intended to vandalize their apartments, mentioning the presence of impostors. However, he did not respond immediately, as if he were waiting for something. The fates of Su Qian and her family were of little concern to him. His initial assistance to Su Qian was merely due to her striking beauty and commendable figure, a convenient opportunity to take advantage of her. Little did he know that Su Qian was not a love-struck fool, but rather an adept at manipulation. In the past few days, Su Qian and Luo Yang had been in a constant tug-of-war. Their relationship, though tinged with ambiguity, had yet to reach a decisive point. This struggle only intensified Luo Yang's desire for conquest. while simultaneously inducing a sense of irritation. He believed that in the face of an impending apocalypse, a woman like Su Qian should be yearning for his bed, rather than maintaining the current elusive distance. The primary objective of summoning the elite police was not to rescue Su Qian's family, but rather due to the recent advancements in the research of the imposter crystal cores by Bureau 749. According to the Bureau's published findings, the crystal cores housed an extraordinarily potent and pure energy, which, when refined through specialized means, could be absorbed by both extraordinary beings and humans, significantly enhancing their abilities and facilitating evolution. Currently, many extraordinary beings and military police were scouring the land in search of imposters to hunt and acquire the crystal cores. However, obtaining these cores often entailed considerable risk, as some imposters were formidable and elusive. Even extraordinary beings like them might not stand a chance against higher-tier imposters. Furthermore, the more troublesome issue was that imposters excelled in disguise, frequently mingling among ordinary people. The higher authorities strictly prohibited extraordinary beings from indiscriminately slaughtering innocents, with violators facing universal condemnation and being hunted. This meant they could only act when they were certain their target was indeed an imposter, severely impacting the efficiency of acquiring crystal cores. The riot in Liwan community presented an excellent opportunity for him to procure imposter crystal cores. Luo Yang's gaze was steely, his mind already calculating. He cared not for the lives of Su Qian's family, nor for the fate of the rioting residents. His sole concern was how to maximize his gains amidst the turmoil. "Commander, when shall we take action?" An elite officer approached and inquired softly. Luo Yang raised his hand, signaling them to remain patient. He did not rush into action. Rather, he hoped for the situation to escalate further. Only when Su Qian's family found themselves in a dire predicament. Even facing a life or death, Su Daqiang stood resolutely beside Su Li, his complexion somewhat pale, yet he clutched the knife in his hand with unwavering determination, clearly prepared to fight to the death. In a shadowy corner of the crowd, Feng Yang observed the beleaguered family, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The ravenous masses outside had become frenzied with hunger, willing to risk their lives for a mere morsel. Su Li was no match for their desperation. They anticipated. After a brief moment of shock and hesitation, the crowd outside began to stir once more. Hunger and despair had stripped them of their reason. Though the gruesome scene before them instilled fear, the primal instinct for survival propelled them forward. "Let us all charge in. They are but two. They cannot withstand us," a voice cried out from the throng. With that rallying cry, the masses surged toward the small door, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves descending upon their prey. Su Li and Su Daqiang gripped their knives, fighting desperately against the tide. A dull thud echoed as a burly man was the first to breach the threshold, only to be struck in the shoulder by Su Li's blade, blood gushing forth as he fell to the ground with a scream. Yet, the throng did not falter. Rather, they surged forward with even greater fervor. Despite the advantage of their position, Su Li and Su Daqiang soon found themselves overwhelmed, gradually succumbing to exhaustion. Before long, Su Li's arm was wounded in the chaos, and the crowd. Feng Yang's lips curled into a mocking smirk. Subsequently, he forcefully kicked open the bedroom door, drawing the attention of the others within the room. The Su family gazed at the middle-aged man who had burst in with palpable terror. Unaware that he was Feng Yang himself, they mistakenly believed he was merely another homeowner, like the rest, intent on seizing supplies. "What do you want?" Su Daqiang demanded, weapon in hand, his expression laden with vigilance. Meanwhile, Su Li lay in bed, having sustained injuries amidst the chaos, and his condition appeared dire. "What do I want?" Feng Yang's lips lifted slightly, revealing a cold and derisive smile. Yet, he refrained from revealing his true identity, instead continuing to exert pressure upon the Su family in the guise of an ordinary middle-aged homeowner. "Weren't you just making a ruckus in here? Do you realize how many lives have been lost due to your family's selfishness? Perhaps all of this is a scheme you hatched with the imposters, luring us into ensnare everyone at once." Upon hearing this, Li Feng still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation and retorted, "You speak nonsense. It was you who brought people in to rob us and attracted those monsters from outside. You should blame yourselves for being so lawless." In response to Li Feng's accusations, Feng Yang scoffed. "What a shameless lot. If memory serves, this is Feng Yang's residence, is it not? When did it become yours?" His words ignited the emotions of those gathered at the doorway. They perceived that the turmoil had escalated due to the Su family's avarice. Both the house and the supplies did not rightfully belong to them. They were merely usurpers. Had they opened the door sooner to allow inspection or contributed some supplies, such chaos could have been averted. Perhaps there was some truth to Feng Yang's insinuations regarding the Su family's collusion with the impostors. Consequently, the crowd began to hurl insults at Li Feng and the Su family. You are nothing but selfish fools. If you had let us in to assess the situation sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament. We're all on the brink of starvation, and yet you cling to those supplies as if they were your birthright. People like you are the scourge of society and deserve to perish. Humph. I say we should just toss them out to feed those dreadful impostors. Better to rid ourselves of their presence. The surrounding individuals joined in the uproar, their excitement intensifying. The Su family found themselves retreating step by step, their hearts heavy with fear and fury. Finally, Su Qian could no longer endure the onslaught of insults and pressure. She steeled herself, her face flushed, and shouted at the crowd, "Have you all lost your minds? My boyfriend is Luo Yong. Do you know who he is? He is an officer, and even the special police must heed his orders. I just called him, and it won't be long before he and the special police arrive. When they do, you rabble and impostors will all meet your end." Feng Yang stood at the doorway, observing Su Qian with a quiet derision. Just a few days had passed, and now Luo Yong was her boyfriend. While it was possible that Su Qian was merely attempting to intimidate the crowd with her words, it nonetheless indicated their relationship had taken a turn toward ambiguity. Special police? Who do you think you're fooling? If your boyfriend is so formidable, why hasn't he come to rescue you? If your connections were truly as strong as you claim, why are you here fighting for 2 packets of instant noodles? Su Qian's threats failed to achieve the desired effect, only serving to further incite the crowd's ire and disdain. Her lies were swiftly uncovered, causing their emotions to escalate. Faced with such a dire situation, the Su family found themselves in an increasingly perilous predicament. Feng Yang remained at the entrance, a silent observer of the unfolding chaos. He understood well that Su Qian's threats were mere bluster. Even the arrival of the special police would not necessarily resolve the present crisis. You people are hopeless. Su Qian, realizing her threats were in vain, spoke with a tremor in her voice, clearly flustered. It is you who are beyond redemption. A voice in the crowd roared, selfish and self-serving, utterly indifferent to the plight of others. People like you do not deserve to remain among us. Yes, drive them out. Others echoed, their voices growing louder and more fervent. Li Feng clutched Su Qian's hand tightly, her complexion pale and her eyes filled with dread. She knew that if things continued down this path, they would only worsen. In a hushed tone, she urged Su Qian, Qian, don't provoke them any further. They've gone mad. As the crowd pressed closer, panic became evident on the faces of Su Daqiang and his family. Stay back, Su Daqiang stammered, gripping his weapon tightly. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, the shrill sound of police sirens pierced the tense atmosphere, momentarily halting everyone's actions as their gazes shifted toward the source of the sound. The once advancing crowd halted, their faces a mixture of surprise, confusion, and an undercurrent of hope and fear. Police sirens. Could it truly be the special police coming to our aid? Someone murmured, excitement lacing their tone. Su Qian's eyes lit up, as if grasping a final lifeline. She straightened her posture, her voice still quavering but infused with newfound confidence. I told you. My boyfriend Luo Yong will definitely bring help. Li Feng and Su Daqiang's family exhaled a sigh of relief, though their expressions remained tense. After all, the situation outside remained uncertain. The sirens, while promising hope, did not change the fact that they were still surrounded by impostors, and the peril remained grave. Finally, they have arrived. Feng Yang, disguised as the middle-aged man, cast a meaningful glance at Su Qian, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The entrance of Liwan community, a contingent of special police clad in uniforms and armed with heavy weaponry descended from armored vehicles, effectively surrounding the entire neighborhood. Luo Yong had arrived at the foot of Building 13. Go, smash the door open. As I instructed earlier, eliminate any suspicious individuals, including the rioters, without leaving a single survivor. Luo Yong gestured with his hand, issuing commands. Several special police officers advanced with breaching tools, the resounding crashes echoing through the hallway. As the door was forcibly breached, a wave of intensely pungent bloodshed surged forth, enveloping the air. The stench was overwhelming, inducing nausea among those present. When the crowd beheld the gruesome scene within, even the seasoned special police officers, accustomed to witnessing death, were taken aback, instinctively retreating a few steps. Some even covered their mouths, struggling to suppress the upheaval in their stomachs to avoid vomiting. What lay before them was a scene of unimaginable horror, reminiscent of hell on earth. The entire corridor was awash in blood, and dismembered corpses. Gnawed organs, limbs, and entrails littered the ground, leaving scarcely a place to tread. The special police, fighting against their nausea, cautiously entered, their feet occasionally crunching on fragments of bones mixed with the viscous remains of flesh and blood, sending shivers down their spines. How tragic! Luo Yong observed the gruesome scene at Building 13, showing not an ounce of discomfort, but instead a perverse smile that moment. One of the special police officers noticed something amiss. "Captain, something is off here. There are too many dead bodies inside." Luo Yong approached for a closer look, and indeed, from the first floor to the second, every room and corridor was drenched in blood and strewn with corpses. Moreover, from the upper floors, screams intermittently echoed. Suddenly, frantic footsteps and cries for help erupted from the third floor. "Help! Help us! There are monsters!" Several residents, battered and bruised, stumbled down the stairs. The special police officers at the front of the line remained on high alert. Quickly raising their weapons, the dark muzzles aimed steadily at the newcomers. Vigilance etched across their faces. "Halt! Immediately stop and raise your hands high. Do not take another step closer," one of the special police officers shouted loudly, warning several residents. However, those residents seemed oblivious to the warning, continuing to weep and scream as they recklessly rushed down the stairs. Observing this alarming scene, the commanding officer's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he issued the shoot order. "Fire!" With the utterance of this command, a thunderous bang resonated, and a deluge of bullets rained down upon the frenzied residents, resembling a fiery tongue lashing out at them. In an instant, the echoes of gunfire, cries, and screams intertwined, reverberating throughout the corridor. Yet, what transpired next was utterly shocking. The residents struck by the gunfire did not collapse and perish as any ordinary human would. Instead, their bodies swayed slightly, oozing a viscous black liquid from their wounds rather than blood. The terror that had once been etched on their faces vanished, replaced by an eerie calmness, their eyes turning blood red as they emitted low, guttural growls. "This is bad. They are faux humans," the officer exclaimed. The faux humans suddenly accelerated towards the special police, moving with astonishing speed. The officers continued to fire while retreating, but ordinary bullets inflicted only limited damage on the faux beings, merely slowing their advance. The leading officer quickly adjusted their strategy, commanding loudly, "These are mid-tier faux humans. Switch to shotguns. Everyone, stay in formation. Do not let them approach." The officers swiftly changed weapons, knowing that shotguns would deal greater damage to the faux humans. However, this came with a significant drawback. They were less agile and had slower reload times. Gunfire erupted once more, and this time, a piercing explosion accompanied the bullets as they struck the faux beings, creating gaping holes in the abdomens of the two foremost mid-tier faux humans. Yet they still did not succumb. Rather, they became even more ferocious and charged forward. Two officers were caught off guard and were knocked to the ground. The strength of the faux humans far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, their sharp claws easily tearing through the officers' bulletproof vests. The remaining officers tried to intervene, but were pushed back by a surge of additional faux beings. In such a confined space, the combat prowess of the faux humans was beyond that of the regular special police. With the screams abruptly ceasing, two officers lay dead. Luo Yong watched helplessly as the officers perished before him. Instead of displaying any emotion, he coldly turned to the other officers. "Continue charging forward with me. I will handle the more formidable mid-tier faux humans. Anyone who disobeys orders or dares to retreat a single step will face military justice." Although the remaining officers were filled with rage and sorrow over the loss of their comrades, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and press on due to military orders. At this moment, Luo Yong gazed at the densely packed faux humans at the corridor entrance, licked his lips, and finally made his move. His fingers twitched slightly, as if tracing an invisible trajectory through the air. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy erupted from him. Boom! The temperature around him plummeted, and crystalline ice shards formed around his body. Go! The suspended ice shards transformed into countless beams of icy light, hurtling towards the faux humans ahead. Sizzle! The ice shards pierced through the air with a sharp sound, accurately striking the vital points of several mid-tier faux humans. Upon contact, the ice spread rapidly, encasing their bodies in solid ice. The faux humans froze in place, and with a resounding crack, the ice sculpture shattered, disintegrating their forms into countless shards scattered on the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the officers behind Luo Yong were overwhelmed with exhilaration. Without hesitation, they raised their weapons. The dark muzzles of their guns trained on the remaining low-tier foe humans to in an instant. Flames erupted from their guns, and a hail of bullets whistled towards the low-tier foe humans, despite their relatively robust vitality. They found it difficult to withstand such overwhelming firepower. Bullets ruthlessly pierced their bodies, splattering blood everywhere. The low-tier foe humans fell one after another, unable to rise and resist. The corridors of the second and third floors were littered with corpses, making passage nearly impossible. Reluctantly, the special police officers had to advance and clear a path through the bodies. Continue forward. Luo Yong's voice was frigid that he stepped ahead, and the ground beneath his feet began to frost over with each step he took, as if the very air around him had frozen in his chilling presence. The officers, witnessing this, felt a surge of morale and followed closely behind, although they still harbored fear towards the foe humans. The formidable strength of the Esper Luo Yong undeniably instilled them with great confidence. Soon, they reached the fourth floor. Strangely, aside from the numerous corpses of the residents, only a few scattered low-tier foe humans were seen feasting upon the remains. Bang, 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 several gunshots rang out as the special police officers shot down the foe beings. Luo Yong slowly approached the entrance of apartment 402 AT that moment. Inside the apartment, Su Qian and her companions clearly heard the gunfire from outside. A jolt of alarm surged through Su Qian, prompting her to hurry to the door and peer outside. Upon seeing Luo Yong and the fully armed special police, the tension in her heart finally eased. It was Luo Yong. He had come to rescue her. I knew it. I knew he wouldn't abandon me. Su Qian wept with joy. Recognizing that the person standing outside was Luo Yong, Su Daqiang and Li Feng exchanged glances. A shared sense of smugness evident on their faces. Su Daqiang straightened his back, his sharp gaze scanning each person in the room like a hawk. Then, he let out a heavy snort. You just broke into my apartment and caused a ruckus, injuring my son. This matter will not go unaddressed. I will report it to the police. Just wait and see. The other residents, except for Feng Yang, wilted like frostbitten eggplants at Su Daqiang's words. They were filled with fear and regret. The very act of breaking into the apartment was indefensible, and now that the police had arrived, even if they had tenfold courage, they would not dare to confront Su Daqiang again. Just when everyone thought this turmoil had subsided and danger had receded, a series of sharp and piercing gunshots suddenly erupted, shattering the tranquility. Boom, accompanied by the sounds of heavy explosions, flames shot skyward, and thick smoke filled the air, while anguished cries echoed throughout the community. Requesting backup. Team B is encountering a large number of foe humans. Requesting assistance. An urgent voice came through the intercom held by the special police team leader. Immediately after, another voice chimed in. Team A is under attack by foe humans. Requesting assistance. Luo Yong, standing at the door, felt his expression darken upon hearing this string of distress calls. Teams A and B were two elite special police squads he had personally assigned to maintain security in the community. Hearing such reports, it was evident they were in serious trouble and engaged in fierce combat. With a cold expression, Luo Yong was about to lead his team down to assist teams A and B when a more intense barrage of gunfire erupted from below. Moments later, two special police officers stationed downstairs rushed up, their faces filled with panic. Breathless and terrified, one officer reported to Luo Yong, Captain Luo, it's bad. A massive wave of foe humans is surging in from below. Moreover, sounds of rustling footsteps emerged from above. Luo Yong and the other officers looked up, only to see expressionless humans slowly approaching them from the stairway leading to the fifth floor. There are more above. We are surrounded. A terrified officer pointed upwards. The corridor was now besieged by foe humans, with sounds of their approach echoing from both above and below. The special police officers gripped their weapons tightly. Their expressions tense, yet they maintained a combat-ready stance. Luo Yong furrowed his brow, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation, yet he did not exhibit much panic. Oh, you really think that sheer numbers intimidate me? My abilities thrive in group battles. As long as there are no high-tier foe humans, the more that come, the more crystal cores I will collect, he sneered, raising his hands slowly, palms upward, as if gathering some form of power. Icebound Inferno, as his deep voice resonated. The moisture in the air swiftly coalesced, transforming into countless minute blades of ice that hovered around him. These icy shards glimmered with a chilling light in the dimly lit corridor. Reminiscent of an impending blizzard. Go. Luo Yong abruptly gestured forward with both hands, unleashing a torrential downpour of ice blades that surged toward the crowd of doppelgangers ahead, where the ice blades passed. The doppelgangers were sliced into fragments, their blood freezing before it could even spill. The corridor was instantly enveloped in the cold glow of the ice blades, the agonized cries of the doppelgangers rising and falling, only to be swiftly drowned out by the howling of the icy onslaught. Moments later, as the storm of ice subsided, a profound silence fell over the corridor. The doppelgangers in front had nearly been eradicated, leaving only a handful still struggling, but they no longer posed a threat. Luo Yang retracted his hands, casting a cold glance over the battlefield. Is that all? The special police officers behind him stared at Luo Yang in shock, their eyes betraying an uncontrollable admiration. Was this the power of a supernatural being? Despite having witnessed Luo Yang's abilities before, each time they were still awestruck by such earth-shattering might. However, before they could revel in their astonishment, a low, rumbling growl echoed from the depths of the corridor. The sound seemed to emanate from the very bowels of hell, infused with boundless rage and ferocity. Luo Yang hesitated for a moment, a look of gravity flashing in his eyes. He murmured, "It appears the real trouble has arrived." As his words fell, a cluster of shadowy figures slowly emerged at the end of the corridor. They were doppelgangers in their true forms, black-scaled, with jagged fangs, bone spines protruding from their backs, and tails, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. All of them were unmistakably mid-tier doppelgangers, and judging by their presence, they had devoured at least 40 to 50 humans of mid-tier late-stage caliber. Behind this pack of mid-tier doppelgangers stood an elderly man clad in a security uniform. Stooped and frail, he clutched a rusted baton, a bizarre smile stretching across his face. His eyes, clouded and devoid of life, radiated a chilling malevolence. He slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze directly on Luo Yang, the corners of his mouth curling back to reveal a set of yellowed teeth. Human supernatural being, once I consume you, I shall advance further towards the ghost tier." The old man's voice was hoarse and deep, as though it were dragged up from the depths of his throat, accompanied by a rhythm that sent shivers down one's spine. Luo Yang's brows furrowed tightly, his gaze locked onto the old man. Thought he could sense that this seemingly ordinary elder exuded an air of extreme danger, far more terrifying than those mid-tier doppelgangers. "Who are you?" Luo Yang inquired coldly, the ice blades in his hands condensing once again, the temperature of the surrounding air plummeting. The old man did not respond, merely continuing his eerie laughter, which echoed harshly in the empty corridor. He slowly lifted his baton, gently tapping the wall, producing a dull thud. The signal. The mid-tier doppelgangers suddenly surged forward. They moved with blinding speed, reaching Luo Yang and the special police officers in an instant. Their sharp claws and fangs glimmered ominously in the dim light, an aura of ferocity assaulting them. "Stop your antics," Luo Yang snorted coldly, a glimmer of frost flashing in his eyes. In an instant, the ice blades in his hands surged forth, the air around him seemingly freezing, making even breathing a challenge. With a sudden sweep, a beam of icy blue light sliced through the air, aimed directly at the foremost doppelganger. The mid-tier doppelganger was struck by Luo Yang's frigid blade, the intense cold freezing it into a statue of ice. Just then, the old man in the security uniform also sprang into action. His speed was so swift it was nearly imperceptible, transforming into a blur that appeared instantaneously behind Luo Yang. His bony hand, unremarkable in appearance, came crashing down toward Luo Yang's back. Luo Yang's expression changed, his body twisting forcefully, but the old man's hand still grazed his shoulder, a sharp pain coursing through him, causing half of his body to go numb. Seizing the opportunity, the old man continued his assault, swinging the rusted baton towards Luo Yang's head. "Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Luo Yang's ire surged as he faced the relentless onslaught from the old man. His supernatural powers surged forth, an array of ice crystals converging to form a pristine suit of icy armor that enveloped his entire body. The baton struck the icy armor, causing no harm whatsoever to Luo Yang, while the old man was forced to stagger back from the impact of Luo Yang's right hand encased in solid ice. Luo Yang grappled with the old man. The remaining special police officers did not dare to slacken their efforts, each pulling the triggers of their firearms in unison. Yet, the black-scaled armor of the mid-tier doppelgangers was nearly impervious, and they charged through the concentrated gunfire, reaching the special police officers in a matter of moments. The mid-tier doppelgangers tore through the ranks like a tiger among sheep, their sharp claws and fangs swiftly ripping apart the defenses of several officers, their ordinary human physiques no match for such foes. The corridor was filled with the echoes of screams, the stench of blood permeating the in less than 2 minutes. All 20-odd special police officers who had followed Luo Yong were left lying in pools of blood. By the time Luo Yong regained his senses, he found himself the sole survivor in the corridor. His breath quickened as he surveyed the grim scene, the fallen officers stirring within him a growing desire to retreat. He had initially believed this would be a mere ordinary incident involving military-civilian unrest and doppelganger attacks, yet he had not anticipated the presence of a high-tier doppelganger lurking within the Liwan community. Since the onset of the doppelganger invasion, the city had only identified a few suspected high-tier doppelganger presences. He had yet to encounter a true high-tier doppelganger, although he did not fear the adversary with his mid-tier supernatural powers. The presence of a dozen formidable mid-tier doppelgangers lurking nearby was a significant threat. Continuing the fight would only worsen his situation. Soon, the pack of mid-tier doppelgangers and the old security guard began to close in on him. Luo Yong dared not act recklessly, slowly maneuvering his steps until he found himself against the door of apartment 402. Inside the apartment, Su Qian witnessed the horror unfolding at the entrance, sensing Luo Yong's peril. She attempted to open the door, but Feng Yang blocked her path with a firm grip. "Get out of the way!" Su Qian glared fiercely at the middle-aged man standing in her way, her voice raised in anger. Unmoved by Su Qian's furious reprimand, Feng Yang stood like an unyielding mountain, his cold visage betraying no emotion as he regarded her with a chilling gaze. "Are you mad? Luo Yong is in danger. If he dies out there, we won't survive either." Su Qian's voice trembled, her eyes filled with desperation and fury. Feng Yang remained impassive, responding coldly. "If you open the door now, we will be the first to die. Do you wish to condemn us all? You?" Su Qian was momentarily speechless, for it was not only Feng Yang. Everyone in the apartment was now fixated on her, their stance unmistakably clear. She was not to open the door. Even Su Daqiang and Li Feng remained silent this time, offering no support. Outside, Luo Yong's breaths grew increasingly labored as the dozen mid-tier doppelgangers launched their assault. His icy armor radiated a chilling aura, and the two ice blades he had conjured swung wildly, sending the approaching mid-tier doppelgangers retreating. Yet, more doppelgangers continued to surge forth. The old man, unfazed, simply stood back, watching intently, clearly intending to use these mid-tier doppelgangers to exhaust Luo Yong's stamina. "Damn it, these guys are truly a handful." Luo Yong gritted his teeth, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. He knew that if this continued, he would inevitably be worn down to nothing. With a fierce gesture, he unleashed another icy blue blade that sliced through the air, freezing two nearby doppelgangers into solid ice. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yong quickly retreated. Pressing his back against the door of apartment 402, he could hear Su Qian's voice from within. "Open the door!" Luo Yong bellowed, his tone laced with undeniable authority. Inside, Su Qian jolted, her body quivering. She raised her head, biting her lip as she looked at Feng Yang. "I will say it again, step aside, or else." "Or else what?" Feng Yang's lips curled into a playful smile. He was keen to observe whether Su Qian would fight fiercely for Luo Yong. Despite their acquaintance being merely a few days old, Su Qian's fists were tightly clenched, her nails digging deeply into her palms as she forcefully shoved Feng Yang aside, attempting to rush towards the door. However, Feng Yang's strength was beyond that of a frail woman like her. He swiftly intercepted her, delivering a sharp slap. The blow caused Su Qian's head to turn aside, her cheek instantly swelling with redness. Stubbornly, she turned back, her eyes fixed on Feng Yang with a fierce glare, brimming with indignation. "How dare you strike me?" In response, Feng Yang met her gaze with a chilling stare at the entrance, witnessing the delay of the security door. Luo Yong's expression darkened ominously. "You cannot escape, Esper. Ever since you set foot in Liwan community, I have been watching you closely." Old Li, the security guard, regarded Luo Yong with a sinister grin. "Even if we gathered every human in the entire community, none could compare to the delectable taste of an Esper." As his words fell, the mid-tier foe beings suddenly ceased their assault, retreating slowly as if anticipating something. Luo Yong's heart tightened as Old Li's aura grew increasingly volatile. Indeed, the next moment, cracks began to appear on Old Li's body, which subsequently shattered completely. The frail old man vanished, replaced by a towering, formidable humanoid creature that loomed before Luo Yong, standing at a staggering height of 3 meters. Its body was encased in thick black scales, sharp bone spines protruding from its back, while its tail lashed like a steel whip, producing a whistling sound as it sliced through the air. Its eyes glowed a blood-red hue, exhaling a foul stench akin to that of a demon from the depths of hell. Luo Yong's countenance grew gravely solemn. He had never encountered such a powerful foe being. The oppressive force it exuded nearly rendered him breathless. This was a bona fide high-tier foe being, signifying that it had consumed at least 100 humans. Such a creature, not only immensely powerful, but also capable of commanding lower-tier foe beings to fight on its behalf, was exceedingly troublesome. According to the intelligence provided by Bureau 749 regarding the espers dispatched for duty, a typical high-tier foe being equated to their esper rank of 3, the more humans it devoured, the more terrifying its strength became. This meant that the monstrous entity before him was truly on par with his own capabilities. Damn it. All because of that wretched Su Qian. I came here to save her. And she dares to betray me. Luo Yong seethed internally. His hands trembled slightly around the ice blade. Icy tendrils swirling around him, forming a thin layer of frost armor. He had mentally attributed all the unfolding events to Su Qian. If it weren't for her call, he would not have come here, nor would he have found himself in such peril. What was even more infuriating was that at this critical moment, that cowardly wretch refused to open the door. The high-tier foe being advanced slowly, each step causing the floor to tremble beneath it. Its crimson eyes were locked onto Luo Yong, a sinister grin revealing its razor-sharp fangs as it emitted a low, chilling laugh. Oh, not struggle. I know there are humans inside. You humans are inherently selfish. Once I deal with you, those rats inside will join you. The creature's voice was hoarse and frigid, in the midst of its speech. The high-tier foe being lunged towards Luo Yong. With an immense fist imbued with terrifying power, it struck down upon Luo Yong. Swiftly, Luo Yong raised his ice sword to block the blow, the collision resonating with a thunderous sound. He felt a tremendous force surge through the ice sword, causing his arm to tingle and his body to involuntarily stagger back a few paces. The strength was indeed horrifying, Luo Yong thought. Yet as an esper of Bureau 749, he possessed fundamental combat training and quickly forced himself to regain composure. Old Li's assault was relentless, fists and claws raining down upon Luo Yong with terrifying might. Utilizing his agile movements and the defense of his ice armor, he dodged and parried, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Seizing a moment to create distance from Old Li, Luo Yong cast a glance at the wall of apartment 402. His eyes hardening. Since you refuse to open the door, then let us all suffer. Perhaps I can create enough chaos inside to find an opportunity to escape. With this thought, Luo Yong adjusted his combat strategy. Deliberately engaging Old Li while staying close to the wall of apartment 402, Old Li seemed to sense Luo Yong's intentions, but paid it no mind, intensifying his onslaught with each strike, becoming increasingly powerful. Finally, amidst their battle, the apartment wall could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed with a thunderous crash. In that instant, dust and debris erupted into the air, exposing the interior of apartment 402 to both Luo Yong and Old Li. The occupants within clearly had not anticipated that the battle would extend to them, and screams and chaotic footsteps instantly filled the space. Taking advantage of the moment, Luo Yong swiftly surveyed the situation inside, his gaze turning icy upon discovering that, in addition to Su Qian and her family, a group of panicked individuals was desperately fleeing. His heart raced as he calculated how to exploit this sudden confusion. Since you refuse to open the door, do not blame me for being merciless, Luo Yong thought with a cold smirk, his figure flickering as he darted inside, using the fallen wall as cover. Pitiful humans, do you think using these little rats as shields can stop me? Old Li let out a menacing laugh, charging in like a mad bull, shattering the remaining wall as he barreled through. Luo Yong plunged into the crowd, seizing an individual and hurling them towards Old Li. Without a trace of compassion, Old Li tore the person in two, blood splattering through the air, witnessing such a gruesome sight. The onlookers erupted into even more terrified screams. Luo Yong. Su Qian's eyes brightened with a glimmer of hope as she spotted him. Alas, Luo Yong did not spare her a single glance, left with no choice. Her family could only retreat into the bedroom where Su Li was, trembling in fear. Taking this opportunity, Luo Yong made his way to the balcony and leaped down. Old Li, seeing this, let out an enraged roar, disregarding the others inside as he followed suit. Jumping out the window in hot pursuit, they asked the high-tier foe being, and Luo Yong turned to flee. The other foe beings that had been lurking in the corridor, sensing the scent of blood, erupted with astounding speed and power, surging into the apartment like a tidal wave. These frenzied foe beings, their eyes aglow with a ravenous and brutal light, bared their fangs and brandished their sharp claws. Recklessly pouncing upon the unfortunate survivors, in an instant, the apartment was transformed into a scene of carnage, blood splattering and flesh flying. A sight so horrific it sent chills down the spine, the anguished cries and tormented wails intertwined, echoing throughout the space, as if transforming it into a true hell on earth. Flesh, fresh flesh. A grotesque low-tier foe being howled as it slashed a young woman's throat with its sharp claws. Warm blood gushing forth to splatter across its twisted face. Finally, a slightly larger mid-tier foe being seized a middle-aged man struggling desperately, mercilessly sinking its teeth into his shoulder, accompanied by the sickening sound of chewing. The man's screams reverberated throughout the room. Yet, this did not in the slightest diminish the appetite of the mid-tier aberration, which continued to ravenously tear into its prey, eager to relish this rare feast. However, in the next moment, its sounds abruptly ceased. A dagger, as dark as ink, pierced through the heart of the mid-tier aberration from behind with lightning speed, catching it completely off guard as it indulged in its meal. The creature's movements froze instantly, its chewing halting in tandem. It slowly turned its head, disbelief filling its gaze as it beheld the figure behind it, brandishing the dagger, eyes wide with terror and despair. Subsequently, its body collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, utterly devoid of life. The surrounding aberrations, previously in a frenzy, seemed to sense something amiss. They halted their actions, turning to fix their crimson eyes upon the middle-aged man wielding the black dagger. Beside him lay several freshly slain bodies of aberrations. They failed to comprehend the dreadfulness of Feng Yang, instead believing that he had stealthily dispatched their companion, and thus, they approached with murderous intent. Feng Yang surveyed the apartment, noting the scant few living souls remaining within. Gazing at the debris and blood strewn across the floor, even he felt a flicker of anger within. You ravenous fiends have sullied my home. You shall all perish here today. Feng Yang's voice was deep and frigid, as if emanating from the very depths of hell. Before his words had fully echoed, his figure vanished like a specter. In the next instant, he materialized behind a low-tier aberration, his dagger slicing through the air with a gentle flick, sending its head soaring, blood gushing forth like a fountain, before its body could even descend. Feng Yang had once again vanished, reappearing before another aberration. The sound of the dagger piercing flesh rang out repeatedly, his movements so swift they were nearly imperceptible, each strike aimed with deadly precision at vital points. He darted through the throng of aberrations like a bolt of black lightning, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake, their screams stifled before they could escape their lips. One mid-tier aberration attempted to retaliate, roaring fiercely as it lunged at Feng Yang with its sharp claws. However, to Feng Yang, its movements appeared agonizingly slow. He leaned slightly to the side, effortlessly evading the attack, and then countered with a swift strike, severing its throat. You are all too weak, Feng Yang remarked coldly, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. His gaze swept over the remaining aberrations, as if surveying a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. The aberrations finally grasped the terror before them, beginning to retreat frantically, desperate to escape from this deathly figure. Yet, Feng Yang offered them no opportunity. His form flickered once more, appearing behind each aberration attempting to flee. His dagger mercilessly reaping their lives. With his current strength, within the Liwan community, aside from the high-tier aberration and Luoyang, none could stand against him. In a mere few minutes, the aberrations that had besieged him in the hall were utterly annihilated. The ground was littered with their corpses, blood staining the floor, the air thick with the scent of gore. Feng Yang, drenched in black blood, stood at the center of the carnage, his dagger still dripping with crimson. Suddenly, a bloodied hand grasped tightly at his ankle. Accompanying this hand was a feeble yet urgent plea. Help me. Feng Yang looked down to see a young man gazing up at him in terror and despair. The man's jaw had been gruesomely torn apart by the savage aberrations, a ghastly sight that was hard to bear. He lay amidst a vast pool of blood, breath shallow, as if he might draw his last breath at any moment. Scattered around him were several other homeowners in similar dire straits. Their bodies bore unimaginable wounds, yet they had not succumbed immediately. Instead, they lay on the ground like dying fish, twitching weakly. Each tremor was accompanied by agonized cries. Chilling to the bone, Feng Yang turned his gaze back, surveying the dying individuals within the room, his brow furrowed slightly. Ultimately, he took a slow step forward, approaching the young man. He crouched down. Brother, may your journey be smooth. The dagger in his hand glinted coldly, followed by a muffled thud. As blood gushed forth, the young man's suffering was abruptly ended, his once fearful and pleading eyes now forever closed. Having completed this act, Feng Yang did not pause. Turning instead to the other suffering victims, he repeated his grim task, dispatching each one in turn. It was not that he was devoid of empathy. Rather, given the circumstances, it was evident these individuals could not survive. And it was more merciful to grant them a swift end than allow them to struggle in agony. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from the bedroom, and Feng Yang turned towards the sound. He beheld 3 aberrations attacking Su Qian, and the others. Li lay on the bed, one shoulder brutally torn apart. Li Fong and Su Dechang fought desperately with knives, their bodies marred by wounds. Blood dripping onto the floor. Su Qian huddled in a corner, her eyes filled with terror and despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. Help! Luo Yong. She mistook the screams of the aberrations outside for Luo Yong's return to rescue her. Repeatedly calling out his name in desperation, Feng Yang's gaze turned icy. He had initially intended to refrain from intervening. Yet, upon reconsideration, allowing this family to perish so easily seemed too lenient. Thus, he decisively stormed into the room. Get away! Feng Yang's voice thundered like a storm in the bedroom, and before the 3 aberrations could react, he was upon them. In less than 10 seconds, his dagger carved deadly arcs through the air, accurately severing their throats. The bodies of the 3 aberrations stiffened momentarily before collapsing uselessly to the ground. Feng Yang stood amidst the chaos of the bedroom, his dagger still dripping blood. His gaze swept over Su Qian and the others. Observing their disheveled state, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction surged within him. That it was these very individuals who had expelled him from apartment 402, leading to his gruesome fate at the hands of the aberrations. Now, the tides had turned. Had he not intervened, this family would have fallen to the aberrations. Surviving against the odds, Su Qian struggled to lift her head. Upon realizing that their savior was not Luo Yang but the middle-aged man who had kicked down the door, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Quick! Help! My son is fading fast. Li Fong's voice trembled, laced with cries, as she disregarded her injuries, desperately trying to assist her son Su Li, who lay on the bed. His pallid complexion was like that of a corpse, the wound on his shoulder deep enough to expose bone, blood continuously flowing and staining the sheets. His breaths were faint, as if they might cease at any moment. Su Dechang, too, paid no heed to his own injuries, stumbling to Su Li's side, attempting to tear the sheets with his knife to bandage his son's wound. However, his hands trembled violently, the blade nicking the sheets repeatedly yet failing to cut through. Feng Yang observed the scene coldly, letting his gaze linger on Su Li for a moment before sweeping over Li Fong and Su Dechang, finally resting upon Su Qian. A slight smirk curled his lips, tinged with mockery. Now you know to plead with me. You weren't so weak when you occupied my home. The family, taken aback by his words, stood frozen, their faces awash with shock and confusion. They clearly did not recognize Feng Yang. Who are you? We don't know you, Su Qian inquired. Feng Yang crossed his arms, a derisive smile gracing his lips. Don't recognize me. Have you forgotten me after just a few days? Su Qian, open your eyes and see who I am. With that, Feng Yang tore away the mask from his face, revealing his true visage. Upon seeing Feng Yang's familiar yet foreign face, Su Qian's pupils constricted sharply, her complexion draining of color. She trembled, her voice barely escaping her throat. Feng Yang? Impossible. You were captured. How could you be here? Feng Yang chuckled coldly, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of vengeance. Surprised, aren't you? You and Yang Wei have conspired to defame me as a false person, leading the police to detain me, thus usurping my rightful place. I have used you as bait to draw all the residents of the community here, luring the impostors together by threatening their very lives. Now, at long last, I can bring this all to a close. Li Fong and Su Dechang have also recognized Feng Yang, their faces etched with terror and disbelief. It turns out that all of this has been orchestrated by you from the shadows. You devil! I shall fight you to the end. In a fit of rage, Su Dechang seized a sharp knife from the ground and lunged at Feng Yang. However, his frail body, weakened and wounded, stood no chance against Feng Yang. With a mere flick of his wrist, Feng Yang sent Su Dechang sprawling to the ground. Li Fong, her voice trembling, pleaded, Feng Yang, we were also forced into this. It was Yang Wei and that man named Luo who instigated it all. Forced into it. Feng Yang's voice suddenly rose, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. You defamed me as a false person for your own gain, leading to my arrest. Do you realize that because of your family, I have already faced death once, and now you dare to claim you were forced? How utterly ridiculous. At that moment, Su Qian regained a modicum of composure, clutching Feng Yang's trouser leg and pitifully begging, Feng Yang, I was wronged. Weren't you once the one who cared for me the most? Please spare us this time, and I shall obey you in all things henceforth. She naively believed that, as in the past, her charms and tears would soften his heart. Faced with Su Qian's supplication, he merely regarded her with a cold smile, remaining silent. Seeing Feng Yang unmoved, she threatened vehemently. Feng Yang, do you think that even if you seek revenge on us today, you can escape unscathed? The impostors outside will not let you go. And to tell you the truth, Luo Yong was sent from above. If you dare to harm me, you will not enjoy a good end. Feng Yang burst into laughter. Luo Yong? You mean that pretty boy from earlier? He can barely protect himself, and you expect him to save you? Li Feng, cradling the barely alive Su Li, wept profusely as she knelt and repeatedly bowed her head, desperately pleading, Feng Yang, it is all our fault. I beg you, save my son. He truly is on the brink. Feng Yang's gaze fell upon Su Li, whose breathing had grown faint, blood soaking the entire bed sheet. He pulled out a box of medicine from his pocket, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Save him. I can. However, you must agree to one condition. What condition? Just tell us. We will agree to anything. Li Feng exclaimed urgently, her eyes filled with desperate hope. Feng Yang pointed at Su Qian. Isn't your daughter so proud? Doesn't she enjoy being a little gold digger? Now I want her to crouch before me like a dog and serve me. Only if I am satisfied will I give you the hemostatic agent. Li Feng and Su Chang exchanged glances, fully aware of Feng Yang's intentions. Su Qian's face turned pale, a flicker of anger and humiliation flashing in her eyes as she gritted her teeth. Feng Yang, you wish to impose such a thing upon me. I would rather die than allow you to. But before Su Qian could finish her retort, she was interrupted by Li Feng. Shut your mouth. Li Feng's voice was sharp and trembling as she sprang to her feet and slapped Su Qian hard across the face. Su Qian staggered back, covering her face in disbelief. Mother, how could you strike me? Her voice was laced with tears, filled with grievance and fury. Li Feng's eyes held not a trace of compassion as she glared at Su Qian, her voice icy and resolute. Su Qian, your brother is on the verge of death. Are you just going to stand there and watch him perish? Do you have any shred of conscience left? Tears streamed down Su Qian's face as she shook her head, her voice choked. But, mother, how can he treat me this way? I am your daughter. Daughter, Li Feng scoffed. Your brother's life is far more valuable than your fleeting pride. If you possess even a modicum of decency, kneel and beg Feng Yang to save your brother. Su Qian's body trembled as her gaze swept over Su Li, whose complexion had turned ashen, breathing so faint it was barely perceptible. What are you still hesitating for? Su Chang stood up as well. His voice deep and hoarse, filled with urgency and wrath. If your brother dies, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Su Qian's tears flowed uncontrollably. Her legs felt as if they were laden with lead. Nearly unable to lift, slowly, she sank to her knees, lowering her head, her voice almost inaudible. Feng Yang, I beg you, save my brother. A smug smile spread across Feng Yang's face as he looked down upon Su Qian. His eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Su Qian, weren't you once so haughty? What? Now you find yourself begging me? Su Qian's fists were tightly clenched, her nails digging deep into her palms, yet she felt no pain. Feng Yang, I implore you, save my brother. Her voice trembled, nearly squeezed out through clenched teeth. Feng Yang scoffed coldly, slowly approaching Su Qian, gripping her chin and forcing her to meet his gaze. Su Qian, you know what I desire. As long as you obey me, I can save your brother's life. Su Qian's body quivered even more violently, a flicker of despair and desolation crossing her eyes. I agree. Her voice was scarcely a whisper. Feng Yang nodded with satisfaction, releasing her chin and turning to walk towards Su Li. He pulled the box of medicine from his pocket, casting a cold glance at Li Feng and Su Chang. Remember, this is what you owe me. After handing the hemostatic agent to Li Feng, Feng Yang took Su Qian out of the bedroom and into the living room. Then, before her eyes, he bent down to extract a crystal core from a corpse. You will now collect all the crystal cores from the impostors in this house. These thumb-sized crystalline fragments located in the hearts of the impostors that I have counted the bodies here. There are 57 in total. If even one is missing, I shall not spare you. Feng Yang stood upright, handing the knife in his hand to Su Qian. Trembling, she accepted the knife, the handle still stained with blood and bits of flesh. Her gaze swept over the living room, where corpses lay strewn about, dark blood pooling across the floor, leaving no place to step. The air was thick with the stench of blood, nearly suffocating her. She crouched down, the knife trembling as it pierced the chest of the impostor. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh made her stomach churn, but she gritted her teeth and forced herself to continue. Her fingers searched the cold heart, finally brushing against a hard crystal core. She pried it out, the core smeared with blood, shimmering with a sinister light in the dimness. Su Qian set the crystal core aside and moved on to the next corpse. Her actions grew increasingly mechanical, as if all sensation had drained away. With each stab, each search, it felt as if she were tearing her own soul apart. Her mind was flooded with images of her brother's pallid face, her parents' scoldings, and Feng Yang's triumphant grin. In that moment, Su Qian's heart became numb and stiff. Meanwhile, Feng Yang strolled leisurely to the balcony. He surveyed the bodies above, then pulled out a stool and sat down. His gaze fixed on the community square below. There, two figures were locked in fierce combat, surrounded by numerous mid-level and low-level impostors eyeing them hungrily. At that moment, the battle between Luo Yong and the high-level impostor had reached a fever pitch. The high-level impostor, with its terrifying speed and strength, coupled with formidable regenerative abilities, was akin to a human bulldozer, each punch and kick exerting immense pressure on Luo Yong. In contrast, Luo Yong's ice-manipulating powers were sharp and relentless, with massive ice spikes erupting from the ground, continuously restricting the high-level impostor's movements. The chilling air rendered it sluggish. The surrounding mid- and low-level impostors attempting to assault him were easily pierced, transforming into ice sculptures. However, after enduring a series of battles, Luo Yong's stamina was severely depleted, even the release of his powers becoming sluggish. The high-level impostor sensed an opportunity, surging forward with alarming speed, its massive fist whistling through the air towards Luo Yong. As the fierce wind bore down on him, Luo Yong's heart raced with alarm that he knew he was nearing his limit, yet there was no way to evade. He could only rapidly summon the remaining energy within him, slamming his hands to the ground, causing a thick wall of ice to rise abruptly before him. Boom! The colossal fist of the advanced pseudo being crashed heavily against the ice wall, sending shards flying, as the wall was ruthlessly shattered under its brute force. The advanced pseudo being roared, advancing upon Luo Yong, its fists raining down upon him like a tempest. Luo Yong staggered backward under the relentless blows. His body flung away like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. A sharp pain pierced his chest, and he tasted blood in his throat, which he coughed up. The icy chill surged wildly within him, attempting to mend his damaged organs and bones. Yet, the exhaustion of his strength severely compromised his ability to heal. Were it not for the icy armor covering his body, absorbing much of the advanced pseudo-being's power, he feared he would have been reduced to a pulp. TSK. The frailty of humanity is undeniable. Even you, the extraordinary ones, cannot alter this truth. But this is where it ends, the advanced pseudo-being sneered. It afforded him no respite, charging once more, its massive fist wielding a devastating force aimed at Luo Yong's head. Confronted with the imminent threat of death, Luo Yong lost all semblance of composure and poise. His eyes blazed crimson, hair disheveled, a glint of madness flickering in his gaze. This is your doing. Even if it drains all my abilities, I will slay you today. He abruptly raised both hands, feeling his powers surge wildly within him, causing the temperature around him to plummet. Freeze! Luo Yong bellowed, unleashing the full force of his abilities. In an instant, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters around him froze solid, a tempest of frigid air sweeping outward. The advanced pseudo-being's movements faltered, a thick layer of frost beginning to form upon its surface, its actions becoming agonizingly sluggish. Simultaneously, the shattered pieces of Luo Yong's ice armor rapidly mended. His previously weakened vitality surged back, as if experiencing a miraculous revival. Had he not been drained by the earlier skirmish with those mid-tier pseudo-beings, would you have dared to act so brazenly? Now you shall witness the terror of a peak-tier third-level ability user. Luo Yong's cold voice echoed, as the surrounding chill coalesced into sharp ice spears, hovering beside him. With a commanding shout, the ice spears shot forth like arrows, hurtling towards the advanced pseudo-being. On the balcony of apartment 402. Feng Yang lounged languidly in a chair, observing the battle below with a quiet intensity that in his eyes. The true realms of both the advanced pseudo-being and Luo Yong were laid bare. although he was not entirely clear on how the ranks of ability users were classified among humans. Luo Yong's aura suggested he was roughly equivalent to an early-stage advanced pseudo-being. Having consumed 100 or 200 individuals of that caliber, the advanced pseudo-being was somewhat weaker than Luo Yong. Yet the gap was not substantial. Now that Luo Yong had been driven to a desperate situation, draining his life and powers for a final counterattack, he might just succeed in slaying the advanced pseudo-being and turning the tide. Meanwhile, inside the room, Su Qian's hands were smeared with dark blood, and the floor was littered with over 20 yellow-green crystalline cores. Observing Feng Yang's back turned towards the living room, she perceived this as a prime opportunity. Stealthily, she maneuvered closer to a corpse less than 2 meters from Feng Yang, bending down to feign excavating a crystal core. Noticing Feng Yang remained oblivious, she stealthily shifted her feet, striving to make no sound. Inching closer to the balcony, just as she was mere steps away from Feng Yang, she suddenly accelerated, shouting loudly while thrusting a dagger towards the back of his heart. However, Feng Yang seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. Effortlessly sidestepping the lethal strike, Su Qian's face paled in shock, and before she could make her next move, Feng Yang had already seized her wrist. "Did you think you could kill me?" Feng Yang smirked coldly. A hint of disdain in his gaze, Su Qian struggled to free herself from his grip, only to discover his strength was overwhelming. "Why?" she demanded angrily, to which Feng Yang merely replied, "Your murderous intent was far too obvious. I sensed it from the very beginning." With that, he tightened his grasp on her wrist, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground, emitting a sharp metallic sound. Subsequently, Feng Yang forcefully pulled her into his embrace. Su Qian continued to struggle, but Feng Yang's strength was insurmountable, rendering her utterly immobile. "Let me go," she gritted through her teeth. Feng Yang remained unfazed, whispering in her ear, "Su Qian, after all these years, this is our first moment of intimacy. And likely our last." Su Qian's complexion turned ashen, a flicker of panic and despair flashing in her eyes. She fixed her gaze on Feng Yang, her voice trembling yet defiant. "People like you are demons and do not deserve to live." Feng Yang was not angered. Instead, he smiled. "Whether I deserve to live or not, I cannot say, but Luo Yong will soon find himself unable to continue. Just watch." Su Qian followed Feng Yang's line of sight, spotting Luo Yong, radiating coldness as he battled the advanced pseudo-being. "Brother Luo?" Su Qian's fair face shifted, her heart gripped by an invisible hand. "Brother Luo, how intimate you sound." Feng Yang's smile was wicked as he exerted force, tearing Su Qian's clothing apart. That it must be said. Despite her background, Su Qian possessed considerable allure. Her figure was curvaceous and alluring. Gazing at her snow-white form, Feng Yang recalled a myriad of memories that in the past, he had devoted himself to Su Qian, only to be met with betrayal and indifference. Ultimately being cast out by her family to a cruel fate. In his rebirth, he had envisioned this day countless times, yearning to shred Su Qian's garments with his own hands, to trample upon her so-called pride and dignity, and to let her experience the taste of betrayal. "Feng Yang, what do you truly desire?" Su Qian clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with humiliation and fury. Feng Yang chuckled coldly, his finger tracing along Su Qian's cheek, as if savoring her suffering. "What do I want? Su Qian, we have been together for so long, yet you wouldn't even allow me to touch you. Today, I shall compel you to bow your proud head and put an end to my years of obsession." "You madman!" Su Qian fought desperately, biting down on Feng Yang's arm with her teeth. Feng Yang winced in pain, a row of deep bite marks appearing on his arm. He retaliated with a sharp slap across Su Qian's face. Su Qian fell to the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Feng Yang rubbed his injured arm, the smile on his face fading, replaced by a chilling ferocity. "You will cooperate obediently, or I will go inside and kill Su Daqiang, then toss you off this balcony." Feng Yang's voice was icy, laced with a palpable threat. Su Qian trembled, tears welling in her eyes. She understood Feng Yang was not jesting. At that moment, her so-called dignity, innocence, and unwillingness evaporated, leaving only rage and a paralyzing fear of death. She did not wish to die. "Come here." Feng Yang's cold voice rang out once more. This time, Su Qian ceased to resist. Head bowed, she dragged her barely clothed form to Feng Yang's side. Feng Yang loosened his belt, shedding his garments to reveal his nearly perfect, muscular physique. The two stepped onto the balcony. Su Qian offered no resistance, only silent tears cascading down her cheeks. Although she was engaged with Su Qian, Feng Yang's gaze remained fixed on the battle between Luo Yong and the advanced pseudo being below at that moment. The plaza was engulfed in a biting wind, frost blanketing every inch of the ground, as if time itself had been frozen. Luoyong's silhouette flickered in the icy mist, his eyes glowing with a spectral blue light, exuding an oppressive chill. The cost of draining his abilities and life force had granted him unprecedented power. Yet it also caused his body to progressively unravel, cracks appearing on his skin as if it might shatter into icy shards at any moment. The pseudo-being struggled within this frozen realm. The mid- and low-tier pseudo-beings had long since been transformed into mere ice sculptures, with none surviving. As for the advanced pseudo-being, though formidable, it was now at the end of its rope under Luo Yong's frenzied assault. Its form was ravaged by frost, movement sluggish, each strike becoming a Herculean effort. Feng Yang withdrew his gaze, leaning down to whisper in Su Qian's ear, a strange smile gracing his lips. "It seems your new boyfriend is about to win." Su Qian endured the humiliation and raised her head, catching sight of Luo Yong amidst the icy snow. The numbness within her heart flickered with a glimmer of hope once more. If Luo Yong were to emerge victorious, salvation would be hers. In that moment, she envisioned inflicting severe torment upon Feng Yang before finally escaping this desolate place. In Su Qian's perception, she firmly believed that her actions were devoid of wrongdoing. After all, she was the belle of a prestigious university in Deep City, renowned for its illustrious reputation. With her youthful beauty and graceful figure, complemented by her cleverness and social finesse, a mere gesture from her would cause the so-called losers and despicable men to swarm around her like eager hounds. From childhood to adulthood, Su Qian had always envisioned herself as a fairy descended from the heavens. She yearned for a sincere and romantic love, yet her rural family background weighed heavily on her heart like a stone, instilling a tinge of inferiority. The entire family placed their hopes of altering their fate and transcending social classes upon her shoulders as a university student. Thus, Su Qian incessantly reminded herself that her youth, beauty, and higher education were invaluable treasures, which she must never squander on ordinary men. Only a true paragon of wealth and status deserved her admiration and could stand beside her as for the mundane men, they were simply not on her level. At best, they could serve as mere guardians of her flowers. Luo Yong had rescued her. He possessed a formidable background, an extraordinary lineage, and striking looks, coupled with extraordinary abilities. Such a person was her true Prince Charming. In contrast, Feng Yang had merely been a sycophant in her life, a ticket for easy provisions. Now, he resorted to despicable means to coerce her into submission. And the physiological reactions coursing through her body filled her with a sense of disgust and humiliation, as if she were being sullied by a beggar at that moment. Feng Yang's taunting voice echoed in her ears. "Tell me, how would Luo Yong react if he saw us so intimately intertwined? Would he not die on the spot from rage?" "Ha!" With that, Feng Yang waved his hand, and a loudspeaker materialized at his side. "What do you intend to do?" Su Qian sensed an ominous premonition rising within her as she observed Feng Yang's actions, her body trembling involuntarily, her phoenix-like eyes fixated on the loudspeaker in Feng Yang's hand, brimming with fear and fury. "What are you doing?" Feng Yang scoffed, a glimmer of mockery in his gaze. "Of course, I intend to let Luo Yong witness how his goddess submits before me." Su Qian's complexion turned pale in an instant, and she struggled desperately. Yet, Feng Yang held her firmly in place, rendering her immobile. Despair flooded her heart as she envisioned the disappointment and fury in Luo Yong's eyes. "No, please." Su Qian's voice trembled, laced with a hint of pleading. "Feng Yang, I beg you, do not do this." Feng Yang paid no heed to her pleas, reveling instead in his triumph. He raised the loudspeaker, aiming it at the distant Luo Yong, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. At that moment, the battle in the square was nearing its conclusion. The high-tier foe being lay impaled by numerous colossal ice spikes, pinned against a solid sheet of ice. Its massive form was riddled with wounds. Its breath significantly weakened. "It's over," Luo Yong declared as he thrust his ice spear through the foe being's chest, the terrifying chill freezing its wounds, just as he prepared to shatter the foe being's heart. A sudden blast from the loudspeaker rang out. "Luo Yong." Feng Yang's voice boomed, amplified by the loudspeaker, echoing throughout the complex. Luo Yong's brow furrowed slightly, instinctively turning toward the source of the sound. His actions momentarily halted. Upon seeing Su Qian and Feng Yang, bare and engaged in an indecent act on the balcony, his expression hardened, fury igniting within him. A profound sense of betrayal washed over him. as if something precious to him had been snatched away. "You shameless dogs, you're courting death!" Luo Yong bellowed. A powerful force erupted from him, igniting the air around him. As the temperature plummeted, he instinctively concluded that Su Qian had betrayed him and that this entire situation had been orchestrated by Feng Yang and Su Qian against him. Feng Yang, however, remained unperturbed, laughing even more audaciously. "Luo Yong, do you like the tomb that Qian and I meticulously designed for you?" Upon hearing Luo Yong's voice, a flicker of hope ignited in Su Qian's eyes as she struggled to cry out, "Luo Yong, save me, Feng Yang, he's gone mad." Luo Yong's gaze lingered on Su Qian for a moment, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Shut your mouth, you wretched woman. After I deal with this foe being, I will settle the score with you two adulterers." His voice was cold and calm. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the high-tier foe being seized its opportunity. "Humans, die." The foe being's voice was deep and hoarse. As if emanating from the depths of hell, its eyes glowed with a sinister red light, and despite being grievously wounded, its instinct for survival unleashed its final reserves of power in an instant of Luo Yong's distraction. The high-tier foe being broke free from the ice spike's grasp. Though its feet remained impaled, it paid no heed, lunging forward with its massive form, its sharp claws aimed directly at Luo Yong's throat. Luo Yong snapped back to reality, but it was too late to evade entirely. He swiftly raised the ice spear to shield himself, managing to deflect the foe being's lethal strike. However, the foe being's strength exceeded his expectations, the tremendous impact forcing him back several steps, his chest surging with blood. "Damn it!" Luo Yong gritted his teeth, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He realized his recent negligence had almost led to catastrophic consequences. Intensifying his fury towards Feng Yang and Su Qian at that moment, he could not afford to dwell on the shameless couple. The foe being before him posed the greatest threat, with a sudden sweep of the ice spear. The temperature around him plummeted once more, moisture in the air crystallizing into countless ice blades, hurtling toward the foe being. The high-tier foe being roared in anger, swiping its massive claws in an attempt to fend off the ice blades. Yet its movements were no longer as agile, and it bore additional wounds, blood spilling profusely. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yong darted behind the foe being, thrusting the ice spear straight into its heart. He swiftly twisted the spear, encasing the foe being's chest in frost, its heart shattering into icy fragments under the extreme cold. "It's over," Luo Yong shouted, driving the spear deep into the foe being's body, a terrifying chill erupting and freezing its insides. The high-tier foe being let out a piercing scream, its massive form collapsing to the ground, ultimately becoming a lifeless, icy shell. Luo Yong exhaled deeply, yet the flames of his anger remained unquenched. He turned to face the balcony, his gaze as frigid as steel. "Now, it's your turn," he muttered to himself, the ice spear in his hand trembling slightly, as if resonating with his fury. On the balcony, Feng Yang paid no heed to Luo Yong's glare or threat. Not even bothering to turn his head, he released Su Qian. Leisurely Ro Yong cursed under his breath, slowly advancing towards Feng Yang with an ice spear in hand. "No, it's not like that. Ro Yong, let me explain." Su Qian, undeterred, attempted to approach Ro Yong once more. However, blinded by fury, Ro Yong was beyond the reach of reason. He swung his hand back, sending Su Qian crashing to the ground. "Explain?" Ro Yong's voice was low and laced with sarcasm. "What more do you wish to elucidate? To clarify how you betrayed me? To detail how you conspired with that scoundrel to ruin me? Or perhaps, to recount the sordid nature of your recent escapades? I had wondered why you repeatedly rebuffed my advances, claiming our relationship was progressing too swiftly. It turns out it was all a ruse. A woman of your ilk, why do you not just perish?" Su Qian lay on the ground, stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had never anticipated Ro Yong's heartlessness. His words cut through her like ice, shattering her last glimmer of hope. That moment, she truly comprehended the extent of her own absurdity. Finally, Feng Yang, who had remained silent until now, slowly rose from his chair as Ro Yong approached him menacingly. He exhibited no fear. Instead, he met Ro Yong with an air of calmness, as if the unfolding events were nothing more than a trivial farce. Feng Yang stepped in front of Ro Yong, first offering a slight smile before speaking in an exceedingly composed tone. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Feng Yang, and I am Su Qian's nominal boyfriend. I apologize for the misstep. More accurately, I should say her ex-boyfriend." At this, Ro Yong was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, he had not anticipated such audacity from Feng Yang. That it was essential to note that Ro Yong was no ordinary individual. As a being endowed with extraordinary powers, he could effortlessly extinguish Feng Yang's life with a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, why did this fellow remain so unfazed? Did he truly have no fear of death? Ro Yong chose not to act hastily. Rather, he wished to discern Feng Yang's intentions. Feng Yang regarded Ro Yong with a dagger appearing in his hand. Casually, he flicked the blade with his fingers and said, "In truth, we harbor no significant enmity, as we are practically strangers. But you, of all people, should not have allowed the special forces to mistake me for a false personage simply to impress a woman and seize my residence. I adhere to a principle. I do not provoke others unless provoked. However, should one audaciously offend me without cause, I shall ensure they pay 1,000-fold." At this point, Feng Yang's tone shifted to one of icy resolve. "Thus, I have gone to great lengths to summon you here for a singular purpose, to end your life." Ro Yong was momentarily stunned by Feng Yang's declaration, then erupted into laughter, his derision palpable. "Kill me?" He raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "You, an ordinary man?" He shook his head, as if pitying Feng Yang's ignorance and folly. An extraordinary being. Ro Yong was accustomed to the awe and trepidation of ordinary mortals. To him, Feng Yang was merely an ignorant insect daring to spout bravado in his presence. "Do you know? I have encountered countless brash youths like you," Ro Yong drawled, his voice laced with mockery. "With a mere flick of my finger, I could reduce you to ashes. Your so-called 1,000-fold retribution is merely a jest in my eyes." Feng Yang, undeterred by Ro Yong's scorn, maintained his calm demeanor. He casually twirled the dagger in his hand. His gaze fixed steadily on Ro Yong, as if observing a jester preparing for his final act. "Is your confidence derived from that ability of yours to control ice?" Feng Yang began, his voice low and powerful. "But if I am not mistaken, you have already exhausted your strength in that battle against that high-level being, and now you are merely a spent force." Ro Yong's smile faltered, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. He detested Feng Yang's unflappable attitude, even more so the way his eyes seemed to penetrate to the very core of his being. "Enough!" Ro Yong barked, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "I have no time for such trivial games. Even in my weakened state, executing you would be a simple task." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Ro Yong raised his hand abruptly, conjuring a spear of ice that surged towards Feng Yang. Yet, just as the ice spear was about to connect, Feng Yang effortlessly waved his dagger. With a sharp crack, the ice spear was cleaved in two. Plummeting to the ground, Ro Yong's expression shifted slightly, surprise flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated Feng Yang could so easily dispel his assault, though his powers were indeed diminished. As an extraordinary being, he was far from an easy target for any ordinary person. "That it appears I have underestimated you." Ro Yong's voice grew more somber, his previous disdain replaced by caution. He no longer regarded Feng Yang with indifference, but rather began to assess him with newfound seriousness. Feng Yang remained unfazed, the dagger spinning lightly between his fingers as if it were a mere toy. His gaze remained locked on Ro Yong, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "So, what do you think, Officer Ro? Does this ordinary person still catch your eye?" Feng Yang spoke slowly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "If you have no objections, let this apartment serve as your tomb." With that, Feng Yang transformed into a blur, charging towards Ro Yong with incredible speed, closing the distance in an instant. Ro Yong's pupils dilated, clearly taken aback by Feng Yang's astonishing swiftness. He retreated rapidly, wildly swinging his ice spear in an attempt to ward off Feng Yang's onslaught. However, Feng Yang's movements showed no sign of hesitation. The dagger in his hand sliced through the air, effortlessly severing the ice spear as if it were made of paper. Ro Yong's expression darkened further. He realized that this ordinary person before him was far more dangerous than he had initially surmised. "Who on earth are you?" Ro Yong demanded sharply, a hint of panic creeping into his voice. Feng Yang offered no reply, merely smiling coldly as he continued to advance. Ro Yong gritted his teeth, once more channeling his extraordinary powers in a desperate bid to unleash a more potent attack. Yet, as Feng Yang had pointed out, his strength was dwindling. Left with no choice, he enveloped himself in a layer of ice armor, covering his entire body. With a resounding thud, Feng Yang's fist struck Ro Yong's abdomen with tremendous force. In that instant, Ro Yong felt the overwhelming power of Feng Yang's blow, as if it might shatter his very insides. This raw strength was something he had only ever experienced from high-level beings. The ice armor crumbled beneath Feng Yang's strike, shards scattering in all directions. Ro Yong's body was propelled backwards, crashing heavily against the wall. Emitting a dull thud, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His complexion pale as a sheet, he struggled to brace himself, attempting to rise, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. Ro Yong looked up at Feng Yang, his eyes brimming with shock and fear. You are not human. How could a normal human possess such power? You are a false being. His voice trembled, betraying the turmoil within. A false being. Tiske say, Feng Yang said, approaching Ro Yong with the dagger in hand. Call it what you will. Faced with Feng Yang's relentless advance, Ro Yong knew he had nowhere left to retreat. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength, slamming his hands down onto the ground. Instantly, the floor began to freeze, a layer of ice rapidly spreading in an attempt to encase Feng Yang's feet, while shards of ice shot towards him. Yet, Feng Yang remained unperturbed. With a mere tremor of his feet, the ice layer shattered violently. The dagger in his hand moved with precision, severing each ice spear with ease, the sounds of shattering ice echoing in a cacophony, akin to a rain of frost falling to the ground. Unable to impede his advance, in the next moment, he stood before Ro Yong. Ro Yong, struggling amidst a room strewn with corpses, sought to flee. But Feng Yang would not grant him such an opportunity. He hurled the dagger with force, piercing Ro Yong's calf with lethal accuracy. Ro Yong gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, desperately reaching to remove the dagger embedded in his leg. However, Feng Yang had already stepped forward, his foot firmly planted on the dagger, exerting such force that the blade plunged into the floor, pinning Luo Yong's calf to the ground. The anguished cry of Luo Yong echoed in the expansive room. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his complexion as pale as a sheet of paper. Feng Yang looked down at him from his elevated position, still wearing a smile. Commander Luo, I have a few questions that require your honest answers. It would be wise not to bring suffering upon yourself. Tell me about your origins. Which organization do you belong to? How's the ranking of these so-called anomalies classified? Luo Yong's breath quickened, the pain making it nearly impossible for him to concentrate. Yet he held on, raising his head to glare at Feng Yang, his voice hoarse. Dare you touch me? I hail from Bureau 749, and if I die here, I guarantee you will deeply regret it. Feng Yang, far from angered, merely chuckled softly before slowly crouching down, grasping the dagger's hilt, and gently twisting it. Stop, stop. Luo Yong's screams grew more harrowing, blood gushing from his calf, staining the floor crimson. Unmoved, Feng Yang continued to turn the hilt. Eventually, Luo Yong could no longer bear the agony, repeatedly slapping the floor in a plea for mercy. I will tell you, he gasped, his voice ragged, almost forced from the depths of his throat. Feng Yang nodded in satisfaction, releasing his grip. Excellent, Commander Luo. This is the wise choice. His tone softened slightly, yet his gaze remained icy. Now, divulge everything you know. Taking a deep breath to withstand the excruciating pain in his leg, Luo Yong began. I come from 749, a department established by the higher-ups to specialize in the study of supernatural powers and events. It houses nearly all known anomalies within the country. Anomalies are ranked from low to high in tiers, first, second, third, and fifth, with higher tiers being classified as national power level and world domination level, each representing different abilities and potentials. Feng Yang listened intently, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. He did not interrupt Luo Yong, but allowed him to continue. The world domination level is currently known as the highest tier of anomalies, with fewer than 10 individuals worldwide possessing such capabilities. Their powers are nearly impossible to constrain through conventional means, capable even of influencing the global landscape. Luo Yong's voice trailed off, growing faint, as if recalling some terrifying scene. Feng Yang nodded, pressing on with his inquiries. And how is the current incident regarding the pseudo-anomaly invasion being managed? How many anomalies are present in Deep City now? A glimmer of hesitation flickered in Luo Yong's eyes, yet he ultimately responded. Following the pseudo-anomaly invasion, we at 749 received orders to disperse across various regions to assist localities in dealing with the pseudo-anomalies. However, the higher-ups later discovered that the situation had escalated beyond control, with over 60% of cities, including Deep City, gradually being abandoned. Aside from myself, There is one other fourth-tier anomaly in Deep City. Upon hearing this, Feng Yang's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of gravity permeating his gaze. He had not anticipated the situation had deteriorated to such an extent that even a special organization like Bureau 749 was beginning to relinquish control over certain cities. As a crucial city, Deep City was left with merely two anomalies, one of whom was the very Luoyang before him. Abandoning 60% of the cities, Feng Yang repeated softly, incredulity lacing his tone. Has the higher-ups so easily forsaken so many lives? Luoyang managed a bitter smile, his voice weak and hoarse. The situation is far worse than we imagined. The number and strength of the pseudo-anomalies far exceed our estimates, and their modes of operation are constantly evolving. Many high-ranking officials have already been infiltrated by higher-tier pseudo-anomalies. Our manpower is woefully insufficient, and resources are limited, forcing the higher-ups to prioritize core areas while temporarily abandoning others. Feng Yang fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. He did not fully trust Luoyang's words, yet the expression and tone of the latter did not seem to indicate deceit. Moreover, Luoyang had no reason to lie at this juncture. Who is the other fourth-tier anomaly in Deep City? How long until the higher-ups complete their withdrawal? Where will they retreat to? Feng Yang continued, his tone imbued with an air of pressure. Luoyang's breathing became rapid, the pain in his leg rendering concentration nearly impossible, yet he persevered, responding. His name is Li Quan, codename Pelican, with unknown abilities. My codename is Frost Pupa, and my power is Ice Tide. Li Quan is the highest authority in Deep City, overseeing the entire city's counteroffensive and evacuation efforts. The higher-ups have initiated the Barrier Fire Seed plan, establishing 8 super barrier cities nationwide. The closest to Deep City is Suigang, formerly known as Guangyang City, where all evacuees, including military personnel, will converge. As for the evacuation timeline, it is imminent. Once the supplies and certain specific groups are relocated from Deep City, we will depart immediately. I estimate the time to be tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after. Li Quan? Suigang. Feng Yang murmured, pondering the name. He was aware that Suigang was located less than 200 kilometers from Deep City and had once been a super city. One final question. Feng Yang's voice suddenly turned frigid, a hint of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. After the evacuation, will the higher-ups execute a catastrophic bombing strike on Deep City? Upon hearing this question, Luoyang's complexion shifted slightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Clearly, he had not anticipated such a sharp inquiry from Feng Yang. After a moment of silence, Luoyang finally lowered his head, his voice low and hoarse. Yes, there were indeed proposals for such a plan from above. However, it was ultimately vetoed. After all, Deep City is home to over 10 million people, and those in power cannot bear the weight of such eternal infamy. With the answer in hand, Feng Yang felt the tension in his chest finally eased. He had long feared that the higher-ups would drop a nuclear bomb on Deep City, initiating a cleansing. Such an act would mean that both pseudo-anomalies and humans alike would face indiscriminate slaughter. If that were the case, he would have to leave Deep City swiftly within these few days. This was in direct opposition to Feng Yang's plans. With the existence of the pseudo-anomaly hunting system, Deep City had become a nightmarish realm for others, while for him, it represented a rare sanctuary. Once the military had fully evacuated, he could remain here without concern, engaging in a frenzied hunt against those relatively weaker low-tier pseudo-anomalies, thus continuously accumulating experience, enhancing his abilities, and propelling his evolutionary process forward. Feng Yang refrained from further questioning, knowing that Luoyang had divulged sufficient information. Commander Luo, your cooperation has pleased me greatly. Feng Yang's voice was calm, yet tinged with a cold ruthlessness. However, you may now prepare to meet your demise. Luoyang's body trembled violently, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes that he attempted to struggle, but the excruciating pain in his leg rendered him immobile. You can't do this. Luoyang's voice was laced with despair. I have told you everything. Feng Yang turned away, his gaze as frigid and merciless as ever. I am sorry, Luoyang. The apocalypse has arrived. His voice was low and resolute. I cannot allow you to live. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Feng Yang drew the dagger from Luoyang's leg with an imperceptible swiftness. Luoyang hadn't even had the chance to scream. In the next instant, a flash of cold steel glinted, and blood erupted from Luoyang's throat as his body fell limply to the ground, the light in his eyes gradually fading. Feng Yang stood beside the lifeless body, quietly observing the life draining from Luoyang. His face bore no trace of emotion. Subsequently, Feng Yang rummaged through Luo Yang's corpse, discovering a small leather pouch the size of a palm hidden within his chest. The pouch felt heavy, filled with yellow and green crystalline cores, one of which emanated a brownish glow. This was the crystal Luo Yang had obtained after slaying the high-tier pseudo-anomaly in a bloody battle. Now fortuitously in Feng Yang's possession that he raised the crystal to his eyes, scrutinizing it closely. This particular crystal was distinctly different from the other yellow-green ones. Not only did it possess a unique color, but the energy it radiated was also far more potent. Simply holding it in his hand, Feng Yang could feel a refreshing power seeping into his body. That I wonder, once I absorb this high-tier crystal, to what level of evolution I will ascend. Surely, it must be at least to a third-tier evolver, right? Feng Yang murmured softly to himself, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. He carefully placed the crystal core back into the leather pouch, subsequently tightening the bag's closure and tucking it into his clothing. Once he was certain nothing was amiss, Feng Yang rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings, ultimately directing his gaze towards the bedroom where Su Daqiang and the others were situated. Just moments ago, during his altercation with Luo Yang, Su Qian had seized the opportunity to rush inside amidst the chaos. Now, he intended to seize this moment to settle matters with this family once and for all. With the bloody dagger in hand, Feng Yang advanced slowly into the bedroom, his eyes cold and resolute. Inside, Su Li lay unconscious on the bed. However, thanks to the hemostatic medicine provided by Feng Yang, the bleeding from his shoulder wound had been staunched. Upon seeing Feng Yang enter, the three tightly huddled together, Su Qian and her family, turned pale as paper, their eyes brimming with despair and terror. They understood that Feng Yang had come to exact retribution upon them. Su Qian's voice trembled as she attempted a final plea. Feng Yang, you can't do this. We are family. You can't. Family. Feng Yang scoffed, interrupting Su Qian with a derisive laugh, a glimmer of scorn in his eyes. I wouldn't dare to aspire to be kin with you. Who knows if one day you might hold a knife to my throat. Without pausing, Feng Yang declared, Su Qian, it is time to resolve the grievances between us. A flicker of regret crossed Su Qian's eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. She shook her head, her voice choking. Feng Yang, please, don't do this. I have become your woman. As you saw, I am a virgin. That was my first time. Please, don't kill me. If you spare my life, I will obey your every command. I will be your loyal servant. Just let me live. In her desperation, Su Qian discarded. She raised the kitchen knife and struck fiercely at Li Feng. Li Feng screamed, instinctively raising her hand to block, the blade slicing through her arm, blood gushing forth in an instant. One blow after another, Su Qian swung the knife at Li Feng's body as if possessed. As the cries of agony and wails ceased, Li Feng lay lifeless beneath Su Qian's blade. Minutes later, an exhausted Su Qian finally released the knife from her grasp and collapsed onto the floor. In that moment, she was completely naked, her body nearly drenched in blood. Gazing at the lifeless bodies of her parents sprawled on the floor, she could no longer contain the anguish and despair within her. Bursting into tears, Feng Yang had witnessed the entire tragic transformation of Su Qian's family from discord to destruction. He neither intervened nor stopped it. Throughout, he merely observed this dramatic scene unfold, akin to a spectator in a cinema. Yet, for reasons unknown, as he beheld Su Qian's desperate weeping, and the deaths of Su Daqiang and Li Feng at their daughter's hands, he felt no sense of satisfaction from vengeance. Instead, a profound sense of melancholy and reflection washed over him. Once more, he was confronted with the complexities and darkness of human nature. He even felt a flicker of compassion for Su Qian. Feng Yang approached her, looking down upon her. Su Qian seemed to sense her impending fate. She lifted her head slightly, meeting Feng Yang's gaze. Feng Yang, do you know, today is the most despairing day of my life. I have been abandoned time and again, turning against my family. Her voice trembled, tears mingling with the blood on her face, her eyes vacant and filled with despair. Her lips quivered as she continued to murmur, at school, I was ridiculed and ostracized by my dorm mates. At home, I was beaten and scorned by my parents. Being harassed by a lecturer during my part-time job pales in comparison to today's torment. You may not believe it, but at the moment I raised the knife against them. Only one image occupied my mind. It was a winter day during my sophomore year. The weather was bitterly cold, it was the weekend, and I had no living expenses, starving in the dormitory. It was you who stood beneath my dormitory, bringing me steaming soup dumplings. It was on that day that I promised to be your girlfriend. Her voice grew softer, almost becoming a soliloquy. Feng Yang remained silent, simply watching her, his expression growing increasingly complex. I once believed that if I worked hard enough and endured enough, life would eventually improve, but I have come to realize I was mistaken. This world has never offered me a chance, never. Her fingers clenched tightly around her arms, her nails digging deeply into her skin, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain that I hate them. I hate my parents. I loathe them for bringing me into this world only to treat me this way. I detest those who mock and bully me, despising how they can lead such carefree lives while I endure so much suffering. I even hate you, Feng Yang. Her gaze suddenly sharpened, locking onto Feng Yang. I hate you for once treating me so well, making me believe I was deserving of love. Yet in the end, you transformed into a stranger, terrifyingly unfamiliar. Feng Yang's brow furrowed slightly. He could not reveal to Su Qian that in his previous life, he had met a tragic end at the hands of her entire family, only to be reborn with memories intact. A bitter smile crept onto Su Qian's lips, her voice gradually fading. But what I loathe most is actually myself. I despise my weakness, my cowardice, my choice to endure rather than resist. If only I had awakened sooner. Perhaps everything would be different. Once, there was a man who cared for me, who indulged me. It was my own frailty and foolishness that ultimately destroyed that love. Her fingers slackened, falling weakly to her side, her gaze becoming increasingly vacant. Do it, Feng Yang. Let it all come to an end. After uttering these words, Su Qian closed her eyes in resignation, awaiting the arrival of death. Feng Yang stood there, unmoving for a long while. His gaze fell upon Su Qian's pale face, a flicker of imperceptible turmoil flashing in his eyes. He would not kill Su Qian, for it had already lost its significance. Su Qian had slain her own parents, and Su Li lay gravely injured, nearly lifeless. This farcical tragedy had reached its conclusion. Often, death is not to be feared. It is the courage to persist through endless nightmares and suffering that is truly daunting. After a lengthy pause, Feng Yang gently placed a dagger and a change of clothes on the ground. He presented Su Qian with a choice: to bear her pain and continue living, or to liberate herself through death. The decision lay solely in her hands. Even if Su Qian chose the former, she would likely meet her demise, for Deep City would soon become a desolate wasteland where ordinary people could not survive. Having completed this, he rose and turned towards the door. Before leaving, Feng Yang glanced back at the fallen Su Qian, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. Farewell, Su Qian. The door closed softly, restoring silence to the room. Only Su Qian lay quietly on the floor, as if nothing had ever transpired. The wind outside gently brushed by, carrying away the last remnants of warmth. From that moment forth, the ties of causality and enmity between him and Su Qian's family were irrevocably severed. After a long while, the sound of Su Qian's mournful wails echoed through the room, persisting for an eternity. After leaving the bedroom, Feng Yang meticulously extracted the remaining pseudo-human cores from the apartment. Once he had collected all the cores, ensuring none were overlooked, he prepared to exit the apartment when he suddenly heard a faint whimpering. He halted, following the sound, discovering it emanated from a pile of corpses in the corner. Frowning, he took a few steps closer and crouched down for a closer look. Amidst the bodies, he spotted a blood-soaked large dog. Its fur, drenched in blood, obscured its original color, yet its eyes remained bright, filled with a glimmer of survival instinct. The dog's breath was weak, its body trembling slightly, clearly injured. La Bay. Feng Yang recognized the large dog. It was the Saint Bernard he had purchased among the 3 dogs. He extended his hand, gently pushing aside the bodies atop the dog, carefully lifting it up. The dog's body was cold, but it still had a faint heartbeat. Feng Yang took a clean cloth from his backpack, wiping the blood from the dog's fur, then removed his jacket to wrap it around the animal. When the horde of pseudo-humans flooded the apartment, chaos had ensued, leaving him no time to tend to the 3 large dogs. After a series of brutal slaughters, he had pushed thoughts of the dogs from his mind. Feng Yang rummaged through the bodies once more and ultimately found the corpses of the cane Corso Lolly and the pit bull La Feng. Though he had not spent much time with these 3 dogs, strictly speaking, they had yet to fully accept him as their master. He still felt a pang of sorrow at the sight of their mangled remains. You truly are resilient, he murmured to La Bei, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness and faint compassion. La Bei seemed to sense his kindness, gently licking his hand and emitting a faint whimper. Feng Yang said nothing further, holding the dog a bit tighter as he stood and made his way outside the apartment. The Liwan community was eerily silent, the ground littered with shattered glass, collapsed walls, and the silent corpses. The air was heavy with the scent of blood and char, as if even the wind had come to a standstill. Feng Yang, cradling the dog, walked steadily toward Building 14. Along the way, La Bei curled quietly in his arms, occasionally letting out soft whimpers. This massive creature weighed as much as an adult. Had it been anyone else, carrying it would have been a considerable burden. Finally, Feng Yang arrived at the 7th floor of Building 14. However, upon entering the hallway and seeing the door to apartment 708 wide open, a heavy sensation settled in his heart, an ominous premonition washing over him. His heartbeat quickened, and his steps involuntarily hastened as he burst through the door. The sight within made his pupils constrict. The room was empty. Su Ying had vanished, leaving behind only the handcuffs that had been unfastened from the iron pipe. Meixiang. The voice of Feng Yang echoed in the empty room, yet met with no response. He swiftly set down the latte and dashed into the bedroom. The door to the bedroom stood ajar. The bedding neatly arranged, as if still imbued with the lingering fragrance from the tender moments he shared with Qi Meixiang the previous night. However, the one person he was most concerned about was nowhere to be found. Feng Yang's fist clenched tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind, each one sending a chill down his spine. Were they impostors? Or perhaps other survivors? No, impostors would not take them. They only slaughter. Then, who could it be? Feng Yang meticulously scanned the other corners of the room. Seeking further clues, he discovered that the 2 bags of supplies he had left for Qi Meixiang were still there. Yet the gun and dagger had vanished. The handcuffs had been removed, indicating that Su Ying had not freed herself but had been assisted in breaking her bonds, and the key to the cuffs was in Qi Meixiang's possession. There were no obvious signs of a struggle on the floor, nor were there indications of furniture being overturned, and the door lock remained intact. All these signs suggested that the person who took Su Ying and Qi Meixiang had not employed violence. Or perhaps they had left willingly. Yet Qi Meixiang trusted only him. No one else could compel her to open the door and leave unless she was under duress. Feng Yang's gaze fell upon the bedside table, where a note lay pressed beneath the lamp. That he hurried over, picked up the note, and read the hasty scrawl. Feng Yang, if you are reading this note, it means I have been taken. Do not come looking for me. They are dangerous. Take care of yourself and survive. Qi Meixiang. A heavy weight settled in Feng Yang's heart as the contents of the note deepened his unease. Clearly, Qi Meixiang had been forced to leave. Yet she warned him not to seek her out, implying that those who took her were anything but benevolent. They are dangerous, Feng Yang murmured, the phrase echoing in his mind as he swiftly considered several potential foes. Were they the survivor organizations lurking in the shadows? Or perhaps some more formidable force? Countless conjectures raced through his mind until he finally settled on one name, Yang Wei. Curiously, since his return to the community after being detained, he had not laid eyes on Yang Wei. As if the man had evaporated from existence that moment. The whimpering of La Bei grew fainter, and Feng Yang looked down to find its wounds still oozing blood. A pang of urgency gripped him. He knew La Bei's injuries could not be delayed any longer. He quickly retrieved some hemostatic medicine from his storage ring and administered it. However, the injury was too severe, and no improvement was evident as La Bei's breath continued to weaken. In a moment of desperation, Feng Yang produced a crystal core, although he was uncertain whether the core would have any effect on La Bei. He had no choice but to take a leap of faith. The crystal's translucent surface glimmered faintly in the dim room. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and placed the core into La Bei's mouth. La Bei, whether you live or die now rests in fate's hands, Feng Yang said softly, his tone laced with tension and hope. After swallowing the crystal core, La Bei emitted a faint humming sound, followed by violent convulsions. Moments later, its breathing fluctuated, and the bleeding from its wound finally ceased. Feng Yang let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, though his worries remained unallayed. The process of absorbing the crystal core was excruciating. He could only hope La Bei would endure as he watched La Bei succumb to slumber. Feng Yang changed out of his blood-soaked clothes. Just then, the system's notification chimed, and his points from the recent slaughter finally updated. Congratulations, host, on achieving victory in this round of imposter hunting. Statistics show that the host has eliminated 41 Tier 1 imposters and 17 Tier 2 imposters, raising the original score from 17 to 2725. Task completion progress. Tier 2 imposters, 201,000. Tier 3 imposters, 0. Remaining time, 98 days. The host may redeem items from the shop to enhance survival capabilities. Please continue to strive to complete the life and death mission. He gazed at the score of over 2,700 points in the redemption shop. A flicker of excitement and anticipation glimmered in Feng Yang's eyes. Without hesitation, he redeemed the imposter detection radar from the item list. Redemption successful. Remaining points, 725. When the 2,000 points were deducted, a palm-sized exquisite device appeared in Feng Yang's hand. Imposter Detection Radar. Function: detects imposter activity within a 1,000-meter radius, distinguishing between Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 imposters while providing real-time location information. Note: unlimited usage, but each activation requires one Tier 2 or higher imposter crystal core. Feng Yang gripped the radar tightly. Sensing a faint energy pulse emanating from the device, he understood that his upcoming hunts would become markedly more precise and efficient. Although his points had diminished, he believed that with the radar's assistance, he could complete tasks more swiftly and even hunt more Tier 3 imposters. He quickly activated the radar, taking out a Tier 2 crystal core and placing it into the side slot of the radar. The screen immediately displayed the surrounding environment and the distribution of imposters. Upon inserting a Tier 2 crystal core into the slot, he soon felt a faint energy surge from the device when he observed the radar displaying the red dots. Feng Yang couldn't help but gasp. All the imposters within Liwan community had perished at his and Luo Yang's hands, with hardly a red dot in sight nearby. Yet outside Liwan community, the red dots were densely packed, the majority being Tier 1 and Tier 2 imposters. The sheer number of these red dots exceeded Feng Yang's expectations. However, rather than being alarmed, he felt a surge of joy. With the imposter radar, he could evade the threats posed by Tier 3 imposters. And these lowly minions were merely a means to amass points. He resolved to rest for the night, refining and absorbing the crystal cores in hopes of breaking through to become a Tier 3 evolver. Feng Yang stowed the radar and began to tally the quantity of crystal cores he had acquired this time. First, he counted the contents of Luo Yang's bag, which contained a total of 74 crystal cores, 13 Tier 2 cores, 60 Tier 1 cores, and 1 Tier 3 core. Feng Yang himself had collected 38 Tier 1 imposter cores and 16 Tier 2 cores. The data clearly indicated a discrepancy with the number of imposters he had slain. He recalled that in Su Daqiang's bedroom, he had forgotten to extract the cores from the 3 Tier 1 imposter corpses. This meant there was still 1 Tier 2 core unaccounted for, likely hidden by Su Qian. Shaking off the thoughts, he gathered all the crystal cores together. There were 98 Tier 1 cores, 29 Tier 2 cores, with one having been allocated to the radar, and finally, 1 Tier 3 core. After tallying the cores, Feng Yang devised a clear plan in his mind. He recognized that Tier 1 cores offered minimal enhancement for him. However, Tier 2 and Tier 3 cores were crucial for his advancement to becoming a Tier 3 evolver, especially the Tier 3 core, which contained immense energy capable of significantly boosting his strength. He decided to set aside the Tier 1 cores, perhaps to exchange for other resources or assist fellow companions in enhancing their strength. As for the Tier 2 cores, he planned to refine and absorb them all. Striving to break through to Tier 3 evolver in a short time, Feng Yang sat cross-legged and began to circulate the energy within his body, swallowing a Tier 2 core to commence the refinement process. As the energy from the core surged into him, he felt his strength gradually augmenting, the energy meridians within him expanding and fortifying. Under the hazy night, one core after another was refined and absorbed. After refining a total of 21 Tier 2 cores, Feng Yang sensed he was on the brink of reaching the threshold of becoming a Tier 3 evolver, and it was already deep into the night. He took a deep breath and retrieved the Tier 3 core, preparing to push through in one final surge to become a Tier 3 evolver. The energy emanating from this core was exceptionally potent. As if it contained boundless, violent strength, Feng Yang felt a torrent of heat swirling within him, his blood vessels, meridians, and internal organs tearing apart. Even with his current endurance, he found the pain nearly unbearable. Yet, he understood that this was a pivotal moment for his breakthrough. He could not afford to falter. Clenching his teeth, he forced himself to stabilize his mind, continuing to guide the ferocious energy as it cooled, yet he persistently held on, daring not to relax for even a moment. As time inexorably ticked by, Feng Yang's consciousness began to blur. Nevertheless, he clung fiercely to the last vestige of clarity with his indomitable will. He harbored a foreboding sense that should he relinquish his grip, not only would his breakthrough fail, but he might also be consumed by the very violent energy he struggled against, leading to his demise. At long last, after enduring a protracted ordeal, the tumultuous energy gradually subsided, beginning to flow within him in an orderly manner. Feng Yang felt his meridians, blood vessels, and internal organs astonishingly repairing and strengthening at an incredible pace, while the energy channels within him expanded and solidified. With a soft rumble, it was as if some shackle had been shattered within him. His breath surged suddenly, causing the air around him to tremble. A third-tier evolver. Feng Yang's eyes flew open, gleaming with a flash of brilliance. He sensed that his strength had multiplied several times over. The energy within him surged like a roaring river, infusing every movement with a profound sense of power. Finally achieving his breakthrough, Feng Yang exhaled deeply, a weary yet satisfied smile gracing his face. This momentous transformation had drained him of a considerable amount of energy and stamina. His body could no longer bear the strain, and he collapsed onto the sofa, succumbing to sleep. The following dawn, as the eastern sky faintly lightened, the world remained steeped in an eerie tranquility. However, in this serene moment, a series of wailing sounds abruptly shattered the silence, reaching Feng Yang's ears. Startled from his dreams as if struck by a thunderclap, his body instinctively reacted. He sprang up from the sofa, a shadowy dagger appearing in his hand. In mere seconds, he was fully immersed in a heightened state of vigilance. His muscles taut, eyes sharp and alert, resembling a leopard poised to pounce on its prey. Yet, as he turned towards the source of the noise, the tension in his body dissipated in an instant. A look of joy spreading across his face. It was Labai, awake and alert. At this moment, its wounds had completely healed, its fur gleaming with a renewed luster, even more vibrant and dense than before. Its physique seemed to have grown, with muscle definition more pronounced, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Most astonishingly, Labai's eyes radiated an extraordinary brightness, as if imbued with a spark of intelligence. Its presence now emanated a deep, powerful essence, instilling an unspoken sense of pressure. Labai, are you all right? Feng Yang approached cautiously, extending his hand to gently stroke its head. Labai let out a low growl, its tone imbued with warmth and gratitude. It nuzzled Feng Yang's hand, seemingly expressing submission and affection. Feng Yang, taken aback by Labai's transformation, felt a mix of astonishment and delight. He had not anticipated that the crystal core would not only save Labai's life, but also catalyze such a profound change. Clearly, the crystal core had an effect on animals as well, potentially enabling their evolution. He mused quietly, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. He retrieved a low-tier crystal core and tossed it towards Labai. Its eyes fixated on the approaching core, shimmering with desire and excitement. Leaning forward slightly, it seemed ready to leap for the crystal. Just as the core was about to land, Labai sprang into action, mouth agape, perfectly snatching the core and swallowing it whole. Yet even after consuming the low-tier crystal core, Labai appeared unsatisfied, bouncing around Feng Yang in a playful manner, as if seeking more. Feng Yang, however, did not indulge it. Gently tapping Labai's head with a fond smile, you need to refine and absorb the crystal core gradually. If you attempt to gorge yourself, you risk being overwhelmed by the energy. Labai seemed to understand, wagging its tail and gradually settling down. In that moment, Feng Yang fully assumed the role of Labai's master. We must depart, he declared. The disappearance of Luo Yong and his special police unit has likely aroused suspicion among others. We cannot linger here. With a pat on Labai's head, he turned and strode towards the exit. Labai growled softly in response, following closely with steady, powerful strides. The morning in the Liwan neighborhood was eerily quiet. Feng Yang's footsteps echoing in the dimly lit corridor, starkly clear and unsettling. Upon exiting the corridor, a chill morning breeze enveloped him, carrying a pungent stench of decay, the scent of death. Feng Yang frowned, surveying his surroundings. The once thriving Liwan neighborhood had devolved into a desolate wasteland, with crumbling buildings and silent streets. In the distance, a flock of crows scavenged among the corpses strewn across the plaza. It seemed that there were no living souls left in this place. We're truly alone here, Feng Yang murmured, a weighty tone lacing his words. Despite harboring resentment towards his former neighbors, the stark silence of this world stirred a complex array of emotions within him. Humans are inherently social beings, yearning for companionship and societal connections. Yet the scene before him underscored the irrevocable transformation of their world. For the foreseeable future, he was destined to be a lone wolf, traversing the darkness alone. Sensing his distress, Labai emitted a low growl and gently nudged Feng Yang's leg, as if offering see yet. From the pallid and slightly terrified expressions on their faces, it was not difficult to discern the profound shock that the scene within Building 13 had imparted upon them. The moment Li Quan stepped into Building 13, an overwhelming stench of blood assaulted him, nearly rendering him breathless. Under the dim light of the corridor, the walls were splattered with dark crimson stains. and the entire hallway was strewn with dismembered corpses and flesh, as if a gruesome massacre had just transpired. The ground was littered with mangled flesh, entrails, and foul substances, making it nearly impossible to navigate. The special police officers tasked with clearing the bodies up front were beginning to exhibit signs of physiological distress, not due to a lack of fortitude, but rather because the scene before them was overwhelmingly sanguinary. The nearly viscous scent of blood and decay made breathing laborious. "What on earth is happening here?" inquired the special police officer in charge, his voice trembling, clearly shaken by the horrifying sight. Li Quan furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping around, only to find that every door was piled high with corpses. Most of these bodies were clad in civilian attire, some of them even belonging to children. Their faces were frozen in expressions of terror and agony, evidently having experienced extreme fear before their demise. The horrific scene far exceeded his expectations. It was evident that this was not merely the aftermath of a typical gunfight. Li Quan crouched down to inspect the corpse closely, noting that the wounds did not appear to have been inflicted by firearms. Instead, they seemed to have been torn apart by some immense force. These bodies were all residents of the community. Why were so many gathered in Building 13? He murmured, his tone laden with gravity. The special police captain nodded, his complexion ashen. "Sir, this is just a small portion. The situation above is even more dire. The corpses of both residents and androids are almost too numerous to count. Our investigation has only reached the 4th floor. Why not continue?" The special police officer behind Li Quan inquired. "There are far too many bodies on the 4th floor. We discovered Captain Luo's body inside." At this point, the special police captain's voice quivered, his eyes betraying a hint of grief and fear. "Luo Yong is dead." Li Quan's brow knitted tightly, disbelief coloring his tone. The special police captain nodded solemnly, his voice low. "Yes, sir. Captain Luo's body was found on the 4th floor, along with dozens of android corpses and countless resident bodies. It is truly horrific." The expression on Li Quan's face instantly turned serious. Luo Yong, like him, was an extraordinary individual dispatched from above, possessing the strength of a third-tier extraordinary. Even within the confines of Division 749, he was a rare talent. How could he have met such a brutal fate here? What on earth had transpired in this building? "Take me to the 4th floor," Li Quan commanded decisively, his tone brooking no argument. The special police captain hesitated momentarily, but upon seeing Li Quan's resolute gaze, he ultimately nodded. "Yes, sir." The group ascended the blood-soaked staircase, each step feeling as if they were treading through a mire of sanguine puddles, the stench of decay growing ever more pungent, compelling them to cover their mouths and noses. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the scene before them was even more harrowing. The entire corridor was nearly filled with corpses. Blood and dismembered flesh splattered the walls and ceiling. The ground was piled high with countless incomplete bodies, some of which were unrecognizable as human. The entire floor had become a veritable hell on earth. Li Quan and his companions followed the special police to apartment 402. The moment they stepped inside, Li Quan's gaze was immediately drawn to the sight before him. The horror within the room was even more suffocating than that of the corridor. The bodies within could be described as a mountain of corpses. Dozens of withered android bodies intertwined throughout the kitchen, living room, balcony, and bedroom, everywhere littered with bodies and bloodstains. In the center of the room, Luo Yong's body lay quietly among the heap of corpses. His face still bore a mask of terror and agony, clearly having endured extreme fear and struggle before his death. Li Quan crouched down to examine Luo Yong's wounds closely, his brow furrowed. He noticed knife wounds on Luo Yong's neck and calf, and upon turning over his body, he found him completely devoid of belongings. Luo Yong had perished at the hands of humans, and before his death, he had evidently endured severe torture. Both the androids in the apartment and those in the plaza had their cores extracted, yet no such core was found on Luo Yong. Li Quan murmured, a look of gravity crossing his features. That moment, a special police officer approached, saying, "Sir, based on the current clues we've gathered, the owner of this apartment is named Feng Yang. A few days ago, someone reported Feng Yang as an android, and he was taken away by our colleagues. However, the special police officers who detained Feng Yang have yet to return, and it is suspected they may have met with misfortune." Coincidentally, after Feng Yang was taken, Captain Luo officially requisitioned this apartment, and we discovered 3 human corpses in the bedroom. Upon identification, the deceased were Su Daqiang, Su Li, and Li Feng. Upon hearing the special police officer's report, Li Quan's brow furrowed even tighter. He stood up and walked to the bedroom door, pushing it open to reveal the bodies of Su Daqiang, Su Li, and Li Feng. Just then, a sharp and urgent alarm suddenly blared. Echoing throughout the entire city of Deep City. It was an air raid siren, a sound that would only be triggered under the most extreme circumstances. Li Quan lifted his head, gazing through the shattered window to the outside. He knew the time for evacuation had come. Li Lao, it's time. Look, the special police officer behind him began, faltering. Li Quan did not respond immediately, his gaze lingering on Luo Yang's body, lost in thought. Li Lao. The special police officer's voice rang out again, breaking through Li Quan's reverie. Sighing, Li Quan's weathered face revealed a hint of fatigue and helplessness. He slowly rose to his feet, shifting his gaze from Luo Yang's body to survey the grim state of the room. Ultimately resting his eyes on the special police officer's face. Let us evacuate. Li Quan's voice was low and hoarse, as if each word bore a heavy burden, instructing everyone to follow the emergency protocol and evacuate Deep City immediately. The special police officer nodded, swiftly seizing the walkie-talkie to issue evacuation orders. The other special police officers in the room also sprang into action, preparing to leave this place steeped in the aura of death. Li Quan cast one last glance at Luo Yang's body, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Both he and Luo Yang hailed from Division 749, wielding powers beyond the reach of ordinary humans. Now that even he had perished, Li Quan felt a sense of melancholy akin to the sorrow of a rabbit mourning AFOX. Li Lao, the vehicle is ready. We must leave at once. The special police officer urged. Li Quan nodded, turning to walk towards the door. Everyone, evacuate immediately, Li Quan ordered decisively, his voice steady and powerful. The group swiftly descended the stairs, the scent of blood still thick in the air. But they had no time to dwell on it that moment. The streets of Deep City surged with crowds, some dragging their families, others alone, their faces etched with fear and despair. Vehicles were immobilized on the congested roads, horns blaring in a futile cacophony. The alarm resonated like a doomsday bell, its shrill tones melding with the screams of the crowd, the roar of vehicles, and the distant sound of explosions. The entire city seemed to plunge into chaotic disorder in an instant. The cause of all this was the emergency evacuation notice issued by the Deep City authorities. The urgent notice indicated that Deep City was currently under siege by a horde of androids. With the situation having escalated to an uncontrollable level, all surviving residents were instructed to evacuate towards Suigang and to trust no one, for anyone attempting to approach could potentially be an android. This is no mere exaggeration. It is a catastrophe for the human race. Several blood-red characters flashed across every individual's mobile screen. The announcement was brief but reeked of blood, heralding the official onset of apocalypse. Of course, those receiving the announcement were not solely humans. The androids were also included. These androids, hidden within the crowd, seemed to have received some intelligence, aware that in the current Deep City, there was no longer any force capable of threatening them. Thus, they ceased their furtive hiding, shedding their disguises to embark on a ruthless hunt for humanity. On the rooftop of a building in the Tianhu district, a young man clad in black surveyed the city. Now plunged into utter chaos, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of cold amusement. Beside him stood a massive dog, the very same that had departed from the Liwan neighborhood, Feng Yang and Labai. Feng Yang's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, sweeping over the panicked throngs below, as if all of this were of no concern to him, or perhaps he had foreseen these events unfolding. It has finally begun, he murmured softly, his voice nearly drowned out by the cacophony of the city, pondering how many would survive this catastrophe. The human detecting radar in his hand flickered incessantly with crimson light. The screen awash with a multitude of red dots nearly covering the entire area. Each dot represented a synthetic being lurking within the crowd, poised to strike. Feng Yang even observed that among the fleeing masses, the disguised synthetic entities had begun to prey upon the nearby malevolent humans. Labai, he called quietly, and the enormous dog immediately raised its head, its eyes glinting with vigilance and loyalty. Just a little longer. It will soon be our time to shine. Soon, you shall feast on the crystal cores to your heart's content. Labai let out a low growl, as if in acknowledgement of its master's words. Its fur trembled slightly in the wind, its body taut, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Feng Yang's gaze drifted once more to the distance. The roads leading to Suigang were choked with vehicles and people. The masses were desperately attempting to escape the city, oblivious to whether safety lay ahead. The synthetic beings had infiltrated every corner, possibly lurking right beside them. Suddenly, a red dot on the radar approached rapidly. Feng Yang's expression hardened, and his grip on the weapon tightened. He strained to listen as hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell, accompanied by low, labored breaths. It seems we have visitors, Feng Yang remarked softly. Labai immediately positioned itself in front of him. Baring its teeth and emitting a low growl, the door to the stairwell burst open, and a group of panicked refugees surged onto the rooftop. Their faces were etched with terror, their clothing stained with blood and dust. Clearly having endured more than one life-or-death struggle. Among the crowd was a mother clutching an infant. A deep gash marred her arm, with blood dripping from her fingertips. A middle-aged man gripped a metal rod tightly, his eyes reflecting despair and fury. "Quick, close the door," the man shouted hoarsely over his shoulder, urgency lacing his voice. Yet, before they could secure the stairwell door, a shadow had already pursued them. It was a synthetic being. Its skin an unnatural shade of ashen gray, eyes devoid of life, yet a sinister smile graced its lips. With incredible speed, it lunged at the last of the fleeing individuals, a young girl. The girl screamed, attempting to evade, but the synthetic speed far surpassed her reflexes. Its fingers stabbed towards her throat like blades. At that critical moment, a dark figure surged from the side, accompanied by a low growl. Labai, like a bolt of lightning, crashed into the synthetic, toppling it to the ground. The synthetic let out a howl, struggling, but Labai's fangs had already sunk into its neck, blood gushing forth. Feng Yang stood aside, toying with the shadow blade in his hand. His expression cold and focused. He did not rush to engage. Instead, he scanned the stairwell with vigilance. He knew that synthetics rarely acted alone. As expected, more footsteps echoed from the stairwell, heavy and chaotic. Soon after, 3 massive synthetics charged onto the rooftop, their eyes fixed on Feng Yang and the group of refugees, their mouths curling into menacing grins, revealing sharp teeth. These were 3 mid-tier synthetics. "Labai, fall back," Feng Yang commanded sharply, his body transforming into a blur as he lunged forward. The shadow blade effortlessly sliced through the neck of the first mid-tier synthetic, blood spraying as its body crumpled to the ground. However, the other 2 synthetics seized the opportunity to pounce. Yet, Feng Yang was swifter. He dodged their assault like a specter. The shadow blade glinted in his hand as it plunged into the chest of the second synthetic. It let out a piercing shriek, its body convulsing violently before collapsing. The third synthetic, witnessing this, flickered with fear in its eyes, but that was quickly replaced by primal rage. It roared, lunging at Feng Yang with massive claws raised. Feng Yang snorted coldly, his left fist crashing into its skull. With a dull thud, the head of the mid-tier synthetic exploded like a watermelon. Within less than a minute, all 3 synthetics lay dead at Feng Yang's feet. The rooftop momentarily regained its tranquility, save for the rapid breaths of the refugees. The middle-aged man with the metal rod trembled, his grip shaking, eyes wide with shock and gratitude. Thank you, he stammered, his voice tinged with the relief of survival. Feng Yang did not respond, but swiftly approached the stairwell, closing the door and securing it with the metal rod. He understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. More synthetics could pursue them at any moment. A young woman, trembling, stepped forward, her face still streaked with dry tears, her eyes filled with both fear and an unmistakable gratitude. Her clothes were disheveled, evidently a testament to her struggles during the flight. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we might have." Her voice caught, unable to finish as she clutched the strap of her backpack tightly, her knuckles paling from the strain. Feng Yang turned to face the woman, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. Yet, he remained silent, merely observing her. She seemed undeterred by his aloofness, inching closer, her tone soft yet imbued with a hint of trepidation. "Handsome, regardless of the circumstances. Thank you for saving us. If there's anything you need, please do let me know." Her voice quivered, combined with her charming visage, evoked a deep sense of sympathy. In response to her overture, a wry smile crept across Feng Yang's lips as he stepped closer. "Indeed, I happen to have a small favor that requires a beauty's assistance at this moment." The distance between them had diminished to less than half a meter. The woman, evidently taken aback by Feng Yang's unexpected reply, momentarily stiffened before regaining her composure. "What do you need me to do?" Her voice remained gentle, tinged with a mix of caution and unease. Feng Yang did not reply immediately. Instead, he lowered his head slightly, his gaze locking onto hers. "I need." A faint smile lingered on his lips. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his tone shifted abruptly, chilling as a biting winter wind, sending shivers down the spine. "I require you to surrender your life to me." As his words fell, the black dagger in Feng Yang's hand shot forth with an astonishing speed. The woman, caught unawares by Feng Yang's sudden attack, paled, attempting to evade, but it was too late. With a sickening sound, black blood sprayed forth as the dagger pierced her neck, her body collapsing lifelessly, disbelief lingering in her eyes. Her lips quivered, as if she wished to utter a final word, but ultimately, only a faint groan escaped her. Before she succumbed entirely, Feng Yang coldly regarded her lifeless form, the shadow blade still dripping with dark blood in his grasp. His eyes betrayed no emotion, as if he had merely dispatched an inconsequential insect. On the rooftop, the breaths of the remaining refugees froze in an instant, the air seemingly suspended in that moment. The middle-aged man, still gripping his metal rod, trembled more violently, his face as pale as a sheet. He opened his mouth, seemingly poised to challenge Feng Yang, but no sound emerged from his throat. Feng Yang slowly turned, his gaze sweeping across each individual present, his expression icy and sharp, akin to an invisible blade, causing the crowd to involuntarily retreat a few steps. "Did you think she was human?" Feng Yang's voice was deep and calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment before stammering. She isn't human? Then what is she?" Feng Yang offered no reply, instead approaching the woman's lifeless body, plunging the shadow blade into her heart, extracting a deep green crystal core. This was a formidable mid-tier pseudo-human. Having devoured 52 individuals, far more powerful than the 3 he had just slain, the higher the tier of the pseudo-human, the more cunning they became. Her mingling among humans must have harbored a greater purpose. Though that was no longer significant. As Feng Yang retrieved the crystal core, the body of the woman, under the gaze of the onlookers, began to wither at an observable pace, revealing its original scaly form. The crowd's faces turned ashen in an instant. The earlier gentleness and gratitude of the young woman now seemed grotesque in their minds. They could scarcely fathom the fate that awaited them had Feng Yang not unmasked her disguise. Looking at the grotesque corpse, the last vestige of doubt dissipated from their hearts, in their eyes. Feng Yang was infused with a newfound respect and gratitude. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we might have already fallen prey to her," the middle-aged man murmured, lowering his head, his voice trembling with fear. Feng Yang did not respond, instead moving towards the other pseudo-human corpses, methodically extracting the crystal cores within. After collecting all the cores, Feng Yang turned, accompanied by Labai, and made his way towards the stairwell. He understood that the time was ripe. The hunt had commenced. As for the survivors, he could neither care for them nor was he obligated to. This world had long since fractured. Trust and betrayal were but a fleeting thought. He had grown accustomed to walking alone in the shadows. As Feng Yang prepared to depart, the others could no longer remain still. "Wait," the middle-aged man called out urgently. Can you take us with you? We truly have no way out." Feng Yang's steps faltered momentarily, yet he did not look back. His voice was devoid of emotion. "The apocalypse has arrived. If you wish to survive, rely on yourselves." With that, his figure vanished into the shadows of the stairwell, leaving behind the group of terrified refugees on the rooftop and the several withered, grotesque corpses on the ground. On the first floor of the building, Feng Yang donned the 10 Illusions mask, transforming into a pudgy boy of around 16 or 17 years of age. His actions of hunting pseudo-humans were indeed quite extraordinary, although Deep City had fallen. Revealing his true identity could potentially pose risks, drawing the attention of certain human elites. Standing before the reflective glass of the building, he gazed at the chubby, youthful visage in the mirror, and a smile tugged at his heart. The pseudo-humans could never suspect that a seemingly harmless, inexperienced little boy was, in fact, a harbinger of death. Let the hunt begin. Feng Yang's eyes gleamed with intensity as the shadow dagger concealed itself within his sleeve. With Labai following closely behind, he exited the building and stepped into the chaos of the street. The moment Feng Yang emerged from the building, the desolation of Deep City unfolded before him. The streets were littered with corpses and dismembered limbs. The pseudo-humans had shed their disguises, commencing their hunt for humans in broad daylight. The air was heavy with the stench of decay, and humans fled in every direction, the roars of the pseudo-humans echoing relentlessly. It was as if this city had become their hunting ground. He squinted slightly, surveying his surroundings to ensure his environment was secure. Labai trailed behind him, ears perked in vigilance, ready to respond to any sudden threats. Feng Yang produced the pseudo-human detection radar, observing the densely packed red dots on the screen, and ultimately chose a location where the pseudo-humans were most concentrated. "Let us start at the center of the one square." Feng Yang murmured softly, his fingers lightly caressing the shadow dagger concealed within his sleeve. Once a bustling commercial hub of Deep City, The one square had now devolved into a disaster zone teeming with pseudo-humans. The sheer number and strength of pseudo-humans there presented Feng Yang with ample opportunities for prey, translating to more crystal cores. He navigated swiftly along the periphery of the street, avoiding areas with the highest concentration of red dots on the radar, indicating the presence of high-tier or even ghost-level pseudo-humans. Occasionally, a few low-tier pseudo-humans would lunge from the shadows, but before they could close the distance, Feng Yang's dagger would accurately pierce their skulls, extracting their cores in an instant as their lifeless bodies fell silently. Feng Yang's movements were clean and efficient, with no room for hesitation. With his current strength as a Tier 3 evolver, these initial and mid-tier pseudo-humans were almost guaranteed to be dispatched in seconds. Meanwhile, Labii remained vigilant, occasionally emitting low growls to signal Feng Yang of nearby dangers. As they approached the one square, the number of pseudo-humans noticeably increased, prompting Feng Yang to accelerate his hunting pace, and no longer did he evade. Instead, he took the initiative, using his guise as a chubby boy created by the 10 Illusions mask to lure the pseudo-humans closer. When they believed their prey was within easy reach, Feng Yang would strike swiftly, the shadow dagger acting as the Reaper's scythe, harvesting their lives. With each kill, he would promptly extract the crystal cores, and his pseudo-human points in the system store surged rapidly. Thanks to the radar, Feng Yang's hunting efficiency soared, and no longer did he need to search blindly for targets. He could accurately pinpoint the locations of pseudo-humans and devise optimal hunting strategies. Within just a few hours, he successfully hunted dozens of pseudo-humans, his points steadily rising. Hunting mid-tier pseudo-humans added 3 points, low-tier pseudo-humans added 17 points, current points, 2657. Hunting mid-tier pseudo-humans added 6 points. Low-tier pseudo-humans added 31 points, current points, 4586. Hunting mid-tier pseudo-humans added 4 points. Low-tier pseudo-humans added 61 points, current points, 5820. Feng Yang glanced at the point totals in the store, a flicker of joy igniting within him. Yet, when he saw the progress bar of the life and death mission still moving sluggishly, his elation dimmed. Despite having hunted a considerable number of pseudo-humans, a long road lay ahead to complete the task. He needed to eliminate 1,000 mid-tier pseudo-humans, and he had yet to reach even 50. This pace was far too slow. The main issue was that mid-tier pseudo-humans were exceptionally cunning, and their numbers were not as abundant as those of low-tier pseudo-humans. Some areas indeed harbored many mid-tier pseudo-humans, but they were often accompanied by higher-tier ones that, in the event of an ambush by high-tier pseudo-humans, even with his current strength as a Tier 3 evolver, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Continuing along the street, Feng Yang quickened his hunting rhythm. His figure darted through the ruins, the shadow dagger glinting with a cold light in the dim surroundings. With every strike, he executed a precise and fatal blow, the roars of the pseudo-humans ringing in his ears. Yet failing to impede his advance as the hunting progressed, Feng Yang gradually approached a dilapidated urban village. The buildings here were low and densely packed, the alleys narrow, permeated with an overwhelming stench of decay. Such urban villages were plentiful in deep city, primarily inhabited by migrant workers, with a large population and a complex terrain. Consequently, these areas were favored gathering spots for pseudo-humans. Observing the radar filled with red dots, the number of mid-tier pseudo-humans reached several dozen, yet there were no indications of high-tier pseudo-humans present. Feng Yang squinted slightly. It was now 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and his stamina was nearly depleted. He planned to hunt a few more pseudo-humans before seeking a place to rest for the night. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into the urban village, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps and the roars of pseudo-humans ahead. Feng Yang concealed himself behind a crumbling wall, swiftly scanning the scene before him. Before him stood a tall, muscular man wielding a hefty iron rod, desperately shielding a petite girl behind him, though the man's movements were clumsy. His strength was formidable, each swing of the iron rod successfully repelling the approaching pseudo-humans. However, the sheer number of pseudo-humans was overwhelming, and his motions were growing increasingly sluggish, clearly nearing his physical limit. The girl behind him clung tightly to his clothing, her face pale and her eyes filled with terror. She appeared to have some difficulty with her right leg, moving slowly, indicating a physical impairment. Despite this, her gaze remained resolute. She occasionally picked up stones from the ground and hurled them at the pseudo-humans. Be careful of the left side, brother. The girl suddenly let out a piercing scream, her voice trembling with fear. Upon hearing this, the burly man swiftly turned around, swinging his club towards the approaching doppelganger on his left, only to be ambushed by another doppelganger from behind. whose sharp claws tore into his shoulder, instantly staining his clothes with blood. "Brother!" the sister cried out in terror, her voice laced with a hint of sobbing. Gritting his teeth, the brother endured the pain and continued to wield the iron rod. Though his movements had noticeably slowed, the doppelgangers, sensing his vulnerability, attacked with renewed ferocity. Just as it appeared that the giant would be torn apart by their claws, a shadow flitted by. Feng Yang appeared beside the burly man like a specter, his shadowy dagger glinting ominously as it precisely pierced the doppelganger's skull. The creature's assault halted abruptly, before it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The burly man, momentarily taken aback, forced a smile through the pain of his bleeding shoulder. Gratefully exclaiming, "Thank you, thank you." Feng Yang offered no response, swiftly moving again. His movements were as quick as lightning, the dagger creating multiple afterimages in the air, causing the surrounding doppelgangers to fall one after another. Within mere seconds, the onslaught of doppelgangers had been entirely eradicated. The girl stared wide-eyed, incredulous as she gazed at Feng Yang. Her gaze lingered for a moment on his youthful, chubby face, before shifting to the dagger in his hand. A flicker of complex emotions flashing in her eyes. "Who are you?" she stammered, her voice trembling yet striving to maintain composure. Feng Yang sheathed his dagger, casting her a fleeting glance as he replied, "Just a passerby." The burly man scratched his head, grinning sheepishly as he said, "Thank you for saving us. I'm Daniu, and this is my sister, Xiaoyin." Xiaoyin regarded Feng Yang warily. Despite his rescue, she remained cautious of this sudden appearance of a young boy. She tugged at Daniu's shirt, whispering, "Brother, we should leave." Daniu nodded, turning to Feng Yang to say, "Thank you. We're off to find our mother. Would you like to join us?" Feng Yang shook his head, stating, "I have other matters to attend to." Xiaoyin exhaled in relief, grasping Daniu's hand and whispering, "Brother, let us hurry." Although Daniu felt a twinge of regret, he nodded and turned to depart. Just then, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from afar. Moments later, dozens of figures surged from the other end of the alley, barreling towards them. Among them were a dozen formidable doppelgangers, all of intermediate rank. Xiaoyin's complexion drained of color, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Oh no, it's a wave of doppelgangers." Feng Yang furrowed his brows, quickly scanning the doppelganger detection radar, which revealed red dots converging rapidly. Clearly, they were surrounded by doppelgangers. "If you wish to avoid perishing here, you must leave at once," Feng Yang urged in a low voice, tightening his grip on the dagger, his gaze icy as he stared ahead. Though Dani may not have been the sharpest, he sensed the gravity of their predicament. He gripped the iron rod tightly, positioning himself beside Feng Yang, saying earnestly, "I'll help you." Xiaoyin bit her lip. Though afraid, she resolutely followed closely behind the two. Feng Yang glanced at Daniu and Xiaoyin, feeling a stir in his heart. He hadn't anticipated that this brother-sister duo, in such dire straits, would choose to stand alongside him rather than flee alone, especially Xiaoyin, whose face was pale and filled with fear, yet remained steadfast behind her brother, refusing to retreat. However, Feng Yang was acutely aware that the approaching wave of doppelgangers was beyond their capability to handle. The radar indicated that numerous doppelgangers continued to converge towards them, easily numbering in the hundreds. Even with his strength as a third-tier evolved, he couldn't guarantee his safety if overwhelmed, let alone protect two ordinary individuals. "You must leave immediately," Feng Yang commanded coldly, his tone exuding undeniable authority. "Remaining here will only hinder me." Daniu paused, scratching his head, and replied earnestly, "But we can't leave you all alone." "Enough of this," Feng Yang interrupted sharply, his gaze piercing as it swept over them. "Your presence here will only distract me. Hurry and go. Do not be a burden." Xiaoyin bit her lip, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes, but soon realized Feng Yang was right. She and her brother were no match for the doppelgangers. Staying would only serve to make them a liability. "Brother, let us go," Xiaoyin urged, tugging at Dania's shirt. "Let us not trouble him." Though Dania was reluctant, he nodded in agreement. He looked at Feng Yang earnestly, saying, "Take care. We'll wait for you up ahead." Feng Yang did not respond, merely nodding coldly. His focus had already locked onto the approaching wave of doppelgangers, the shadowy dagger in his hand trembling slightly, as if yearning for blood. His decision to let the siblings leave was not solely out of kindness. With so many intermediate doppelgangers converging here, it presented a rare opportunity for him. He aimed to slay as many intermediate doppelgangers as possible before the others arrived. Daniu and Xiaoyin turned and fled in the opposite direction, with Xiaoyin struggling to keep up, prompting Daniu to lift her onto his back as he hurriedly escaped. Feng Yang watched the two disappear around the corner of the alley before he redirected his gaze. Now, it was time to unleash his wrath, Feng Yang murmured to himself, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. The wave of doppelgangers was drawing near, their roars deafening. Dozens of doppelgangers lunged toward Feng Yang, their sharp claws glinting ominously in the dim light. In a flash, Feng Yang dashed into the throng of doppelgangers like a wraith. The shadowy daggers sliced through the air, each strike precisely finding its mark in the doppelgangers' skulls. His movements were blindingly fast. The doppelgangers barely had time to react before they fell. Rabe, undeterred, followed closely behind Feng Yang, guarding against any sneak attacks from the lower-tier doppelgangers. As a third-tier evolved, Feng Yang was like a wolf among sheep, harvesting the lives of these low to mid-tier doppelgangers with ease. 5 minutes later, the alley was strewn with corpses, and Feng Yang stood amidst the carnage, panting heavily, his body drenched in blood. Rabe lay on the ground, tongue lolling, licking at its wounds. Although Rabe was large and could handle ordinary first-tier doppelgangers, it was clearly outmatched against the intermediate ones. Had Feng Yang not repeatedly shielded it, Rabe likely would have been torn apart by the doppelgangers. Just then, the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed from the end of the alley once more. Feng Yang's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated the doppelgangers would move so swiftly. This was no place to linger. He cast a reluctant glance at the fallen doppelgangers, aware that now was not the time to dwell on their corpses. Soon, he and Rabe vanished into the depths of the alley. Hastily vacating the area as Feng Yang moved swiftly, he assessed his condition. Although the recent battle had drained much of his stamina, the rewards had been equally bountiful. He estimated that among the doppelgangers he had just slain, at least 20 were of intermediate rank, with the remainder being first tier. These cores would significantly boost his points once again, opening the system interface. He saw that his points had indeed surpassed the 10,000 mark. Intermediate doppelganger kills, 23, first-tier doppelganger kills, 45, current points, 10. 210. The item listings in the system shop had also been updated with new exchange options. However, Feng Yang had no interest in examining these items. According to the detection radar in his hand, a multitude of doppelgangers were converging towards him, with several particularly bright red dots indicating the presence of high-tier doppelgangers. This revelation stirred a sense of unease within Feng Yang. He had meticulously scanned this area moments ago, confirming the absence of high-tier doppelgangers, and thus had chosen to take the risk. The sudden appearance of these high-tier doppelgangers suggested they had come from elsewhere. Furrowing his brow, Feng Yang swiftly analyzed the situation before him. The unusual gathering of doppelgangers was clearly not a coincidence, and the sudden emergence of high-tier doppelgangers further underscored the abnormality of the situation. Something was amiss. Why were these doppelgangers congregating here so suddenly? Feng Yang murmured softly to himself, his gaze sweeping the surroundings in an attempt to discern the cause of his unease. It seemed that Rabi also sensed the ominous presence. Letting out a low growl and perked up its ears, poised to confront any sudden threat. Could it be that the recent skirmish had drawn their attention? Or perhaps my hunting of the mimics has been discovered? Were these high-ranking mimics seeking out their orchestrator? Countless speculations flickered through Feng Yang's mind, yet he swiftly dismissed them one by one. Although cunning, the mimics typically acted on instinct and predatory drive, making it unlikely for them to gather en masse merely due to a single battle. As for the possibility of the high-ranking mimics uncovering his hunt, while not impossible, the odds remained exceedingly slim. With the situation urgent, Feng Yang had no time for further contemplation. He hastened through the narrow alleyways with Rabi, striving to evade the relentless pursuit of the mimics behind them. As he turned a corner, he suddenly heard a series of hurried breaths and heavy footsteps ahead. Feng Yang furrowed his brow, swiftly halting his steps. Raising the shadowy dagger in his hand slightly, his eyes warily fixed on the front. However, when he discerned the figures before him, he couldn't help but freeze momentarily. Dainyu and Xiaoyin were huddled in a dilapidated corner, with a blood-stained cloth wrapped around Dainyu's shoulder, evidently a wound that had yet to be tended. Xiaoyin's complexion remained pale, but her eyes radiated a fierce determination as she tightly grasped the iron rod that Dainyu had previously wielded. Vigilantly surveying their surroundings. "Why haven't you left?" Feng Yang's voice was low, tinged with confusion. Upon hearing Feng Yang's voice, Dainyu abruptly lifted his head, a simple smile spreading across his face. "We were worried about you, so we didn't go far." Xiaoyin bit her lip and murmured, "My brother insisted on waiting for you to leave together." This. Feng Yang's expression softened slightly. "We cannot linger here. We must leave quickly. Stay close to me." Dainyu and Xiaoyin nodded, supporting each other as they closely followed Feng Yang. The trio navigated through several narrow alleys, with Feng Yang occasionally looking back to ensure they were not being followed. "Where are we heading?" Xiaoyin couldn't help but ask softly. Without turning back, Feng Yang replied in a steady, calm tone, "First, we need to find a safe place to tend to your brother's wound. Then we will devise a plan to leave this place." Xiaoyin glanced at Daniel's injury, concern flickering in her eyes. "Brother, your wound." Daniel shook his head, maintaining his goofy smile that "I'm fine." Yet, his lips, now pale and cracked, betrayed him. Feng Yang chose not to respond. Quickening his pace at the last, he spotted a narrow alleyway branching off to the side, leading to an abandoned building that could serve as a temporary refuge. "Head that way." Feng Yang pointed toward the alley and dashed ahead. Daniel and Xiaoyin followed closely behind. The three of them swiftly entered the passage. Arriving at the entrance of the building, Feng Yang quickly surveyed the exterior of the dilapidated structure. It was a church, its towering spire still exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur even under the dimming sky. The outer walls, though somewhat weathered, retained echoes of their former splendor, with stained glass windows flickering faintly in the subdued light. On the church's exterior walls, Feng Yang discerned what appeared to be dried bloodstains and what seemed to be human leg bones beneath them. Feng Yang tightened his grip on the dagger, attempting to push open the door, only to find it merely shuddering slightly without yielding. Is someone inside? He concluded instantly. With his current strength, even a car could be effortlessly shoved aside, let alone a mere door. Daniel and Xiaoyin sensed the anomaly as well, pressing closely together in alarm, their eyes scanning the vicinity warily. Despite his injury, Daniel straightened himself, striving to shield his sister. Feng Yang's expression grew cold as he placed his right hand firmly against the door once more, this time unleashing his full strength. With a sudden surge, Feng Yang's palm pressed against the heavy wooden door, his muscles taut, the force surging through his arm and instantly transmitting to the door. The massive door creaked in protest, seemingly unable to withstand the force, and began to move inward slowly. However, it opened only a crack before halting again. Feng Yang's brow furrowed deeper, a heightened sense of caution taking hold. He felt a resistance from behind the door, suggesting that someone or something was indeed preventing their entrance. Be cautious. There is something behind the door, Feng Yang warned Daniel and Xiaoyin in a hushed tone, leaning forward slightly, preparing to exert force once more. Daniel tightened his grip on the iron rod, his gaze fixated on the door crack as he whispered, "Should we just charge in?" Feng Yang shook his head, his focus unwavering on the door. "It's blocked by something. It's unlikely we can force it open from the outside." Xiaoyin stood behind the two, clutching a short knife, her expression tense yet resolute. "What if we circle around to the back? There might be another entrance." Feng Yang pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, stay close to me, and don't scatter." They quickly circled to the side of the church in search of another entrance. The side walls towered at least 10 meters high, entwined with vines. After walking a short distance along the wall, they finally discovered a very concealed hidden door. Feng Yang signaled for Daniel and Xiaoyin to halt while he gently pushed the door. It remained locked, yet the iron door creaked as he nudged it, still refusing to yield. Feng Yang's expression grew increasingly impatient as he took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He stepped back 2 paces, lowered his body slightly, shifted his weight forward, and concentrated all his strength in his right leg. With a fierce shout, his right foot propelled forward like a cannonball, striking the iron door. With a resounding crash, the iron door quaked violently under the tremendous impact, the walls surrounding the doorframe seeming to tremble, the center of the door caving in and distorting, emitting a shrill metallic screech. Cracks splintered around the lock, yet the door remained stubbornly shut. Feng Yang's brow furrowed tightly, clearly taken aback by the door's resilience. Undeterred, he stepped back again, preparing for a second assault. Once more, Feng Yang bellowed, his right leg thrusting forward again. This time, his strength was even more concentrated, his foot accurately striking the lock. With an even louder crash, the iron door finally succumbed to the force, the lock completely shattering. The door flung inward with a thunderous boom, crashing heavily against the wall and reverberating deafeningly. Dust and debris cascaded from the doorframe as Feng Yang swiftly retreated a step, warily observing the situation within. Daniel and Xiaoyin immediately gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions tense as they stood ready behind Feng Yang to confront any looming threat. The interior of the church was far more expansive than they had anticipated. They now found themselves in what appeared to be the church's rear garden. Yet, just as they stepped into the tall man let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping over the wound on Daniel's shoulder, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Injured? Who's to say this isn't just a ruse concocted by you impostors? In this day and age, who dares to trust a stranger? Feng Yang furrowed his brow slightly, understanding the other's apprehension that in this apocalyptic world, trust had become an extravagant commodity, and anyone could potentially pose a threat. Just as he was about to offer further explanation, he suddenly heard Xiao Yin's low gasp, "Brother, your wound." Feng Yang turned back to see Dinyo's complexion had grown even more pallid, the wound on his shoulder seeping blood profusely. Clearly, the situation was dire. His heart tightened, realizing that they could no longer afford to delay. "Listen," Feng Yang's voice rose sharply, his gaze sharpening as it bore into the tall man. "We harbor no ill intentions and do not seek trouble. We merely wish to find refuge for a night to tend to this wound. However, should you persist in obstructing us, I won't hesitate to resort to force." The tall man was momentarily taken aback by Feng Yang's imposing demeanor, instinctively taking a step back. Yet, he quickly straightened, sneering, "You three and a dog? You think you can force your way in?" Feng Yang offered no reply. Instead, slowly raising the dagger in his hand, his eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent, the atmosphere grew taut, both parties on the brink of confrontation, just as the tension reached its peak. A deep, magnetic voice resonated from within the depths of the church. "Stop." Moments later, the grand doors of the church swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. His demeanor was calm, his eyes profound, and he held a heavy Bible in his hand, walking with steady and unhurried strides. "Father," the tall man inclined his head slightly, his tone imbued with a hint of respect. The priest nodded, his gaze sweeping over Feng Yang and his companions before ultimately resting on the wound on Dinyo's shoulder. His expression was devoid of hostility, instead exuding a sense of compassion and concern. "You are injured?" The priest's voice was gentle and deep, carrying a soothing undertone. Feng Yang nodded, maintaining his vigilance as he replied, "Yes, we have encountered some trouble and need a place to tend to this wound." The priest pondered for a moment before responding, "In this world, trust is indeed a luxury. However, as children of the Lord, we cannot stand idly by in the face of suffering. You may enter, but you must surrender your weapons and submit to our inspection." Feng Yang frowned slightly but ultimately nodded. "Very well. We agreed." As he spoke, he intentionally shook his sleeve, discreetly swapping his shadowy dagger for an ordinary knife, which he handed to the tall man. Xiaoyin also discarded the iron rod she had been holding. The tall man accepted the weapons and gestured for his subordinates to step forward to inspect Feng Yang and his companions. After the inspection was complete, the priest waved his hand, signaling for everyone to clear a path. "Follow me," he instructed, turning to lead them into the church, with Feng Yang and his companions closely trailing behind. Inside, the church appeared remarkably spacious, with several dimly lit oil lamps hanging from the high vaulted ceiling, casting a faint glow upon the surrounding murals and sculptures. The air was permeated with a subtle fragrance of incense, evoking a sense of tranquility and reverence. Feng Yang also observed numerous survivors within the church, gathered in the hall, spanning across all ages. The priest guided them through the hall into a side room. The chamber contained a simple wooden bed and a few medical supplies. "This can serve as a temporary refuge for your friend," the priest stated, retrieving some bandages and medicines from a cabinet. "That I will assist in treating his wound." However, Feng Yang immediately declined. "No need. We can manage ourselves." "Thank you, Father." The priest paused at Feng Yang's refusal. Momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, he nodded, his tone remaining gentle. "Very well. I shall not impose further. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call for me." With that, the priest placed the medical supplies on a nearby table and exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Feng Yang watched him leave, and once the door was fully shut, he approached Dinyo and Xiaoyin, retrieving a medical kit from his storage ring. "Use my supplies to treat your brother's wound." Dinyo and Xiaoyin gazed at the suddenly materialized medical kit in astonishment. Xiaoyin's lips parted slightly, as if wanting to inquire about it, but ultimately remained silent, staring at the kit in disbelief, as if verifying whether it was merely an illusion. Dinyo, on the other hand, continued to beam, muttering softly, "Is this magic?" Feng Yang paid no mind to their surprise, swiftly opening the medical kit and extracting disinfectant and bandages. He adeptly unwrapped the clothing from Dinyo's shoulder, revealing the deep wound. Though not life-threatening, the bleeding was incessant, clearly necessitating prompt attention. Xiaoyin assisted from the side, passing him the supplies with a hint of worry in her eyes. Is my brother going to be all right? As Feng Yang tended to the wound, he spoke softly. The wound isn't too deep, but it requires stopping the bleeding and disinfecting. Fortunately, I brought emergency supplies. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. It might sting a bit. So hang in there, he murmured, pouring the disinfectant onto Dinyo's injury. The sharp pain caused Dinyo's face to contort, his complexion pallid, yet he bravely stifled any cries of discomfort. Soon, the wound was cleaned, treated, and tightly bandaged. Thank you, Feng Yang, Dinyo expressed gratefully, his honest smile returning to his face. Feng Yang nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further, then turned to Xiao Yin that he noticed that both she and Dinyo appeared alarmingly pale. Especially Xiao Yin, whose eyes, though resolute, betrayed her frailness, indicating she was on the verge of collapse. Feng Yang furrowed his brow, realizing that the siblings had likely gone an extended period without proper nourishment. With a gentle sigh, he brushed his hand over his storage ring, producing several boxes of milk and some bread. The aroma of food wafted through the room, prompting Dinyo's stomach to audibly grumble in response. Let's eat something first, Feng Yang offered, handing the food to Xiaoyin and Dinyo, his tone calm yet tinged with concern. Xiaoyin gazed at the provisions in her hands, swallowing hard, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. She looked up at Feng Yang, her lips moving as if to say something, but ultimately only managed to whisper, "Thank you." Dinyo, however, unabashedly accepted the food, grinning broadly. Feng Yang, you truly are our savior. Not only have you treated my wound, but you've also provided us with food. Thank you. Feng Yang waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Just fill your stomach first. Dinyo nodded eagerly, biting into the dry rations with enthusiasm, his face lighting up with satisfaction. Xiao Yin, more demure, took small bites, though it was evident she was ravenous. Feng Yang observed their voracious appetites with a sense of relief. He understood that in this apocalyptic world, food and water were the most precious resources. And it was clear that Dinyo and Xiaoyin had not enjoyed a proper meal in a long time. Woof woof. At that moment, La Bei sidled up to Feng Yang, nuzzling against his pant leg. Looking up at him with pleading eyes, it suddenly struck Feng Yang that amidst the day's turmoil, he had forgotten to feed La Bei. He looked down at La Bei, a slight smile gracing his lips as he reached out to pat its head. Sorry, I almost forgot about you. He retrieved a piece of jerky and a low-tier crystal core from his storage ring. Tossing them onto the floor, La Bei immediately perked up, wagging its tail excitedly. Snatching the jerky and crystal core, retreating to a corner to savor its feast. Watching La Bei's contented demeanor brought a small measure of comfort to Feng Yang. In this perilous and uncertain world, La Bei was not just his companion, but also a source of solace in his solitude. Once Dinyo and Xiaoyin had eaten their fill, Feng Yang finally inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Xiaoyin bit her lip, speaking softly, "We need to leave here as soon as possible and find our mother." Hearing this, Feng Yang turned to her, asking, "Where is your mother?" Upon hearing Feng Yang's inquiry, a flicker of disappointment crossed Xiaoyin's delicate face. Yet it swiftly transformed back to normalcy. Swayport, the Swayport refuge, I have heard my mother speak of it. She said it is quite safe and has provisions. She must be there. Danyu, oblivious to his sister's unease, grinned broadly, exclaiming, "Yes, I miss Mom too." Feng Yang cast a long, contemplative glance at the forlorn siblings, as if grasping an unspoken truth, and an involuntary surge of compassion welled up within him. Despite Danyu's imposing stature, robust as a bull, his true age was likely not yet 20, though his mentality resembled that of a child. In contrast, Xiaoyin, around 14 or 15 years of age, possessed exquisitely delicate features, yet she was physically impaired and limped. Although she was young, she exuded an air of remarkable maturity and resilience. The plight of the pair suggested they had been adrift for an extended period. Swayport Refuge, Feng Yang murmured softly, his brow slightly furrowed. Luo Yong had mentioned the establishment of a vast refuge at Swayport, yet it was not close by. The roads had been ravaged by the invaders, making a perilous journey on foot that was nearly impossible for just Danyu and Xiaoyin to reach safety. Feng Yang nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and slowly rose. "You both should rest here. I will step outside to assess the situation." Danyu nodded, his earnest smile betraying his simplicity. "All right, Feng Yang, be careful." Xiaoyin lifted her gaze, her eyes devoid of previous wariness, and softly uttered, "Thank you." Feng Yang offered a faint smile, turning toward the door, gently pushing it ajar. After confirming the absence of any anomalies outside, he swiftly slipped out, ensuring the door was secured behind him. The interior of the church remained tranquil, with the dim glow of oil lamps casting flickering shadows upon the walls, and a faint scent of incense wafting through the air. Feng Yang proceeded cautiously along the corridor. His vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings, he observed that most survivors congregated in the main hall. Men, women, and children sat in small clusters, some engaged in hushed conversations, while others were immersed in silent prayers. Yet, many bore expressions of numbness and fatigue, clearly having acclimatized to this apocalyptic existence. The priest stood at the center of the hall, conversing with several congregants. Upon noticing Feng Yang's emergence, he offered a subtle nod. Feng Yang refrained from approaching, opting instead to circumnavigate the church. Meticulously scrutinizing his surroundings, he discerned that the church had been transformed into a makeshift sanctuary, with rudimentary bedding and essential supplies arranged in the hall. While food and water were stacked in a corner, it was evident that the priest and his followers had established a relatively secure refuge here. Handwritten slogans adorned the church walls, predominantly encouraging messages urging unity and hope. Although these phrases appeared somewhat feeble amidst the desolation, they nonetheless imparted a modicum of warmth and strength. Just then, the priest approached, his countenance radiating a gentle smile. "How is your companion faring?" Feng Yang turned to see the priest standing behind him. Still clutching the hefty Bible, his gaze was kind yet profound, as if capable of penetrating the very essence of a soul. Feng Yang replied courteously, "Thank you for your concern. He is much improved." The priest nodded, a hint of concern coloring his tone. "That is good to hear. Should you require food or water, do not hesitate to inform me. Though our resources are limited, the Lord teaches us to assist one another." Feng Yang raised an eyebrow, a flicker of intrigue crossing his countenance. "Father, since the invaders' incursion, the outside world has been reduced to ruins, and supplies are exceedingly scarce. Yet, it appears that the survivors within the church do not suffer from famine and manage to sustain their basic needs. How have you accomplished this?" The priest maintained his benevolent smile. "The Lord's grace is boundless. On the eve of the invasion, I stumbled upon a post by the Savior online, and at that moment, the Lord imparted a dream to me, warning of impending calamity. Consequently, I arranged for the procurement of ample supplies to stockpile in the cellar, which has enabled us to persevere until now." "The Savior?" Feng Yang inquired, his expression one of curiosity. "Indeed, the individual behind the post concerning the invaders has garnered the title of Savior in the online realm. Yet, that is merely a worldly designation. The true author of the post is a messenger sent by God to foretell disaster. The Lord has always sheltered us." As the priest spoke, he slightly turned and bowed solemnly before the sacred icon behind him. Feng Yang could not help but inwardly scoff. Were it not for his role as the author of the post, he might have genuinely believed the priest's fanciful tales. Nevertheless, he concealed any trace of skepticism and casually inquired, "Father, I observe that your church has taken in numerous survivors. Under such conditions, your willingness to extend a helping hand is truly commendable. However, in this apocalyptic age, resources are critically depleted. Should the day come when supplies run dry, what are your plans?" The priest hesitated momentarily, a barely perceptible flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. He clasped his hands together gently, as if in prayer. "The Lord's grace is inexhaustible. We believe that as long as we harbor faith, the Lord will guide us toward a path of survival. Even if our provisions are exhausted, we will continue to rely on our unity and mutual support to weather the storm." Feng Yang nodded slightly, his gaze remaining sharp, as if scrutinizing every nuance of the priest's expression. "Father," Feng Yang lowered his voice, a note of probing lacing his tone, "I have heard that in certain locales, individuals have begun resorting to extreme measures for survival. Have you encountered similar circumstances here?" The priest's countenance shifted subtly, yet he quickly regained his composure. He fixed his gaze upon Feng Yang, a hint of warning and depth lingering in his eyes. "Mr. Feng Yang, the Lord's flock shall not contravene his teachings. What we uphold here is faith and humanity. We would never engage in actions that violate moral principles. Please do not be swayed by the rumors that circulate outside." Feng Yang sensed the priest's resolute tone, yet his doubts only deepened. He nodded, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he replied, "Apologies, Father, I merely inquired out of curiosity. After all, in such dire circumstances, it is challenging for everyone." The priest gave a slight nod, his tone softening somewhat. "I understand your concerns, Mr. Feng Yang, but rest assured, everything we do here is to safeguard the lives and dignity of each individual. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." Feng Yang nodded, watching as the priest turned to depart, His gaze swept once more over the survivors within the church, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Although something felt amiss within this sanctuary. Perhaps it concealed certain undisclosed secrets. Yet, in contrast to the encroaching threat of the invaders outside, this place still offered a semblance of refuge. Feng Yang resolved to bide his time and observe for a while longer. Returning to the room where Daniyu and Xiaoyin were situated, he found them having eaten their fill and appearing much revitalized. Though Daniyu's complexion remained somewhat pale, he no longer exhibited the previous signs of weakness. Xiaoyin sat at the edge of the bed, clutching a piece of bread, her eyes betraying a hint of satisfaction to Feng Yang's surprise. In the short span of their acquaintance, Rabii had already formed a bond with the siblings. At that moment, it sprawled contentedly at Xiaoyin's feet, blissfully asleep, likely digesting the crystal core Feng Yang had provided earlier. "Feng Yang, you're back." Daniyu beamed upon seeing him, displaying a hearty grin. Feng Yang nodded, seated beside the bed, and gently inquired, "How do you both feel now?" Daniyu patted his shoulder, chuckling, "Much better. Your medicine is truly effective. The pain in my wound has subsided." Xiaoyin nodded in agreement, her voice soft as she added, "Thank you, Feng Yang. Without you, we might have." Her words trailed off, but Feng Yang comprehended her sentiment. In this dystopian world, ordinary individuals like Daniyu and Xiaoyin faced a minuscule chance of survival. Xiaoyin tightened her grip on the bread, her eyes reflecting a flicker of unease. She lifted her gaze to Feng Yang, her voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing eavesdroppers. "Feng Yang, I sense something is amiss here." Her tone trembled slightly, her eyes scanning the corners of the room. Seemingly in search of something Feng Yang responded, genuine surprise etching his features as he leaned in slightly, asking in a hushed voice, "What have you discovered?" Xiaoyin bit her lip, hesitating before she continued, "Just now, I heard some sounds, as if someone were speaking in hushed tones. However, as I listened intently, the sound vanished once more. I always had the unsettling feeling that someone was watching us, yet each time I turned around, there was nothing to be seen." She hesitated for a moment, a glimmer of fear evident in her eyes. "Don't you find it strange?" She continued. "We are in an apocalyptic world, where resources are scarce. My brother and I have been starving for 3 days, yet look at this group of people, rosy-cheeked and brimming with vitality. They have even taken in numerous survivors, which is clearly illogical." Feng Yang gazed at Xiaoyin, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He had not anticipated that this young girl would be so astute and observant. Xiaoyin's words cut to the core, articulating the most critical point of suspicion he had noted since entering the church. After a brief silence, Feng Yang looked at Xiaoyin and slowly spoke, "You are absolutely right. There is indeed something amiss here. This church is not as simple as it appears on the surface, although the priest and his followers seem to assist the survivors outwardly. I suspect they may be concealing some dark secret." Daniyu furrowed his brow and innocently inquired, "What secret?" Feng Yang shook his head. "It's too early to say, but I sense that this place is not safe. We must be more cautious." Xiaoyin bit her lip and whispered, "But there are so many impostors outside. Should we leave?" A chill flickered in Feng Yang's eyes. Impostors are not our only threat. Sometimes, humanity can be far more perilous than impostors. At his words, Daniyu and Xiaoyin exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. Though they were naive, they understood Feng Yang's implication. In this apocalyptic world, the darker aspects of human nature often proved more terrifying than the impostors themselves. "For now, let us stay here. At least we have a place to shelter. Once Daniyu's health improves, we can depart," Feng Yang asserted, raising his hand and solemnly advising Daniyu and Xiaoyin, "Remember, do not consume anything here indiscriminately. And do not venture out alone. If you encounter danger, shout for help. If you can adhere to these simple guidelines, I assure you, you will be safe." In truth, with Feng Yang's current capabilities, he could single-handedly eliminate everyone in the church if it came to direct confrontation. However, while a straightforward attack may be easy to evade, the subtleties of danger were far more difficult to guard against, especially since he had to consider the safety of Daniyu and Xiaoyin. Daniyu and Xiaoyin exchanged a knowing glance. Despite their unease, they recognized that the outside world, teeming with impostors, would be even more perilous if they recklessly left the church. Here, they at least had food and shelter. "Feng Yang, you are right," Daniyu replied, still wearing his endearing, simple expression. "But we will be careful." Xiaoyin nodded softly, gripping the bread in her hand, her eyes still reflecting a hint of vigilance. Though young, she had learned through the brutalities of the apocalypse not to trust anyone easily. Feng Yang nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for Daniyu and Xiaoyin to rest early. He himself moved to a corner of the room, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to examine the rewards from the system. Today, he had hunted many impostors, accumulating a significant number of points, and the item list in the points shop had been updated. However, he had not had the leisure to check it until now. And this opportunity was perfect for a thorough examination. Feng Yang's consciousness delved into the system interface, revealing a translucent screen before him. The screen displayed his current status and recent gains. Task progress. Mid-tier impostors 651000. High-tier impostors 010. Remaining time 96. Current imposter points 10210. Feng Yang's eyes sparkled at the sight of over 10,000 points. Based on past experience, the higher the price of an item, the more potent its effects. The first item he had exchanged, a space ring, had only cost 100 points. Of course, while the storage ring was indeed useful, its capacity was limited to everyday items. Larger objects could not be accommodated. Now, the high-priced treasures on offer would undoubtedly meet his expectations. Feng Yang's attention was fully captured by the item list, where 6 items floated, each with a hefty price tag, yet radiating an aura of mystery. The first item was a youth elixir, priced at 1,500 points each, capable of preserving one's youth and beauty indefinitely, with no limit on quantity. This elixir was the least expensive among the current offerings. Yet Feng Yang had no intention of redeeming it just yet. He continued to browse the remaining 5 items, which included an ancient-styled ring, a set of black attire, a small pendant, a sinister-looking dark red long knife, and a drop of blood. Advanced space ring, 5,000 points, internal space of 10,000 cubic meters, capable of storing a vast amount of supplies, and equipped with a time-stopping feature, preventing food from spoiling. Imposter disguise suit, 15,000 points. Wearing this allows the user to disguise as an imposter for a duration of 12 hours, suitable for infiltrating imposter strongholds or executing special missions. Crystal core resonator, 8,000 points. This device aids the user in directly refining and absorbing crystal cores without the need to ingest them, ensuring the energy absorbed is purer and reduces the burden on the body. The wearer's absorption speed of crystal core energy is increased by 20. Tyrant Bloodblade, 40,000 points, a 5th-tier spiritual weapon. Unsuitable for non-5th-tier evolved beings or those lacking the physical willpower to wield it, as they may suffer backlash from the weapon. Sinister Dragon's Blood, 100,000 points. Effects and uses undisclosed. Feng Yang's gaze fixated on the dark red long knife and the drop of blood exuding an eerie aura, stirring a tempest within him. These 2 items not only bore exorbitant prices but also emanated a palpable sense of power that was unsettling, as though merely gazing upon them invited destruction and fury. Particularly the latter drop of blood, priced at a staggering 100,000, with its effects and uses left undisclosed, clearly hinted at a terrifying origin. Feng Yang took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within his heart. He understood that these 2 items were not within his easy reach at present. Whether the Tyrant Bloodblade or the Sinister Dragon's Blood, both would require him to pay a significant price and exert considerable effort. It appears I need more points and greater strength, Feng Yang murmured to himself, determination flickering in his eyes. He temporarily shifted his focus away from these 2 items and reevaluated the other offerings. Although the Tyrant Bloodblade and the Sinister Dragon's Blood were enticing, his current points and strength were inadequate to wield them. Rather than aspiring for the unattainable, it would be wiser to exchange for items that could immediately enhance his abilities. Feng Yang's gaze landed on the Crystal Core Resonator. 8,000 points. While not a small sum, it was within his means. An increase of 20 in Crystal Core absorption speed was crucial for his rapid enhancement. I shall exchange for the Crystal Core Resonator, Feng Yang decisively resolved. As his points were deducted, a small pendant appeared in his hand. The pendant was embedded with a transparent crystal, emanating a gentle energy wave. Feng Yang donned it around his neck, instantly feeling a warm energy flow into his body, as if resonating with his very blood. Subsequently, Feng Yang retrieved the larger crystal core he had previously found, which was cumbersome to consume. Clutching the crystal core, he felt the warmth radiating from the resonator and his heart brimmed with anticipation. He closed his eyes and began to guide the energy within him to resonate with the crystal core. The effects of the crystal core resonator manifested swiftly. Feng Yang sensed the energy within the crystal core being extracted at an unprecedented speed, flowing through his arm and into his body. This energy was purer than ever before, almost devoid of impurities, facilitating a smoother absorption process. His body felt like an efficient filter, rapidly converting the energy from the crystal core into his own strength. It truly works, Feng Yang thought to himself. Elated. After about 10 minutes, The crystal core in his hand gradually lost its luster, ultimately turning to ash. He opened his eyes, taking a deep breath, feeling the energy surging within him, a profound sense of accomplishment flooding his heart. In the past, consuming a mid-tier crystal core would take at least half an hour, often accompanied by excruciating pain and discomfort. However, with this pendant, not only was the absorption time significantly reduced, but he no longer had to forcefully ingest it. The crystal core resonator was indeed worth its weight in gold. Feng Yang lowered his gaze to the pendant hanging from his chest, silently rejoicing in the correctness of his choice at this moment. The system mall still held 2,210 points, sufficient only to exchange for a rejuvenation elixir, though he had no intention of making a redemption just yet. With a hint of nostalgia, Feng Yang cast a lingering glance at the few remaining items before decisively exiting the system mall. In the dead of night, approaching 3 a.m, the church lay enveloped in profound silence. Feng Yang sat in a corner of the room, grasping a crystal core as he continually refined its energy. However, his ears remained attuned to the slightest sounds around him. Daniu and Xiaoyin had already succumbed to slumber, leaving only the faint sounds of breathing in the room. Suddenly, the ornate wooden door trembled slightly, and a chill breeze swept through. Feng Yang felt an ominous presence and abruptly opened his eyes. A strange noise emanated from the corridor outside. It sounded like something dragging across the floor, reminiscent of the groans of a decrepit elder, sending shivers down his spine. Feng Yang's expression hardened as he tightened his grip, slowly turning the doorknob. He gently pulled the door ajar, peering through the crack into the dimly lit corridor, which was almost devoid of light. Yet, this posed no hindrance to Feng Yang, who possessed night vision. However, upon glimpsing the true form of the entity lurking within the shadows, his pupils constricted in disbelief. Before him stood a hunched figure, hair unkempt, draped in a tattered robe, moving forward at a sluggish pace. Its movements were exceedingly rigid, as if controlled by some unseen force, each step appearing laborious. Feng Yang's reaction was profound, for he recognized at a glance that the silhouette was not human. It exuded the peculiar stench characteristic of a faux human, yet distinctly different. The creature's eerie demeanor evoked memories of the deranged souls he had encountered in the asylum. He noted the long trail of blood that the figure dragged behind it, extending along the corridor and vanishing into the abyss of darkness. Something is amiss, Feng Yang pondered, exerting pressure on the door, preparing to fully open it. Just then, the hunched figure abruptly halted, slowly turning its head towards Feng Yang. His heart sank. What confronted him was a face pale as parchment, with sunken eyes and dilated pupils. Adorned by a chilling smile, black veins marred its visage, as if some toxin ravaged its body. Most horrifyingly, a deep wound marred its neck, from which blood seeped slowly, dripping onto the floor. A low, sinister chuckle escaped the figure, its voice resonating as if from the depths of hell. Feng Yang's gaze turned icy, and without hesitation, he thrust the door open and stepped forward with determination. "What are you?" he inquired softly, his tone laced with wariness. The figure offered no reply, merely continuing its spine-chilling laughter. Its body began to tremble slightly, as if on the verge of collapse. Feng Yang's eyes scanned the corridor, discovering the blood trail stretched deep into the church. A sense of unease crept into his heart, as if some dreadful entity was lurking in the shadows, observing him. Just then, a faint voice broke the stillness. It was Xiaoyin, who had awakened at some point, standing at the doorway with a pale expression. "Return, do not come out," Feng Yang commanded softly, his tone brooking no dissent. Xiaoyin bit her lip, nodded, and retreated slowly back into the room. Feng Yang was about to pursue the matter further when suddenly, steady footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. He halted, instinctively alert, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. Emerging from the darkness was the priest, holding a candlestick, the flickering light illuminating his gentle countenance. Presenting an air of tranquility, "Mr. Feng Yang, why are you still awake at such an hour?" The priest's voice remained warm, as though the earlier bizarre scene had never transpired. Feng Yang narrowed his eyes. Shifting his gaze between the priest and the hunched figure, he noticed that the latter had retreated into the darkness following the priest's appearance, as if it had never existed at all. "Who was that person just now?" Feng Yang inquired tentatively, a hint of skepticism in his tone. The priest smiled faintly and shook his head. "Mr. Feng Yang, you might be overly fatigued, leading to illusions. There are no others here aside from us survivors." Feng Yang inwardly scoffed. He was acutely aware that what he had witnessed was no mere figment of imagination. The hunched figure, the eerie laughter, the pool of blood, they were all too real, too chilling. Yet, he refrained from directly confronting the priest, instead feigning nonchalance as he nodded. Perhaps so. I have indeed been somewhat weary lately. The priest nodded, concern threading his voice. In that case, Mr. Feng Yang, you should retire early. The church is not safe at night, especially for those with ulterior motives. Feng Yang discerned the warning embedded in the priest's words. However, he masked any emotion, responding coolly, "Thank you for your concern, Father. I will take care." The priest smiled faintly and turned away, the candlelight gradually fading as he retreated into the depths of the corridor. Feng Yang remained rooted in place, watching the priest depart. His vigilance heightened. He understood that this church was far more complex than he had initially perceived. Returning to his room, he gently closed the door, discovering that Daniu had also awakened, watching him anxiously. "Feng Yang, what happened outside?" Xiaoyin whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Feng Yang shook his head, signaling for them not to inquire further. He approached the window, peering through the gap into the night, his mind whirling with calculations. This church evidently concealed some undisclosed secret, especially the priest, who exuded an exceedingly disquieting aura. And the strange, hunched figure, it was not a faux human. Yet why did it emanate such a potent faux human scent? Had he perhaps misjudged? Various conjectures flashed through Feng Yang's mind until a sudden realization altered his expression. Could it be a ghost-level faux human? Faux humans of ghost level and above possessed a high degree of evolution. They not only exhibited remarkable intelligence, but could flawlessly mimic human behaviors and emotions, even concealing their presence to evade all detection methods. Only those of ghost level or higher could elude his vision, cleansed by the holy water. If they so desired, they could conceal themselves not only from him, but even from the faux human detection radar. Feng Yang's thoughts raced, an undercurrent of unease swelling within him. Ghost-level faux humans were perilous, the most troublesome entities he had encountered thus far, if indeed it was a ghost-level faux human. Feng Yang's brow furrowed, his fingers unconsciously tapping the windowsill, producing a faint tap-tap sound. In pursuit of validation for his hypothesis, Feng Yang retrieved the faux human detection radar once more, reloading it with a crystal core. As the radar activated, the screen illuminated with a dense array of red dots within a kilometer radius, indicating the presence of faux humans scattered throughout the area. However, around their current location, there was not a single red dot in sight, signifying an absence of faux humans. Feng Yang noted the data displayed by the radar. It encompassed not merely the church, but a 100-meter radius surrounding it, devoid of any faux human traces. This was the most perplexing anomaly. The area resembled a faux human no-go zone, as if some force deterred them from approaching. Upon realizing this, Feng Yang's expression grew increasingly grave. From the moment he entered the church, he sensed something was amiss. It was situated within a region plagued by faux human proliferation. Even if the church's defenses were robust, it was implausible to entirely shield against faux human incursions. The fact that those within the church had survived thus far and harbored numerous survivors transcended mere luck. Unless a more formidable presence governed this territory, everything would fall into place. The ghost-level faux human? Who could it be? The priest, the hunched figure from before? Or perhaps someone else entirely? Feng Yang murmured softly, his thoughts becoming increasingly burdensome. If, indeed, there were phantom-level impostors present, why would they not eliminate all the humans within the church? What could their true intentions be? Countless questions flickered through his mind. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yang forced himself to regain his composure. Everything he had just contemplated was merely conjecture, lacking any substantial evidence. Nevertheless, he understood that only by maintaining sufficient caution and possessing formidable strength could he hope to survive in this apocalyptic world. With this thought, he suppressed his musings, approached the bedside, and retrieved a crystal core to commence his meditation. In the late hours of the night, the church was enveloped in silence, only occasionally interrupted by the whispering wind and the distant growls of impostors. Shattering the tranquility of the night, Feng Yang sat cross-legged beside the bed, the crystal core in his hand radiating a faint glow, as energy gradually flowed into his body. Daniu and Xiaoyin also began to relax, though unease still lingered in their hearts. Yet, seeing Feng Yang so composed offered them a measure of reassurance. Fortunately, no further peculiar occurrences transpired. The following morning, the sunlight streamed through the colorful stained glass windows of the church, casting vibrant shadows upon the floor. Feng Yang slowly opened his eyes, and the melodious sound of singing filled his ears, harmonizing with the deep tones of the organ, resonating throughout the church. He stood and walked to the window. Peering outside through the gaps. In the church hall, the priest stood before the altar, his hands raised high, solemnly leading the congregation and survivors in hymns of praise. The faces of the survivors were adorned with piety and hope, as if they had found solace for their souls within the melody. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Feng Yang found himself momentarily lost in thought. In that fleeting instant, he experienced a peculiar illusion, as though he were not in an apocalypse, but had returned to a past era of familial joy. Regaining his focus, his gaze remained firmly fixed on the priest. "Feng Yang, you are awake." Xiaoyin's voice emerged from behind, interrupting his reverie. Turning around, he saw that both Xiaoyin and Daniu had also awakened. While Lai Bei energetically circled around them, wagging its tail, the Xiaoyin's face still bore a hint of unease, while Daniu appeared somewhat groggy, rubbing his eyes. "The congregation is singing praises outside. Should we go take a look?" Xiaoyin inquired softly. Feng Yang nodded. "Let us go and listen." The trio exited their room and entered the church hall. The singing continued, the priest's voice resonating powerfully and contagiously, as if it could penetrate the very hearts of those present. Feng Yang stood at the back of the crowd, his gaze unwavering from the priest. Suddenly, the priest's eyes swept over the assembly, briefly locking onto Feng Yang's gaze. In that moment, a peculiar chill crept up Feng Yang's spine. The priest's expression was profound and icy, as if he could see through everything. After the hymn concluded, the priest smiled at the congregation and proclaimed, "May the Lord's grace be with you. Today, we shall continue to pray for this land, seeking peace and tranquility." The congregation and survivors bowed their heads in prayer, and Feng Yang pretended to do the same, though his peripheral vision remained attentive to the priest's every movement. Feng Yang observed that after the prayer, no one in the church left their position. They stood there, dazed, each person's gaze fixed upon the priest, their faces reflecting a longing and anticipation. After a moment, a dozen clergy members clad in white robes entered through the side door, carefully carrying 3 large wooden barrels. The barrels appeared somewhat heavy, and the clergy steps were synchronized and deliberate, as though they were conducting some solemn ritual. The barrels were gently placed at the center of the church, and the priest approached with a smile, lifting the lids of the barrels one by one. The first barrel contained a generous portion of rice porridge, emanating a subtle fragrance. The second held a steaming, milky broth, and when the final barrel was opened, a rich aroma of meat wafted throughout the church, causing mouths to water involuntarily. Inside lay tender pieces of stewed meat. The survivors lifted their heads, their eyes sparkling with desire. The scent of meat seemed especially precious in this apocalypse, akin to a long-lost luxury. The priest maintained his smile, arms outstretched as if presenting the bounty to all. His voice was gentle yet enticing. "This is the Lord's blessing. Let us thank him for providing us with food and hope. I hereby announce the commencement of our weekly communion. Please partake in an orderly manner, and may the Lord's blessings be upon you." The congregation and survivors bowed their heads in unison and responded, "Amen." The clergy began distributing the food, and the survivors formed lines, each stepping forward to receive their portions of porridge and broth. Laughter and cheer filled the church, as if the suffering of the apocalypse had been forgotten. When it was time for the meat, the priest personally served each individual a small bowl, wearing a benevolent smile. Feng Yang stood aside, his gaze fixed intently on the meat. In this apocalypse, fresh meat was almost an unattainable resource. Where had this meat come from? Why was the priest so generously distributing it to everyone? Xiaoyin and Daniu, watching the food, could not help but swallow hard. However, Feng Yang had previously instructed them not to consume anything indiscriminately from this place. Therefore, they merely followed closely behind Feng Yang, refraining from stepping forward to claim any food. Lai Bei, however, hopped around Feng Yang, its eyes occasionally darting toward the barrel of meat. Were it not for Xiaoyin and Daniu's firm grip on it, it might have rushed forward in eagerness. At that moment, the priest seemed to notice the trio's prolonged inaction. He smiled gently and approached them, his voice still warm. "Why do you not partake of the food? The Lord's blessings are for everyone. You need not be shy." Upon hearing the priest's words, the surrounding survivors cast them curious glances, some even harboring a hint of hostility. Feng Yang lowered his head slightly to mask the vigilance in his eyes, responding calmly, "Thank you for your concern. Father, we have only just arrived and are still adjusting. It would not be too late to partake later." The priest nodded, his smile remaining benevolent. I understand that in these trying times, we all face challenges. However, the Lord's grace is ever present. Since you have come here, you are among the Lord's people, and there is no need for restraint." He then cast his gaze over Xiaoyin and Daniu, before finally resting on Lai Bei. a flicker of something inscrutable flashing in his eyes. "This dog appears quite spirited," the priest remarked softly, his tone laced with subtle significance. Feng Yang's heart tightened instinctively, and he stepped protectively in front of Lai Bei, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Indeed, it is my companion and has been with me all along." The priest smiled, choosing not to press further, but gently patted Feng Yang on the shoulder, as if conveying some unspoken comfort. "May the Lord's grace be with you," the priest murmured before turning away to continue distributing food to other survivors. Feng Yang watched the priest's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. He sensed that every word and action from the priest harbored hidden meanings, particularly his attention toward Lai Bei, which heightened Feng Yang's wariness. "Feng Yang, are we truly not going to take any food?" Shine whispered, her voice tinged with hesitation as the meat looked undeniably appealing. Feng Yang shook his head firmly. "Do not eat anything from here. Especially the meat. We are still unsure of its origins, and consuming it recklessly may pose dangers." Dainyu scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. "But everyone else is eating, and they seem fine." Feng Yang's expression grew serious as he quietly explained, "Precisely because everyone else is eating, we must be even more cautious. This church is too unusual. The impostors dare not approach, yet the survivors remain unharmed, even receiving fresh meat." "Oh, you truly find all of this reasonable?" Xiao Yin and Denyo listened to Feng Yang's words. Although doubts still lingered in their hearts, they nodded in agreement, choosing to follow his arrangements. Lai Bei seemed to sense Feng Yang's tension, no longer sneaking glances at the barrel of meat, and instead obediently crouched by his side, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Feng Yang quietly observed, ultimately directing his gaze toward a mother and child in the corner. The mother was a middle-aged woman in her 30s, accompanied by a boy of 7 or 8 years. Feng Yang approached the pair discreetly, wearing a gentle smile, as if he were merely an ordinary survivor. He seated himself on the bench beside the woman, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the bowl in her hands. The middle-aged woman was intently devouring the meat in her bowl, her movements somewhat hurried, as though fearing that someone might snatch away her food. The little boy held his bowl, gulping down rice porridge, occasionally picking up a piece of meat to stuff into his mouth, his face a portrait of satisfaction. Feng Yang noted that the color and texture of the meat chunks were indistinguishable from ordinary pork or beef, even emitting an enticing aroma, contrary to what he had imagined. Could it be that he was mistaken? Feng Yang furrowed his brow in contemplation. He glanced at the little boy and softly inquired, "What is your name, little one?" The boy looked at Feng Yang shyly, retreating behind his mother, revealing only his large eyes. The middle-aged woman gently patted the child's head and replied in a warm tone, "His name is Xiao Jia. He is a bit shy." Feng Yang nodded and continued in a soothing voice, "That's all right. Children can be like that. My name is Feng Yang. I just arrived at the church not long ago and am still unfamiliar with this place." "How long have you been here?" The middle-aged woman sighed, a hint of weariness evident in her eyes. "We have been here for nearly 3 days. After the outbreak of the pseudo-human disaster, we ran out of food at home. Xiao Jia and I came out to search for something to eat, and eventually, we were taken in by the priest. If it weren't for the church, my son and I might have." She trailed off, but Feng Yang could sense the gratitude in her tone. Feng Yang seized the opportunity to ask, "The priest truly is a good man. Has he been taking care of everyone?" The middle-aged woman set down her bowl and chopsticks, a flicker of reverence crossing her eyes. "Yes, the priest has always been known as a kind-hearted man in this region. After the pseudo-human catastrophe, he not only provided us with food and shelter, but also led us in prayer every day, giving us hope. If it weren't for him, we would have long since succumbed." Feigning curiosity, Feng Yang pressed further, "Oh, you seem quite familiar with the priest. Do you know him personally?" The woman nodded, a glimmer of reminiscence in her eyes. "Not personally acquainted, but the priest is quite famous in our area. Many couples hold their weddings here, and he willingly officiates them. He often helps those in need, especially orphans and the elderly. So, everyone living nearby knows him." She paused, her tone laced with a hint of sorrow. "It's a pity, though. I heard that just 2 days after the pseudo-human disaster erupted, his family met with tragedy." Upon hearing this, Feng Yang felt a subtle stir in his heart and continued to inquire, "The priestess family suffered a tragedy? What happened?" The middle-aged woman shook her head with a sigh. "I'm not entirely sure of the details, but I heard that after the pseudo-human disaster broke out, the priestess family was unable to escape in time. Alas, the unpredictability of life." As Feng Yang listened to her words, A sense of unease began to settle within him. The priest's actions appeared selfless. Yet in this apocalyptic world, such generous provision of food and shelter was exceedingly peculiar, especially those fresh meats, which only deepened his confusion. "Where do you usually get your food?" Feng Yang inquired casually. His demeanor still gentle. The middle-aged woman chuckled lightly, her tone relaxed. "The priest says that all of this is a blessing from the Lord. There is a small farm behind the church, where they grow some vegetables and grains, as well as raise a few poultry. For the meat, the priest mentioned it was found at nearby abandoned farms. Though it's not much, it's enough for us to share." Feng Yang nodded. Yet his vigilance heightened. An abandoned farm. In this world overrun by pseudo-humans, to easily find fresh meat was far too coincidental. Moreover, the number of pseudo-humans around the church had evidently diminished, even forming a no-go zone, which could not simply be explained by an ordinary farm. "Have you ever seen the priest go to the farm?" Feng Yang continued to probe, his tone calm. The middle-aged woman shook her head. "The priest rarely leaves the church. The farm's matters are handled by a few parishioners. They go to the farm daily to retrieve food and distribute it to everyone." Just then, the little boy, Xiao Jia, tugged at his mother's sleeve and whispered, "Mommy, I still want to eat meat." The middle-aged woman smiled gently, patting his head. "Xiao Jia, dear, we've already distributed all the meat for today. You can have some at the next communion." Xiao Jia's face fell momentarily, but he quickly perked up again, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Mommy, I heard there's a lot of meat in the church's basement. Can we go there to get some?" The woman's expression shifted slightly, and she hurriedly covered Xiao Jia's mouth, hissing softly, "Don't say such things. The basement is off limits. We cannot go there." Upon hearing this, a glint of insight flashed in Feng Yang's eyes. "The basement? A forbidden area?" He maintained his composure, smiling subtly. Children can be curious and sometimes harbor innocent thoughts. However, why is the church's basement considered off limits? The middle-aged woman appeared somewhat anxious as she replied in a low voice. "The priest has said that the basement serves as the church's storage room, containing some important items that ordinary people cannot enter. We survivors only need to remain in the church." Following the priest's arrangements, Feng Yang pondered this, wishing to ask more. Yet, the middle-aged woman seemed to grow impatient, pulling the little boy to stand. "I'm sorry, but we must go participate in the upcoming prayer. If you need anything, you can seek out the priest. He will assist you." Feng Yang nodded, watching the mother and child depart before returning to Xiao Yin and Denyo's side. "What is the situation?" "Any discoveries?" Xiao Yin inquired softly. Feng Yang shook his head, his brow furrowed. "No anomalies detected for the moment, but the more it seems this way, the more I feel something is amiss. This church is too perfect, so perfect that it feels unreal." Denyo scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. "Feng Yang, don't you think you're being overly sensitive? Perhaps the priest really is a good man?" Feng Yang shot him a glare, retorting, "There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Especially not in an apocalyptic scenario," he continued. "I just learned that this church has a basement that seems to conceal certain secrets. If we wish to remain here, we must investigate." Xiao Yin expressed her concerns. "But will the priest and those parishioners allow us to enter?" Feng Yang scoffed lightly, a sharp glint in his eyes. "Of course, they won't let us in openly, so we must find an opportunity to sneak in." Denyo clenched his fist, his tone resolute. "Feng Yang, whatever you decide, we'll follow your lead." Feng Yang nodded, speaking quietly. "We'll wait until nightfall when the church's occupants are resting, then we'll act. For now, let us continue to act as if everything is normal, avoiding raising their suspicions while we explore and gather clues about the church." Xiao Yin and Denyo nodded in agreement, and the three of them resumed their guise of nonchalance. Blending into the crowd as night fell, the church gradually quieted. Survivors returned to their rooms to rest, leaving only a few dim lights illuminating the hall. Casting long shadows, Feng Yang, Xiao Yin, and Denyo stealthily slipped out of their rooms, with La Bei trailing closely behind, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Feng Yang led them around to the church's side door, gently pushing it open to reveal a narrow corridor. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy wooden door, secured by a rusted iron lock. "This must be the entrance to the basement," Feng Yang whispered, excitement flickering in his eyes. Approaching the wooden door, he placed his right hand on the iron lock and pulled forcefully. After a few moments, with a sharp click, the lock, along with the door's latch, was violently torn off. Feng Yang gently pushed the door open, a chill and musty odor wafting toward him. Behind the door lay a staircase leading downward, the bottom enveloped in darkness. Be cautious and stay close to me. Feng Yang spoke in a hushed tone before leading the way down the staircase. Xiaoyin and Daniu followed closely behind, while Lai Bei remained alert at the rear, ears perked high, ready to sound the alarm at any moment. The staircase was not long, and soon they arrived at the basement. The dimly lit space was illuminated only by a few feeble lights, casting eerie shadows around them. Feng Yang surveyed the area, noting that the basement was cluttered with various odds and ends. With several large wooden barrels in the corners, the same ones used to store food during the day. Approaching one of the barrels, he gently lifted the lid, only to find it empty, clearly having been cleared out. It seems we have arrived a step too late, Feng Yang murmured, disappointment tinged in his voice. Just then, Lai Bei emitted a low whimper, ears erect, eyes fixed intently on the depths of the basement. Following Lai Bei's gaze, Feng Yang discerned an impenetrable darkness at the end of the room, leading to an unknown destination. Let us press onward, Feng Yang urged softly. He gestured for Xiaoyin and Daniu to follow, as the three of them cautiously ventured deeper into the basement. Lai Bei remained vigilant at the back, ears still alert, as if bracing for any sudden developments. The air grew increasingly damp, with the walls marred by mottled water stains and the floor becoming somewhat slippery. As they delved further in, the surrounding light faded, relying solely on the faint beam of their flashlight. Suddenly, Xiaoyin slipped, nearly losing her balance. Looking down, she spotted a pool of dark red liquid on the ground, exuding a faint metallic scent. Is this blood? Xiaoyin gasped, her face paling instantly. Feng Yang crouched down, dipped a finger into the liquid, and sniffed it carefully, his brow furrowing. Indeed, it is blood, and fresh at that. Xiaoyin clenched her fists, her voice trembling. Feng Yang, what on earth has happened here? Feng Yang remained silent, pressing forward. As they ventured deeper, the stench of decay intensified, and more bloodstains began to appear on the ground. Xiaoyin covered her nose in disgust, whispering, "What is that smell? It is unbearable." Even Daniu, usually simple and taciturn, could not help but mumble, "It stinks 10 times worse than the dung I left behind." Feng Yang and Xiaoyin exchanged exasperated glances, rolling their eyes at him. At last, they reached a vast underground chamber. The flashlight illuminated the scene before them. The trio gasped in horror. The basement was filled with an array of bizarre implements, iron hooks, chains, knives, and some grotesque contraptions they had never seen before. The walls were smeared with dark red stains, resembling dried blood. At the center of the room stood a massive stone platform, heaped with various dismembered bodies. Some of the corpses had been mutilated, while others were skinned, their flesh a gruesome amalgamation resembling a small mountain. In one corner of the room, several large barrels were stacked, filled with dark red liquid that reeked of blood. Xiaoyin covered her mouth, fighting the urge to vomit, her voice quivering. Could these possibly be the meat those people consumed today? Daniu clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. These beasts, how dare they try to feed us human flesh? Feng Yang said nothing, but his expression darkened ominously. He gazed at the morbid pile of corpses on the stone platform and the barrels brimming with blood in the corner, sensing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Earlier, while chatting with the mother and son, he had specifically examined the texture of the meat, and it did not resemble human flesh. Feng Yang also noticed a pitch-black, bottomless passageway to the left of the massive stone platform. A chilling breeze, laced with the scent of decay, wafted from within, indicating that this was not the end of the church's basement. As he contemplated whether to proceed further, a faint sound of footsteps echoed behind him. Feng Yang spun around sharply, discovering a middle-aged man clad in a robe standing not far behind them. He was smiling benignly, and it was none other than the priest. Feng Yang, what brings you here? The priest's voice remained gentle. Yet in the dimly lit space, it carried an unnerving chill. Instantly, Feng Yang's guard was up, but he maintained a calm facade. Father, we were merely curious and wished to see what the basement of the church was like. Yet, we are taken aback to find such a hellish scene beneath this sacred place. The priest chuckled softly, seemingly unfazed by Feng Yang's mockery, his gaze sweeping over Xiaoyin and Daniu, before settling on Lai Bei. Excessive curiosity is not a virtue. How many have perished due to their inquisitive nature? Some places are better left unexplored. Feng Yang shrugged, feigning contrition. I apologize. Trespassing in the church's forbidden area was indeed our misstep. However, given the multitude of dismembered human bodies concealed here, might I implore you for a reasonable explanation? The priest smiled faintly. There is nothing to explain. Perhaps to you, these are mere corpses. Yet to us, They are valuable sustenance and resources. Upon hearing the priest's words, Feng Yang's heart jolted, his brow furrowing deeply as a chill flickered in his eyes. He clenched his fists, his voice low and icy. Sustenance? Resources? Do you truly regard humans as food? The priest continued to wear his gentle smile, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. He took a few steps closer, his gaze sweeping over the mound of corpses and blood on the stone platform. Shaking his head in amusement. No, no, no. I believe you are mistaken. Human flesh is food for those starving souls outside. We do not partake. Feng Yang's brow furrowed further at the priest's words, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. Then what purpose do these bodies serve? The priest caressed his Bible, casting a glance towards the dark passageway. These bodies are meant to nourish them. Feng Yang's heart tightened, a multitude of possibilities racing through his mind. He followed the priest's gaze to the pitch-black passage, where the chilling wind continued to blow, and he faintly heard the distant roar of some beast. And do you not wish to know what lies beneath? Allow me to guide you through a proper tour of the Savior's masterpiece. As the priest's words fell, he suddenly raised his hand and waved it gently. Instantly, the dark underground space was illuminated by a dim yellow light. Oil lamps hanging on the walls flickering in the draft, the tense atmosphere only growing more sinister as the lamps ignited. A powerful stench of decay filled the air, mingling with the sense of mildew, sourness, and blood. Feng Yang, Xiaoyin, and Daniu instinctively covered their mouths and noses, their faces paling even further. These lamps smelled dreadful. Xiaoyin trembled, her eyes brimming with fear and revulsion. The priest maintained his gentle smile, seemingly indifferent to their reactions. He gently stroked his Bible, speaking softly. Every drop of oil in these lamps has been extracted from the bodies of the donors. Their sacrifice brings light to this world. Donors, sacrifice. Feng Yang's voice was frigid, anger flashing in his eyes. You use corpse oil as fuel for lamps and dare to call it a donation. The priest smiled faintly, his gaze deep and serene. Feng Yang, you are still too young to grasp the truth of this world. In this apocalyptic realm, survival itself is a brutal war. Everything we do is merely to preserve the ember of humanity. Preserve the ember of humanity. Daniu could no longer contain his rage. You beasts. Using humans as firewood, dare to claim it is for humanity. The priest disregarded Daniu's fury, turning instead towards the dark passageway, his voice remaining calm. Come, since you are so curious, let me show you the true Savior. Perhaps once you understand the truth, you will come to accept my methods. Feng Yang felt a surge of apprehension, yet at this moment, there was no turning back. He exchanged a glance with Xiaoyin and Daniu, whispering, be cautious and stay close to me. 3 individuals trailed closely behind the priest, making their way deeper into the corridor. Rabbi remained ever vigilant, bringing up the rear with ears perked and eyes fixed intently ahead. At last, after a 5-minute journey, several figures gradually arrived at the end of the passageway. The moment they came to a halt, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them, unreservedly revealing itself. Before them lay an expansive underground expanse, reminiscent of a mysterious palace entombed deep within the earth. The sheer scale of this subterranean space was beyond imagination, invoking a sense of reverence. Bathed in the dim, flickering light of oil lamps, the entire area exuded an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. Most striking of all were the 7 enormous iron cages suspended in midair. These cages loomed like colossal behemoths, heavily dangling above, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Upon closer inspection, each cage contained a grotesque, disheveled humanoid figure, their features twisted and distorted. Though faint traces of humanity were discernible, they were far removed from the essence of normalcy. They were utterly naked, devoid of any covering, their bodies adorned with a dense array of black scales, resembling a hard, impenetrable armor. Even more unsettling were their eyes, hollow and devoid of life, akin to bottomless black voids, radiating a chilling aura. As Feng Yang and his companions stepped into this realm, the previously inert beings within the cages seemed to awaken to an unseen presence. They turned their gazes toward the unwelcome visitors, emitting low, raspy growls that echoed ominously. This sound appeared to emanate from the depths of hell, laden with endless resentment and agony, sending shivers down one's spine. Simultaneously, the massive iron cages began to sway violently in response to the agitated creatures within. The incessant creaking of metal filled the air. Feng Yang's eyes narrowed as he beheld these caged beings. He instantly discerned that these were not mere impostors, though they appeared bizarre and bore the heavy scent of deceit. Their true identities were rooted in humanity, or rather, they had once been human, now tainted by some malevolent force, transformed into entities that were neither fully human nor entirely inauthentic. Moreover, The state of these humanoid creatures bore an uncanny resemblance to the strange figure he had encountered the previous night. Feng Yang cast a fleeting glance at the caged beings before quickly diverting his gaze, for in that fleeting moment, all his attention was drawn irresistibly to the terrifying figure at the core of the space. In the very center loomed an enormous, grotesquely corpulent monster, a sight so shocking it was nearly beyond comprehension. This creature was bound tightly to the ground by thick iron chains, each as thick as an adult's arm. From its current appearance, it seemed to be ensnared in a profound slumber. The closer examination revealed that its body was severely contorted and deformed, stretching 7 to 8 meters in length. Its skin bore a ghastly, pallid hue, as if ravaged by some insidious disease. Its limbs, though remarkably robust, appeared incongruous against its massive frame, while its head swelled grotesquely, resembling a massive tumor, within its cavernous maw, which stretched open to the roots of its ears. Glinted a row of sharp, menacing fangs, shimmering ominously and instilling dread. More astonishingly, an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth from the creature, akin to turbulent waves crashing with fury. Just the mere presence of this aura sent tremors of fear coursing through Feng Yang, causing his legs to tremble involuntarily. Even in its dormant state, he could distinctly sense the cataclysmic power lying dormant within. Undoubtedly, this creature was an immensely formidable and bizarre beast, its strength likely rivaling that of legendary ghost-level impostors. Feng Yang gazed intently at the sleeping monstrosity, his expression grave with unprecedented seriousness. He finally comprehended why this area was so peculiar. Deemed a forbidden ground for impostors. It all stemmed from this slumbering behemoth. Yet, Feng Yang still grappled with the question of what this entity truly was. If it were indeed a ghost-level impostor, how could the priest and his followers have managed to lull it into slumber? Is this truly an impostor? Xiaoyan exclaimed in terror, covering her mouth, her voice quivering. The priest chuckled, a hint of pride in his tone. No, it is not an impostor. It is my meticulously cultivated evolutionary entity. It is a masterpiece. A miracle. It will bestow upon us boundless power and sustenance. We shall continuously evolve, becoming the new humanity of this world. Feng Yang's gaze remained fixed on the slumbering monstrosity. He could not shake the thought of the meat sources consumed by the survivors today. At that moment, the priest produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere and slowly approached the sleeping giant. His subsequent actions caused Feng Yang and the others to hold their breath, the stench of decay growing ever more potent in the air. The dagger glimmered menacingly as the priest plunged it into the creature's corpulent body, the blade effortlessly slicing through a layer of pallid skin to reveal the dark red flesh beneath. As he withdrew the dagger, a bloody chunk of meat was severed, droplets of blood cascading to the ground, resonating with a soft drip. The priest raised the morsel to his lips, biting into it without hesitation. The sound of chewing echoing harshly in the stillness of the underground chamber. His face retained a serene smile, as if savoring a delectable delicacy. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, staining his collar, yet he paid it no mind, instead closing his eyes as if relishing the satisfaction brought by this delicacy. Behold, this is our source of sustenance. The priest swallowed the morsel, slowly opening his eyes as his gaze swept over Feng Yang and the others. Its flesh and blood harbor boundless power, enabling us to grow stronger, even surpassing the limits of humanity. In this apocalyptic world, only through continuous evolution can we survive. Feng Yang's stomach churned violently, a wave of nausea surging up his throat. He glared at the priest, his face darkening ominously. What you deem as sustenance and power is merely the flesh and blood of this monster. Are you not afraid of becoming a monster yourselves? Xiaoyan appeared physically distressed, her complexion as pale as a sheet, instinctively retreating behind Feng Yang and Dainu. The priest chuckled dismissively, casually tossing the remaining meat onto the ground and wiping the blood from his lips. Become a monster? No, you are mistaken. We are not becoming monsters. We are evolving. This world is no longer a realm for humanity. Only through adaptation can one survive. And it, he pointed to the slumbering monster, is our hope. Feng Yang's gaze fell once more upon the creature, his heart brimming with confusion. He could not fathom what this colossal beast truly was. How did the priest manage to control it? And why did he believe that the flesh and blood of this creature could facilitate evolution? What troubled him further were the humanoid beings confined within the iron cages. Were they also products of this evolution? I am curious, those humans in the cages, did they become like this because they consumed the flesh of this monster? What is your intention in imprisoning them here? Feng Yang looked at the priest and inquired. Upon hearing Feng Yang's questions concerning the caged beings, the priest's expression grew increasingly cold, a flicker of barely concealed hatred flashing in his eyes. He slowly turned, surveying the curled figures within the cages, his voice low and icy. It is of no consequence to reveal this to you. After all, none of you will leave this place today. These individuals were once my neighbors, friends, even family. Yet during that calamity, they betrayed me and took the lives of my loved ones. His voice echoed through the vast underground chamber, laden with a chilling sense of oppression. Feng Yang and the others held their breath, sensing that the air was thick not only with the stench of decay, but also with a profound sense of resentment and suffering. That day, the monster descended abruptly, plunging the world into chaos that I sheltered them, hiding in this church, believing we could escape the disaster. However, the priest's voice trembled slightly, as if he were suppressing some profound emotion. These beasts, in their desperate state, had audaciously devoured my son, who was not yet 4 years old, and had violated my wife before my very eyes that I could only watch helplessly, paralyzed by my inability to intervene. The priest's fists were clenched tightly, his knuckles pale, and the gentle smile that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by a grotesque fury and madness. He slowly approached one of the iron cages, grasping the bars with a firm hand, his gaze fixated on the curled figure within. Ultimately, I survived, but I was left with nothing but a pile of bones. My wife had also succumbed to madness. The priest's voice grew hoarse as he continued. In the end, I found them, one by one, and brought them back. I did not kill them, for death would be too merciful. I intend for them to experience the full extent of suffering. To understand the despair and helplessness I once felt, the creature within the cage seemed to sense the priest's approach, emitting a low, mournful whimper, its body trembling even more violently. A cruel smile flickered across the priest's face as he drew a dagger from his waist, tapping it lightly against the cage, producing a sharp metallic sound. Are you curious as to why they have become this way? His voice was low and calm, as if recounting the most mundane of tales. It is because, during their most ravenous moments, I carved pieces of flesh from the false beings and fed them by hand, and then made each of them consume the flesh of one another. I wanted them to taste the agony of being devoured, to rot slowly in their torment until they utterly lost their humanity. Feng Yang's brow furrowed deeply, even though he had faced countless life-and-death battles. An involuntary chill crept up his spine at that moment. Xiaoyin could no longer suppress her urge to retch, and Dainiyu's face turned ashen. They could hardly fathom that the once gentle priest had morphed into such a figure of madness and cruelty. The words of the priest conveyed not only a frenzied thirst for vengeance but also a warped sense of satisfaction. His actions had long transcended the realm of revenge, resembling a complete trampling of the very essence of humanity. Feng Yang gazed at the priest, whose demeanor had shifted so drastically, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. In truth, the tragedy that befell the priest mirrored his own. Both had suffered betrayals from loved ones, leading to their respective downfalls. The only distinction was that the priest had no opportunity to return to the past and prevent this tragedy from unfolding. His eyes swept over the twisted, deformed figures within the cages, their skin exhibiting a morbid grayish hue, their gazes hollow and devoid of spirit, as if they had lost all awareness of their humanity. Their very existence was an affront to life itself. The priest continued, "In the end, I uncovered a secret. After consuming the flesh of the false beings, the human body undergoes a transformation. Though their minds gradually fade, succumbing to madness and bloodlust, their physical strength undergoes a qualitative change. Look for yourselves." As he spoke, he suddenly reached out, his hand like a vice as he grasped one of the figures in the front cage. The creature recoiled in fear at the priest's presence, offering no resistance, as it was dragged along the cage like a frightened chick. With a dull thud, the priest severed a chunk of flesh from the creature's arm, crimson blood gushing forth and splattering everywhere, filling the air with a pungent, metallic scent. The freshly severed piece of flesh was casually tossed into another caged, in a horrifying scene. The creature within that cage lunged at the meat like a ravenous wolf catching the scent of prey, greedily devouring it. The other monsters in the surrounding cages, upon witnessing the offering, grew increasingly agitated, shaking their cages violently, their bloodthirsty eyes fixated on Feng Yang and his companions. What was even more unsettling was that the wound from which the priest had carved flesh was slowly healing, blood clotting on its OWN to DOUC. This is the power of evolution. The priest's voice carried a morbid fervor, his eyes gleaming with madness as he proclaimed that their bodies had surpassed human limits. Wounds healed rapidly, and their strength, speed, and endurance far exceeded that of ordinary people, though they had lost their sanity. In this apocalyptic world, what value did sanity hold? Only strength was the foundation of survival. Feng Yang's furrowed brow deepened, for he had noticed how swiftly and powerfully the priest had seized that creature. The ability to instill such fear in those already driven to madness suggested that the priest's strength was far from superficial. Since the calamity began, I have meticulously nurtured them, compelling them to consume one another's flesh, while also introducing copious amounts of white meat for their evolution, ultimately giving rise to it. The magnificent evolution. The priest gestured toward the massive creature. Bound tightly by chains and in a state of slumber, his eyes filled with fervor. Feng Yang, do you think we are pursuing power? No, we are pursuing survival. The priest's voice was deep and resonant, asserting that the world had transformed into one that was no longer suitable for ordinary humans. The outside world was rife with peril, teeming with monsters and disasters that would offer no mercy. If we do not evolve, extinction is all that awaits us. He paused, surveying Feng Yang, Xiaoyin, and Daniel, then continued. You may not comprehend this now, but one day, you will understand that everything we do is to survive, to find a way to live in this apocalyptic world. Feng Yang fell silent. He could not deny that the outside world had indeed become exceedingly perilous. Yet, he still could not accept the priest's methods. This grotesque evolution through the consumption of flesh, akin to the false beings, was nothing short of perverse. Even if you are right, can this power, this flesh of monsters, truly lead to evolution? Will it not merely transform you into another kind of monster? Doubt laced Feng Yang's voice, mingled with skepticism. The priest smiled faintly, stepping once more toward the slumbering creature, gently caressing its corpulent form. Within its flesh lies a potent power, capable of altering our bodies, making us stronger, faster, and more resilient. It is an intoxicating power. The priest's tone was fervent, asserting that becoming a monster was merely a potential outcome in the process of evolution. As long as we exercise proper control, we can avert such a fate. You are insane, Feng Yang retorted coldly, his voice laced with suppressed disdain and inquiry. You believe you are exacting revenge, but in truth, you have become a monster more fearsome than they. Your so-called evolution is merely a self-deceptive excuse. The priest's expression hardened, the smile fading from his face, replaced by a chilling rage. He turned slowly, his gaze piercing Feng Yang like a blade. You call me insane? No, it is this world that is mad. I once believed in God, adhering to kindness and forgiveness, but what has this world repaid me with? Betrayal, slaughter, despair. I am merely restoring balance to this world in my own way. The priest's voice crescendoed, nearly a roar, his eyes alight with madness as he gripped the dagger tightly, poised to strike at any moment. Feng Yang did not flinch. His gaze remained steely, body slightly leaning forward, prepared for any impending attack. Balance? He scoffed. Your so-called balance is nothing more than transforming yourself into a cannibalistic monster, then turning others into soulless husks like yourself. You are merely numbing yourself with hatred, evading reality. The priest's expression darkened further, his grip tightening on the dagger, his voice low and menacing. You have no idea. You do not understand what I have endured. You lack the right to judge me. I do not need to understand your experiences, Feng Yang countered resolutely, his gaze unwavering as he stared down the priest. I only know that everything you are doing has utterly stripped you of your humanity. Your evolution is merely a guise for self-destruction. The priest regarded Feng Yang coldly, his voice echoing ominously as he stated, Enough of your prattle. You have seen things you should not have seen. Like everyone else, you are left with only two choices. Feng Yang fixed the priest with a chilling stare, his voice low and deliberate. What choices? The priest slowly raised his hand, pointing toward the cages suspended in midair. Either join us and become one of us, or die here and be devoured by them. Though that does not include it. The priest's gaze shifted towards Bella, who stood beside Feng Yang. A glint of cold light flickered in Feng Yang's eyes as a slight smirk graced his lips, revealing a chilling sneer. Do you truly believe we would choose to become monstrous cannibals like you? The priest's smile gradually faded, his expression turning I see why. In that case, do not blame me for being ungracious. No sooner had he spoken than a throng of acolytes clad in white robes emerged from the surrounding darkness. Encircling Feng Yang and his companions, they wielded sharp blades, their gazes devoid of warmth. as if they had long since acclimated to the act of slaughter. The imposing figure at the forefront was none other than the man who had instigated the conflict with Feng Yang the previous day. The atmosphere suddenly became taut with tension, thick with the palpable scent of bloodlust and decay. Feng Yang, Xiaoyin, and Dainiu stood back to back, vigilantly observing the encroaching white-robed acolytes. Their expressions were cold and numb, as if they had relinquished their humanity, leaving only an unwavering obedience to the priest's commands. "What shall we do?" Feng Yang, Xiaoyin's voice trembled slightly.